In lynching at Dongling University in dormitory 403 for boys, a sweat-drenched young man suddenly sat bolting upright in bed, clutching his chest. Didn't I die under the claws of the legendary boss Gui Mian Tang? Rubbing his still-aching chest, Yanshu glanced around nervously. In one corner lay an instant noodle container with scattered clothes, socks, and crumpled paper balls around. On the table, a desk calendar displayed July 2023, with the 7th circled in red. A feeling both strange and familiar washed over him. This was his old humble den from 10 years ago. Yanshu hurriedly picked up the phone left by the bed, its screensaver boldly showing July 7th, 2023. At 8 p.m., the world's first fully holographic virtual online game, Tianqi was set to launch its open beta. As early as 6 months ago, the gaming company had launched an all-encompassing marketing campaign. This epic-making product promised not only to replicate players' sensory experiences 100, but also to let them experience a real magical world. The announcement caused an immediate sensation, drawing even those disinterested in traditional PC games to focus on Tianqi. However, players gradually discovered that the company behind the game was only responsible for marketing and providing the hardware. Nobody even knew who was developing or operating the game, not even the company itself. What was even more absurd was that with each update, skills and items began to materialize in the real world until the game completely merged with reality, bringing forth monsters and impending disaster. Reborn for the game launches today, with 6 years until the game invades reality and otherworldly beasts descend. There is still time. By the way, the Hun Dun Shenshi, a relic obtained at the cost of tens of thousands of lives, must not fail. Yanshu patted himself all over, searching for it. In the palm of his hand, he discovered a mark resembling the eye of a storm, a pattern identical to that on the Hun Dun Shenshi. While rubbing his temples, Yanshu suddenly recalled that in his previous life, on the day the game launched, he hadn't rushed to log in. Instead, he went to attend Yang Lishu's birthday. Yang Lishu had been Yanshu's goddess for 3 long years. To celebrate her birthday, he had worked odd jobs for half a year to buy a branded handbag, seizing the chance to confess his feelings. But upon arriving at the dinner, Yanshu found his long-admired goddess seated in the arms of the rich, second-generation Qin Fei. 3 years of devoted admiration had only earned him ridicule. Moreover, his best friend Li Xiang perished in a car accident while driving him home. That tragic event had plunged him into a long period of despair, leaving him far behind when he finally entered the game. Furthermore, after the game's descent, Qin Fei and Yang Lishu, in their quest for power, followed the trend and joined the Abyss faction. At the same time, he gradually realized that within Tianqi at its highest combat level, there even existed beings known as gods. Since I have realized that this game is no ordinary affair in this life, I won't let trivial matters distract me. I will consolidate all my resources to stand at the peak. Better to defy the world than to be forsaken by it. Yanshu clenched his fist, his gaze hard and determined. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Li Xiang's number, saying, "My son, what matter brings you to seek your adoptive father?" Not long after, a cheeky, disdainful voice emerged from the other end of the line. Even with his resolve, hearing that voice again brought a twitch to Yanshu's nostrils, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. In his previous life, when Li Xiang met his fate, Yanshu, racked with guilt, would often find ways to offer any help he could. In this life, a mere tip at the outset would benefit Li Xiang immensely. It was his way of repaying a debt. Having resolved to follow a different path, he could not pour excessive effort into these matters. As for his parents, once his strength grew, protecting them would be effortless. After steadying his mood with a deep breath, Yanshu spoke in a measured tone. "It's nothing. Wasn't Tianqi about to launch its open beta? How are your preparations coming along?" he asked. That doesn't sound like your style. Today isn't your goddess's birthday. How come you're suddenly so concerned about the game? Let's not mention that woman. As your father, I've made up my mind. There's an abundance of beautiful women. I'll find you another mom someday. Yanshu, in high spirits, bantered playfully. Enough chatter. How's the game helmet coming along? Tens of thousands of dollars, yet my funds fall short. What's up? My dear eldest, you must show proper filial piety. Hold on, listen. I'll transfer the money shortly by the helmet and log in right on time tonight. With that, Yanshu immediately ended the call. It wasn't the time for idle reminiscing. He rolled out of bed and opened his wardrobe, where a beautifully packaged box awaited. It was the birthday gift intended for Yang Lishu. Yanshu opened the lid, snapped a couple of photos of the handbag inside, then immediately priced it at 800 yuan and listed it on a secondhand website. Next, he quickly downloaded a 2-page lending app on his phone and operated it swiftly. Within an hour, 300 yuan was credited to his account. The extra funds on his card brought a hint of resignation to his face. In the early stages, he needed startup capital. Unable to seize or sell funds, this was his only recourse. After all, by later stages, real currency would depreciate to absurd levels. When the game world finally descended, equipment skills and various in-game consumables would be the true hard currency. Yanshu opened his messaging app, tapped on Li Xiang's icon, and transferred 2,000 yuan immediately. Hurry to buy the helmet, and with the rest, get some nourishing food in preparation for a prolonged battle, he instructed. The first month after launch is extremely critical. Every second counts. Li Xiang did not accept the money, and instead, he sent a voice message. Damn, where did you get all that money? You don't tell me you exploited your advantage to take shortcuts. Yanshu's lips twitched scornfully. My advantage. No matter how handsome one appears on screen. If he doesn't reply, Yanshu sent a screenshot of his card balance. I won the lottery. Quick, buy the game helmet. Once in the game, I'll treat you to a fortune beyond imagination. After speaking, Yanshu glanced at the time, 5 p.m. In the afternoon, with the game set to launch at 8 p.m. Time was of the essence. He immediately grabbed his ID and dashed out. Over 2 hours later, Yanshu returned to the dorm carrying a box. Damn, why is there traffic on a weekend, he muttered. What should have taken only an hour? Glancing around, he realized that none of the others had returned yet. Yanshu climbed into bed, drew the blackout curtains, and put on his helmet. At first there was darkness, then he found himself in a realm awash with streaming lights. Oh, it's been a while. The ostentatious login screen, he remarked. Welcome to the world of Tianqigun. With 30 minutes remaining until launch, you may pre-create your character. Ahead stood a stunning NPC clad in silver armor, a slight smile on her lips as she regarded Yanshu. Yanshu cast a brief glance at her. Noticing that her armor only covered the essentials, he quickly averted his gaze. This NPC was far from a mere decorative figure. Her name was Jean Ling, a female war goddess introduced in the later stages of the game who commanded countless warriors. If one were to take liberties with this liberally designed holographic game, not only would one be instantly killed, but the offender would also be banned from the game for 24 hours. Create character. Create. Please adjust your character's appearance. With the appearance already maxed out, how could it be improved any further? In Tianqigun, the initial character appearance was designed to mirror reality, ensuring a cautious approach before the game world fully descended. Reduce by 20. Please name your character. Leave it blank. Please allocate your 25 free attribute points. In Tianqigun, each character was given 25 free attribute points to distribute. Every character had 5 primary attributes: strength, constitution, intelligence, agility, and spirit, each starting at 1. Moreover, everyone would awaken their innate talent. Talents were graded from CBAS to SS, with the chance of awakening higher talents diminishing progressively. Most would awaken talents at the C or B level, and a level hinted at elite potential, while S level denoted mastery among top guild players. The rare SS level appeared for only 3 individuals even when the game manifested in reality, illustrating its extremely low probability. The initial allocation of attributes would affect the awakening of talents. A high initial strength would most likely awaken warrior talents, a high agility typically unlocked archer or assassin aptitudes. Yet according to past life statistics, even if one maxed an attribute to 26 points, there was still a slight chance to awaken different talents. Unless a single attribute could be pushed to 30 points, guaranteeing the awakening of one's desired profession. Yanshu intended to boost his spirit to 30, so as to secure his familiar summoner talent. In that way, he would undoubtedly awaken the talent suited for a summoner. The initial spirit had to be truly maxed. While others might fail to achieve it, he knew of a bug that could be exploited once. Before Yanshu, an attribute allocation light screen automatically unfolded with a and a button behind each stat. The difference was that the buttons were grayed out while the buttons shone in red. Gazing at the light screen, Yanshu raised his hand and pointed at the gray buttons behind each primary attribute. Please help me tap these gray buttons. The moment his words fell, the formulaic smile on the face of the female war goddess before him, Jean Ling, vanished, replaced by open astonishment. Are you sure? I'm sure. With Yanshu's firm confirmation, Jean Ling hesitated no longer. Her slender jade-like fingers tapped lightly on the screen a few times. Next, Yanshu discovered that all his initial attributes had dropped to 0, while his pool of free attribute points had become 30. Just as expected. This was a bug discovered by someone in the mid-game period. That hot-headed player had gone to boast about it on the forums, but for some unknown reason this guide NPC never again displayed this special reaction. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon Jean Ling, making the smile that had just returned to her face abruptly freeze and change. Yanshu in front of her noticed nothing at all, his face alight with joy as he immersed himself in the pleasure of redistributing his points. He dumped all 30 free points into spirit. Although such an extreme distribution would cause minor trouble at the start, even with a minimum safety threshold in the stats, Yanshu had already devised a corresponding strategy. There was no need to reserve room for error. He would simply go all in. Besides the Chaos Divine Stone, a primordial artifact of the game world was said to be able to elevate the rank of one's talent. With the Divine Stone backing him, there was nothing to fear. Next we shall proceed with talent awakening. It was finally here. Yanshu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. In my previous life, I awakened only in a rank talent. I hope that by reallocating my attributes this time, I can secure a better outcome. His former rank talent had been soul resonance. 50% of his character's attributes would be transferred as an enhancement to his summoned creatures. It was precisely because of that talent that he had later gained some renown as a summoner, but a rank was ultimately still only a rank. Its ceiling remained fixed. Streams of light began to swirl around Yanshu. Clusters of luminescent color, each hue representing a different talent rank, circled him in a dazzling dance. Before long, an orange light orb shot straight toward him. Delight burst within Yanshu. He thought to himself, this is in the bag, at least S-Rank. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the S-Rank talent, Symbiotic Battle Soul. His entire body trembled. A summoner's talent, an S-Rank at that. This round he was soaring straight into the skies. As expected, with spirit as the primary stat for summoners, such extreme specialization had greatly increased his chances of awakening a summoner's talent. He hurriedly opened the talent description. Symbiotic Battle Soul S-Rank. Talent effects 1. For every 2 enemy units of a level not lower than the summoned creature that the summoned creature kills, it gains 1 free attribute point. 2. The summoner gains a 30% bonus from the total attributes of all summoned creatures. Insane. High-level talents often needed only the simplest of descriptions. Even though he was reliving his life, Yanshu could not help but marvel. No wonder S-Rank talents had been so rare in his previous life. The effects were downright outrageous. With every 2 units killed granting a free attribute point, his summoned creatures had been given virtually infinite room for growth. In Age of Apocalypse, before level 10, each level up only granted 10 attribute points. From level 10 to 30, each level granted 20 free attribute points. Afterward, for every 30 level bracket, the free attribute points gained per level would double. There were also many special items or quests in the game that could increase attribute points. Yet with this talent, grinding monsters was as simple as grinding attribute points. Yanshu was confident he could raise all his summoned creatures into overlords capable of dominating entire regions. Moreover, the 30% attribute bonus might not seem much at first glance, but later a summoner could control multiple summoned beasts. In his previous life, when he reached level 100, he already commanded 7 summons on top of their attributes, stacking without limit. Thinking of this, Yanshu could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He almost felt the urge to rush forward, grab the NPC before him, and spin her around in a jubilant lift. Just then a system chime sounded. A God-grade talent advancement item has been detected on the player. Talent Symbiotic Battle Soul is evolving to SS-Rank. There was yet another surprise. Truly worthy of being the Chaos Divine Stone. Yanshu flipped his palm over. The mark in the center had already vanished. His strongest external cheat had reached its limit. Symbiotic Battle Soul SS-Rank. 1. For every enemy unit of a level not lower than the summoned creature that the summoned creature kills, it gains 1 free attribute point. 2. The summoner gains a 50% bonus from the total attributes of all summoned creatures. 3. Damage taken by the summoner will be borne by the summoned creatures first. Yanshu stared blankly after reading. He had never even heard of an SS-Rank talent in his previous life. Even in the official data on the website, talents topped out at S-Rank. This had clearly shattered the old limit. The first 2 effects after evolution were already unbelievably powerful. With this new effect on top, it could be said that even dying would become difficult. At this moment, instead of celebrating, Yanshu deliberately smoothed his expression away and rubbed his face with his hands, though his heartbeat hammered wildly in his chest. Calm down, calm down. I am a reborn man. Please choose your class. There was no need to think. Yanshu swiftly swiped past the other options and finally tapped confirm on the summoner interface. Many players preferred to confirm their talent first, then decide on a class. In Age of Apocalypse, the basic classes were Warrior Knight, Mage Priest, Archer, Assassin, and Summoner. After level 10, one could go to the main city and transfer classes, advancing into different branches. For example, a warrior could advance into a berserker or a gun king. After advancement, the weapons they wielded would differ, as would their combat styles. As for hidden classes, players would have to search for them themselves within the game. After completing character creation, Yanshu noticed the NPC war goddess before him, giving him a meaningful look before her figure gently faded away. As the guide NPC for new players during character creation, the war goddess Jean Ling likely would not appear again until the late stages of the game. Glancing at the game countdown in the lower right corner, which showed 10 minutes remaining, Yanshu chose auto login and switched over to the official game forum. He found that activity there was quite high. The forum had only recently been established, and there were not many sections yet. Most of the posts fell into a few types: people showing off their talents, seeking friends and teammates, guilds recruiting members, and players venting about being suddenly kicked from the game and banned. The 10 minutes soon passed. You have been assigned to Novice Village No. 7259. As the prompt sounded, Yanshu felt the environment around him shift, and he found himself standing in an ordinary village. White light flared repeatedly at his side. In moments, the place was crowded with people who, after quickly adjusting to their surroundings, scattered in all directions. Yanshu first opened his inventory. Inside lay a single lonely staff. Crude peachwood staff. Spirit 1. Introduction: a standard weapon once used by every great summoner. Despite being mentally prepared, Yanshu still could not help cursing under his breath, muttering that they were stingy. He equipped the staff and opened his personal status panel. Lubot, level 1. Class summoner. Health 1. Mana 1. Constitution 0. Strength 0. Intelligence 0. Agility 0. Spirit 31. Special attributes none. Free attribute points 0. Luck hidden. Talent: symbiotic battle soul SS-Rank. Skills: mental shock. Single target attack skill that deals magic damage equal to 120 of spirit, consuming 20 mana. Skill level LV1, proficiency 01000. Summoning art boar. Summons a wild boar to participate in battle, consuming 20 mana. Skill level is fixed. Equipment: crude peachwood staff. Looking at this grotesquely skewed panel, Yanshu felt no surprise. When he had maxed out spirit, he had already anticipated this outcome. Tisk tisk, look at this health and mana. If not for the game mechanics barely keeping him alive, he would likely be nothing but a constantly flickering white light, endlessly oscillating between death and resurrection. It was also fortunate that movement speed had a lower limit, otherwise with agility at 0, he might not have been able to move at all. In Age of Apocalypse, health was influenced by constitution and strength, with constitution contributing the most, and strength second. Mana, on the other hand, was influenced by intelligence. Strength granted the highest bonus to normal attacks, while constitution, intelligence, spirit, and agility respectively corresponded to the primary attributes of knights, mages, summoners, and assassins, each also providing a certain boost to regular attacks. Most special among them were priests. Both intelligence and spirit served as primary attributes for that class, though with slightly lower coefficients. Agility governed attack speed and provided a slight bonus to casting speed and movement speed, while also enhancing a character's bodily agility and flexibility. Spirit was the most unique attribute, primarily amplifying the skill effects of summoners and priests. It increased the control range of summoned creatures and reduced the burden of manipulating them. It also weakened the damage of spirit-based skills cast upon the character and mitigated negative status effects. Unlike other games, constitution here was effectively the sum of physical and magical defense. At the moment, with his mana so low he could not even cast basic skills. The game's developers likely had not expected anyone to ignore the newbie allocation instructions and pull a stunt like this. Fortunately, he had prepared a plan in advance. Otherwise, with no damage on normal attacks and no skills to cast, he would not even be able to reach level 2. In his previous life, that player had wanted to play a warrior and had max strength. Had he chosen summoner instead, he would probably have been forced to abandon the game. After all, even experience from killing monsters in this game was distributed according to individual contribution. Trying to rely on money to act as a last-hit vulture was not going to work. His most urgent problem now was to resolve this mana issue. Yanshu ran toward the west side of the village and soon saw a little girl searching through the grass for something. Yanshu walked over and said gently, "Little girl, what are you looking for? I can help you if you'd like." Seeing him approach, the girl grew anxious and burst into tears. "I lost my mother's ring. Big brother, can you help me?" "Of course." A chime sounded. Quest accepted. Lost wedding ring. Reward experience, 20 copper coins 20. Quest description: a playful little girl lost her parents' wedding ring. She remembers having played beneath the large tree at the village entrance. Not far away, seeing that Yanshu had accepted a quest, several other players moved closer as well. Yanshu did not waste any time and headed straight for the village entrance. The game contained many such one-time mini-quests. Once he obtained the quest item, others would no longer be able to complete it. Arriving at the large tree at the village entrance, Yanshu gazed at the tree covered in growths, unloaded his staff, and immediately began to climb up. Oh, there's actually someone not rushing to kill monsters and level up. What a leisure. I must say the holographic online game is really great. Look at this freedom. Some even opened the recording function, preparing to collect video material. As Yanshu climbed the tree, someone below asked, "Brother, are you trying to unlock an achievement? Or did you receive a quest? Spill the details." "Hey buddy, how's the view from up there?" Yanshu ignored them, pushing aside the dense leaves with his hands, and discovered a bird's nest adorned with colorful pebbles, among which lay a pale silver ring. Sure enough, it was here. In his past life, many had taken this quest, and everyone had plowed through the ground under the tree, yet no one had found this ring. In the end, it was a gaming expert who studied quests daily that found it and later posted the guide on the forum. Ordinary silver wedding ring, life 30. Mana 30. The attributes were average, but just enough to solve his immediate predicament. Completing the quest was not important, he just needed to borrow it for now. Yanshu directly put the wedding ring on his finger, waved at the crowd below, and then gracefully slid down the tree, heading outside the village, leaving a group of people at the base of the tree staring at each other in disbelief. This is outrageous. Didn't they say the game equipment drop rate is low and hard to obtain? How come there's one up in the tree? And it's a ring which is considered quite rare equipment in the early stages. Climbing trees for the scenery. Noob, he's a gaming deity. Deity, do you have a quest guide? For a price. The game just started, what kind of guide do you expect? Someone posted the video on the forum, resulting in a period where many players frequently climbed the tree at the village entrance, making it a unique sight in the novice village. Soon Yanshu arrived at the spawn point of level 1 monsters. Mountain Chicken common, level 1 health, 100 mana, 0 strength, 5 skills, none. Nothing remarkable, very much in line with the setting of a level 1 monster. However, for Yanshu, whose health was below 40, it still posed a certain danger. Yanshu immediately summoned the Wild Boar. Wild Boar level 1. Health 200 mana, 100 constitution, 10 strength, 20 intelligence, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 5 skills. Raging charge charges at the target, dealing 150 strength damage with a 10 chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. These attributes are off. A standard warrior template, the attributes were quite strong, nearly double that of other summoned wild boars. Compared to a naked warrior at this stage, it was not lacking at all. Could it be the effect of starting with full spirit? Yanshu thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on it any longer. He immediately issued the attack command, and at a distance of 5 meters from the target, the wild boar charged forward using its skill. The number 30 immediately appeared above the mountain chicken's head, triggering the stun effect. Yanshu also raised his staff and cast a mental shock. 36. The wild boar followed up with 2 normal attacks. 20. 16. The mountain chicken had no chance to retaliate and was killed on the ground. Relying on his 30 points of spirit, he could brush through monsters of the same level without taking damage before the attributes of the summon had fully stacked. Ding, you have killed the mountain chicken, gaining experience 1. The wild boar gains free attribute point 1. Very smooth. It won't be long before his pet can dominate the novice village. Yanshu allocated the free attribute point to the wild boar's strength. Immediately, he charged toward the next mountain chicken with the wild boar. When the raging charge did not trigger the stun effect, Yanshu controlled the wild boar to evade. Facing a level 1 monster with inferior attributes under Yanshu's control, it could almost dodge 90 of the attacks. For a summoner, controlling the summoned creature with precision requires both skill and spirit. Both are essential. Meanwhile, most summoners are unable to multitask and can only let the wild boar attack freely. Ding, you have killed the mountain chicken, gaining experience 1. The wild boar gains free attribute point 1. Ding, you have killed the mountain chicken, gaining experience 1. The wild boar gains free attribute point 1. Yanshu allocated all the free attribute points gained by the wild boar to strength. Since he could gain a 50 bonus from the total attributes of the summon for every 2 points of strength the wild boar gained, he would receive 1 point of strength. As his strength increased, his health slowly grew, gradually pulling away from the low health state. Before long, the wild boar could kill a mountain chicken with just 2 normal attacks, while Yanshu followed behind, slowly picking up the feathers dropped by the mountain chickens. A mature summoner does not need to take action himself. The feathers as a bound drop item can be handed over to the village chief for a certain amount of experience. However, for Yanshu, this inconspicuous item had another use. Although the novice village is not large, there are hundreds of NPCs, over half of whom have quests of varying significance, even hidden ones. Many inconspicuous items can also be of great use. What Yanshu needed to do now was to find a way to collect 1,000 copies of all the bound materials dropped by the novice monsters, after which he could obtain a certificate of patience. It is one of the items needed to undertake hidden class quests in the main city. After half an hour, Yanshu and the wild boar reached level 2. Besides the game zone setting, leveling up was relatively difficult, plus too many people were competing for monsters. Eventually, the wild boar could basically kill a mountain chicken with a single normal attack. The surrounding players, seeing how fierce Yanshu's wild boar was, were astonished, but merely thought that Yanshu had awakened the talent to strengthen summons. Thus, it did not attract too much attention. Upon reaching level 2, Yanshu gained 10 free attribute points, all allocated to spirit. Currently, the most important thing was to increase output and enhance leveling efficiency. Other attributes could wait until later, relying on the summons bonuses to compensate. Moreover, after the game descended into reality, commanding a large army of summoned creatures also required a very high spirit to support it. After allocating the free attribute points to the wild boar, its power immediately saw a qualitative leap. Wild boar level 2. Health 800 mana, 140 constitution, 10 strength, 130 intelligence, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 5. Now his summon was truly a pig-shaped tank, not only comparable to the current knight's health, but its strength was also far superior. Now continuing to kill mountain chickens would no longer yield attribute points, but he wasn't in a hurry. He needed to collect the quest items first. With a talent that adds stacked attributes, he wished he could deprive himself of experience. At this moment, suddenly the game helmet emitted a notification sound. Reluctantly, Yanshu had to log off. It seemed he needed to move out soon in order to play the game in peace. After putting down the helmet, he discovered someone was filming his bed. Old four, wake up, look what we brought you. A small-statured guy with glasses pointed to a paper box placed on the table. Your favorite loose roast duck. The guy with glasses was the second in their dorm, named Zhang Yifan. Because he wore different pairs of glasses every day, he earned the nickname Glasses. The tall and muscular dorm leader Wang Shua, sporting a unibrow, was stacking cans of beer on the table. Old 3 Lu Yang was unpacking boxes of barbecue, while casting a glance at Yanshu's game helmet, and noticing his confused expression, he spoke up, you really aren't human, we were worried you'd be sad, so we split up to buy drinks and food, and rushed back to comfort you. And here you are acting like nothing happened playing the game. Huh, what happened? Should I feel sad? Yanshu was puzzled. Awakening the SSS talent in the game was probably the happiest thing he could experience. The guy with glasses scratched his head. I just saw you running back with a cardboard box outside. I thought you were severely impacted and left in the middle of Yang Lesh's birthday party. Upon seeing this message, Yanshu couldn't hold back any longer. He casually deleted Yang Leshu. What a joke, how could his thoughts still be on this woman after being reborn? Self-proclaimed friends. On the other side, Yang Leshu, seeing that Yanshu didn't reply, sent another emoji. Then she received a system prompt. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend verification request first. Oh, only after the other party approves can you chat. Yang Lesh's eyes widened upon reading this message. He actually blocked me. Haven't I been his devoted fan for 3 years? Has he suddenly changed his mind? Or is he disheartened after seeing the public announcement from Qin Shao? It must be that way. I need to find an opportunity to pique his interest again. After all, having such a good-looking devoted follower is quite a prestigious matter. Old 4, we can understand your feelings, but being obsessed with games is never a good thing. Hey, what else do I need besides games? Yanshu said, thoroughly enjoying his meal without looking up. It's almost time to graduate. The matter of this game can't possibly be more important than that. Besides, you used to never play games. Didn't you always think they were electronic rubbish? Lu Yang looked at Yanshu's behavior, feeling curious. I've realized with this game, what else do I need? Yanshu devoured his food like a whirlwind. He casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. You guys eat slowly, he'll treat you another day. After saying this, he took out his phone and sent a message to Li Xiang, get online and add me, nickname Lu Bai. Then he directly flipped over and jumped onto the upper bunk, putting on his helmet. The smoothness of his actions left the 3 of them dumbfounded. Glasses scratched his head. Is this turning frustration into gaming motivation? The boss Wang Shua instinctively nodded and then shook his head. I think we are overthinking it. He looks completely unfazed. I think this game might truly be extraordinary. Think about it, did you see how he was just now? Either he was possessed or he knows some insider information about the game. Yanshu logged in and opened his eyes only to find that the players hunting chickens around him had significantly decreased. According to the game design, the number of players assigned to each beginner village at the start is fixed. Once the current beginner village is saturated with players, it will then distribute to the next beginner village. So the later players enter the game, the lower their beginner village number will be. Clearly, after over an hour of hunting chickens, this level 1 monster area can no longer meet many people's needs. Just right, this makes it faster to farm. Yanshu summoned a wild boar and directly activated free attack mode. Anyone within the wild boar's aggro range can become a target. As for himself, he unleashed a mental shock towards another target, and when the chicken ran in front, he swung his staff down. Dong, a muffled sound echoed. 55. With a 50 power boost from the summoned creature, Yanshu's attributes have reached 65 points. He could easily play the role of a warrior. Seizing the moment when the chicken leaned forward to attack, he took half a step back. Miss. Then he swung his staff again. 9. The chicken fell. Meanwhile, his wild boar had already charged towards the third target. Out of habit, he dodged. Given his current attributes, there was no need to evade. He could just tank the hits and increase his output efficiency. Based on the current monster farming speed, he could farm over 30 chickens in a minute. At this rate, he could basically finish in half an hour. After farming for another 10 minutes, Yanshu suddenly spotted a differently colored chicken. This chicken was entirely green, almost blending in with the green grass. Is there a treasure box monster at level 1? In the game Apocalypse, monsters of the same level increase in strength from Tier 1 to Tier 7. In addition to bosses, there is also a type of special monster known as the treasure box monster. This type of monster will always drop a treasure box upon defeat, and opening the box has a certain chance to obtain equipment, skill books, or materials. The appearance rate of treasure box monsters is extremely low. In his previous life, Yanshu had encountered them only 3 times before the game arrived. Who would have thought he would be so lucky right from the start? Leisurely Chicken Special Level 2 Health, 300 Mana 0 Skill Retreat. When health drops below 100, movement speed increases by 300, escaping the battle scene. Treasure box monsters generally have weak combat power, but they possess various escape skills. If other players encounter this skill, they might really let it escape, but unfortunately in my hands it won't even get the chance to use its skills. Yanshu commanded the wild boar to move forward and execute a normal attack, while he also raised his hand to follow up. 120. 60. In an instant, the health of the green-feathered chicken reached the critical point for the skill. Just as it turned to run, the wild boar charged with a brutal impact. 120. Ding, you have killed the leisurely chicken, gaining experience 2. The wild boar gains 1 free attribute point. The damage from this strike was completely overflowing as the green-feathered chicken fell. A wooden box shimmering with a faint light burst forth. Yanshu approached to open it. Congratulations, you have obtained two-handed greatsword, green, level 5 strength, 20 constitution, 10 skill, heavy strike. After a brief charge deals 200 strength damage, cooldown time 50 seconds. Mithril necklace, green, level 5 intelligence, 20 casting speed, 10, surprisingly 2 pieces of green equipment. Equipment comes in 8 tiers: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, mythical. Equipment of different tiers will emit different glows. These 2 are indeed bronze equipment. For this stage, these 2 pieces of gear are already considered excellent transitional items. The drop rate in this game is extremely low, and they can be used until level 10 before needing to be replaced. Additionally, he also found 2 silver coins in the box. Meanwhile, after so long of farming chickens, Yanshu had only dropped 20 copper coins. This was quite a windfall. Currently, regarding these 2 pieces of equipment, although the necklace can be used now, it's not cost-effective and can be sold directly. He could make a quick buck to take on a hidden task. His summons were still too few. If he could add 1 more combined with his SS level talent, the speed of leveling up through monster farming would increase significantly. And this hidden task could provide a summoning skill in the early stages. Most players are probably only at level 23 right now, and given the current pace of earning money is slow, it's best to take it slow and let the crops grow longer. Wait until most players reach level 4 before returning to sell. The immediate priority is to quickly farm enough chicken feathers. Yanshu's inventory already had 862 pieces. After another monotonous 20 minutes of farming, the chicken feather count reached 1,000. Yanshu immediately stopped and ran towards the level 2 monster area. Leveling is not that important for Yanshu, he just needs to keep farming monsters and stacking the attributes of his summons. Now that he has 2 pieces of green gear, his material farming plan needs to be adjusted accordingly. After leveling up, he would immediately head to the next area, focusing primarily on stacking attributes. The remaining bound materials could easily allow for a second summon to come and farm, which would be much more efficient. The level 2 monster is a lynx, a common creature known for its high agility and low defense. Upon entering this area, Yanshu discovered that there were not many players hunting monsters. At this stage, many players are primarily focused on teaming up to hunt monsters in the level 3 area, with only a few particularly talented ones opting to venture to higher locations. Lynx common, level 2 health points, 250 strength, 8 agility, 15 skills, none. Yanshu unleashed a mental shock. 59. Currently, the mental shock has reached level 2, resulting in a significant increase in damage. A wild boar charged forward with a savage attack. The lynx let out a cry. 170. With the lynx's attack, of 5 damage appeared on the wild boar. It had just broken through its defense. Ding successfully killed the lynx, gained experience 2. The wild boar gained free attribute point 1. Leveling up in the game is challenging if it requires 600 experience points to advance from level 2 to 3, necessitating the killing of 300 lynxes. Next came the monotonous monster hunting. The only constant was that as the wild boar's attributes grew stronger, it would take only 2 normal attacks to kill a lynx. Later on, 1 strike could directly annihilate it. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Yanshu's communicator suddenly rang. Player Li Xiong requests to add you as a friend. Is that Li Xiong? What a pretentious name. However, this time around, with his assistance, the dream of resonating through the heavens would surely become a reality. Yanshu clicked agree. Immediately, a cheeky voice came through. Little Yin, guess what amazing talent Dad awakened. Yanshu glanced at the player information. Wow, he actually reached level 4. At this stage, that level is already quite advanced. However, if he had been leveling up normally and not farming materials, he should also be close to level 5 by now. Warrior, it should enhance attack power, not below a rank. Not bad, there's something there, but not much. Shrank talent, innate sword body, which has two effects. One is to obtain a bound sword base, which can enhance attributes and grade by devouring sword-type weapons. The second is that using sword-type weapons doubles the attack damage, and the critical hit rate is 100. How about that? Isn't it impressive? You, a level 2 rookie, didn't awaken just the lowest level crank talent, did you? Sorry, Dad awakened an SS-Rank talent, Yanshu exaggeratedly replied. Keep dreaming, the highest talent in the game is only Shrank. Yanshu did not argue with him. What's wrong? Afraid to send a challenge? If I scare you, just say what you want. Foster father, didn't you say you would bestow upon me tremendous wealth? Where is it? At that moment, Li Xiang suddenly remembered what Yanshu had said. Once you reach level 9, go to the general store and buy a bundle of rope and a roasted chicken. Go to the cliff on the back mountain and drop the roasted chicken down. Oh, a monkey will come eat it, and then climb back up to find you. It will issue you a quest to buy wine, and at that time you don't need to pay it any mind, just slay it with one sword strike, and it will drop a skill book. Before he could say anything, Yanshu interrupted. Don't ask anything, just do as I say. All right. Li Xiang fell silent for 2 seconds, replied with a single word, and hurried off to level up. With this skill, Li Xiang should be able to outpace many others in levels. It was indeed somewhat unexpected that Li Xiang awakened and shrank talent. In the game, shrank talents are already very rare. As long as he finds a hidden profession that matches his talent along with his foresight regarding certain game opportunities. In the end, Li Xiang's potential would see a substantial increase, and even if it couldn't compare to an SS-Rank talent, it could come exceedingly close. Yanshu recalled some well-known hidden professions from his past life, and there was indeed one that suited him. However, he needed to wait until leaving the novice village and heading to the main city to accept it. Yanshu continued to grind for a few more minutes, and with a flash of white light, he leveled up to 3. He allocated all attribute points to mental strength, causing his strength attribute to surge considerably. Leave empty level 3 profession summoner health points 12, 1 mana points 110 constitution, 5 strength, 170 intelligence, 3 agility, 3 spirit, 50 special attributes none. Free attributes 0. To clarify again, attributes points gained from killing summoned creatures belong to the summoned creature, and then half is inherited by the protagonist. The extra chickens farmed earlier did not yield attribute points. With the wild boar's attribute bonus of 50, at least his attributes were no longer 0. The wild boar's attributes are even more exaggerated, with strength reaching 340 and health exceeding 1600. This attribute surely makes it a strength-type boss. Yet his summoner path was completely skewed. With such high strength, shouldn't he just put down the staff and fight barehanded for a more authentic feel? Currently, the lynx no longer provides experience points, and the summoned creature has no free attribute points left. Yanshu moved on to hunt level 3 monsters. At this point, the wild boar completely overpowered the level 3 monsters, get charged in with a normal attack, and instantly defeated one. In an effort to level up quickly, Yanshu initially wanted to play the role of a bait, but there were too many players in the level 3 area, making it impossible to gather monsters. With no other option, he directly commanded the wild boar to attack freely while he lay down on the grass, recalling some important game rewards from his past life. Thus, a miraculous scene unfolded in the level 3 monster area. The summoned wild boar tirelessly defeated monsters while the summoner lay idly by. Soon this operation drew the attention of many. While this summoner is living the dream, not needing to lift a finger at all, a warrior lowered his heavy sword, enviously remarking, "Look at how they play the game." In the early stages, due to insufficient strength, he was exhausted from hacking monsters. Had I known, I would have also become a summoner. Looking cool doesn't matter, mainly, I just like lying down. What amazing talent did you awaken? I'm also a summoner, but my wild boar doesn't have as much output as yours. I have to split my attention to control it, otherwise I'd have to respawn after a few monsters. Only level 3 and you're already relying on a summoned creature to slack off. I'm reporting you to the official site. Your talent goes against the values of hard work and perseverance. Envy, jealousy, various discussions arose. Yanshu remained unfazed inside. He even thought that perhaps he should prepare a set of tables and chairs for tea, so he wouldn't have nothing to do while grinding monsters. Ding, someone used a detection skill on your wild boar. Yanshu was slightly taken aback upon seeing this notification. Surprisingly, someone had already mastered this skill at this stage. It seems there are quite a few lucky individuals. In the era of Revelation, the detection skill is one of the most practical universal skills. Due to its low drop rate, even in the late game, not everyone has a copy. Attributes of monsters higher than oneself, hidden attributes, monster weaknesses, and information on player summons can only be seen with the detection skill. At this moment, an archer approached, Yanshu wearing a look of astonishment, seemingly still recovering from the detection skill. "Brother, could you give me a friend invite? I'd like to invite you to join our guild." A tall archer approached, his appearance only slightly inferior to my own, wearing a friendly smile. Oh, what a coincidence, it turns out to be someone I knew in my past life. Yanshu Lin Feng is the second-ranked archer of the Yanshu Pavilion. His high rank in the long-standing guild is a testament to his undeniable strength. Moreover, this individual is quite famous, known as the fastest man in the entire era of Revelation. He awakened an S-class talent shooting apprentice, which permanently increases his attack speed by 0 for each monster he kills. By the late game, this guy's attacks turn his arms into mere afterimages, and the arrows he shoots can form a straight line. However, the downside is quite apparent. He struggles against knights with counterattack talents. Brother, you must have heard of our Yanshu Pavilion, right? It's a gathering of gaming elites with excellent benefits. If I'm not mistaken, your talent should not be limited to just this one summoning creature. Join our guild, and with your strength you can definitely enter our elite team. Oh, forget it. I currently have no plans to join a guild. Think it over. Even if your summoning creature is strong, many game modes later will require teamwork. Friends can be added, but joining a guild is a no-go for me. I value my freedom and am not accustomed to such constraints. In reality, what Yanshu wanted to express was that after the game descended into reality, humanity was essentially united. The conveniences that guilds once offered individuals had mostly vanished, leaving personal strength as the most crucial factor. Numerous examples from my past life prove that trust offered by guilds is extremely cheap when personal interests are at stake. Now that I possess an SS-class talent I can develop independently, what could be more trustworthy than a summoning creature that never betrays you? The advantage of being a lone wolf is that I don't have to invest extra effort elsewhere. Although this summoning creature has impressive attributes, it is not at the level where I must spend exorbitant amounts to recruit it. Upon realizing this, Yanshu Lin Feng stopped persuading further. If he knew that Yanshu's summoning creatures could grow infinitely, he would definitely notify the guild leader immediately and offer a substantial sum to recruit Yanshu. The guild members were scattered and dispersed across various novice zones. In the early stages, besides leveling up and leaving the novice village to head to the main city, another task was to gather promising solo players. Currently, the major gaming guilds entering the game all had similar plans. Yanshu accepted his friend request. It's essential to befriend these core members of major guilds, not to mention they can sometimes help alleviate many of my troubles. After about an hour of grinding, Yanshu occasionally stood up to collect dropped items, thanks to the game's mechanics, where items dropped by ordinary monsters would automatically be gathered together for player pickup. Otherwise, just picking up items would be exhausting. Checking the time, it was about time to deal with those 2 pieces of game equipment. Before long, Yanshu returned to the novice village. The village was bustling with players frequently returning for supplies, and some were fully focused on digging tasks, busy running around. Choosing an intersection, Yanshu activated the game's stall feature and put up the 2 green items for sale. The auction house feature could only be used after leaving the novice village, so this was the only way. Selling 2 bronze-level equipment, highest bidder wins. As soon as he shouted, the surrounding area fell silent. Then they all gathered around in unison. Damn, I'm still running around in my underwear, and someone already has bronze equipment. This attribute is quite good. Upgrading should see a significant boost. Brother, do me a favor and tell me where you got this equipment. Oh, isn't this lazy, brother? Did you get this gear from soloing a boss with your wild boar? Are you an idiot? The first kill of a boss is definitely announced to the whole server. Looking at him, only level 3, he must have gotten lucky and found a treasure chest. Some others directly approached to ask about the price. He'll take it. How much is it? Can I trade with Dragon Country currency? Yanshu cleared his throat and said, it will be on sale in half an hour. Please spread the word. By the way, I don't lack money in real life, so I only accept in-game currency. After saying that, Yanshu sat down in place and closed his eyes. After all, boasting incurs no tax, and the key is to maintain an air of mystery. Some people shook their heads and went back to their business. After all, the few copper coins they had hoped for were utterly hopeless. Others began to open their communicators to notify guild members. The remaining crowd simply stayed to watch the excitement. After more than 10 minutes, some players began to lose patience. Can we start already? It's just level 5 equipment. Even if it's bronze, it's not that rare, is it? Exactly, do they really think it's a family heirloom? Yanshu raised his head to glance, then lowered his eyes and spoke leisurely. All I know is with the enhancement of these 2 pieces of equipment, I can take on not just monsters above my level, but even bosses can be challenged. According to the game's pattern, whether it's the first kill of a boss or the first player to reach level 10 and leave the novice village, besides a server-wide announcement, there should also be considerable rewards. Upon hearing this, many turned to him with disdainful looks, thinking he was just trying to sell equipment with grandiose words, but upon further thought, they realized it was quite possible. Many players started using their communicators more frequently. Some even began purchasing in-game currency on the spot. One major selling point of Era of Revelation is its deep collaboration with various banks, allowing for direct Dragon Country currency transfers within the game. Many solo players immediately exchanged their in-game currency intended for supplies into Dragon Country currency, as in many people's minds only real cash in hand is the most tangible. Before half an hour was up, Yanshu slowly stood up as a batch of players with familiar name prefixes appeared. The green leaks had finally arrived. On the right side, more than 10 players all had names starting with Balin, led by Balin Niao Wang, a level 5 warrior dressed in a mix of white gear that appeared somewhat mismatched, but at this stage it was already quite rare. The others were in a state of half-naked running. This guy is the vice president of Balin Tianxia. In his past life, he had a terrible reputation for frequently monopolizing spaces and blocking dungeon entrances. However, Balin Tianxia had plenty of money and they gathered quite a few skilled players in the early stages. In the middle was a group from the Yanyu Pavilion, with Yanyu Linfeng leading the way. He had somehow acquired a piece of bronze-level leather armor, and with his tall stature and fair face combined with the longbow on his back, he bore a striking resemblance to an elven king. In terms of guild reputation, Yanyu Pavilion and Balin Tianxia were two extremes, one infamous and the other full of integrity. Beside them was a team entirely composed of female players led by a woman named Ai Chi Pu Tao, a level 5 mage. Her plain-colored mage robe accentuated her curvaceous figure. This is the first mage of the Jiue Guild. Yanshu was visibly startled. How extraordinary that a legendary powerhouse of this caliber, renowned in his past life, had been assigned to the same novice village. Though she appeared utterly harmless, this woman wielded fire magic with breathtaking mastery, and was one of only 3 SS Steer talent holders in his previous life. Very well. Now that everyone is present, let us begin. First up, this bronze rank longsword. Bidding starts at 30 silver coins with minimum increments of 1 silver coin. Having explained the rules, Yanshu watched as nearby players, even those mentally prepared, drew sharp breaths. After all, due to abysmal drop rates, most novices could barely scrape together 30 copper coins solely from monster grinding. In-game currency conversion: 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 1000 copper coins. Yanyu Linfeng spoke first, 35 silver coins. What business does an archer have interfering? Balin Niao Wang shot him a sidelong glance, then added dryly, truly idle. 50 silver coins. The onlookers erupted into murmurs. Damn, he's actually loaded. Loaded. Of course he is. Look at his guild prefix. Balin Tianxia ranks among the top 3 guilds across Longhua, and they maintain a dedicated gold farming team. Yanyu Linfeng remained unruffled, his faint smile unwavering. Brother Niao, this is the very first bronze rank sword available in the novice village. Surely your bid reflects its worth. 51 silver coins. 60 silver coins. Balin Niao Wang declared his resolve unshakable. 61. Came Yanyu Linfeng's calm, unhurried reply. So, you deliberately oppose me. Balin Niao Wang locked eyes with Yanyu Linfeng, his gaze narrowing with quiet menace. Brother Niao, that's hardly fair. Auctions test capability, not loyalty. I merely wish to acquire it at the lowest possible price. After all, our Yanyu Pavilion simply cannot rival Balin's financial might. Yanshu observed the increasingly charged atmosphere with serene composure, yet inwardly he was elated. Balin Xiao Niao, don't back down now. So many are watching. His gaze flickered sideways. How splendid it would be if Ai Chi Pu Tao joined the bidding too. Her 2 warrior companions clearly needed gear. Ai Chi Pu Tao met. Yanshu's glance, shook her head gently, and offered a light smile. Her intent unwavering, she sought only the necklace. Few members had been assigned to this novice village. A discretion remained prudent in early stages. No need to court enemies unnecessarily. 70 silver coins. Balin Niao Wang growled, his voice thick with suppressed fury. 71 silver coins. The crowd surged with excitement, eagerly anticipating open conflict. The recording function had remained active throughout. 1 gold coin. Continue bidding if you dare, but beware, death not only drains experience, it risks dropping equipment. Balin Niao Wang enunciated each word with palpable threat, causing even bystanders to instinctively step back. Yanyu Linfeng merely chuckled, feigning a pat at his pockets. Ah, Brother Niao, you're truly fortunate. I simply lack such funds. Congratulations, this blade is yours. 1 gold coin. Any further bids? Yanshu swept his gaze across the assembly perfunctorily. Seeing no further response, he stepped forward and completed the transaction with Balin Niao Wang. Immediately afterward, a friend request arrived from the latter. After brief consideration, Yanshu accepted it. Lu Bai, is that your name? I'll offer you 1,000 Longwei yuan for that gold coin if you join Balin. Yanshu stared blankly at the message. Such audacity, to brand 1,000 yuan as some grand favor. Yanshu blocked him instantly. You are truly impressive. Balin Niao Wang left with that final remark, his entourage trailing behind. Yin Yulin Feng seemed to intuit something. Her eyes flickered thoughtfully between the two men. Have someone shadow him. Notify me the moment he leaves the village, while Lin Niao Wang instructed a subordinate. Understood, Brother Niao. A mere level 3 novice. What absurd fortune he stumbled upon. He spurned opportunity. Now there remains no recourse. Next, this necklace. As all know necklaces. Excuse me, I'll offer 2 gold coins for it. A clear melodious voice cut through the air. Ai Chi Pu Tao. No need to waste time. 2 gold coins is my absolute limit. If anyone here bids higher, I depart immediately. She scanned the crowd, her voice soft yet radiating unshakable confidence. When no one met her gaze, she turned directly to Yanshu. May we proceed with the trade? Yes, absolutely. Yanshu had initially bristled, his carefully crafted auction rhetoric abruptly derailed. Yet upon hearing 2 gold coins, his expression transformed instantly into radiant delight. Magnificent. A true tycoon, I adore this. Hardly had the transaction finalized when Ai Chi Pu Tao interjected, You've drawn Ba Lin Niao Wang's ire. Tread carefully. Thank you for the warning, Yanshu replied with a gentle smile. Seeing his nonchalance, she offered no further counsel, turned and strode off to level up. With this gear, her progression would accelerate markedly. Yin Yulin Feng approached as well. Should you require assistance, message me directly. Others may fear Ba Lin. I do not. Grateful, truly grateful, Yanshu responded warmly. Today's outcome owed much to Yin Yulin Feng's strategic bidding. They exchanged farewells. Yanshu headed deeper into the village, eager to awaken his second pet. Kind soul, might you spare a few coins? He stood before a ragged beggar. Of course. And dropped the silver coin straight into the cracked bowl held out before him. Just then another player rushed past, on a quest. Brother, that bowl is bottomless. You'll never fill it. Forums confirm others have poured 80 silver coins into it without triggering any quest. Don't waste your money. Frankly, this NPC exists solely to swindle players. Yanshu smiled faintly. No matter, I'm flush with coin. The passerby blinked, impressed by the swagger, yet skeptical. Wealth alone couldn't compensate for naivety. Shaking his head, he walked on. The beggar frowned at the silver coin in his bowl, then slipped it quietly into his tattered pocket. Kind soul, do you happen to have more? Yanshu said nothing, merely added 2 more silver coins. Kind soul, may virtue bless you. Please, just 1 more. He continued dropping coins. For silver coins. 8 silver coins. 16 silver coins. 1 gold, 28 silver coins. At last the beggar spoke differently. Kind soul, you are both wealthy and magnanimous. I possess little to offer in return, yet this tome may serve you well. Yanshu accepted the book, then checked his inventory, still holding several dozen silver coins. He exhaled in quiet relief. He'd recalled the threshold correctly. Another round would have broken him. This NPC's sole function was to exchange currency for skill manuals, each granting profession-specific abilities upon activation. In his past life, a middle school student had discovered this quest. His parents, having entered the game 6 months earlier, supplied him with ample in-game currency. Through sheer persistence, he unlocked several novice village quests. Unsealed skill manual. Now, let us see what ability it awakens. Summoning technique. Hawk. Summon a hawk to participate in battle. Currently level 1, experience points needed for upgrade, 0-100. It's actually a flying summon. Many creatures and monsters in the early stages lack aerial capability. With this skill, as long as I control the attack frequency and timing well, I can often farm monsters without taking damage. Hawk level 1. Health 400. Mana 100. Constitution 10. Strength 10. Intelligence 5. Agility 20. Skill Eagle. Dive down from the air to strike the target's head, dealing 300 of agility as physical damage. Acceptable. The initial attributes are significantly better than a wild boar. To maximize attribute stacking, I need to farm level 1 mountain chickens first. Yanshu headed outside the village with the hawk. At this moment, an assassin nearby took out a communicator while watching Yanshu's back. Brother Bird Liu has gone outside the village. It seems he has acquired a new skill and summoned a bird. No, Brother Bird, I'm not mocking you, but really is a bird. I saw him continuously giving a beggar NPC money, then he obtained a skill book. Coordinates are. Yanshu arrived at the refresh area for level 1 mountain chickens where there were almost no other players around, undoubtedly speeding up the hawk's attribute stacking. Directing the hawk to perform an eagle dive, the mountain chicken was immediately killed. Ding, your hawk has killed a mountain chicken, gaining 1 experience point and 1 free attribute point. Yanshu allocated the free attribute point to strength planning to gradually fill in other attributes after normal attacks stacked up. Now being unarmed, I can still kill mountain chickens instantly. It's time to let the hawk handle it. Ding, your hawk has killed a mountain chicken, gaining 1 experience point and 1 free attribute point. After farming dozens of mountain chickens, Yanshu noticed 7 or 8 players gradually surrounding him. As they approached, all had prefixes starting with Ba Lin, and the leader Ba Lin Xiao Dao was the little brother who stood beside the Ba Lin Bird King during the auction. Aside from Ba Lin Xiao Dao, who was level 5, the rest were all level 4. At this stage, they were relatively ahead. Lu Bai, here's your chance to join Ba Lin. If you return the gold coins, I can speak on your behalf and only kill you this once. Sai, it's just a piece of bronze gear. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it, it's embarrassing. Where's the Ba Lin Bird King? Yanshu looked helpless. He didn't want these messy affairs to waste his time, yet some people just didn't get it. Why waste time on a level 3 newbie like you? Yanshu summoned the wild boar. Come on, don't waste my time. Arrogant. Ba Lin Xiao Dao, as an assassin, didn't even bother using stealth. He swaggered forward with a dagger and charged right up to Yanshu. Seeing Yanshu's unresponsive face, he thought he had scared him into shock. Ba Lin Xiao Dao's lips curled into a cruel smile. The next moment, he felt as if he had been hit hard by a truck, instantly flying backward. In midair, he turned into a streak of white light. At the novice village's revival point, Ba Lin Xiao Dao looked around in confusion, hurriedly checking the system information. The wild boar used berserk charge on you, health 650. You have died level 1. He was actually killed in an instant, and by a skill of a summoner's pet. Just as he wanted to ask the people around him what was going on, he saw beams of white light around him. All were Ba Lin members, the ones he had brought. Why are all of you dead? Dao Gu, that kid's summon is too abnormal. We tried to avenge you together, but didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. We were all killed by a normal attack from the wild boar. Are you all like this? No, I was killed by that bird. This is a huge embarrassment surrounding a level 3 newbie and ending up getting sent back to the revival point. Aren't these the Ba Lin people? How come so many suddenly died? I don't know, they probably ran into a boss. They should be the first batch of people using the revival point in this novice village. Ba Lin Xiao Dao glared angrily at the revival point, then turned his head away with a dark expression. With a nervous heart, he opened the communicator, organizing his words. Brother Bird. Meanwhile, Yanshu picked up more than 10 copper coins that had dropped on the ground. As expected, the drop rate is higher than farming monsters. I probably poked a hornet's nest, or I hope they come quickly and don't make me wait too long. He farmed a few more mountain chickens in place. The hawk undoubtedly leveled up to 2. In full attribute allocation mode, the strength attribute has already reached 120 points. Looking around, the Ba Lin members still hadn't arrived. No more waiting, but delays my attribute stacking. As Yanshu reached the level 2 area, he encountered the Ba Lin Bird King, leading over 30 people back. Seeing Yanshu, the Ba Lin Bird King waved his hand, and everyone immediately stopped. Lu Bai, it turns out you awaken the talent to enhance summons. No wonder you're so fearless. I will give you one more chance to join Ba Lin. Regarding the earlier incident with Xiao Dao, I can overlook it. My time is precious. How about if you all attack together? Yanshu put on a helpless expression, facing over 30 people, without any fear. Instead, he felt a bit excited, just right to test the strength of his summons. The Ba Lin Bird King was directly angered into laughter. As a level 6 warrior with inscrayed talent, needing to gang up on a level 3 kid was just laughable. Of course you all need to attack together, but they're here to prevent you from escaping. Surround him. The various Ba Lin members immediately spread out, forming a large circle around Yanshu. Rest assured, I specifically found a priest with resurrection talent this time. Killing you over 10 times will reduce you to level 0 quickly. It will be fast. The Ba Lin Bird King had a cold smile, staring intently at Yanshu, seemingly trying to find a trace of fear on his face. Yanshu was speechless. This guy was clearly not right in the head. At his level, what's the point of getting reduced to level 0? What surprised Yanshu was that at this stage the Ba Lin Bird King could still find a priest who knew resurrection. In Tianqi, when a character is marked for resurrection by a priest, the body remains in place. Afterward, when resurrected by the priest, a small portion of health is retained, losing 30 of experience points. Unfortunately, after the game descended into reality, the incredible skill of resurrection could only be used once by each person. Ordinary players might be intimidated by this situation, but trying to scare me is too naive. Having lived a second life, I have experienced countless battles of all sizes. Even without a super strong talent, my combat experience is not something these newcomers can compare to. It's time to teach everyone a lesson on how virtual online games are played. The Ba Lin Bird King drew his great sword and charged forward in a few quick steps, completely ignoring the wild boar and hawk beside Yanshu. The Ba Lin priest hurriedly marked Yanshu for resurrection. The Ba Lin Bird King swung his great sword down towards Yanshu's face. With my scrayed talent Blood Fury, I can gain an extra 50 physical attack based on health. Currently, with 900 health, my physical attack has reached 500 points. I don't even need skills. Just grazing a bit can instantly kill a squishy summoner. If the summoner dies, even the strongest summon will dissipate. As the great sword fell, Yanshu remained completely still. Suddenly, Yanshu's actions startled everyone present. Holy SH! Did I just see that correctly? He actually evaded it. His body barely moved at all. A wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the onlookers. Ba Lin Bird King stared at Zhang Kong's sword, disbelief flickering across his face. Just as the blade was about to strike, Yanshu shifted his body ever so slightly. The sword's tip grazed past his nose. To an outsider, it would seem as though they were colluding in a stage performance. Utterly absurd. While Ba Lin Bird King stood frozen in shock, Yanshu had already directed the wild boar to charge from the side. Thud. A muffled impact echoed. Ba Lin Bird King was sent sprawling sideways, his head marked with a dazed icon. 670. The crash before Ba Lin Bird King collapsed instantly. His bronze-tier greatsword tumbled onto the ground. Yanshu cheerfully scooped it up. What a kind soul. He's even returned the sword. The onlookers were stunned once again. This outrageous physical might. Yet he calls himself a summoner. And he delivers it with bare fists. All of you attack him together. Focus fire and eliminate him instantly. Send him back to level 0. Ba Lin Bird King's furious roar blared through the team channel. Since no one anticipated, after reviving Ba Lin Bird King rushed back toward the battlefield. Attack! Attack! Focus fire and kill him. Ignore his summons. Ba Lin's knights and warriors closed in encircling him. In an instant, a barrage of ranged attacks descended upon him. Yanshu selected a direction and guiding the wild boar broke into rapid movement. The hunting falcon dove from above directly toward the backline. At times, Yanshu advanced in sharp zigzags. The next moment, he halted completely, then stepped backward. Though his overall forward progress was slow, he evaded the vast majority of incoming strikes. Most fireballs and arrows whistled past Yanshu's body and struck the ground instead. This is a holographic virtual MMORPG, offering players 100 immersive sensory realism, where only select special skills possess targeting lock-on functionality. In theory, precise evasion allows a player to dodge nearly every attack. Thus, range class players must not only aim with surgical precision, but also anticipate enemy movement with keen foresight. Within the novice village, most players still rely on static stand-and-fight tactics against monsters, and now confronted with Yanshu's utterly unpredictable serpentine footwork, their skills flew wildly off target. Only 2 or 3 attacks landed on Yanshu, pure chance. Yet each time a faint azure glow shimmered across his form and no damage numbers appeared. Instead, damage numbers rose above the wild boar and the hunting falcon. 25, 35, 15. Their health bars dipped ever so slightly. He's cheating. Hits land, but no damage appears. His summons are absorbing the damage for him. But how does that boar have such absurdly high HP? I saw the falcon bleeding midair. He distributes all received damage equally among his summons. Having weathered the first wave of ranged assaults, Yanshu now clashed heat-in with melee combatants. The wild boar slammed into a knight. 550. Yanshu immediately followed up with his staff. Dong. 360. The High Constitution Knight crumpled instantly. Ordinary warriors fell in a single blow from the boar's basic attack. Yanshu himself fought like a seasoned warrior, dodging skills while relentlessly striking with his staff. Within seconds, 4 opponents lay defeated. Ba Lin's front line shattered under his assault, while the boar lost only a few hundred points of health. Meanwhile, the hunting falcon soared tirelessly overhead, slaying 2 mages and exerting immense pressure, drastically easing Yanshu's burden. Stop him! Stop him! What the hell? How can you all be this incompetent? Can't even hold one person. As Yanshu surged past the front line straight toward the backline, Ba Lin's ranged specialists panicked. This man slaughtered melee fighters as effortlessly as slicing melons. What would happen if he reached the backline? Seeing Yanshu charging forward with the boar, archers and mages instinctively recoiled. That retreat shattered their established attack rhythm, further degrading accuracy. Under Yanshu's command, the falcon seized every opening with flawless timing. 120. 150. There was nowhere left to hide. At that moment, a bizarre sensation stirred within Ba Lin's players. A whole group of them, surrounded and overwhelmed by a single summoner. As more of Ba Lin's members fell, Yanshu spent less time evading and more time attacking, his damage output escalating into sheer terror. 3 minutes elapsed, and only 4 priests remained standing. Yanshu casually twirled his staff and strolled forward with a serene smile. The priests' flushed crimson faces twisted in indignant, humiliated grimaces. They knew Yanshu had deliberately spared them until last, not out of mercy, but because they posed the least threat, contributing negligible damage. Their healing spells rendered useless with no opportunity even to cast them. With the falcons circling overhead, escape was impossible. Finally, they surrendered entirely, letting the boar dispatch them one by one. The battle ended. The falcon and boar each bore half their original health, while Yanshu remained at full vitality. 2 white-tire items lay scattered on the ground. Following the principle that even a grasshopper is meat, Yanshu bent down and collected them. Among the onlookers nearby, many only now deactivated their recording functions. Unbelievable. He's only level 3, yet wiped out over 30 members of Balin. Balin Bird King even lost his weapon, and everyone dropped a level. Balin has suffered a catastrophic loss. Don't you find this Lu Bai unnervingly overpowered? I'm reporting him to the official support team. He's definitely cheating, severely disrupting game balance. Save your breath. Cheating is impossible in this game. It must be an extraordinary awakened talent. At that moment, Balin Bird King arrived panting heavily and froze utterly dumbfounded at the sight of Yanshu standing alone amid the carnage. He'd been rushing here so intently, he hadn't checked game messages for minutes, assuming his team had secured control and that he'd arrived just in time to reclaim dominance. Instead, he found utter devastation. Brother Bird King, you've arrived. Do you still want this sword? We're old acquaintances. Let's make it simple, 1 gold coin. Yanshu promptly produced the dropped greatsword and gave it a playful shake. Balin Bird King felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Every relative of Yanshu was cursed inwardly. Killing wasn't enough. He had to break one's spirit too. No. Think carefully. You've just lost a level. Without proper gear, how will you level up? Balin Bird King's eyes burned crimson. He nearly lost control. But mindful of the watching crowd, he took a deep breath and suppressed the rising fury. 30,000 Longwa credits. Deal. Yanshu accepted instantly. Gold coins held no urgency for him now. He didn't care who bought the sword. If Balin Bird King failed to learn his lesson, Yanshu wouldn't hesitate to drop it again and again. Once the conflict concluded, Yanshu immediately set the falcon to grinding monsters. Now commanding 2 summons, he needed to accelerate his own leveling pace. Meanwhile, footage of Yanshu's earlier battle had already spread across the official forums. Yan Yulin Feng was currently grinding monsters in the level 7 zone, drawing an arrow, drawing back the bowstring, and releasing the shot, all executed in one fluid motion. The level 7 elk never even reached him before collapsing to the ground. That brief dash had already cost the elk 7 of Yan Yulin Feng's standard attacks. Glancing at the 100 experience points earned, Yan Yulin Feng frowned slightly. Even after defeating a monster 2 levels above himself, the reward remained pitifully meager, proof of the game's absurdly steep leveling curve. His comm device chimed. Yan Yulin Feng glanced at the incoming message and found it was from the guild master. Lin Feng, according to your registration, are you currently in newbie zone 7259? The footage he opened showed Yanshu annihilating Batu Niao Wang and his entire party. Within seconds, Yan Yulin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth slowly parted in stunned disbelief. This is Lu Bai. Utterly unbelievable. Oh, you know him. Excellent. Hurry and make contact immediately. A quiet sigh rose in Yan Yulin Feng's chest. He did know Lu Bai, but had dismissed him as merely a fortunate novice unworthy of deeper attention. Little did he suspect such profound depth lay hidden beneath that unassuming surface. After thorough discussion, we unanimously concluded his talent tier must be S-class, at absolute minimum an exceptionally powerful S-class in early game. Most astonishing, however, is his awareness and execution. They surpass even elite players' capabilities. No one has ever heard of such a figure before. Approach him immediately. We're authorized up to 30 million annual salary to recruit him into Yanyu Pavilion. Understood, I'll try. Though he agreed aloud, Yan Yulin Feng privately doubted his chances. After all, with skills like Lu Bai's, wealth was hardly a concern. Similar scenes unfolded across countless corners of the game world. Overwhelmed by ceaseless friend requests, Lu Bai finally muted all messages from unknown senders. He merely declined Yan Yulin Feng's invitation. Frankly, solving his basic livelihood needs was now his sole priority. Any further accumulation of Longwa credits was nothing more than abstract numerals. After a monotonous night of grinding, Lu Bai reached level 7. Ever since the Falcon had fully stacked its bonus attributes from slaying level 3 monsters. The wild boar, the Falcon, and Lu Bai himself could instantly obliterate even higher level foes. Most time was spent fulfilling the quota of 1,000 kills. Fortunately, even without area effect skills, he could split his forces across 3 paths, achieving triple the efficiency of ordinary players. Later, as his summon's physical damage vastly exceeded requirements, Lu Bai redirected his attribute points toward other stats. With the Wild Boar and Falcon amplifying his base power, his overall attributes had become staggering. Lu Bai, level 7. Class Summoner. HP 28221. MP 222. Constitution 570. Strength 1592. Intelligence 17. Agility 332. Spirit 340. Special attributes none. Unallocated attribute points 0. Luck hidden. Talent Symbiotic Battle Soul SS Deer. Skills Mental Shock Summoning Wild Boar Summoning Falcon. Equipment crudely crafted peachwood staff. Now sufficiently leveled, he was ready to confront a boss. He knew the starter village housed 7 bosses, 1 special quest boss, 3 open-world bosses, and 3 dungeon bosses. According to NPC's lore from his past life, after the game's descent, the ultimate reward for clearing all starter village bosses would be the extraordinary artifact Proof of Strength. Yet even after the game's launch, the highest verified record stood at 6 bosses cleared, and that required massive support from top-tier guilds. The bottleneck: a single special quest boss. That boss was a one-time encounter, unrepeatable, unrefreshable. Worse still, it demanded solo completion and possessed an exceptionally unique mechanic that rendered it unconquerable by anyone. Had his awakened talent been ordinary, he'd have abandoned the attempt outright. But with an SS steer talent, he could, and would, try. Lu Bai returned to the starter village in under 10 minutes, then headed steadily west, stopping before the cottage of an ordinary NPC farmer. A female NPC sat fretfully on her threshold, her name tag reading Widow Ma. "Madam, is there anything I can assist you with?" At the sight of Lu Bai, Widow Ma's eyes lit up instantly. "Young sir, you've arrived just in time. I urgently need your help. The duck in my yard has been killed again, torn apart by some unseen beast. Could you uncover the murderer?" Ding, accept quest, the duck's murderer. "No problem. Please hand over the slain duck." At these words, Widow Ma hesitated visibly. "Very well, but you must pay me 2 silver coins." Without hesitation, Lu Bai paid, seized the duck, and departed. Many players had accepted this quest, but after glancing once at the corpse and finding no further clues or prompts, they were left utterly baffled. In truth, it was merely a prerequisite quest, unsolvable on its own. Purchasing the duck was the sole key to unlocking what followed. Moments later, Lu Bai strode into the village elder's residence and dropped the dead duck squarely before him. The elder's customary smile vanished. He lifted the carcass, scrutinizing the 2 crimson puncture wounds on its neck with growing dread. "Impossible. How could this thing appear now? Honored adventurer, would you undertake an investigation at the chapel?" Ding, accept quest. Minutes later, Lu Bai stood before a crumbling stone structure. Only its faintly Western architectural style hinted it might once have been a chapel. He entered through the ajar main door, crossed the front hall, and stepped into the rear courtyard, where at the end of a dim corridor, he found a heavy iron door firmly locked. He unlocked it. Contrary to expectation, the basement wasn't shrouded in dust or chaos. Instead, a searing crimson flooded his vision. A small, blood-filled pool occupied the center, and within it a humanoid figure submerged. The moment Lu Bai appeared, the creature snapped open, its scarlet eyes surged upward in a torrent of gore, and lunged. A cliched setup indeed. The broken chain strewn across the floor suggested it had once been imprisoned here, until it broke free. Corrupted Preacher, Roger. HB 500000. Strength 452. Skill Magic Suppression Barrier. Creates a zone where all skills are disabled for 5 minutes. An 8-level boss whose stats weren't extraordinary, yet it ranked as the hardest starter village boss solely because of this one skill. With all skills disabled, victory depended entirely on raw attributes and fundamental combat prowess, a feat no starter village player could achieve at this stage. Elite players later gained the capability to defeat him, only to find themselves permanently barred from returning to the starter village. An inescapable paradox. As Roger charged forward, the magic suppression barrier bloomed around them. Lu Bai checked his skill bar, grayed out inert. Yet his talent's effect remained intact. His attributes alone were enough to overwhelm. Without flinching or avoiding, Yanshu took out a large stick and met Roger's sharp claws heated. A total of 1530 damage. Standing still and attacking. Damage numbers popped up above Roger's head. Currently, Yanshu's power attribute exceeds 1500, which is impressive. If the angle of attack is just right, there is a chance to deal critical damage. Given Roger's current health, Yanshu only needs about 10 minutes to defeat him. Saya was originally a technical summoner. Who would have thought I would end up stacking attributes and mindlessly brute-forcing my way through this? But I like it. The only SS grade talent in the game has begun to show its power. Soon the boss's health reached the 20 rage threshold. At this moment, Roger let out a furious roar, and his previously emaciated body suddenly swelled up as if inflated. Rage state: attack power 30, attack speed 30, defense 20, duration 5 minutes. 1890 540. 540. Yanshu looked at this exchange of blood with no emotional fluctuation. Most bosses in the game Heaven's Awakening can trigger a rage state when their health drops to a certain percentage. At this time, attack-related attributes will surge, but defense will be reduced. Many players get stuck defeating bosses during the rage state. However, under the absolute attribute pressure, Roger's rage could only speed up his own demise. With Yanshu's final strike, Roger fell to the ground, transforming into a scattering of red light and disappearing. At the same time, a pile of items dropped on the ground. Yanshu quickly glanced over. There were 5 pieces of equipment alone, which could definitely be considered a great loot for a boss of this level. Ding, you have killed the only hidden boss, demonized preacher Roger. Experience 4,300, a reputation 100. Since you are the first player to kill the BOSS, the first kill information and rewards will be announced to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? No. With my strength, there is no need to hide. Any obstacles can be pushed through directly. Moreover, there will be many announcements to the whole server later. It's necessary to bring some shock to everyone as a Reborn. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the only hidden boss, demonized preacher Roger. Rewards: free attribute points 30, a unsealed skill book 2, gold 20, game reputation 500. System announcement: 3 consecutive announcements caused a sensation among players. What the heck, this guy is only level 7. How could he kill a boss? The announcement shows no other team members. It's completely a solo kill. Lu Bai, isn't that the one who wiped out the team? If I had such a powerful summon, I could solo as well. There's no skill involved at all. The only hidden BOSS, does that mean it can't be farmed anymore? I need to hurry and find other bosses. This novice village's boss can't all be hidden, right? I have a buddy who awakened advanced invisibility. He ran through all the maps and found nothing, wasting a lot of leveling time. At this time, Ba Lin the Bird King looked at the system announcement. His eyes turned red, unsure if it was anger or jealousy. He instructed Ba Lin's little knife beside him, order everyone to search for bosses in the novice village with all their might. Those providing valid information will receive a reward of 5,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Understood, Bird Brother. Ba Lin's little knife also felt very bad seeing the system announcement, feeling worse than being killed by Yanshu's wild boar 7 or 8 times. How could this guy be so lucky, even finding hidden bosses? Yanshu allocated all the free attribute points to mental strength. With the premise that summons do not increase mental strength, his current mental strength reached 380 points. For an ordinary summoner, mental strength would barely exceed 100. But there is still a considerable gap compared to power attributes. Take it slow. After all, my goal is to become a versatile summoner. Any attribute shortcomings are only temporary. For Yanshu, the most valuable thing right now is these 600 reputation points. Reputation points can be said to be a symbol of a player's status in the game. The higher the reputation, the more privileges one has in the game, including discounts when buying items, increased chances of triggering quests, hiring game NPCs, and countless others. In the later stages, when game reputation accumulates to a certain extent, many NPCs can treat one as their master, and this remains effective even after the game world descends. Yanshu used the 2 skill books gifted by the system. Iron Wall Guardian summons gain an additional 10 constitution. Level 1 cannot be upgraded. The first skill is not bad, although the percentage increase doesn't seem much. The defensive attributes of my summons will accumulate to a considerable value. Moreover, it is a passive skill, which is very convenient. Skill replication allows setting a separate skill bar to replicate one of the summoned skills with the effect of the skill unchanged. Seeing this skill, a look of delight spread across Yanshu's face. Some summons have extraordinarily explosive skill effects, and I can adjust the replicated skill according to the needs of the battle. Next up are the few pieces of equipment that dropped. Bloodthirsty Staff, Silver Grade, Level 8 Intelligence, 200 Mental Strength, 100 Casting Speed, 10 Skill. Bloodthirsty deals 10 lifesteal effect on damage to the target. Bloodthirsty Robe, Silver Grade, Level 8 Health, 500 Constitution, 100 Skill. Bloodthirsty deals 10 lifesteal effect on damage to the target. The items are good, but they don't seem to suit me. With a summon present, I won't take damage at all, so the 20 lifesteal effect won't be effective. However, the attributes are decent. They can serve as transitional equipment. The rest consists of a green helmet, a green dagger, and a white shield. Has my luck run out? All items are for other professions. In fact, the 2 pieces of blue mage equipment have already dropped according to the profession. This is still due to being the first kill BOSS, which increases the drop compatibility of the equipment. The rest are 2 or 3 materials needed for life skills and a bloodstained cross. Roger's necklace, proof of killing Roger, please deliver to the village chief. After gathering the items, Yanshu hurried towards the village chief's house. The village chief looked at the necklace in his hand, astonished, while also revealing a look of lingering fear. Brave adventurer, I thought you would first retreat to inform me about the situation in the basement after exploring the church. I didn't expect you to have killed the evil Roger. Thank you for your contribution to the village. Yanshu listened and curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of sarcastic smile. How hypocritical. One should know that as long as players enter the basement, there is simply no opportunity to escape apart from facing the boss directly. Congratulations on completing the quest Mysterious Captive. Experience 2000. A white light shone from Yanshu's body, successfully leveling up to level 8. He equipped the 2 blue items, increasing his attributes while making him appear more distinguished. finally looking a bit like a gaming expert. As the other rewards disappeared, Yanshu didn't dwell on it. The reward setting for quests in Heaven's Awakening is quite strange. The rewards one receives seem entirely dependent on the NPC's mood. The reason the village chief was so stingy is that Roger was a monster he had raised. According to the setting of the game Apocalypse, the primary focus of players in the later stages is to combat the invading abyssal monsters. After the game invaded reality, aside from some wild beasts, the Abyss became the greatest hostile force. In reality, at the game's early stages, the Abyss had already begun to infiltrate. The novice village, being the birthplace of players, naturally couldn't escape the absence of high-level NPCs guarding it. Some of the NPCs in the novice village had already been tainted by the aura of the Abyss. The village chief was the most severely affected, being an abyssal creature wearing a human guise and the strongest boss in the novice village. Roger was originally a priest preaching in the village. Upon discovering the village chief's abnormalities, he sought to purify him, but was instead imprisoned and refined into a vampire creature, neither human nor demon, due to his insufficient strength. It wasn't until the later stages of the game that this information was gradually uncovered. Considering his current strength, the village chief was a formidable existence that he couldn't provoke, so he had to lay low for a while. After leaving the village chief's house, Yanshu returned the ring to the little girl, completing the quest Lost Wedding Ring. For many it would be a losing trade, but Yanshu disliked owing others anything, even if it was an NPC. Especially with the task list constantly displaying unfinished quests, it felt uncomfortable, so he submitted the task, as he wasn't lacking in the slight attributes of a wedding ring. He then sent a few pieces of equipment he wouldn't use to Yinyu Linfeng. Immediately he received a reply: how much? 2,000 Longwa coins. Deal. Yanshu sent his coordinates and promptly received a notification of the money being credited. In fact, given the current market price, selling those pieces of equipment for 5,000 would be completely feasible. 2,000 was merely to repay Yinyu Linfeng's favor. After all, during the auction, the price of that great sword was significantly inflated due to Yinyu Linfeng's bidding. After waiting for a moment, an assassin from Yinyu Pavilion arrived, completed the transaction, and hurriedly left without saying a word. Indeed, those who play assassins tend to be a bit reclusive. Yanshu glanced at the time. It was already 9 a.m. Phew, I need to log off and take a break. Although using a game helmet can somewhat replace sleep, it still requires mental relaxation and a chance to grab a bite. Exit game. Taking off his helmet, Yanshu quietly got out of bed. The three others in the dormitory were still asleep. Today's task was to sort out living arrangements, as staying in the dormitory was inconvenient. Stepping outside, he made a phone call to Li Xiang. Li Xiang was at another school. The two were childhood friends, and it was indeed fortunate to study in the same city. Upon meeting, before Li Xiang could say anything, he saw Yanshu walk straight over and give him a big hug. Li Xiang stood there in shock. Yanshu, what the heck? Though the two had a great relationship as 24K pure steel straight men, there was rarely any physical contact, making Yanshu's action cause Li Xiang to break out in goosebumps. Yanshu pushed Li Xiang away and lightly punched him in the chest, eyes slightly red. It's nothing, just haven't seen you in a long time, wanted to let you feel a bit of fatherly love. Strictly speaking, he hadn't seen Li Xiang for 10 years, and it was entirely an instinctive action. You scared the life out of me. I thought after a week apart you suddenly turned. Let's go find a place to eat and chat. Yanshu, I have to say you're really impressive. I thought with my level talent I could definitely outshine you. And how did you find that hidden boss? Li Xiang mumbled while busy with his noodles. Yanshu didn't respond, directly scooping a spoonful of chili and mixing it into his noodles, realizing he hadn't eaten at this place in years. If the boss can't be soloed, the actual rewards aren't as high as imagined. By the way, have you gotten the skill book? I've got it. This skill is really impressive. The normal attack comes with splash damage. Now I can farm monsters in groups, and I've already leveled up to 9. I think I can aim to be the first person to leave the novice village. Yanshu glanced at a few others around him who were also discussing the game. Their emotions were high and bubbles were flying everywhere. They hadn't noticed him, so he lowered his voice slightly. No need, I'll prepare a task list for you. After you reach level 10, don't rush to the main city. There are still many good things in the novice village. He'll follow your advice. Ever since following Yanshu's guidance and obtaining the skill book, Li Xiang had developed a great trust in Yanshu regarding the game. Don't you have a friend in a real estate agency? Help me get in touch to rent a villa. It should be remote and quiet. In the next few days we'll move over together. No need to worry about work, just hire a maid to cook and focus on gaming from now on. Li Xiang felt that Yanshu was getting a bit carried away after hearing this. As a good brother, he felt compelled to advise him. But before he could speak, Yanshu interrupted. I've sold 5,000 worth of game equipment since yesterday, and that's just the beginning. I won't be short on money in the future. With the thought of Yanshu's current reputation in the game, Li Xiang found himself speechless. Alright, if the price isn't an issue, we should be able to find something quickly. After finishing their meal, Yanshu reminded him of a few early game pointers. Dongling University. Yang Lishu, dressed flamboyantly, stood at the school gate, and every student passing by couldn't help but cast amazed glances. As expected of the school flower, her looks are not inferior to those of a female celebrity. What's more striking is her figure. Just a glance is enough to spark one's imagination. Stop dreaming if she's taken now. Who? Could it be Yanshu? Did he really win over our young school flower? That means the simps have no chance. She's now Qin Fei's girlfriend. Just then a supercar roared up, coming to a smooth stop at the entrance with Qin Fei sitting in the driver's seat, flamboyantly adjusting his sunglasses. Coincidentally, Yanshu had just stepped out of a taxi holding a bag full of snacks. Seeing Yang Lishu get into the car, he didn't show any unusual expression. Instead, he smiled slightly, turned his head, and walked into the school. The onlookers were prepared to witness Yanshu's change of expression, but unexpectedly, he remained so calm, leaving them all in shock. Yanshu and Yang Lishu could be considered celebrities at the school, one due to her beauty and the other as the most handsome among the simps. At this moment, a busybody couldn't help but speak up. Yanshu, your goddess just got into someone else's car. Why are you not reacting at all? Are you even a man? Ha ha ha. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Yanshu turned to look at the speaker, still wearing that same calm smile. I have no objections, do you? It's not like they aren't a match made in heaven. Why would a freak like you oppose it? After saying this, the atmosphere became lively. Yanshu couldn't be bothered to look at the speaker's face and left directly. Gaming was more important. If it weren't for his hunger, he would still be grinding in the game, and women were just fleeting. Besides, since the game's arrival, what kind of stunning beauties hadn't appeared? Their looks and charm surpassed Yang Lishu by several streets. Qin Fei watched Yanshu's departing figure, thought for a moment, and said to Yang Lishu in the passenger seat, "Baby, why do I feel like this Yanshu resembles that character in the game video with all the blanks?" Huh, now that you mention it, it does resemble him a bit. But it shouldn't be the same person. There are so many people with adjusted appearances in the game, probably just a coincidence. Indeed, after all, combat skills are not something a wimp like him can master. Let's not talk about him, and we should hurry up and level up in the game. In the midst of Yang Lishu's screams, the sports car roared away. Yanshu returned to the dormitory and found only Lu Yang there, staring at his screen and preparing his graduation thesis. Lu Yang asked if the fourth brother was not going to work on his own thesis. Yanshu replied that he had no interest and planned to move out of the school in a few days to devote himself to gaming. In the face of the game's intrusion into reality, studies and jobs felt trivial. He had to seize time to bolster his strength. Yanshu opened his computer and began to organize some of the quest guides. Setting aside high-difficulty tasks and bosses, there remained several suitable quests for Li Xiang. Lu Yang asked incredulously if he was serious, warning him not to be impulsive. He was so close to graduation and should secure his diploma before anything else. Lu Yang found it hard to understand. In his impression, Yanshu was generally rational aside from being a bit reckless over the Yang Lishu matter. Yanshu snapped back, asking if Lu Yang truly thought he acted without thinking. Lu Yang watched him ponder for a few seconds, then urged him to be careful when he was out. Half an hour passed after sending the guide to Li Xiang. Yanshu rose and rubbed his aching temples. Excavating memories was a drain on both mind and spirit. When Yanshu logged back online, Li Xiang had already sent a message noting a system announcement. Someone had completed the task and opened the Xinshu village dungeon. Li Xiang asked whether the dungeon was worth farming. Yanshu frowned and scanned the system bulletin. Just over 10 minutes earlier, someone had indeed triggered the Xinshu village dungeon. The player was named Mia, who the same person who had opened the dungeon in Yanshu's past life. Although he was in Xinshu village number 854, such a task once completed would synchronize and open the dungeon across all Xinshu villages. This dungeon was the only instance available in Xinshu village with 4 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, and hell. But even the easy tier was presently impossible for anyone to conquer. He recalled that in his previous life, Mia, who had been extraordinarily lucky to receive the dungeon opening quest early, under normal progression, one had to reach level 10 to accept it. The monsters within were minimum level 10, and the highest boss reached level 15. To clear the dungeon beyond having adequate character attributes, one had to discern the skill mechanics of 3 bosses, a severe test of team coordination, and the commander's command ability. Even for someone with SS level talent like himself, a successful clear would likely demand a great deal of time. At present, others surely could not clear it. Although the Xinshu village dungeon was intended for 5-player teams, a single underpowered member would lower the success rate. Firstly, the top players of major guilds were scattered across different Xinshu villages. Secondly, each person only had 4 entries per day. If one were unprepared and wiped once or twice, that would be a squandered opportunity. In his past life, nobody had cleared the hell difficulty early on. Even S-level talent required time to grow. Moreover, once one left the Xinshu village, return was impossible. The first hell difficulty clear of this dungeon did not occur until after the game and reality had merged. Yanshu warned that the dungeon's value was beyond question and extremely high, but urged restraint at level 9 with his current attributes. He could not possibly do it and should focus on what needed doing. He had already sent the strategy guide and told Li Xiang to complete the related tasks. Li Xiang answered that he was not impatient for himself, but was worried for Yanshu. The idea of an SS-level prodigy failing to claim the dungeon's first clear would be embarrassing. Major guilds had organized elite teams into the dungeon and set up live broadcasts on the forums with real-time updates. He suggested Yanshu take a look. Li Xiang remarked that although Yanshu had once doubted his SS steer talent, his kill videos were ferocious, far beyond Li Xiang's own strength skill, and that SSS might well resemble what Yanshu displayed. Yanshu replied perfunctorily that Li Xiang should go handle his tasks while he studied the situation. Li Xiang logged off to receive the guide Yanshu had sent. They intended to farm the dungeon and claim the first clear rewards for all 4 difficulties. Crucially, if a clear could be completed within 20 minutes, it would earn an SSS rating. After a clear, the dungeon speedrun leaderboard would open. The first to top the list would receive substantial rewards. Every night at midnight thereafter, the top 3 on the speedrun board would gain a measure of prestige. If he could compress his clear time sufficiently and remain at the summit long enough, the accumulated daily prestige would become an astonishing sum. Therefore, to maximize profit, each difficulty needed first clear, an SSS rating, and the speedrun top spot. He could not yet reduce his clear time to 15 minutes and had to grind monsters to stack more attributes. Both of his summons were currently level 8. By the experience required to reach level 9, they would need to kill roughly 1,500 monsters of the same level. If reaching level 9 meant that each summon and he himself would gain over 1500 free attribute points, then storming through the dungeon would be entirely feasible. Moreover, because the dungeon monsters were higher level than he was, farming lower difficulties could still yield attribute gains in preparation for hell difficulty. After deciding, Yanshu headed toward the level 8 monster area while selecting the most watched livestream and embedding the stream window into his game. He had to admit that the feature in Tianqi was truly convenient. Once the video window was integrated, he could adjust its transparency size and its distance from the characters. It felt tailor-made for laid-back summoners like him. With that function, his mother no longer needed to worry that he would be bored while grinding. The stream's host Zhou Qi was a moderately famous game streamer who had entered the game the moment Tianqi launched. He thoughtfully aggregated the live feeds from major guilds so viewers could easily compare and track each team's progress. 5 guilds were featured: Yinyu Guba Lin Tian Xia Ji Yueqin Wang Chao, and Yao Shi. These guilds represented the first echelon of power in the game, boasting stable memberships and welfare that outclassed smaller guilds by a wide margin. Many guilds seized the opportunity of the game's first dungeon opening to increase exposure, sending their strongest teams to stream across the web. Yanshu leaned against a large tree, set his 2 summons to free tack, and watched the livestream with keen interest. It was not laziness so much as his talents constrained. Only monsters slain by his summons granted free attribute points. At that moment, the level 8 monster area was not crowded. Many players had rushed to try the dungeon, for in the minds of many, dungeons equaled rich rewards, drops, and experience that open-world grinding could not match. So even if they could not clear it, entering to farm ordinary monsters was still a sound choice. Alright, we can see that the personnel from several major guilds have gathered and officially entered the dungeon. Each guild undoubtedly chose the hell difficulty, showing considerable confidence in their own strength. Now let's kick off the first prize-winning quiz of this live broadcast to see which team can complete 10 of the dungeon progress first. Zhou Qi's provocative voice rang out, followed by a flood of comments. 666. Oh, as expected of a super strong guild, they actually chose hell difficulty. I don't understand. Shouldn't they start with lower difficulties when exploring? This is a competition. None of them are willing to back down. You don't understand. They must have other teams choosing lower difficulties to scout ahead. Sigh. No, why do they all look so grim? I just tried out the hell difficulty, and the absurd mechanics truly live up to being hell. The difficulty of hell level means that once you enter, the characters will have a negative buff, having their attributes, making it virtually impossible to complete. Not only that, it seems that the monsters in this dungeon start at level 10, and their attributes far surpass those of current players. It's over with such a grand setup from the major guilds. They won't even be able to push past the first phase. Snacks and drinks are ready, waiting for the gaming experts to suffer. Yanshu watched these comments and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it was inevitable. They would suffer now. It was just a matter of which guild could last longer. The first to be eliminated would certainly be embarrassed. Hell difficulty is called hell for a reason. Another point is that the attributes of the monsters within the dungeon are absurdly strong, with elite monsters inside having attributes stronger than the bosses outside, not to mention the final 3 bosses. Looking at the live broadcast, most of the faces are familiar. When Yanshu's gaze swept across the Qin dynasty's live stream, he suddenly froze. There were two people in the Qin Fei and Yang Lishu. This made things interesting. The Qin dynasty is backed by the Qin group's investment, and as the next heir of the Qin group, Qin Fei is practically the actual controller of the entire guild. Due to Qin Fei's lack of management skills, he did not take the position of president, but rather hired an experienced gaming expert Wang Qi at a high salary to lead the guild. Wang Qi has certainly lived up to the high salary, managing the Qin dynasty exceptionally well. What Yanshu didn't expect was that at such a critical moment, Qin Fei actually brought Yang Lishu to brush up on their presence. Qin Fei's in-game name is Qin Feng Palang, possessing an 11 talent Lucky Strike, which grants a chance to deal double damage when attacking a target, with the probability increasing as the character levels up. Yang Lishu's in-game name is Empty Bottle of Oxygen, possessing an 11 talent Repeated Healing, which gives a chance to trigger double casting when using healing skills. If we only look at their talents, the two have definitely surpassed most players, but they have a fatal flaw: their gaming awareness and skills are far from impressive. In their past life, they relied entirely on the resources of the Qin dynasty to barely reach a frontline level, but they were still a long way from being true gaming experts. Originally, Yanshu couldn't determine which of the 5 guilds would be the first to be eliminated, but seeing these two, he was basically certain it would be the Qin dynasty. Looking at the other guilds, Yanyu Pavilion is led by President Yanyu Chengfeng, and Jiyu is led by the S-level talent Aichi Grapes. Balin Tianxia and Yaoshe also have past life experts as their main force. Interesting. Yanshu immediately sent a comment. How about the host restart a pool to see which guild can't hold up first? As soon as this was said, many people jumped out to echo. Zhou Qi saw these messages and couldn't help but curse under his breath. It's truly the case that those who watch the fun don't mind the trouble, and he certainly wouldn't do anything to offend others. At this time, several teams had already begun to encounter monsters. The first monsters they faced were the Vine Sprite and the Bark Sentinel. The Vine Sprite has high movement speed, high attack, and low defense, while the Bark Sentinel has high defense, but a slow attack speed. The two types of monsters correspond to assassins and knights respectively. The dungeon is named Mysterious Valley Forest, and the monsters inside are full of jungle characteristics. The Qin Dynasty team just started and pulled in 1 Bark Sentinel and 2 Vine Sprites. The knight in the team immediately lost a third of his health, and Yang Lishu's healing spell barely stabilized the situation. But then as soon as Yang Lishu saw Qin Fei lose health, she immediately switched her healing target. This move left the 3 members of the team dumbfounded. The knight is the most dangerous now, and Qin Fei only has a few thousand health left. With this awareness, forget about reaching 10, just finishing off this wave of small monsters would be a blessing. Baby, you keep healing the knight, don't mind me. Oh. Yang Lishu quickly switched targets. Qin Fei also looked helpless. Originally, he fantasized about leading the charge himself, thinking that with Yang Lishu healing him from behind, he could completely abandon defense, cut through the dungeon, shock other players, and gain a wave of attention. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Now, he just wanted to progress a bit more and not fall behind the other guilds. At this moment, the live broadcast room was filled with laughter. The Qin dynasty is really unreliable. How can they bring such a decorative priest who doesn't even have the most basic gaming knowledge? Their talent is strong. Did you see those 2 consecutive healing spells? I would call her the #1 healer in the game. The goal is clear, as she's here to feed everyone. Compared to the priests from other guilds, her healing output is indeed substantial, but the healing amount is overflowing. Yanshu was also amused by Yang Lishu, as she made such a rookie mistake right at the beginning, just as he had guessed. Looking at the teams from other guilds now, they were making steady progress, managing the situation quite well. In comparison, the gap was clearly apparent. The fastest was undoubtedly Jiyu. Aichi Grapes was like a spell machine gun, unleashing a series of small fireballs. Basically, the team could clear the health bar of 1 Vine Sprite in a single focused attack. It looks like Jiyu's team should be the furthest along right now. I heard Aichi Grapes has a top-tier S-level talent. It's normal for her to perform like this. Sigh. Why is the hatred range of the dungeon monsters so long? The Qin dynasty suddenly attracted 5 of them. With this, the pressure on the Qin dynasty increased sharply. Following Yang Lishu's mistake, the knight was the first to fall, and soon the entire team met with annihilation. In the next few minutes, the remaining teams also fell one after another. The team that lasted the longest, Jiyu, only completed 5 of the dungeon progress. Sigh, this is embarrassing. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the difficult tasks. This is going to be fun. The major guilds are live streaming their failures. I'm leaving. There's no fun left to watch. Focus on leveling up to clear the easy difficulty as soon as possible. It's also because this dungeon is too absurd, it seems that even the first clear of the easy difficulty hasn't appeared yet. The once vibrant livestream room fell silent as various guilds' broadcasts were interrupted one after another, eventually shutting down. Yanshu turned off the video and glanced at the time. It had been 16 minutes. If his guess was correct, following this livestream, the major guilds would attempt ordinary difficulty dungeons, lacking even the courage to tackle the challenging ones. Checking the experience required for his current level up, he realized it would take over 30 more minutes. During this time, others would not be able to achieve the first clear, as certain areas of this dungeon required specific skills. Without familiarity, one would waste a lot of time before encountering the final boss. He could focus on grinding monsters. At that moment, the game forum was in an uproar over the dungeon's difficulty, as the first group to enter had nearly all been wiped out. It's too difficult. Do the game designers even play games? They've created this dungeon just to frustrate us. It's simply unbearable. Our team has an average level of 8 with 5 pieces of gear, and we could only push to 20 before being wiped out. The main issue is that after 10, level 11 monsters appear, and their attributes have increased significantly compared to level 10. I'm stating it here at this stage. If anyone can clear this dungeon, I'll livestream myself eating feces and take my own life. You better keep your word. In our district, we have several top players like AI Chi Putal Yobai and Yinyu Linfeng. If they team up, your wish will be granted in no time. Then everyone began voting. Which team's players or gaming experts can clear the dungeon first? At the same time, some players started placing bets with game currency. After about 10 minutes of fermenting, the number of players participating in the bets had already exceeded several million. Leading the pack was Jiue Aichi Putao, as their team had performed best in Hell Dungeons. Next were Yinyu Gu Balantianxia and a few other guilds. Yanshu also appeared on the list, ranked 17th, at the bottom. The reason for this low ranking was simple. The front runners were key members of major guilds with relatively fixed teams. In everyone's impression, Yanshu was just a solo player, making it considerably harder to form a team for a first clear. If it weren't for Yanshu's summons being so eye-catching, as well as being the first killer of hidden BOSSs, leaving a strong impression on many players, he probably wouldn't even have made it onto the list. The most ridiculous part was that even the player who initially suggested him didn't place a bet. This caused his odds to reach an astounding 11000. Only close to the end did a couple of people place bets. Seeing those astonishing odds, Yanshu silently threw in all 20 gold coins he received as a reward for the hidden boss kill. Look, isn't this money coming in? With this wave of gold coins, he would basically not lack money in the early stages. He then sent a message to Li Xiang, "Dad's promised fortune is here. Go bet all your money on me, and it'll take you to new heights." I bet 20 silver coins. How about that, brother? Is that all you have? I also bet 60 silver coins on AI Chi Putao. Don't be mad, after all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Yanshu looked helpless. If he didn't seize the opportunity himself, there was nothing he could do. I'm not angry, just feel that some people will end up regretting it later. 20 minutes later, both Yanshu and his summons reached level 9. He spent all his free attribute points, causing a significant boost in his stats. Wild Boar level 9. Health 30,872. Mana 372. Constitution 1,727. Strength 4,528. Intelligence 34. Agility 223. Spirit 305. Hunting Falcon level 9. Health 29,072. Mana 324. Constitution 1,617. Strength 4,228. Intelligence 28. Agility 569. Spirit 195. Lubai level 9. Health 32,189. Mana 1938. Constitution 1,772. Strength 4,378. Intelligence 231. Agility 396. Spirit 677. With these stats, he could easily dominate in the novice village. Due to the limited skills available in the early stages, both of his summons primarily relied on basic attacks, and his own attributes were also highest in strength after the boosts. Once he got 2 magic-type summons later on, his intelligence and spirit attributes would also see an increase. He returned to the novice village to purchase several potions and various tools that would be very useful in the dungeon. When Yanshu arrived at the dungeon entrance, players were clustered together in groups with the sounds of teams recruiting echoing around. At this moment, Yanshu's arrival caught the attention of many. "Liubai, do you have a team? If not, join ours. We're just missing you to have a full setup." "Haha, weren't you just shouting not to have summoners? Now you're contradicting yourself." "Big brother, come to our team. We'll follow your lead. Just tell us how to fight." Many subpar teams saw Yanshu alone and immediately began inviting him. After all, Yanshu was not like ordinary summoners. Setting aside the ridiculous attributes of his summons, his skills alone were top-notch. Yanshu smiled and waved his hand. "Sorry, I'm going to solo this." The moment he said this, the surrounding area fell silent, then erupted into chaos after a few seconds. "Big brother, you must have seen the live streams from the major guilds. At this stage, not to mention soloing, even gathering a team of experts might not guarantee a first clear. Haha, he really is getting ahead of himself. He wants to slap all the guild's faces with just his strength. I guess seeing the odds has muddled his brain. At that moment, the entrance of the dungeon gleamed as Bird King along with the team was teleported out, all looking grim. Since there weren't many players from Balan in this novice village, and the only capable expert was themselves, they had wisely chosen a simple difficulty for the dungeon. Who knew they would get stuck at the first boss and be wiped out? Seeing Yanshu, the Bird King couldn't help but mock him after hearing from the surrounding players that Yanshu intended to solo. Haha, arrogant. If you can solo the first clear, the Balan members will avoid you in the future. Yanshu chuckled at this, such a good thing would save him a lot of trouble. Can you represent the entire guild? What a joke. I'm the vice president, do I have some weight here? Alright, with so many people around, everyone who needs to record start recording. The next time the Bird King goes back on his word, it'll be great material. Immediately players around him supported this, stating they had already begun recording when the Bird King exited the dungeon. Yanshu did not delay any longer. He arrived at the dungeon entrance, selected simple difficulty, and clicked confirm. In the next moment, the surrounding environment changed, and Yanshu found himself inside the dungeon. Ding, welcome to the dungeon Mysterious Valley Forest, difficulty simple. The Mysterious Valley Forest is a mystical area on the edge of the novice village filled with ancient trees and unknown creatures. Legend has it that this forest is guarded by 3 nature spirits. It serves not only as a trial ground for novice players, but also as a place for exploration and adventure. Haha, a trial ground. In his eyes, it was just a great place to grind for attribute points. Yanshu summoned the wild boar and hunting falcon, launching a psychic shock at a nearby bark sentinel, which immediately alerted 3 surrounding vine spirits. 4 monsters came running, screeching loudly. Yanshu and his summoned creatures each strike a separate target. 4,200. 3,752. 3,852. Ding. You have slain a bark sentinel. Gained 600 experience points. Ding. You have slain a vine sprite. Gains 600 experience points. Wild boar gains 1 free attribute point. Ding. You have slain a vine sprite. Gains 600 experience points. Peregrine falcon gains 1 free attribute point. 3 minor monsters were instantly obliterated. The remaining vine sprites lashed out with whipping tendrils. Yanshu deliberately absorbed 1 blow to gauge the damage. Both summoned creatures displayed 97 damage above their heads. Oomph, mere drizzle. Yanshu swept his staff forward and annihilated the vine sprite in a single strike. 3,752. His own attacks, and those of his summons, were now overwhelmingly excessive. He hadn't even approached his peak offensive potential. Since securing the first clear was the priority, Yanshu coordinated his summons to attack in unison, dodging deftly while maintaining an optimal rhythm of assault. Simultaneously, he directed the peregrine falcon to swoop behind the monsters, herding them toward himself and the wild boar. Within just 2 minutes, over 100 mixed enemies, bark sentinels and vine sprites alike, lay vanquished. Had he possessed an area effect skill, this efficiency would have been even greater. Upon clearing all bark sentinels and vine sprites, the dungeon progress indicator read 10 complete. Treading upon damp, spongy grass, Yanshu halted before a thicket of low, gnarled trees. Beneath them grew clusters of crimson mushrooms. He crouched and began harvesting. You obtain toxic red mushroom 10. You obtain toxic red mushroom 10. To the uninitiated, these appear merely as ordinary flora, but in the battles ahead, they would prove indispensable. Next, Yanshu stepped into the dense woods and immediately spotted hopping, capering figures. Mushroom Imp level 11. Health, mana, intelligence, spirit, skills. At level 11, the Mushroom Imp's health was lower than that of the earlier foes, but it wielded a particularly vexing ability, hallucinogenic spores. This affliction slowed movement and induced vivid illusions. Victims perceived themselves as shrunken, while the Mushroom Imp loomed like a towering edifice, warping spatial judgment and drastically reducing combat efficacy. Yanshu retrieved the toxic red mushroom and consumed it alongside his summoned creatures. An immediate poison status took effect, 5 health per second, lasting 3 minutes. This self-inflicted poison neutralized the hallucinatory effects of the spores. Yanshu then broke into motion, luring the Mushroom Imps, while the wild boar and peregrine falcon followed closely, dealing steady damage. A swarm of Mushroom Imps released their hallucinogenic spores, the battlefield instantly shrouded in a faint emerald haze. 2,980. 7. 164. 7. 164. Well then, the poison's damage had been fully absorbed by both summons. Moments later, every Mushroom Imp lay fallen. Under Yanshu's precise command, both summons remained safely above critical health. He administered a red healing potion to each summon, restoring them to full vitality. then pressed onward without pause toward the next trial. This stage was notoriously difficult, many players stalled here. It introduced the first airborne enemy encountered in the dungeon. Flying Petal Sprite level 11. No visible stats or skills, only its flight trait was apparent. Its sole vulnerabilities were low constitution and attack. Though not exceptionally swift in flight, these sprites severely tested the accuracy of ranged party members. Yet against Yanshu the solution was simple: command the peregrine falcon to close the distance and deliver face-to-face strikes. With the falcon's blistering aerial agility, hit accuracy became irrelevant. Each basic attack delivered instant annihilation. Its near 30,000 health pool effortlessly endured the sprite's feeble, tickling assaults. Watching the sprites dart between the trees, Yanshu issued a free target order to the peregrine falcon. He himself advanced with the wild boar, preparing for the imminent boss encounter. At the thicket's center stood 5 identical ancient trees. Drawing the cleaver purchased from a general store, Yanshu began felling them without hesitation. Thanks to his several thousand-point strength attribute, massive timber chunks splintered away with satisfying ease, like slicing through melons and vegetables. In short order, all 5 trees lay toppled. He felled the trees for a crucial reason: the first boss, once its health dropped below 30, would vanish into one of these trunks, entering invincibility and regenerating to full health. Toppling the trees effectively severed one of its lives. As the peregrine falcon struck down the final flying petal sprite, the earth trembled violently. A colossal arboreal entity erupted from the ground, thrashing thick vines. Tree Spirit Guardian Ailran level 11. The boss had appeared. Let's test its defenses first. Yanshu replicated the wild boar's savage charge, both lunging in tandem, striking Ailran Hedon. 6,212. 6,025. A stun icon flashed above Ailran's head, then vanished almost instantly. Bosses inherently resisted crowd control effects. Compounded by the level disparity, the skill's potency was further diminished. Yanshu next commanded the wild boar to evade a sweeping vine lash, while he himself absorbed the blow. 421. 421. Its basic attacks were tolerable, within acceptable limits. Swinging his staff, he seamlessly followed up with the peregrine falcon's assault. 4,523. 4,762. Given the boss's output, Yanshu felt no pressure, only the need to interrupt its ultimate ability. Judging from the health bar's depletion rate, Ailran's total HP hovered around 500. Target completion within 90 seconds. Moments later, when Ailran's health fell to 80, all its vines retracted inward. Yanshu and the wild boar instantly unleashed their reserved savage charges, waiting precisely for this moment. The stun icon appeared, and the boss's ultimate was successfully interrupted. Maintaining this assault rhythm, when Ailran's health plunged to 30, its body convulsed violently. It staggered aimlessly, circling like a headless fly, unable to locate any intact tree for possession. At last it collapsed. 10 minutes had elapsed. Strangely, slaying the boss had taken less time than clearing the minions. Ding! You have achieved the first ever kill of the Novice Village Dungeon boss, Tree Spirit Guardian Ailran. A server-wide announcement will follow. Conceal your name. No. Yanshu then opened settings and disabled the confirmation prompt for future announcements. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai for defeating the Novice Village Dungeon boss, Tree Spirit Guardian Ailran. Rewards granted: 20 free attribute points, 1 silver tier class equipment, 10 gold coins, 400 game reputation. The announcement echoed thrice, sending shockwaves across the server. What a... Lubai again, solo clearing? Are we even playing the same game? I'll never comprehend the realm of legends. I only grieve my lost in-game currency. Cheat. Absolutely cheating. If the developers don't issue a proper explanation, I'm quitting. I recall betting my hard-earned coins. Heaven offered me overnight fortune, and I let it slip away. Only the first boss, far from completion. At this moment, the one feeling the most complicated emotions was Ai Chi Pu Tao, as the guardian spirit of the tree Erlin had only 50 health remaining. The system's 3 notifications instantly caused the team members' Dao hearts to collapse, resulting in 2 deaths from operational errors. Ai Chi Pu Tao was undoubtedly a clear-minded commander among the major guild teams. After failing the hell level difficulty, he gained a clear understanding of the overall challenge of the dungeon. Thus, he led the team to attempt the easier difficulty for a first clear, proceeding cautiously and steadily. After over 40 minutes, they finally reduced the first boss's health to 50. Just when everyone was filled with hope, they suddenly received this news. The blow left them completely demoralized. Ai Chi Pu Tao took a deep breath and said, "Everyone lift your spirits. Even if we can't compete with Liu Bai, we will definitely outpace the other teams." After speaking, he led the other 2 out of combat, waiting for the 2 who had died to respawn and regroup. In the dungeon, there was only one chance to revive. Using it once made the chance of clearing the dungeon incredibly slim. AI Chi Putao thought for a moment and contacted members outside the dungeon. Upon learning that Yanshu had entered the dungeon for less than 10 minutes, he immediately changed his strategy. No matter how strong Lu Bai is, it's impossible to defeat the first boss in less than 10 minutes. He must have discovered some shortcuts. Our focus now is to meticulously inspect the dungeon and see if there's anything we overlooked in order to lay a solid foundation for re-entering the dungeon. He also conveyed this thought to all the teams in the guild currently exploring. AI Chi Putao knew very well that if they used conventional methods, Lu Bai would not be able to achieve such speed. The Mushroom Demon and the Flying Flower Spirit could not simply increase speed based on their attributes. Sharpening the knife does not delay the cutting of wood. Given the difficulty of this dungeon, understanding the monster mechanics and mastering the techniques was the smartest approach. Yanshu allocated his attribute points and checked the equipment rewarded by the system. Warden's Belt, Silver, Grade Level 10. Class Requirement Summoner. Constitution 150E, Spirit 50. Skill Light of Guardian, used on summoned creatures, restoring 20 of their maximum health with a cooldown of 1 minute. Not bad, as he currently had no healing skills for summoned creatures. The appearance of this equipment was a good supplement. Unfortunately, he had to wait until level 10 to equip it. Items dropped by monsters in the dungeon would be uniformly calculated based on score upon clearing. Therefore, the boss had dropped nothing. Next, there were 5 third-tier moss giant pythons. Their attributes were between ordinary monsters and bosses. Covered in green patterns, they crawled on moss-covered rocks, blending into the environment. When players passed by, they would suddenly spring into action using strangulation skills. Teams entering the dungeon for the first time often experienced total annihilation here. More than 10 meters away from the rocky area, Yanshu took out a torch from his bag, lit it, and threw it forward. These creatures were afraid of fire. Nothing else could alter their lurking nature. He couldn't use fire magic, so he had to resort to this method. As the torch landed, it startled the 2 nearest giant pythons. Yanshu first launched a mental shock at them. 732. The damage was negligible, mainly to attract their aggro. As the giant pythons approached, they concentrated their fire. 7,526. 7,642. 7,210. With over 100,000 health, the giant pythons were directly tanked by Yanshu's strangulation skills. After several basic attacks, they were all killed in the same manner. Crossing the rocky area, they arrived at a pond where a semi-transparent humanoid creature was frolicking in the water. Water Elemental Spirit Yulisai, level 13. As the second boss in the Novice Village dungeon, aside from regular water spells like Ice Spike, it also possessed a particularly troublesome ultimate move, Elemental Drain. Upon receiving lethal damage, it would absorb the water elements from the surrounding air and living beings, restoring its health while dealing significant real damage to targets nearby. Fortunately, this skill had a long casting time of over 10 seconds, giving players a good chance to interrupt it when focusing their attacks. Yulisai in the water jumped out as it was hit by Yanshu's skill. A column of water lifted it up, approaching Yanshu in a very cool manner. Yanshu took a few steps back and his 2 summoned creatures moved forward to engage. They couldn't cluster together to fight this boss. 4,323. 4,762. 750. The wild boar took a normal attack, Hedon, and noticed fine shards of ice appearing beneath its feet. Yanshu immediately commanded the 2 summoned creatures to dodge. The next moment, 3 sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They pierced the location where the wild boar had been. Its defense was comparable to that of the first BOSS Erlen, but it cast its basic skills very quickly. Taking advantage of this opening, Yanshu quickly moved into attack. 4,796. Since Yulisai was a magic-type BOSS, its health was significantly lower than that of the guardian spirit of the tree Erlen. Before long, its health was reduced to 10. At this point, Yulisai was surrounded by a blue glow, its arms wrapped around its knees, floating in the air, preparing to unleash its ultimate move. Yanshu seized this opportunity and unleashed a flurry of attacks. 2,150. 2,541. 2,323. During Ulysses' charging phase, it had a 50 damage reduction state, resulting in a significant decrease in damage output. However, after being hit by 2 brutal charges, it was successfully interrupted. In the end, it took 1 minute and 20 seconds to successfully defeat Yulisai. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the Novice Village Dungeon BOSS Water Elemental Spirit Yulisai. Rewards: free attribute points 30, a silver grade class equipment 1 gold coins 20, game reputation 500. Another wave of system notifications. I can't believe this big shot is clearing the dungeon faster and faster. Isn't the difficulty supposed to increase as you progress? It seems that the rumors of soloing are indeed true. I bow to this big shot. If this first kill continues, the big shot will probably gather all the silver equipment while I haven't even collected a full set of scraps. At this rate, even if we can't secure the first clear, we will definitely have left our mark, making it difficult for various experts to face us. Hearing this wave of system announcements, AI, Chi Puteo's hand trembled, and the fireball in his hand grazed the boss's scalp, crashing into a tree behind. AI Chi Putao couldn't help but curse. Is this even human? It's only been a few minutes, and they've already taken down the second boss. They had just managed to boost their morale, having worn down more than half of the tree guardian's second health bar, and now they faced another blow. Taking a deep breath, AI Chi Putao calmed his fluctuating chest. Steady, steady. If I lose my composure now, there will be no point in continuing the grind. Everyone temporarily mute the system announcements, but don't let them affect you. Every step forward we take accumulates experience for the eventual clear. Understood. Meanwhile, Yinyu Linfeng received a message from her guild leader, 100 million. It was concise and straightforward, and the meaning was crystal clear, but Yinyu Linfeng still lacked confidence. She could only organize her words. Guild leader, how about I ask him through your friend request, and you can discuss it yourself? All right. The strength displayed by Yanshu has surpassed everyone's imagination, prompting various factions to swiftly devise strategies for recruitment. However, the headache is that currently even Yanshu's friends cannot be added. Inside the dungeon, Yanshu had just briefly replied to Li Xiang's message. Regarding the request from Yinyu Linfeng, I also agreed to add him as a friend after completing the dungeon. I glanced at the newly awarded equipment. By bow ring silver, grade level 10. Class requirement summoner. Constitution 150. Mental power 50. Skill Ling Dong. After use, all summons gain a 5 evasion chance for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Not bad, it has improved my survivability to some extent. Yanshu stored the equipment and rushed towards the last area of the dungeon. This place is a valley surrounded by steep cliffs filled with towering ancient trees, their lush branches blocking out the sunlight. Under the trees, the underbrush is mixed with grass, making full use of the space available. Only 2 types of monsters remain here, Yugu Assassin and the final boss, Yugu Master Celis. After entering the valley, Yanshu directly ran towards the depths. That is where Boss Celis resides. The Yugu Assassins are not clustered like the earlier small monsters, but scattered throughout the valley, while also possessing stealth skills. In such dark surroundings, the effectiveness of the Yugu Assassin's stealth skills is greatly enhanced, making them particularly hard to detect. When Ulysses senses danger, he will summon the scattered Yugu Assassins from the forest. The Yugu Assassins surrounding will prioritize attacking the backline, a skill that was referred to in the past life as the team wipe move of the Novice Village dungeon, where countless teams have fallen. Therefore, typical teams would use flares to clear the way, first eliminating the assassins before surrounding Ulysses, significantly increasing the chances of success. But now I am pressed for time, so I will push through directly. During the process, a few Yugu Assassins appeared to ambush me. When the first one showed up, Yanshu intentionally tanked the damage and then instantly killed it. The others, as soon as they approached, were sensed by Yanshu and were immediately forced out of their stealth state. Even while moving stealthily, an assassin's presence will still disturb the surrounding environment, such as leaving impressions on the grass or shaking branches. With my high mental power and the gaming experience from my past life, detecting a Novice Village assassin-type monster is a piece of cake. Before long, a 3-turtle creature appeared before me. The upper body is human, the lower body is that of a horse adorned in vine armor wielding a long knife, and oddly enough, it has antlers resembling 2 sparse tree branches. An incongruous centaur. Yugu Master Celis level 15. The other attributes are still a mystery. Once I can use the auction house function in the main city, I must immediately grab the skill book for appraising skills, otherwise it will be very inconvenient, especially considering my strength. Leveling up to tackle higher level monsters will become the norm. Seeing the human intruding into its territory, Celis charged forward with its long knife, moving at incredible speed. Yanshu watched Celis rush in and commanded the wild boar to use its skill to charge. At this stage, my summon may lack health, but its strength attributes exceed the current boss by a considerable margin, so I will face it head-on. 5,754. 1,041. Damage values appeared above Celis and the wild boar's heads. 3,587. 1,041. The damage comparison is stark, but the normal attack damage is much weaker. Next, I still need to take on the front. I dealt several waves of damage. Celis' health dropped to 90, and the long knife glowed with a green light as it began to swing it in place. Here it comes. Yanshu's gaze sharpened. The next skill's damage is completely linked to the amount of health it has lost, making it extremely powerful. I cannot take it head-on. Moreover, after the skill is released, Celis will drag its knife and spin while attacking in one direction, covering a large area, making it very difficult to evade. This skill is originally released when the boss's health drops to 90, 60, and 30, with the skill's damage increasing as its life decreases. Additionally, it is currently in an unstoppable phase, unable to be interrupted. Yanshu immediately ran away with the wild boar, using everything to maximize the distance, even employing the barbaric charge. Then I hid behind a large tree. When releasing the skill, Sellers will attack the nearest target, so using the fastest falcon to draw aggro is the best choice. As the charging up finished, Sellers immediately spun and charged towards the nearest falcon, while Yanshu commanded the falcon to soar into the air and fly in the opposite direction. Sellers lost its target and could only charge in its original direction, its large knife spinning and striking the trunk, causing branches and leaves to scatter everywhere. After its skill ended, Yanshu and the two pets surrounded it and unleashed a wave of damage. This was repeated 3 times. Quickly, Sellers' health dropped to 10, and it raised its head, emitting a series of deer cries with strange sound waves spreading outwards. Before long, rustling sounds came from the jungle. Yanshu commanded the falcon to continue attacking while preparing to confront the incoming Yugu assassins with the wild boar. 5,120. 4,875. Yanshu along with the wild boar moved and attacked. Due to the assassin's skill characteristics, attacking from behind will give a significant damage bonus. Thus, as long as I maintain facing the assassins without exposing my back, the damage I receive can almost be disregarded. An assassin cannot withstand even a single normal attack. Within a few seconds, they were cleared out. By the time Yanshu and the wild boar turned back to assist, the falcon only had 1/3 of its health left, and Sellers still had 5 left. Finally, with Yanshu's last strike, Sellers unwillingly fell to the ground. A settlement page appeared before Yanshu. Death count 0. Clear time 16 minutes, 32 seconds. Dungeon rating SSS level. Gained. Experience 500. Equipment 21. Skill book 2. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the Novice Village Dungeon boss Yugu Master. Sellers receiving rewards: free attribute points 50, silver grade class equipment 2, gold 40, game reputation 700. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the Novice Village Dungeon boss Yugu Master. Sellers receiving rewards: free attribute points 50, silver grade class equipment 2, gold 40, game reputation 700. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for clearing the Novice Village Dungeon Yugu Forest on easy difficulty for the first time. Overall rating SSS level, successfully unlocking the easy difficulty leaderboard, receiving 1 gold grade treasure chest, free attribute points 100, skill level upgrade stones x4. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for clearing the Novice Village Dungeon Yugu Forest on easy difficulty for the first time. Overall rating SSS level, successfully unlocking the easy difficulty leaderboard, receiving 1 gold grade treasure chest, free attribute points 100, skill level upgrade stones x4. A series of 6 system voice announcements left all players utterly stunned, while the message interface was completely flooded. Outside the dungeon, everyone stood frozen in stunned silence. Barely minutes had passed since the previous boss fell, yet the final boss had already been slain for the first time. Are we even playing the same game? Truly, comparing oneself to others is a sure path to despair. In a solo run, and he actually cleared it. The title of Tianqi's greatest summoner is now irrevocably sealed. From now on, no one will dare call summoners weak. It's ordinary summoners who are weak, not by the master. I bow before Master Lu Bai. Please take me into your dungeon. I'll surrender every last coin I own. What truly demands attention is the system's reward, so lavish that the master's power will soon snowball exponentially. What do skill enhancement stones do? Don't skills only level up through proficiency? The commotion sparked by the clearance did not reach Yanshu inside the dungeon. For him, nothing felt better at this moment than sorting through his spoils. Beyond experience gained from slaying monsters, this dungeon yielded 210 free attribute points from wild boars and 189 from hunting falcons. Yanshu himself earned 200 free attribute points, 100 for each of the 3 boss first kills, and another 100 for the first ever completion on easy mode, equivalent to leveling up 20 times. Indeed, first kills and first completions offered the richest rewards, each one an unparalleled surge of exhilaration. Then came the dungeon's settlement loot: 21 pieces of equipment, 4 silver tier, 9 bronze tier, 8 commandeer, plus 2 additional silver tier items granted directly by the system. This haul would fully equip him. Typically, an easy difficulty dungeon awarded only 10 or so items upon clearance, a truly exceptional outcome. An SSS rating had pushed the rewards to their absolute zenith. Regrettably, the 2 skill books awarded in the settlement belonged to other classes, but they were still useful, so he set them aside for now. Rubbing his hands together, Yanshu prepared to open the golden chest. Vaguely recalling his past life, he remembered first opening a golden tier chest only at level 40. Pure luck had granted him just one. Chests like equipment were ranked across 8 tiers: common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, and mythic. A chest tier dictated the quality of its contents. This golden tier chest held immense promise. Any gear it yielded would almost certainly be gold tier as well. Open chest. Items obtained will be bound and non-tradable. In the system's rewards always carried such restrictions, but binding mattered little to him one way or another. Open. Yanshu withdrew all contents: one piece of equipment, a tattered scrap of parchment, and a translucent orb resembling polished glass. Wood Spirit Guardian, gold tier, level 10 N-type, talisman class requirement: summoner constitution, 200 in spiritual power, 300 in intelligence, 50 in skill, healing aura. Automatically emits a 50m healing aura. Summoned creatures within it regain 2 of maximum HP every 5 seconds. Truly worthy of a gold tier artifact, the innate skill alone was peerless. Aura-based abilities required no cooldown or mana cost. Though 2 healing per interval seemed modest, his summon's staggering vitality rendered it profoundly potent. Once he reached level 10, his summon survivability would increase dramatically, and he'd no longer need to micromanage their movements to evade attacks. In Fragmented Treasure Map 14, a partial map fragment. Collecting all 4 reveals a clue to hidden treasure. Fragmented Treasure Map 14, a partial map fragment. Collecting all 4 reveals a clue to hidden treasure. Treasure hunting relied entirely on fortune, yielding either legendary artifacts or worthless scraps. Its ceiling and floor were both absolute extremes. He'd collect the fragments eventually, though in his past life several attempts had yielded nothing worthwhile. After reviewing the items, Yanshu lifted the glass-like orb. In Divination Crystal, Singlus consumable. Speak a target's full name aloud to reveal their current location. The crystal self-destructs upon use. Divination Crystal, Singlus consumable. Speak a target's full name aloud to reveal their current location. The crystal self-destructs upon use. To most players, this item held limited utility, functionally akin to the wanted warrants of classic MMORPGs used solely to track player coordinates. Yet wielded wisely, it became extraordinary. It revealed not only players but any entity, provided its true complete name was spoken, even divine-tier NPCs. Stowed away carefully, this would prove invaluable later. Finally, the 4 skill enhancement stones. In Yanshu's eyes, these were the most precious finds of all. Basic skills leveled solely through repeated use until reaching maximum rank, like his sole offensive ability, Mental Shock. But subsequent high-tier skills demanded skill enhancement stones for advancement, and given their scarcity, their market value would soar exponentially in later stages. He'd hold on to them, for now, reserving them exclusively for exceptional high-impact skills. Next, clear every difficulty tier in one relentless sweep. Normal, hard, and held difficulties respectively reduced character attributes by 10, 30, and 50, while monster stats scaled upward accordingly. Meanwhile, his own attributes would steadily rise with each kill, and his mastery over controls would deepen with repetition. On normal difficulty, minor foes remained trivial, one-hit kills with damage still overflowing. Clearance time could stay tightly controlled at approximately 16 minutes. Hard mode would likely stretch to 19 minutes. Hell mode. He could clear it, but not under 20 minutes without risking an unconventional daring strategy. At that moment, another system chime echoed. Ding, you have received 200 gold coins. Nah, his wager had paid off. 200,000 gold was an astronomical sum in the game's early stages. By the time betting closed, over 20 million players had placed wagers. His first clearance had effectively reaped the entire pool. Damn, I should have gone Allen on you. I missed out on thousands of coins because of one careless decision. Li Xiang lamented bitterly. Though he'd earned 200 gold, the sting of narrowly missing a colossal windfall left him utterly deflated. Ha, I told you some people would slap their own thighs raw trying to catch a rising star. Yanshu smiled serenely. With this fortune, his strength would surge dramatically upon leaving the starter village. Do you have any gear suitable for me? I think I'm ready to try dungeons too. Inter-village mail isn't possible yet. Just focus on the quests I've assigned you. Once you hit level 10 and gear up, we'll assemble a capable party. For now, Yanshu could offer Li Xiang little direct aid, not even supplies, until he reached the capital city and unlocked inter-city mail. Inside the dungeon, AI Chi Pu Tao suddenly received 500 gold coins. Staring blankly at the notification, she recalled her earlier 50 silver bet on buy. So, he'd actually done it. And she'd muted all system alerts, yet learned of his triumph in this quiet, unexpected way. After a moment's reflection, AI Chi Pu Tao gently exhaled, then quietly reopened her system notifications. Yanshu emerged from the dungeon and was instantly recognized by several players. Senior Liu Bai, could you please take me through once? We can negotiate the price. Big brother Liu Bai, I'm beautiful, sweet-voiced. And if you guide me to level up, I'll meet you offline. Is this some kind of bio-mother entity? Step aside. Senior, please enlighten me on your techniques. I'll pay. Amidst the clamor, Yanshu simply raised a hand in farewell and re-entered the dungeon, this time selecting normal difficulty. Senior Lubai has entered the dungeon again. Looks like he's going for consecutive clears. More than that, I suspect he'll attempt normal difficulty. After all, his rating on easy was already astonishing. Inside the normal difficulty dungeon, Yanshu advanced with overwhelming dominance, crushing every obstacle in his path. Normal mode merely enhanced enemy attributes by 10% over easy. Having allocated all attribute points earned from the previous run, his strength had risen significantly. This time, even the dungeon's minor foes fell instantly to basic attacks, and faster than before. Only the boss took slightly longer to defeat than in the prior run, ultimately falling after 16 minutes and 41 seconds. System announcement: congratulations to player Lubai on achieving the first ever completion of the newbie village dungeon Shadowed Valley Grove at normal difficulty. Overall rating SSS. The easy difficulty completion leaderboard has been unlocked. Reward: 1 golden chest, 140 free attribute points, 5 skill level enhancement stones. Yanshu immediately invested all newly acquired attribute points. The dungeon awarded 24 pieces of equipment, 5 of which were silver tier, the rest held no appeal for him whatsoever. He set the silver tier gear aside for now, planning to list them on the auction house after reaching level 10. Everything else would be bundled and handed off to Yen Yulin phone once all dungeons were cleared. 3 skill books dropped. At last one matched his class. Touch of Agony, class restriction summoner. Effect: summons a spectral avatar of an agony demon onto the target, inflicting continuous damage for 1 minute, equal to 200 of the caster's mental power, and reducing healing received by 50. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown 2 minutes. Yanshu activated it immediately. Curses were rare, especially those accessible to summoners. In his past life, he'd possessed only one such ability. Now he had a countermeasure against bosses with extraordinary regeneration. Opening the golden chest yielded no equipment, only several golden tier herbs. Though valuable, he lacked the time, or inclination, to master alchemy. They'd have to be sold. Also among the loot was a fragmented treasure map, 1/4 complete. Could completing all 4 difficulty tiers yield the full map? Staring at the chest dissolving into emptiness, Yanshu briefly questioned whether the system had delivered a counterfeit reward. Was this truly a golden tier chest? No sooner had Yanshu exited the dungeon than he turned and selected hard difficulty. As the system announcement echoed, many players could no longer sit still. Most assumed he was merely repeating the easy run, only to learn he'd conquered normal as well, earning an SSS rating. Most astonishing was the near-identical completion time, defying logic. Ba Lin Niao Wang, the vice leader of Ba Lin Guild, and someone who'd personally fought Yanshu, was the first to voice skepticism, enumerating anomalies on the forum. 1. Yanshu, a summoner, possessed shockingly high physical damage output. 2. His summons exhibited godlike stats, nearly matching those of dungeon bosses. 3. If innate talent accounted for the disparity, why couldn't AI Chi Pu Tao, a player boasting an S-tier supreme talent, clear the dungeon at all? 4. Why did his completion times for easy and normal modes remain virtually identical? Was he using an instant kill cheat? As both a guild leader and first-hand witness to Yanshu's combat prowess, Ba Lin Niao Wang's credibility far surpassed that of ordinary players. The post exploded in popularity, rocketing to the top of the forum within minutes. Even staunch supporters of Yanshu began voicing doubts. Public sentiment shifted almost entirely. Cheat. Definitely cheating. I'll report him to the official site and demand a full investigation. Agreed. Ban the cheater and purify the game environment. Demand Lubai reveal his character stats. I refuse to believe such a chasm between players could exist this early in the game. Within minutes, thousands flooded the forum, flooding it with accusations of cheating. Self-proclaimed gaming experts posted analytical threads. Their calculations claimed that without cheating, Yanshu and his 2 companions would each need nearly 10,000 total attribute points, a statistical impossibility at this stage. Others bombarded the game company's customer service lines, demanding an immediate probe or threatening mass account cancellations. Unlike other games, Tianqi's information velocity was unprecedented. News spread like wildfire. So early in the game's life cycle, such a staggering power gap shattered players' confidence, leaving many feeling like mere spectators. It evoked memories of Peidoan MMORPGs, yet felt even more intolerable. In Tianqi, rapid wealth-based progression was virtually impossible. Most helpless of all was Chunbo, CEO of the game company, currently massaging his temples while listening to his staff's frantic briefing. Boss, our customer service lines are completely overwhelmed. How should we respond publicly? Buy us some time. Let me think this through. After dismissing his subordinate Chun, Bo tapped his temple in frustration. What recourse did he have? Only vague assurances of antique integrity. Production of gaming hardware continued unabated. Demand remained sky-high. He'd just launched 2 new assembly lines. A fortune still awaited him. This crisis must not derail it. Yet the truth was stark: his company exerted zero control over the game's operation. Their sole responsibilities were marketing and hardware sales. When his firm initially ventured into virtual MMO development, they'd built prototype neural interface helmets for early testing, only for the game itself to appear spontaneously. The test engineers were left speechless. Simultaneously, the official game forum website and login interface materialized, fully functional with existing devices. The site also featured rich lore class descriptions and public beta timelines. At first, Chin Bo dismissed the reports as absurd, too surreal even for fiction. But upon entering the game himself, he found himself standing in a breathtaking valley. Its hyper-realistic immersion left no doubt this was real. Alas, a system message declared the game unlaunched, trapping him inside the valley, powerless to exit or interact beyond idle wandering. He instantly grasped its potential and launched aggressive marketing while scaling helmet production exponentially. The game's sudden emergence defied explanation, and its underlying technology far exceeded contemporary human capability. Cheating, therefore, was scientifically implausible. At this moment in the challenging dungeon, Yanshu had already begun to take down the first boss. The communicator flickered at an inopportune time. While attacking the BOSS, Yanshu answered the call, and Li Xiang's exaggerated voice came through. "My son, your SS-level talent can no longer be hidden. Now the entire forum is discussing your dungeon runs. Many believe you are cheating and are demanding the game company to investigate thoroughly and ban your account." And then many people pressured the game company. "By the way, it seems this issue was instigated by that guy Ba Lin Yao Wan." It's fine. The game company hasn't given any direct response, just emphasized that there are no cheats in the game. Yanshu's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He had thought of it from the beginning. There would definitely be someone causing trouble, but he didn't expect it to be Ba Tu Niao Wan. His eagerness to stir things up probably stemmed from wanting to avoid fulfilling the bet. After all, for such a large guild to bow down to an individual player would be a huge hit to their reputation. How do you know? Some people still think you're the illegitimate child of the game company's boss. No more talking, I'm running a hard dungeon. The boss is about to unleash a special move. Afterward, Yanshu ended the voice call. It would be surprising if the game company responded, as even they were unclear about what was happening with the game and whether there were any cheats. On the other end, Li Xiang heard that Yanshu had started running the hard level and recalled the game strategy he had provided. A bold thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that he really is an illegitimate child raised in an ordinary family by his biological father? Li Xiang suddenly felt like he had discovered the truth. In the future, I should avoid taking advantage of him verbally. Yanshu's father is already quite abundant. As the hard dungeon had already imposed a 30 attribute debuff, he aimed to minimize time. At this moment, Yanshu increased his output frequency and focused his attention significantly. Whether in controlling summons or his own attack rhythm, he achieved a relatively perfect state. Finally, after 17 minutes and 10 seconds, he defeated the final BOSS, completing the first clear of the hard level. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for clearing the Novice Village Dungeon Misty Valley on hard difficulty for the first time. Overall rating SSS level. Successfully unlocked the easy difficulty leaderboard and received 1 golden treasure chest, 170 free attribute points, and 6 skill level up stones. Upon the release of this news, there was another uproar outside. Many bystanders who had not participated in the discussion couldn't help but join in. See, who would believe this wasn't cheating? Where are the game company representatives? Why don't they come out and speak? They said that virtual online games guarantee no cheats, but now they're contradicting themselves. I'll return the helmet tomorrow. Who cares about a game environment like this? I thought Lu Bai was just talented and skilled to achieve this, but getting 3 SSS ratings is simply unbelievable. In the dungeon, Yanshu glanced at the settlement rewards. Various miscellaneous equipment totaling 30 pieces, none of which were particularly impressive, and the 4 skill books were also useless to him. Reluctantly, he opened the treasure chest to check. First was still incomplete treasure map. Just as he expected, he should be able to collect it on the hell level after 1 run. Then there were 2 plush dolls. Substitute doll recovers 30 health after receiving fatal damage and randomly teleports to a location 50 m away. Placed in the bag, it automatically uses when conditions are met. Luck had returned. This was a good item. Although he had summons to absorb damage, some items or talents might restrain him. Having a couple more lives was always beneficial. Yanshu chose not to exit the dungeon immediately. He stretched lazily in place and entered the forum. He wanted to see the commotion and relax a bit. Oh, he found that all the posts he could see were related to him. Evidence of Lu Bai cheating. Requesting the game officials to ban Lu by creating a clean gaming environment. Various evidence suggests that Lu Bai is very likely Chun Ba's illegitimate child. Calculating Lu Bai's specific attributes based on dungeon completion times. The threads were diverse and colorful. Some so-called evidence posts with their rich imagination left Yanshu in awe, and several data analysis posts were quite coherent. In Yanshu's view, these so-called gaming experts were somewhat impressive as they had guessed his attributes quite accurately. However, many players preferred to believe that Yanshu was cheating rather than accept that such outrageous attributes could appear in the early stages of the game. The most troubled must be Chun Bo. Watching players spouting off his game company could not even delete the posts, and he could only watch helplessly as everyone chatted freely. Among them, the people from Ba Lin Guild were the most vocal. Whenever they detected any dissenting voices, they would immediately incite other players to attack. After all, if this opportunity was not seized well, and if they did not completely discredit Yanshu's cheating, their guild would never be able to hold their heads up again. At the same time, many people saw that the game company could not provide a reasonable explanation and directly demanded that the company publicly disclose Yanshu's talent and the attributes of his summoned creatures. Chun Bo was also at a loss, directly ordering the staff to post a unified response. Character talents, attributes, and other information belong to the player's personal privacy. No one, including the game officials, has the right to disseminate or display them. Players can contact Lu Bai directly to obtain relevant information. This wave of operations made Yanshu chuckle. These players really know how to make things difficult. His game company couldn't check player information at all, and they had no way to disclose anything. As the game company feigned ignorance, this group began to urge Yanshu to come forward and prove himself. Yanshu pondered for a moment. He directly posted a message. Title: I am Lu Bai. Do you want to know the secret to clearing dungeons quickly? Please come in. The specific content of the post was as follows. Are you still struggling in easy dungeons fighting for survival? Are you feeling frustrated from being bullied by trivial monsters? Do you crave the rich rewards after clearing a dungeon? Join the live stream in half an hour. Room number 532516. I, Lu Bai, will personally demonstrate how to clear the hell level dungeon quickly, sharing all game operations, clearing techniques, and details for just 88 silver coins, giving yourself a chance to progress. Bolded field: what? You said you have no money and want a freeload. Sorry, this live stream does not welcome broke people. Once this post was out, it was immediately spotted and the click rate visibly soared. Many people saw that it was a post from Lu Bai himself and rushed in. After all, the forum was bound to characters and others couldn't impersonate him. Damn you cheater, you really are going crazy for money. Speed clearing techniques. I see you are just a filthy cheat seller. You dare to live stream. I'm not short on money. I just want to see how you perform and get banned during the live stream. See you in the live stream. I've watched his operation videos. His skills are indeed top-notch. In just a few minutes, the number of comments shot up to 10000 and continued to rise. Most comments were mocking, while a minority genuinely expressed curiosity, eager to uncover the truth. A few others complained that the price was exorbitant. After all, most players were nearly penniless in the game's early stages. Yet none of this concerned Yanshu. If they suspected him of cheating, very well, he would now stream his gameplay live. He bore no obligation to prove himself, thus charging a fee was perfectly reasonable. And as for those truly unable to afford it, let them wait aside. Granting them first-hand verification would be pointless, for they lack the competence to grasp it. Viewed another way, for those earnestly seeking knowledge, 88 silver coins represented extraordinary value. After all, his decade of accumulated expertise stood unchallenged. Even a casual demonstration of technical finesse held immense worth at this stage. Were it not for the scarcity of wealthy players in the early phase, the price would have soared several-fold. Yanshu felt no anxiety about recordings or resale. So long as he withheld administrative permissions, the curious had no choice but to pay up front. Judging the timing right, Yanshu launched a live stream. The moment he configured the settings, viewers flooded in, and the audience count surged at an astonishing pace. Watching the numbers climb, Yanshu couldn't help but anticipate each new viewer was pure coin. He never scorned in-game currency. Once reaching the capital city, a certain item demanded a substantial investment of gold, a cornerstone of his grand design. Where's Lu Bai? So many people are still unsatisfied. Hurry and go live. Could this veteran cheater actually be running a scam? Only 10 minutes left. No worries. So many eyes are watching, he wouldn't dare vanish with their money. The screen remained pitch black, yet a riot of colorful chat scrolled across it. Yanshu had no intention of indulging impatience. He immediately posted a rule. The stream begins in just a few minutes. If you're too impatient, feel free to leave now. This broadcast has appointed an automated system moderator. Starting now, any vulgar language will be instantly flagged and the offender ejected. Viewers departing via either of these methods forfeit their admission fee, no refunds granted. Instantly, the chat feed grew markedly cleaner. When the countdown ended, the stream had already drawn over 8 million viewers, the absolute ceiling for this stage. Many undoubtedly had scrambled frantically to gather the required funds. From this single broadcast alone, Yanshu earned over 7 million gold coins, a true fortune. Yes, this sum was more than sufficient. Yanshu switched back into the game and embedded the stream's discussion panel into the interface with full transparency. He double-checked his inventory for essential items. Though confident in clearing the dungeon within his planned timeframe, performing under such intense scrutiny demanded nothing less than masterful flair. He then selected the healthier dungeon. Its environment and monster types bore no difference from lower difficulty variants. Yet the moment he entered, both Yanshu and his summoned creature were afflicted with a weakening debuff, having all attributes. Across the entire game of Tianxi, only 25 dungeons existed, among the highest level ones. Even their healthier modes remained unconquered since the game's launch, testament to their staggering difficulty. Thus, clearing a healthier dungeon typically required waiting until one's base stats matured significantly. Only then could skill and attribute synergy make victory possible. Having accumulated numerous free attribute points from the 3 preceding dungeons of varying difficulties, the 50% stat reduction posed no obstacle. He could still dominate outright. Gazing upon the bark sentinels and vine sprites ahead, Yanshu commanded his hunting falcon to soar forward, maintaining a carefully calibrated safe altitude throughout. In healthier dungeons, monster aggro ranges expanded dramatically. The 2 minor foes instantly fixated on the falcon overhead. Within 7 or 8 seconds they converged and were dragged together in pursuit. Yanshu and his wild boar advanced to meet the mob. As the creatures drew near, master and beast delivered 2 swift basic strikes, inflicting 3754 and 3652 damage, felling a bark sentinel outright. They then trailed behind the mob's rear, repeating the same tactic. The absurd damage values of Yanshu's and his boar's basic attacks ignited the live chat. What in the world is this damage output? Never mind the falcon's breakneck speed. Look, this is after a 50% stat penalty. Developer sees evidence and ban him immediately. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Since when do summoners rely on basic attacks for sustenance? After eliminating over 30 monsters, Yanshu quietly calculated density, then ordered the falcon to reverse course and reposition the mob. Meanwhile, he charged forward, brandishing his staff, striking each foe once before vanishing, never pausing in place. Instantly, he drew the overwhelming bulk of the mob's enmity. Many assumed he'd grown reckless, perhaps even suicidal. The chat erupted anew with speculation. Yet in the next breath, Yanshu executed a brutal charge, plowing through the mob's front lines, sidestepping sharply, then doubling back. Simultaneously, he directed his wild boar to mirror the maneuver exactly. The chaos intensified. Some monsters fixated on the falcon, others on Yanshu, and the remainder locked onto the boar, until the entire pack collapsed inward, tangled and disordered. Throughout this maelstrom, Yanshu and his 2 summons maintained near uninterrupted attack frequency, delivering steady, relentless damage. Jostled and obstructed by one another, the monsters could mount no coherent counteroffensive. Circling the periphery, the trio struck each target once before fluidly shifting to the next, appearing merely to evade blows, yet in truth maximizing attack cadence. By sweeping his staff at precise angles mid-movement, he seamlessly negated the recovery lag inherent in basic attacks. 3754, 3652, 3721. A continuous cascade of damage numbers rose without pause, creating the surreal illusion that monsters were hurling themselves headlong into lethal strikes. The spectacle left viewers utterly dumbfounded. Did I just hallucinate? Does he secretly play a second-class berserker? How is this even possible in game? 10,086. Utterly speechless. Only fellow summoners can fathom the sheer mastery embedded in this technique. How does he prevent his mind from shattering, controlling 2 summons simultaneously? Not only that, you saw his movement speed, didn't you? It rivals elite assassins. He's a seamless fusion of warrior and rogue. Under Yanshu's flawless combat artistry, monsters fell one by one, cleared entirely in precisely 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The chat exploded with exclamations, and anticipation swelled for what came next. Should he later succumb to the hallucinogenic spores, missing targets entirely, the outside world would witness nothing but futile airstrikes, guaranteeing utter humiliation. While administering health potions to his summons, Yanshu sprinted forward, halted before a thicket, and then before the entire live audience crouched down to harvest mushrooms. What's this? Mushroom picking. Isn't that just wasting time? These must serve a purpose in later stages, otherwise why bother? AI Chi-Pu watching from the stream recognized Yanshu's posture instantly and surmised he already knew the toxic mushroom's effects. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. His own guild members had labored exhaustively to locate those hidden fungi beneath the undergrowth and painstakingly tested their properties. Yet Liu Bai seemed to have known their function from the very beginning. By consuming the poisonous mushroom to resist the hallucinogenic spores, the subsequent encounters with the mushroom monsters became relatively easier. After all, with the most troublesome skill resolve, their health was not as high as the previous two types. This time the strategy employed was a different method to eliminate foes, achieving greater efficiency. The falcon flew to the side, leveraging its speed advantage to lure the monster towards the wild boar with each strike. The two pets coordinated to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, the strategy involved simultaneously drawing several foes, showcasing extreme evasion. Before long, all the mushroom monsters lay defeated. While I was waiting for it to make a fool of itself, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems there are plenty of items to utilize within the dungeon. This round was worth it and opened up new ideas. Haha, using mushrooms against mushrooms is brilliant. The subsequent strategy for defeating the flying flower spirit made many people claim they had chosen the wrong profession. The falcon's sole task in the air was to destroy the spinning flowers above the monsters. Once shattered, the flowers spun like bamboo copters. The flying flower spirits lost their ability to fly and began to fall one by one. The strategy and the wild boar followed closely beneath, striking down each that descended. Some hadn't even touched the ground before being swatted down midair. The scene resembled collecting fruit that fell from the sky. At this point, everyone felt an absurd sense of reality. The strategy wasn't just clearing the dungeon, it felt like a leisurely stroll, casually swatting away the drifting leaves. While this is eye-opening, wasn't there someone on the forums saying that flying monsters are the new player's bane? Was that guy streaming? The esteemed one demonstrated through action that the best way to deal with flying monsters is to have a stronger flying pet. Do you think there's a possibility he has summons in the water as well, thus gathering air, land, and sea? That makes sense, after all the game description mentioned the existence of aquatic realms. As of now, just a few minutes into the stream, no one is mocking the strategy anymore. After streaming for so long, the lack of official action confirms the allegations of cheating are baseless. In the end, the strategy left one flying flower spirit for the falcon to circle around. Meanwhile, he went to chop down trees. This action left the player Loves Grapes stunned, followed by a sudden realization. The skill of the tree spirit guardian Elblin is released by attaching to these several large trees. I fell into a cognitive trap. With the game's freedom, it is entirely possible to chop down the trees. Seeing the barrage of confused messages, Loves Grapes couldn't help but educate them. The boss will hide in these trees later, entering an invincible state and completely recovering lost health. Many players haven't even seen the boss yet, and even if they do, they haven't forced it below 30 health, so many are unaware. Thank you, beautiful lady, for clarifying, Loves Grapes. Caught the esteemed one. Esteemed one, can I join your guild? Don't be misled by my name, I'm actually a girl. As soon as Loves Grapes spoke, the entire stream's atmosphere changed. After chopping down the trees, the strategy commanded the flying flower spirit to be eliminated. Then the tree spirit guardian Elblin burst forth from the ground. Compared to other ordinary monsters, defeating this boss was considerably less visually appealing. The strategy and the two summoned creatures directly positioned themselves in a triangle surrounding the boss and attacking it heat. At the right moment, it used a wild charge to interrupt several of the boss's skills, maintaining a steady output rhythm. Under the meticulous observation of the strategy, the boss was interrupted almost as soon as it attempted to strike. The boss's final life-saving skill failed to cast due to the absence of the tree. Ultimately, it fell in resentment. Following that, a flurry of 666 streamed across the screen. Does this boss not have skills? Can anyone who has fought it come forward to share? Ordinary monsters have skills, how could a boss not? It was interrupted by the esteemed one. Watching the esteemed one's operation, I can't help but feel that the boss is just a health bag. It was indeed fast, but now it's already 10 minutes in, and there are still 2 bosses to go. To achieve an SSS rating, it seems time is a bit tight. Next, the strategy startled the moss giant python with a firecracker, taking a minute to resolve it. Then he arrived at the edge of the pond. Seeing the water element spirit Yuri's playing in the water, the strategy directly approached to initiate the encounter. A mental shock struck Yuri's. Instantly, Yuri's charged at him in a similar manner of appearance. After successfully striking, the strategy retreated, leading Yuri's around the pond and forward. Why isn't the esteemed one killing the boss in place? Where is he leading it? The esteemed one must have a special intention for doing this. I have a feeling this is the esteemed one's secret to quickly defeating the boss. At this moment, the viewers in the stream widened their eyes, closely observing the strategy's maneuvers. The strategy maintained the attack frequency, firmly drawing Yuri's aggro, while not deliberately dodging Yuri's skills. To everyone, it merely seemed like he was focused on moving forward while casually dragging a boss along. The strategy brought it to the final valley, stopping in a clearing after entering the dense forest. The reason for this was that the strategy discovered that he didn't spend much time battling monsters. The main waste was in the travel time. From this position to the final boss, there were annoying valley assassins interfering, which wasted a lot of time. To save time and effort, he could only gather all the monsters at once. This utilized the special effect of elemental absorption discovered by high-level players after the game descended into reality. The strategy stood still, trading health with Yuri's twice, successfully reducing its health to below 10. At this moment, Yuri's began to unleash elemental absorption. The critical moment arrived. The strategy directly commanded the summons to stand by, then quietly waited. What is the esteemed one doing? Isn't he supposed to interrupt this obvious ultimate move? I don't understand. This is too reckless. This skill takes so long to charge, it must be incredibly powerful. Haha, don't mess up, millions are watching. The strategy waited in place for a full 10 seconds, and finally Yuri's skill casting was completed. While it gathered its ultimate move, being in a 70 damage reduction state, killing it at this moment seemed impossible, but it could certainly use control skills to interrupt. Yuri's body stretched, and the next moment a terrifying pulling force erupted. The strategy began to lose health. 500. At the same time, Yuri's health began to rise. 11000, 3682, 3857, 3849. Seizing the opportunity while Yuri's couldn't move, the strategy and two pets rushed forward to output damage, which significantly reduced the healing effect due to the pressure of their attacks. Due to being too far from the pond, elemental absorption could not absorb enough water elements. The surrounding plants visibly withered at a rapid pace. Once Yuri's skill ceased, all the surrounding plants became completely dry and the soil loosened. The entire valley was drained, leaving not a single drop behind. At that moment, Yuri's health bar after a healing skill had dropped to 5. Meanwhile, Yanshu and the two pets still had over 200 health left. Wow, he really took that ultimate heat in. This boss must be feeling frustrated. After a blood-sucking skill, its own health has actually decreased. Look closely at the health bars of the wide-out big shot and the two pets. How exaggerated must their vitality be? I'm shocked again by the game's freedom, it even drained the tree dry. As everyone discussed, Yanshu made a new move. He stepped back a few paces and lit 2 torches. A wild boar grabbed one and dashed off, while a falcon seized another and flew toward the depths of the valley. 2 arsonists, one responsible for igniting the dry grass and shrubs on the ground, the other aimed at the branches and leaves of a large tree. Yanshu continued to hold off Yuri's, and when Yuri's health dropped to 1, he started dodging and ceased his attacks. Controlling summoned creatures to start a fire on the mountains. It's impossible to burn the last monster to death. These game monsters seem to have some intelligence, and certainly wouldn't just stand there to be burned. That's not the point. At this stage, the intelligence of summoned creatures is not high. How much mental strength does a summoner need to control them to perform such actions? This is simply abnormal. What puzzles me is that the wide-out big shot clearly has the strength to easily deal with the BOSS, so why is he keeping it alive? Do you know the Catan mouse game? Right now I bet the big shot is in that mindset. Soon Yanshu's 2 summoned creatures returned. A sea of flames accompanied by crackling sounds swept in from a distance. From afar there were also piercing howls. One by one the valley assassins dashed out from the forest. Yanshu and the 2 summoned creatures confronted them directly. As the valley assassins left the dense forest, their invisibility effect weakened, appearing almost like live targets in Yanshu's eyes. The viewers in the live stream watched as Yanshu and the summoned creatures struck the air, each shadowy assassin being dispatched, by the time they revealed themselves they had already turned into corpses. If even the invisible monsters can be easily found, what kind of dissummon ability is this? As an assassin, I'm already sweating profusely. The sense of security provided by invisibility has vanished. It seems like there are quite a few assassins, while the wide-out big shot's hands get sore. Look at Boss now. 2 those ice spikes are completely gone. The big shot probably has eyes in the back of his head. Due to extreme dryness, the plants in the valley burned rapidly. In no time the entire area was ablaze, a sea of fire in sight. Before long the flames surrounded the clearing. Thanks to Yuri's water-based skills, the temperature dropped significantly, making this area the safest spot. At this moment players in the live stream had started to realize, oh my, I get it now, the big shot is keeping Boss now. 2 for air conditioning. As soon as this was said, a bunch of players were left dumbfounded. Then the screen was flooded with comments. Kneeling to the big shot, what a godly operation. What the heck is called presence? This is presence. Yuri's air conditioning spokesperson Wideout. While I'm still considering how to clear the level, the big shot is already thinking about how to clear it comfortably. I've been too narrow-minded. At this moment, Yanshu was feeling puzzled instead. It shouldn't be, where's the final boss? Logically, it should avoid the fire and not get lost. Could it be that the wild boar accidentally ignited the trees on the way and got surrounded by the fire? Just then hurried footsteps interrupted Yanshu's thoughts. A centaur appeared. At that moment its horns were already lit, the tips burning red and emitting wisps of black smoke. The cracked wounds made its dark body stand out markedly. Just looking at its appearance, Yanshu almost didn't react. In his impression, the Valley Overlord Sellers was a majestic centaur with antlers, but now not a single intact hair remained on its body. Although he couldn't see its overall attributes, it was clear that a third of its health bar was already empty. Looking at the boss's blood-red eyes, he could tell that his fire had evidently burned its heart. Smelling the aroma of roasted meat in the air, Yanshu unconsciously sniffed. This action caught Sellers' attention, and he could no longer hold back. He charged forward with the long knife in hand. Yanshu directly took a hit. 4,587, 795. Huh, a hell-level Sellers shouldn't be this weak. Then Yanshu looked at the negative status icons on him and immediately realized. Originally Sellers' attributes should have been much stronger, but he had a fatal weakness: he feared light. In well-lit conditions he would be afflicted with a weaken effect reducing all attributes by 30. In the past, many teams would use special items or skills to create light sources when dealing with him, thereby reducing the difficulty of the kill. But now a raging fire had completely burned away the canopy of trees, and the sunlight that had been blocked now shone down on him. Through a twist of fate, killing him became easier. Moments later, Sellers' health dropped to 60, and he immediately raised his large knife. Here it comes. Yanshu employed the same tactic again. However, this time, he directly hid behind Boss No. 2 with the wild boar. In the game mechanics, monsters in the same instance are immune to each other's damage. Sellers' skill was a directional lock-in, and the large knife swung down, immediately striking Yuri's, causing a splash of water. The scene was spectacular. This is probably the most miserable boss in gaming history, without exception. Being both an air conditioner and a meat shield, it's simply absurd. Shocking, the boss in a hell-level instance is actually a player's underling. I can't watch anymore. I begged the big shot to give it a quick end. As soon as its skill ended, Yanshu and his 2 pets rushed in for another round of damage. After 2 identical operations, Sellers' health rapidly declined. At the same time, the now useless Yuri's was directly killed by Yanshu, transforming into a puff of water vapor that dissipated into the air. Soon Sellers' health reached 10. It raised its head and issued a series of deer calls, sending out circles of strange sound waves that spread outward. After howling for a long time, there was no response around. Shut up, you're making a racket. Your minions have all turned to ash. Yanshu leapt up, swinging his staff directly at its forehead. 20 seconds later, Sellers fell to the ground. Death count 0. Completion time 19 minutes, 32 seconds. Instance rating SSS level. Immediately afterward, a flash of white light enveloped Yanshu and he leveled up to 10. System announcement: congratulations to player Whiteout for clearing the Novice Village Instance Valley Forest at Hell level difficulty for the first time. Overall rating SSS level. Successfully unlocked the Hell level clear leaderboard. Received Certificate of Wisdom, Diamond level treasure, chest X1, 300 free attribute points, skill level upgrade, stone X7. The big boss is quite impressive. This is what playing a game is all about. Oh wow, the members of the 5 major guilds should take a look. This is how to clear Hell mode. The officials must be paying attention. The rumors of cheating will be disproven without a fight. The people from Balin must be careful around the Master of Rhetoric this time. Can the big boss even spend all those gold coins? Just pass that worry on to me. I haven't even seen bronze equipment yet, and the big boss has already obtained a diamond treasure chest. How can the gap between people be so vast? Does anyone know what the Certificate of Wisdom is? It feels more valuable than a diamond-grade treasure chest. The faces of the members from several major guilds turned grim as they glanced at these comments. Especially the Balin Bird King, who had secretly deleted his own post. The Hell-level dungeon had been officially cleared, and the time taken was pretty much as he had anticipated. Yanshu began to organize the loot from the dungeon and directly closed the livestream. His name was now at the top of the leaderboard in 4 difficulty levels, and he would earn a fixed amount of prestige points daily from now on. In the short term, there would definitely be no one who could surpass him. When he left the novice village, he would push the time to an unchallengeable level. At Hell level difficulty, besides gaining experience points to reach level 10, he also received 35 pieces of equipment for various professions, notably among which was the first appearance of Golden Grade equipment in the settlement rewards. Twilight Golden Grade level 10 type staff profession requirements: Summoner Spirit Power, 600 Intelligence, 200 Casting Speed, 10 Skill. Life Steal Aura provides a 50M Life Steal Aura. Summon creatures within the aura gain a 15 Life Steal effect. This is surprisingly the same type of equipment as the previous amulet, also possessing aura-type skills. Moreover, the lifesteal effect is extremely rare. With his summoned creatures not lacking in output, the aura effect now ensures sustainable combat. Now he and his 2 summoned creatures had already reached level 10. He allocated his free attribute points and replaced all his equipment with silver grade items, making his spirit power attribute nearly 4 times that of a level 9. Blank level 10. Health 53289, mana 3046, constitution 3472, strength 5878, intelligence 245, agility 108, spirit 2737, talent symbiotic battle soul SSS, grade skills mental shock, summoning wild boar, summoning hunting falcon, iron wall, guardian skill, replication, guardian light, agility, healing, aura, touch of pain, life steal, aura. Currently with the skills from equipment, he already has quite a few skills. If he were to clear hell level again right now, the time would be significantly shorter. However, he had already used up today's attempts. Additionally, having collected various first clear rewards, continuing to farm rewards would likely yield nothing substantial. Upon checking the skill book, he surprisingly found only one. However, the faint silver glow emanating from its cover indicated that it was rarer than the ordinary skill books he had previously obtained. Intanchi skills can be obtained either by learning from a profession mentor or by using skill books. There are only 3 types of skill books. The first type consists of ordinary general skills. For example, identification skills fall under this category and are not limited to any profession. Anyone can learn them. The second type includes ordinary skill books for various professions. The third type consists of rare skills which have unique characteristics. Currently, this book belongs to the third category. In the future, within the entire game, summoning fire elemental spirit rare summons a fire elemental spirit to participate in battles currently at level 1, requiring experience points to level up 0-100. It turns out to be a magic type summon and is a relatively rare elemental pet. What perfect timing! This summon not only compensates for his inability to output magic damage, but also easily raises his intelligence attribute after stacking free attribute points. Yanshu immediately used the skill book Fire Elemental Spirit level 1. Health 500, mana 100, constitution 20, strength 5, intelligence 200, agility 5, spirit 20, skills. Fire element absorption reduces 30 of damage from fire elemental skill attacks and converts it into health points. Meteor fire rain summons a wave of fireballs to attack a target area, each fireball dealing damage equal to 40 of intelligence. Skill coverage area is 5050. Consumes 250 mana. Cooldown time is 1 minute. Skill level LV1, proficiency 000. It has 2 skills at level 1. Truly a rare skill book. Upon reaching every 10 levels, summons have a certain chance to comprehend skills. Towards the end of the game, most summons possess about 5 or 6 skills, while having 7 to 8 skills is considered exceptional, and those with 9 or more skills are exceedingly rare, with hardly any found throughout the game. If a summon possesses multiple skills at level 1, it undoubtedly has boundless potential and is worth nurturing for many summoners. Due to the limited number of summons a summoner can have at the same time, many players choose to release their existing summons after acquiring better quality ones, thus forgetting their skills. For him, such an action is out of the question. With the existence of the SS grade talent, the more summons the better. Currently, he has already reached the limit of 3 summons. After leaving the novice village, he needs to address this issue immediately. As for the system reward, the Certificate of Wisdom, it completely took him by surprise. He had never heard of such a thing in his past life. In his memory, the novice village only had 4 major certificates, including Certificate of Strength, Certificate of Justice, Certificate of Courage, and the Certificate of Patience that he was currently farming. After gathering several certificates and handing them to the profession mentor, a hidden quest would be triggered, upon completion of which one could obtain a hidden profession as a summoner. Moreover, each novice village only has a unique set of certificates. If one is missing, the rewards will be greatly diminished, resulting only in some skill books or profession equipment. Could this be a special reward only available for clearing dungeons below level 10 with an SSS rating? Yanshu pondered. After the integration of the game and reality, everyone resorted to burning dungeons, but at that time the players entering the dungeons were mostly above level 10. Thus the conditions were not met in his past life. If he submits the certificate, would it trigger a higher level hidden profession? From what he understands, the tasks associated with the 4 certificates already accepted have 3 different outcomes corresponding to 3 different hidden professions for summoners. Could there be an existence even beyond the hidden professions? He then looked at the diamond grade treasure chest, which he seems to have only obtained once in his past life, and that was from a team loot shared equally among everyone. By clearing the novice village's hell level dungeon, he could directly skip the platinum grade and obtain a diamond grade treasure chest. Even he hadn't anticipated this. Upon opening it, a fragmented treasure map, 14, remained inside. Yanshu placed it alongside the 3 previous fragments. Instantly a sentence appeared upon the completed map. On the outskirts of the novice village lies an ancient, long-forgotten castle. Legend says it once served as the abode of a dark sorcerer. This castle dwells between reality and illusion. Only players who fulfill specific conditions may perceive and enter it. Yanshu frowned at the vague description. There was no such ancient castle on the outskirts of the novice village. Not a single memory of it surfaced in his mind. Yet this clue required clearing 4 high-difficulty dungeons for the first time, a feat likely more arduous than any current instance. He would investigate it later. Enlightenment Fruit 2 greatly enhances a pet's intelligence. The description was brief, but to many this item was exceedingly precious. In Tianchi, pets encompassed summoned entities, mounts, and ornamental companions. As a pet leveled up, its intelligence increased, but only up to a certain ceiling. Without enlightenment fruits, even a pet ascending to level 100 could comprehend only rudimentary commands. Thus, this item was nearly indispensable to all players, especially summoners whose burden of control diminished significantly when their summons possessed heightened intelligence. By mid-game, such fruits were virtually priceless, so he administered both immediately to his peregrine falcon. Ding! Your peregrine falcon has successfully consumed an enlightenment fruit. Intelligence 2, hidden attribute unlocked. Current intelligence 3. 8 more enlightenment fruits may still be used. The usage cap stood at 10 fruits. With this boost, the peregrine falcon now possessed rudimentary reasoning and could independently execute simple tasks. He prioritized it because among his 3 summons, the peregrine falcon boasted unmatched speed and maneuverability, thus maximizing its tactical advantage. The remaining item was an explosive orb light. Level 20. Upon use, inflicts massive light attribute damage upon the target. A consumable damage-dealing item. This tier of explosive orb could effortlessly obliterate a level 10 boss. A modest boon, admittedly. Even his current damage output sufficed to dominate such foes with ease. Yet the chest contained nothing else. Something felt amiss. The explosive orb and the map fragment seemed unworthy of a diamond-tier chest, especially beside the enlightenment fruits. Yanshu paused, then reflected. The game had barely begun, yet his gains already eclipsed those of every other player. He dismissed the anomaly without further concern. He exited the instance at once. Outside, his figure materialized, and was instantly surrounded by players 3 layers deep. Senior, could you carry us through the dungeon? Paid service. I'm not short on money in real life. 1 million per run. Think it over. Brother Liubai, please take me along. I'm obedient and sweet. I cheer so beautifully. Brother, in real life, I'm master of all 18 martial arts. Name your price if you'll let me join your runs. Yanshu stared helplessly at the dense throng. He'd anticipated some post-instance hassle, but never imagined such overwhelming numbers. He forced a path forward using sheer physical might and vanished swiftly. Whoa, Liubai Sr. must have invested all points in his strength. What raw power! That's what makes him truly formidable. His strength is already staggering. One dares not imagine how immense his primary attribute, spirit, must be. In the level 1 monster zone, Yanshu gazed at the scurrying mountain chickens and suddenly felt nauseated. He shuddered at the thought of having to grind each new summon from level 1 upward just to stack attributes. How could one possibly enjoy the game that way? Fortunately, a solution awaited him once he reached the main city. Moreover, since the fire elemental spirit was an elemental being, even its basic attacks manifested as ranged fireballs, and with its exceptionally high intelligence, it could instantly annihilate same-level monsters at this stage. Its area effect skill also covered a wide radius. Under Yanshu's precise command, it unleashed the ability almost instantly upon cooldown. Within moments, it cleared enough level 1 monsters to ascend to level 2. He allocated all free attribute points to intelligence, causing his skill damage to surge dramatically once more. Without pause, he hastened toward the next grinding spot. With today's instance quota exhausted, he aimed to spend 4 or 5 hours fully optimizing the fire elemental spirit's attributes, and simultaneously secure the certificate of patience. Yanshu, brother who grew up wearing the same pair of trousers, you kept this hidden from me for so long. His communicator flashed, he tapped it open, and Li Xiang's voice burst forth. Huh, hidden what? Yanshu looked genuinely baffled. You're actually Chun Bo's illegitimate son. Get lost. Go check the forums, they've dissected it meticulously. Your stats are absurd, sure, but watching you clear instances, it's as if you already knew everything in advance. Even the guides you compiled for me. And most bizarrely, the game company hasn't issued a single statement. What else could that mean but tacit acknowledgement? Yanshu fell silent. Chun Bo would never step forward. Denials would only deepen suspicion, transforming fiction into perceived truth. Stop haunting the forums all day. Have you finished your quests yet? Almost. I've one more thing. You're famous now. All 5 major guilds want to recruit you. Since they can't add you as a friend, they've posted offers on the forum, each more extravagant than the last. I'll take a look. That piqued his curiosity. truth be told, from the moment he entered the game, he'd resolved never to join any guild or organization. Yet gathering essential resources solo proved inefficient, wasting far too much of his precious time. The optimal strategy was forging long-term cooperative alliances with guilds, exchanging mutual support for needed resources. Now, thanks to his livestream, his prowess was undeniable, and the time had come to cautiously engage these major factions. Yanshu ordered the Infernal Demon to attack freely, then opened the in-game forum. Immediately, several prominent headlines caught his eye. The Bailing Tianxia Guild pledges 50 million as an apology fee to resolve tensions with Liu Bai, and adds 100 million annually as a sign of sincere invitation to join. The Qin Dynasty Guild sincerely invites Senior Liu Bai. Annual salary negotiable, principally no less than Bailing Tianxia's offer, and the vice leadership position is reserved. The Jiyue Guild warmly invites Senior Liu Bai. Anything within our guild's possession is open for discussion. The Yinyu Pavilion welcomes Senior Liu Bai. Salary negotiable. Furthermore, Yinyu Chengfeng solemnly pledge Senior Liu Bai shall enjoy unconditional top priority access to all Yinyu Pavilion game resources. Several smaller guilds gambling on fortune offered their leadership positions outright. Beyond these, numerous minor guilds attempted their luck, some even offering their own presidencies outright. With a glance at the recruitment posts from various guilds, Yanshu gently smiled. It seems everyone believes that real currency holds greater value. From the sorting of posts from several guilds, it is evident that Balin and the Qin Dynasty likely hired Water Army to boost responses, their popularity significantly higher than the others. The high popularity of the GU Guild is entirely due to this being the first public recruitment of male players, with the replies filled with LSPs. Yanshu couldn't quite understand why female players always wanted to establish women's guilds. However, due to the nature of the guild, there indeed are many attractive and capable female players in GU. If they are able to join, it would be quite a temptation for many men. As for Yanshu, although they haven't posted anything, they should still be in contact with themselves. Yanshu remembers that this is a guild with an official background, and after the game descended into reality, it became one of the main guilds fighting against the Abyss. After opening the posts, Yanshu didn't scrutinize them closely. Apart from Balin and the Qin Dynasty, he had already added the guild leaders of other gaming guilds as friends. The reason is simple. These two guilds left the deepest impression on Yanshu in his previous life, as they oppressed free players during the early game. After the game descended, there were also reports of collusion with the Abyss to massacre humans. During his past life, when he was reborn, a team of over 10,000 was ambushed due to a leak in their actions, resulting in total annihilation. Now, upon careful reflection among the participants from these two guilds, they were all low-level pawns, and there was hardly any sign of high-ranking members. The answer becomes apparent. Hello, Great Master Liu Bai. I am Yinyu Chengfeng. Are you interested in joining the Yinyu Pavilion? As stated in the post, the conditions can be discussed in detail. I don't have plans to join a guild, but we can discuss cooperation, such as, for example, hell dungeons, and so on. Yanshu then added Meng Qingyu from GU and provided an explanation. The other party also expressed agreement. As long as their guild members appear on the leaderboard before he leaves the beginner village, he can benefit again. Since most guilds have dedicated people stationed at the auction house for collecting rare materials, having them help will be much more convenient. After agreeing on a rough time frame, Yanshu indicated he would contact them later. He then focused on training the fire elemental spirit, grinding monsters to gain experience. Due to currently having 3 summon creatures, once the fire elemental spirit's attributes are sufficiently stacked, Yanshu ordered a full-in assault. Soon he managed to fill all 100 monsters of levels 9 and 10. After spending over 4 hours, the fire elemental spirit successfully reached level 10, undergoing a significant transformation. Fire elemental spirit level 10. Health 20,036. Mana 62,580. Constitution 2,297. Strength 5. Intelligence 7,810. Agility 400. Spirit 100. Since Yanshu's goal is to cultivate it into a spell cannon, most of the free attribute points were allocated to intelligence, while also increasing constitution and agility a bit. As long as he ensures that its health isn't instantly killed by the current BOSS, sufficient movement speed will suffice. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the Certificate of Patience. For Yanshu, having the most time-consuming certificate in hand, next comes the Certificate of Strength. Currently counting the 3 bosses from the dungeons, he had already defeated 4 bosses. There are still 3 ordinary wild bosses remaining. One of them has a fixed respawn location in the 10-level monster area at the far west of the beginner village. At present, most people are still at levels 7 to 8, so it is likely that no one has discovered it yet. Another one is located in the swamps to the southwest of the beginner village. This is a poisonous arrow frog which possesses a special damage skill that can inflict true damage and cause ongoing health loss. At this stage, even a knight with exceptional talent would likely struggle to withstand it. The last one requires the total number of monster kills by players in the beginner village to reach a certain count before it can appear. This one is unavoidable. They can only wait, as no matter how powerful his summoned creatures are, they cannot compete with all the players in the beginner village grinding monsters together, especially since the boss respawn locations are random. Next, his first target is the fixed level 10 BOSS White Rock Troll. Positioned in a pile of rubble to the west, it is a gigantic stone man composed of granite possessing exceptionally high defenses. In contrast, due to the skill mechanics, it was also the first to be killed in his past life. When Yanshu arrived at the location, he discovered that someone had already started to grind the boss. A group was surrounding the BOSS with some individuals specifically stationed outside as sentinels. As Yanshu approached, he noticed that all the players had names prefixed with Balin. What a coincidence, they are actually from the Balin Guild. And the leader is none other than Balin Bird King. As Yanshu drew closer, several underlings stationed outside immediately approached. One of them spoke up, "Sorry friend, this area is currently under the jurisdiction of the Balin Guild, so you might wanna." This underling had barely finished his sentence when he suddenly stopped, quickly realizing the situation. Lu Bai. He instinctively took several steps back. The Balin Bird King, who was directing from within, immediately received the news and came out. The Balin Bird King warily glanced at Yanshu's summoned creature, his eyes narrowing. He spoke, "What's this? Does the illustrious great master Lu Bai intend to snatch the boss from us?" Yanshu chuckled lightly. "I remember you, Balin Bird King, explicitly stating that if I secured the first kill in the dungeon, your Balin members would steer clear of me. Yet it has only been a short while, and you already seem to have forgotten your words." Upon hearing this, the members of Balin all stiffened. After all, this matter was personally agreed upon by their vice president, and now it was known to everyone. Afterwards, Yanshu didn't directly speak out. They still thought they could brush it off. In reality, Yanshu was simply too lazy to spend time on such trivial matters. At this moment, Balin Bird King continued, "While your words are not incorrect, I, Balin Bird King, still keep my promises. However, if we leave directly now, how is that any different from snatching the boss?" It was frustrating, exceedingly frustrating, as the vice president of Balin. This was the first time he had to utter words of weakness. But there was no choice. The situation was stronger than the person. The individual before him likely posed a greater threat than even the boss within. Especially now he had an additional small fire elemental beside him. That floating appearance caused the surrounding air to slightly distort due to the heat, clearly not an ordinary summoned creature. Yanshu surveyed the more than 30 people present. These could already be considered the elite of Balin, with their equipment almost pieced together. However, only a few had reached level 9. The current boss still had about 80 of its health left, and it hadn't even unleashed its ultimate move yet. Based on his assessments, these people would soon face total annihilation. With that thought, Yanshu spoke. "I won't be the type to snatch BOSSES, but I can watch right. Rest assured I won't make a move. But if you all end up getting killed by the BOSS, then I'll have no choice but to reluctantly accept it." After finishing his incantation, Yanshu ignored the displeased expression of the Balin Bird King and directly entered with his 3 summoned creatures. He then found a comfortable spot nearby, sitting down with interest as he watched them fight the boss. Balin's reputation was built upon various tactics like monopolizing venues and blocking instances. However, this time facing Yanshu, he experienced the feeling of being furious, yet unable to express it. All members of Ba2 glared at Yanshu with anger. In the end, the Balin Bird King had no choice but to continue directing the attack on the boss. Yanshu remained silent, wearing a faint smile as he watched. "Everyone stay focused. The renowned Lu Bai is spectating. Don't embarrass yourselves." The Balin Bird King did not forget to shout dramatically. During the process of surrounding the BOSS, Balin's players felt an unusual awkwardness, making them quite uncomfortable. Their careful operations felt like a performance for Yanshu. Under this influence, their attention began to waver. As the boss swung its fist using skills to strike the ground, 2 warriors failed to dodge in time and were instantly killed. The Balin Bird King quickly made adjustments, and a knight stepped in just in time, keeping the battle largely unaffected. Although Balin members had a terrible reputation, their expected skills and awareness still reflected the presence of a major guild, stabilizing the situation in an instant. Seeing their coordination, Yanshu couldn't help but clap his hands a few times, genuinely appreciating their efforts without any hint of sarcasm. However, the people currently fighting the boss were watching closely. Yanshu's actions were merely cheering for the boss for having taken out their members. They were instantly furious. The level 10 boss was indeed strong, but wild bosses were most afraid of the swarm strategy. A few minutes later, the boss's health had been reduced to 60. Watching the boss pound its chest towards the sky, Yanshu straightened his posture with a smile and calmly uttered 2 words. It's coming. At this moment, the Balin Bird King also looked serious, directly reminding everyone to prepare for dodging. Immediately afterward, countless spike-like stone shards erupted from the ground. The outrageous damage instantly caused Balin's fragile classes to fall like flies. Although he had brought members skilled in identification and had seen the introduction of this ultimate move, he never expected its release to be so swift and dense, leaving little room to evade. Now, out of the more than 30 people he brought, around 10 fragile classes had already fallen, leaving only 2 priests remaining. Moreover, the overall health of the frontline classes was not looking good. The Balin Bird King instantly lost the will to continue challenging. Originally, there weren't many members of the Balin Guild assigned to this novice village, so he couldn't gather too many experts. After failing the instance twice, he had brought people to farm this wild boss. Unexpectedly, they still couldn't take it down. What was unacceptable to the Balin Bird King was that Yanshu was watching from the sidelines. Let's go. The Balin Bird King realized there was no hope left and directly led the remaining people away. At this moment, Yanshu stood up and stretched. With the boss still at 60 health, defeating it now would grant him ownership rights according to the system. He watched as the Balin Bird King disappeared from view. Yanshu directly commanded the fire elemental sprite to unleash a group attack skill. A flurry of fireballs rained down. The skill's range was substantial, but barely encompassed the boss. However, the next moment 3 assassins were instantly killed, turning into white light. Did you really think I wouldn't notice such a small trick? The wild boss has a significant feature. Apart from the killer, others can also loot the spoils. Just as he appeared, he noticed several assassins hiding their figures. The Batu Bird King thought he wouldn't notice, laying out this so-called contingency plan. As long as he defeated the BOSS, the assassins would rush into loot, and even if they were all killed by him, in the end it would be a profit, since not all equipment would drop. Not far away, the Balin Bird King, upon receiving the information of the assassins being killed, no longer harbored any delusions and quickened his departure. The plan had failed. If Lu Bai came to ask for an explanation, he would say it was the independent actions of a few assassins. He would never admit it. At this moment, Yanshu, along with his 3 summoned beasts, directly engaged the boss. Yanshu and a wild boar took the front, while the elemental sprite attacked from a distance. 8,976. 7,876. 7,577. 9,475. One after another, high damage numbers exploded, and the boss's health bar dropped at a visibly rapid rate. During this period, Yanshu dodged a ground spike attack from the boss. He could have tanked it, but the skill was simply too disgusting. In the end, he interrupted its ultimate move in under 50 seconds. The stone giant fell to the ground. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the boss White Rock Giant and receiving the rewards: free attribute points 50, a unsealed skill book 2, gold 40, game reputation 500. The heat from Yanshu clearing the hell level dungeon had just calmed down when news of the boss's first kill sparked another wave of discussion among players. I'm impressed, another boss first kill. The big shot truly is a big shot. It feels like the rewards for wild bosses are not as high as those for instance bosses, but let the big shot keep it for us. Brothers, let's step it up. At this rate, all the game first kills might belong to Lu Bai alone. The boss only dropped 3 pieces of silver grade equipment and 6 pieces of bronze equipment. After the high score rewards from the instance, Yanshu found this equipment somewhat unimpressive. Unsealed skill book is quite good, however at this stage the skills are basically sufficient, so he plans to save it for unlocking new skills after changing to a hidden class later. Then Yanshu headed to the swamp to hunt the venomous arrow frog level 10. Health 102000. Mana 120000. Strength 452. Intelligence 1050. Skill venom spray. Still using the method of killing the stone giant, he directly engaged. As the boss sprayed venom, Yanshu controlled his summoned creatures to dodge. Setting aside the damage, the sticky venom looked utterly disgusting. Before long, the entire swamp was dyed green. The rising green mist caused Yanshu and his 3 pets to enter a poisoned state, dealing 200 damage every second. At this stage, there were no knights capable of tanking it. However, thanks to the presence of life steal aura, the health of the summoned creatures quickly recovered as soon as it dropped slightly. Due to the venomous arrow frog's weaker constitution compared to the stone giant, it was killed by Yanshu on the spot in under a minute. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the boss venomous arrow frog, receiving rewards: free attribute points 50, a unsealed skill book 2, gold 50, a game reputation 500. At this moment, the players were in an uproar. Many were still unaware of the location of the boss, while Yanshu had already completed 2 boss first kills. Who is this master who managed to secure the first kill? Oh, it's Lu Bai, then it's all good. Master Lu Bai, you've really gone head-to-head with the boss. Ordinary monsters can no longer catch the eye of the master. After tallying up the dropped equipment, Yanshu contacted Yin Yulin Feng. He directly packed the dungeon and the equipment from the 2 boss encounters. Upon seeing the pile of equipment, Yin Yulin Feng's first reaction was shock. If even the master looks down on such equipment, what gear is he using now? But he still had to buy it. With this batch of equipment, Yin Yulin Feng believed that in this novice area their strength could definitely surpass that of other guilds. Moreover, this batch of equipment ranged from levels 10 to 15 of extremely high quality and could continue to be used after leaving the novice village. However, he currently could not gather that many coins. Master, how about 20 million Longwa coins for this batch of equipment? Yanshu thought for a moment and agreed. This price was quite reasonable for the early stages. In reality, he also needed some money at the moment. He usually had no major expenses, and just the daily living costs would suffice for his gaming needs. Okay, but this will be the last time I use real currency for transactions, and any future business with me will have to be done using in-game currency. Understood. Yin Yulin Feng hurriedly thanked him. At the same time, I have one more condition. Please help me keep an eye on any news about the boss. Yin Yulin Feng looked astonished. You've already killed all the boss in the novice village. Is there still any? No need to worry about that. Just notify me immediately if any boss appears in the wild. All right, happy cooperation. Yin Yulin Feng bid farewell to Yanshu and immediately went to find Yin Yucheng Feng to take credit. After all, this batch of equipment was enough to form several elite teams, allowing his guild members to get ahead significantly. After handling the equipment, Yanshu logged off for a moment as he was really hungry and needed to replenish some energy. At this stage, the issue of meals was still not easy to resolve. In his memory, by the second year, everyone would realize that consuming food in the game could actually help alleviate hunger, and by then the game had already begun to slowly influence reality. Seeing that there was still no news from Li Xiang regarding the house, Yanshu finished his meal and returned online. Next, his goal was the Certificate of Justice. Certificate of Justice is a hidden quest. However, its prerequisite quest can be accepted by almost everyone. The prerequisite task is quite simple. After completing it, making 2 correct choices will allow one to obtain it. Yanshu first went to the village entrance and found a hunchbacked old woman. This was a small, ordinary courtyard, not large, and due to the owner's mobility issues, things were somewhat disorganized. In the center of the courtyard sat an elderly woman with the words "Granny's son" above her head. Seeing Yanshu arrive, she immediately asked, "Young man, you're just in time. Can you help me fetch some water?" Happy to help. Ding successfully accepted the quest, help Granny's son fetch water. Yanshu glanced at the quest rewards. It was merely a meager amount of experience. This was equivalent to successfully opening the quest chain. For the next hour, Yanshu completed all the tasks she assigned. This included fetching water, cleaning the courtyard, and pruning the flowers and plants. To be honest, Yanshu had never cleaned up his own dog's den like this. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up after seeing the meager rewards for the tasks. After all, there are many such small tasks in the novice village with extremely low rewards, which feel like they are intentionally wasting the player's time. When Yanshu completed the 30th task, Granny's son spoke up. "Young man, thank you for your help. Here's your reward, you can leave now." Looking at those pitiful few copper coins, Yanshu did not accept them, only smiling as he replied, "I won't take the money. Do you have anything else you need help with? You're such a kind-hearted child." After that, Granny's son trembled as she took out a letter from her bosom. "My son wrote to say he is retiring and preparing to come home. According to the timeline, he should have been home a month ago, yet he hasn't returned. Can you help me find him?" Yanshu unhesitatingly accepted the letter. By now, the hidden quest had officially begun. Ding successfully accepted the quest, the child coming home. Quest description: help inquire about son Daqian's whereabouts. It seems someone in the village has seen him. A standard, open-ended quest with the quest rewards not even indicated. Yanshu opened the letter and took a glance. The contents were very simple, written in a crooked manner. The general meaning was that Sun Daqian, as an ordinary soldier of the Empire, had killed many abyssal monsters on the front lines, making significant contributions, but had sustained a disability in his leg, thus retiring to recuperate at home. Though it was a family letter, the third-person narration clearly indicated it had been written by someone else. If an ordinary person received this quest following the online quest prompts, they would definitely go to the village to look for relevant witnesses, asking one by one to investigate. However, Yanshu did not have that much time and directly skipped those tedious steps, because Yanshu knew the culprit behind his son's disappearance. That was the village chief of the novice village. Although Sun Daqian was just an ordinary soldier, his strength should not be underestimated, as he was capable of resisting abyssal monsters on the front lines. The village chief of the novice village had successfully fallen into an abyssal monster after being tainted by the aura of the abyss. Fearing exposure of his identity upon learning that Sun Daqian was about to return, he directly plotted to kill him. Among the key quest items was the honor badge. This was the most valuable item Sun Daqiang carried after retiring. It not only recorded the number of monsters killed, but was also indestructible, sensitive to the aura of the abyss, and had a certain restraining effect on low-tier abyssal monsters. Had players followed the original quest clues, they would have locked their sights on the village chief, gradually advancing the quest to find Sun Daqiang's honor badge, ultimately submitting it to complete the quest and obtain the certificate of justice. Currently, what Yanshu needed to do was to directly find the honor badge hidden away by the village chief. Out of hatred for the badge, the village chief buried it under the stone slab at the village entrance, intending for it to be trampled by everyone at all times. With this in mind, Yanshu directly went to the blacksmith shop and bought a pickaxe. He arrived at the village entrance and, in front of passing players' pride, opened the first tile. Then he retrieved a badge that gleamed with golden light from underneath. This scene left the players utterly astonished. While there might be something hidden beneath these stone bricks in the game, after climbing trees, the expert has started digging again. It seems our exploration is still insufficient. Enough said, I will go buy a hoe and start digging. I want to eat. Obviously, the expert has grasped the task clues to act this way. Look at that big tree over there. Its leaves have been stripped bare, and no one has found the second ring yet. Although many players remain rational, some have embarked on a profession as treasure hunters, determined to scour every inch of land in the game. To be honest, in my past life, some professional treasure hunters found numerous opportunities. After retrieving the badge, Yanshu immediately received a task prompt. Ding, you have obtained the key task item honor badge. Please make the following choices. Option 1, give the honor badge to Grandma Sun to receive 2 silver coins and 300 experience points. Task successful. Option 2, give the honor badge to the village chief to receive 100 gold coins. Task failed. At this moment, any normal person would choose the village chief's 100 gold coins, as this amount of money is already a fortune in the novice village. In my past life, many people chose to give it to the village chief, but this concluded the subsequent tasks. Yanshu directly chose option 1. Suddenly, a new message popped up on the task interface. Task changed. If you give the honor badge to the village chief, now you can get clues for the hidden profession demon spirit summoner from him. This is the real test if you can resist the allure of a hidden profession at this stage. For Yanshu, the hidden profession offered by the village chief seemed like a mere trifle. First of all, hidden professions vary in strength. The hidden profession here with the village chief will align with the profession of the player submitting the task. Although the generated hidden profession may sound impressive, its strength is almost at the bottom among known hidden professions. Moreover, if this hidden profession is chosen, it is akin to joining the Abyss faction. After leaving the novice village, one must always be cautious of hiding their identity in front of NPCs, not daring to unleash their skills. The only benefit is that the early damage output is indeed significantly higher than that of ordinary professions. Saying this, he hurried towards Grandma Sun's yard. In the yard, Yanshu presented the badge. Grandma, the situation is clear now. Your son died bravely in battle when the monsters suddenly attacked the city just before setting out. This is your son's belonging. Although they are NPCs in Yanshu's eyes, they are all flesh and blood beings. So at times like this, a little white lie is necessary. Grandma Sun took it and instantly burst into tears. Ding, you have completed the task and received proof of justice. At this moment, the task reward truly appeared. Lastly, proof of courage is the most difficult to obtain. Its triggering conditions are quite harsh. One must risk being killed down to level 1 to expose the village chief's true identity. How strong the village chief of the novice village is, Yanshu is still unsure, as in his past life, he never confronted him directly. By the time this task was explored by others, he had already left the novice village for quite some time. Moreover, how to expose him to trigger the task conditions, he also did not know the details in his past life. First, he will use the treasure map, and then come back to test. Looking at this introduction, on the edge of the novice village, there is a forgotten ancient castle which was said to be the residence of a dark mage. This castle is hidden between reality and illusion, and only players who meet specific conditions can discover and enter it. Although he did not stay long in the novice village in his past life, he had visited almost every piece of land, yet he had no impression of the castle on the edge. Reality and illusion. Yanshu muttered to himself. A flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly thought of a special potion in the novice village's apothecary. Adventurer, what kind of potion do you need? The apothecary owner smiled warmly. Yanshu pointed to a bundle of potions on the top shelf. I want a set of true sight potions. The apothecary owner looked surprised. You really know your stuff. This is the assessment potion I used when I set out, and it's the only set I've kept here to show off. If you want it, it only costs 1 gold coin. Yanshu said no more, handed over the money, and took the potion from his hand. The true sight potion allows one to see some things that are usually invisible for 15 minutes. Yanshu suspected he was the first person in the game to buy this item. Leaving aside the unclear description, just the price was enough to deter many from trying. Watching Yanshu's departing figure, the apothecary owner smiled as he took out another set from under the counter and placed it on the shelf. Then he issued a task to other players entering the shop. Please help me deliver this letter to the village chief. This should be the most likely area. Yanshu took out a bottle of true sight potion and gulped it down. A bit sour. He looked around, and his vision seemed to be covered with a light gray filter. One by one, translucent shadows appeared. Wandering soul, level 10 health, 95, 21 intelligence, 410 spirit, 235 trait, concealment skill, soul, fire. Not far away there was also a semi-virtual, semi-real light gate. Indeed, this place was barren and devoid of any monsters. It was completely a desolate area. In his past life, many were busy leveling up to level 10 to head to the main city without specifically exploring this area. Yanshu ignored these floating souls and walked directly towards the light gate. As he approached, he immediately received a system prompt. You have discovered the Dark Mage's castle. Would you like to use the treasure map? Use. The next moment, the treasure map in his bag automatically flew out, expanded in the wind, and directly attached itself to the light gate. As the treasure map melted, the light gate gradually solidified. Looking at the castle behind the light gate as if it were in another world, Yanshu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A treasure location of a secret realm. In his past life, he had only heard about it, but this time he saw it with his own eyes. Such places undoubtedly held plenty of good things, and there was basically no exploration difficulty. It was almost a gift for players. Yanshu was just about to step in. Ding, lacking key items. It actually requires something else. Yanshu thoughtfully glanced at the wandering soul. He commanded the fire elemental spirit to launch a fireball, instantly killing it. Ding, you have killed the wandering soul. The fire elemental spirit gains 1 free attribute point, and you receive 1 soul fragment. You have reached level 10. You please proceed to the main city to advance your profession as soon as possible, or you will not gain experience during this period. He reached level 10 due to connecting 4 difficulty dungeons. So much time has passed, and others should be about the same. Staying in the novice village to stack attribute points is not cost-effective. Once he obtains the relevant items, he will also head to the main city. After gathering 100 soul fragments, one can synthesize a soul orb. Is this what is needed? There are likely hundreds of wandering souls here, and even if all of them are cleared, it shouldn't take too long, though they are somewhat scattered. As per the usual practice, the group split into several teams, with Yanshu leading 3 pets to start the hunt. However, they found that only 1 soul fragment dropped for every 4 or 5 souls defeated, undoubtedly prolonging the process. At this moment, Yanshu didn't even notice that after moving a certain distance away from the light gate, a wandering soul quietly slipped through it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yanshu arrived at the light gate with the synthesized soul orb in hand, and this time faced no obstacles, easily entering the portal. Ding, you have consumed 1 soul orb. This key is utterly unnecessary. The castle inside was not large, covering just a few acres including the garden. The overall exterior of the castle was dark brown, appearing like a fierce beast lying on the ground under the dim light. Yanshu searched inch by inch. His expression gradually turned somber. There was nothing outside. Ordinarily, such secret realms should have treasure chests scattered throughout. Let's head directly to the center of the castle. Yanshu began to run, charging into the castle, but the entire hall remained empty. He then pushed open every room, still finding nothing. This is strange, it shouldn't be like this. Finally, he discovered a scroll in the top tower. The scroll was golden and floated quietly in the air. Yanshu approached and opened it, only to find it was a quest scroll. It's worth noting that most quests in this game Tianchi are directly issued by NPCs or the system. The quests existing as physical scrolls are rare and precious, and completing them yields significant rewards. Quest scroll: Purify the Novice Village. Quest description: the seemingly unremarkable Novice Village is actually rife with undercurrents. The abyssal aura has severely corroded the area. Please eliminate the Novice Village chief who has been tainted by the abyssal energy. Quest reward: Fate Weaving Talisman can unlock a second profession. Quest penalty: character level 10. Do you accept the quest? Accept. Unlock a second profession. Seeing this outrageous quest reward, Yanshu's face lit up with excitement. The Fate Weaving Talisman was something he hadn't even heard of in his past life. To be able to unlock a second profession, calling it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. In his heart, it could rival an S-level talent. Unlocking dual professions meant he could learn 2 different professions, enjoying distinct profession bonuses, significantly enhancing his abilities. Being bold, what if he could combine it with his talent and directly transition into 2 different hidden summoner classes? He couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. No wonder there was nothing in this treasure secret realm. Just this scroll made the trip worthwhile. Now he would go directly to find the village chief, as he also needed to acquire the proof of courage. With his current attributes, taking down a level 20 NPC should be no problem. Novice village chief's home. Liubai, you finally made it. The village chief still wore that kind and gentle smile. Yanshu chuckled. It seems you guessed right, so let's reveal your true form and show me what the so-called abyssal monsters are really like. From the moment you took Sun Daqiang's badge, I knew you'd eventually come knocking. But what do you mean by abyssal monsters? I don't quite understand. Yanshu watched his clumsy acting and decided not to waste any more words directly summoning his creatures. He glanced at the players who had come to observe the quest. Yanshu frowned slightly. I advise you to leave here, otherwise you'll be taken down in no time. He wasn't worried about the ownership of the proof of courage, as long as he lured the village chief to act, it would mean he successfully triggered the conditions. However, once the fighting started, these few players would be in for a rough time, likely losing several levels. Liubai, you're being too domineering. We're just here to see what quest you triggered. Do you really want to kill us just for that? I have the recording function on, he wouldn't dare do that. You seem so eager to chase us away, this must definitely be a hidden quest. Alright, good words can't persuade a stubborn ghost. Seeing how they were talking, Yanshu decided to keep his mouth shut. Novice village chief, level 20 health. Magic, attack, intelligence, skills. While the village chief seems a bit strong, could he wipe us out with a single area attack? We're doomed, we should leave quickly. If we get taken down a level, that's a loss. What are you afraid of? Getting to watch Liubai take down monsters up close is worth dying once. The village chief seems way more powerful than the dungeon boss. Even Liubai might not be able to withstand it. The village chief's gaze was firmly fixed on Yanshu, completely disregarding the few players. Liubai, I admire you. As the first player to reach level 10 in the entire novice village, it shows you have great potential. But why are you lingering here? As an adventurer, you should be heading to the main city first for a substantial reward. No rush, no rush. You understand there are plenty of good things in the novice village. Now I'm giving you another chance to choose the hidden profession I've prepared for you. Otherwise, you'll be stuck at level 1, forever remaining in the novice village. Sounds appealing, but I refuse. Let's not waste time. Does the abyssal monster's attack rely on mere talk? The nearby players perked up when they heard their conversation. Each of them shared the same thought in their hearts. Hidden profession. There was actually news of a hidden profession. Once the village chief took down Liubai, they could inquire about relevant clues. Ding, risk alert, current target's strength far exceeds the average level of current players. It is advisable to avoid. As soon as this system prompt appeared, it meant the conditions had been successfully triggered. After Yanshu finished speaking, he directly commanded the fire elemental sprite to unleash a meteor fire rain. At this point, the skill had been upgraded to level 7, with each fireball capable of inflicting 120 of magic damage. 8,651, 8,451, 8,751. A series of damage numbers popped up above the village chief's head. The wild boar and hunting falcon followed suit. 6,524, 6,251. What kind of damage is this? It seems like his summons attacks have a lifesteal effect. Their health bars aren't even dropping. The players' eyes turned red with envy. Liubai's summons acted both as attackers and tanks. How could it be so satisfying? Deep jealousy filled everyone's hearts. The village chief's damage was high, but when spread among the 3 summons, he could endure for quite a while. However, the damage he took was also considerable, with nearly 50,000 health points lost within a short exchange. From the decline in health, it could be estimated that his total health was around 2 million. From this point on, it was a battle of blood for blood, neither dodging nor evading. After all, aside from the opponent's area attack skills, it was a clear advantage for 4 against 1. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the village chief was slain. As the village chief unleashed a wide area skill, several onlooking players were instantly sent back to the resurrection point. Yanshu watched the village chief's health drop to about 60 and casually took out the explosive pearl. Initially intending to take down the village chief with conventional means, the location was quite special, often frequented by players submitting quests. To avoid being watched by a crowd, it was better to finish the fight quickly. The explosive pearl light was at level 20, and upon use it dealt substantial light attribute damage to the target. This was just the right moment for it, as it would become less effective later on. Yanshu hurled it at the village. Originally, this level of explosive pearl wouldn't have dealt such high damage, but the light attribute strongly countered the corrupted village chief, amplifying the damage. This instantly disordered. Upon realizing the current situation, his face suddenly changed drastically. Yanshu's attack had arrived and instantly emptied the village chief's last sliver of health. The village chief's expression earlier had been quite strange. That extreme terror seemed not to stem from fear of imminent death, but rather from something far more terrifying. Combining this with the mysterious quest scroll, Yanshu was now even more certain of his suspicions. As he looked at the village chief lying on the ground, he was about to step forward to loot him. Taking 2 steps forward, he suddenly halted. Something was off. Why was there no system notification? By rights, the village chief of the novice village should at least be a level 20 NPC, significantly stronger than a similarly ranked boss. Moreover, given his special status, a character like this being killed should definitely merit a system announcement. Yet his health bar was clearly empty. Could it be? Just then, the village chief's corpse on the ground stood back up. At the same time, his entire body began to swell and crack. At this moment, the village chief's visage was grotesque, with fangs protruding and green tumors covering his body. His limbs elongated and his height increased significantly. Yanshu was taken aback. There's actually a second form. In his past life, players who obtained the Certificate of Courage simply had luck on their side. They were killed and reset to level 1. And the novice village chief's death had occurred after the game had descended into reality. Moreover, it was a high-level player who struck, taking him down in just a few hits. Thus, he wasn't too clear on the specific details. From this form, it appears to be a mid-level demon, the Gui Shao. Novice village chief, fully corrupted state, level 30 health. Mana, attack, intelligence, skills. Abyssal demons are generally classified into primary, intermediate, and advanced stages, each divided into 5 phases. Above that are the most powerful demon lords. Generally, Gui Shao belongs to the intermediate second phase of demons, usually around level 100. However, this one was only level 30, suggesting it was being suppressed by some force. Hehehe. Finally breaking free of my restraints, I can begin to merge with this body. Yanshu recognized the familiar laughter and frowned. Liubai, I must thank you for helping me eliminate that other guy. Now I can feel my strength gradually increasing. Now Yanshu understood. So the village chief wasn't corrupted, or rather something foul had invaded his body attempting to take over, but was constantly suppressed by the village chief's will. Is that the gist of it? What are you talking about? I am the village chief, and the one you just killed was also the village chief. At this point, the expression of the corrupted village chief suddenly grew excited, his face becoming increasingly twisted. But I have grown weary of this existence. I feel the call of the abyss, and I sense the mission that lies within me. When I heard adventurers mention you clearing hell-level dungeons, I knew the opportunity had arrived. Your strength is impressive enough to assist me. Wait. Yanshu interrupted the other's speech. So that quest scroll was set by you. You arranged for the task to kill yourself? Exactly. So the fate-weaving talisman was originally an item from the secret realm, and the other things inside were also taken by you. You are quite clever. As expected, there's no other way to spit it out with interest. Not waiting for the other to finish, Yanshu directly unleashed his skill. At that time, the secret realm was nearly cleared, leading him to suspect that if other players had taken it, there was no way such an important quest scroll would have been left behind. Thus, there was only one possibility: it was the NPC's doing. In that case, the task to kill the village chief became highly suspicious. However, since the fate-weaving talisman was a task item rewarded, it was subject to system rules. He just needed to complete the task, and he would eventually meet the task publisher behind the scenes, at which point he could kill them to reclaim the item. No one could take his things, not even an NPC. Now he had to let the other party know what the consequences of provoking him would be. This time, Yanshu could be said to have exhausted all means. He began by throwing out the touch of pain. After the meteor shower of fire elements struck down, he used his skill to replicate it again. Instantly, the falling fireballs reached a nearly impenetrable state. He then swung his staff down. Though his intelligence and spirit attributes were already quite high at this moment, only such a brutal attack felt sufficiently impactful with a high frequency. 956, 4,214, 3,584, 962, 4,235, 2,585, 821, 2879. The village chief had fully transformed, leveling up by 10 levels, and his physique had significantly improved, which resulted in a sharp reduction in his side's single-target damage. However, in just these few seconds, a round of skills was thrown, and combined with normal attacks, it caused over 7,000 damage. Liubai, don't misjudge the situation. Quickly stop. Oh, don't waste my heart of affection for you. You, a level 30 Gui Shao, dare to call yourself this king? You have no idea how short your time is, even with your few million health points. Alright, let me show you the power from the abyss. The village chief roared, his body glowing red as he entered a berserk state. The first phase had been a mage type, while this second phase, in a fully corrupted state, was a composite of warrior classes. So you can drain health. This king can too. While the defense of the berserk village chief was reduced, his attack frequency increased along with a health-stealing effect. With this skill activated, the rate at which the village chief's health decreased immediately weakened. Among the 3 summoned creatures, the one with the highest output is undoubtedly the fire elemental sprite. With Yanshu leading the wild boar and hunting falcon in front to restrain the enemy, it maintains a remarkably stable attack frequency from the rear. The village chief attempted several times to break through and eliminate the fire elemental sprite, but was repeatedly halted by Yanshu and the wild boar's brutal charges. Soon the village chief discovered a terrifying fact. If this continues, he would be killed by a level 10 summoner. The main issue was that Yanshu was simply too troublesome. Firstly, Yanshu was extremely familiar with warrior-type skills, having battled with other specters in his past life. Thus, whenever the village chief attempted to unleash a skill, Yanshu could almost always predict it accurately. If a skill could be avoided, Yanshu would evade. For those that couldn't be dodged, he would directly step in to act as a knight and take the blow. The damage was then distributed among the 3 pets, and soon the health that had dropped was restored. Liubai, stop. He'll give you the fate-weaving talisman. It was originally your task reward. Yanshu ignored him, continuing to launch fierce attacks. There are other items in the secret realm, all for you. No need to trouble yourself, killing you will naturally yield them. The village chief was now slightly panicked. After all, he was only level 30, and many powerful skills were still beyond his reach. His health was decreasing by the second. No, he couldn't die here. This opportunity was hard won. Once his strength recovered, he could easily stab a sharp knife into the back of the human camp. Due to the unique nature of the novice village, high-level NPCs could not intervene. At that point, he could definitely pull a large group of adventurers into the Abyss faction, increasing their power. Alright, you forced my hand. Let me show you the village chief's charisma. Yanshu was completely unruffled. With the village chief in his demonized state, if he dared to summon other NPCs, he would die even faster. Ding, the village chief has issued a quest. All players are to gather at the village chief's house 124468 to eliminate Liubai, who has defected to the Abyss faction. Players who complete the quest will receive a quest reward, a hidden class transfer quest. Note, this quest can be completed multiple times. Upon seeing the village chief's actions, Yanshu was momentarily stunned. Now I'm the quest boss. This is an entirely new experience. As this message spread, players in the entire novice village erupted. This was the first news of a hidden class since the game's launch. It was known that hidden classes represented an extraordinary opportunity for ordinary players, almost like a direct pathway to greatness. Especially for players with mediocre talents and no advantages, this could greatly shorten the gap between them and top players. Liubai, how could he be so insane as to kill the village chief for a hidden class? There are so many of us, one skill from each person could easily crush him. With perhaps tens of thousands in the entire novice village, Liubai is bound to meet his end now. I was wondering why this guy was so strong. No wonder he joined the Abyss faction. This quest can be submitted multiple times, so he'll just head to the respawn point and wait. Sister Grapes, should we go too? Aichi Grapes was unusually calm. Do you think a quest released by the entire novice village would be so easy to complete? Don't forget, Liubai is currently more terrifying than a hell-level dungeon boss. Don't get caught up in the chaos. I focus on leveling up and leave the novice village as soon as possible. Alright. In truth, Aichi Grapes thought that a hidden class, which could be publicly released like this, probably wasn't that impressive. Moreover, just looking at this quest message raises questions. If Liubai had indeed joined the Abyss faction, the village chief would have contacted other NPCs to eliminate him long ago. Why would he need to issue a quest to these low-level players? Smoke Rain approached this news with astonishment. Although Liubai was strong, even he was tempted by this reward, a hidden class. However, upon careful thought, he refrained from acting impulsively. He only sent a message to Yanshu. Big guy, what's going on? Do you need our help? Yanshu quickly replied. No need, the village chief's stats are a bit too high. Smoke Rain was left speechless. Who the hell wants to help you kill the village chief? At most, he'll just gather some teammates to block for you. However, judging by his tone, he was calm, suggesting he had a backup plan. Among all, the one most pleased was Balin Bird King. He could use the task as an excuse to trouble Liubai. Furthermore, if he lucked out and landed the finishing blow, he could also change to a hidden class, an all-in-one opportunity. Spread the word. Everyone from Balin gather at the coordinates. Meanwhile, several players suddenly charged into the courtyard, eyeing the battling parties. In a moment of excitement, they launched skills at Yanshu. Then they saw the damage numbers pop up on the 3 summoned creatures. 4. Seeing the single-digit damage, everyone was taken aback. How could they fight like this? Are you guys tired of leveling up too easily? After saying this, Yanshu directly unleashed a meteor fire rain, instantly killing several players. Liubai, it's not too late to stop now. No matter how strong you are alone, you can't withstand so many players in the novice village, right? Yanshu sneered. Even using the hidden class as bait would only slow down his death. To place hope in the players was simply wishful thinking. He was well aware of the players' capabilities. Still, he needed to intercept. Yanshu directly controlled the wild boar to block the courtyard entrance. This scene was witnessed by the hurried Batu Bird King, who immediately widened his eyes. Where was the expected battle scene? He rushed over non-stop, even using a rare speed potion, fearing others would take the lead. Yet he only found a boar blocking the entrance. Yanshu's wild boar, due to its high physical attributes, was considerably larger than other summoners' boars. Sitting at the entrance, it nearly filled the entire doorway. "Bird bro, should we go in and attack?" one of the underlings asked. "Attack what? How could we even damage this thing? Let's wait for more people." Soon a crowd gathered outside the courtyard. Gazing at the imposing wild boar, there was an unexpected moment of silence. Batu Bird King signaled to his underling. "Let's go, we have so many people. Are we afraid of a single summoned creature?" A Batu archer also shot a skill. This broke the awkward silence. "For the hidden class charge. Brothers, the chance to turn our lives around is just ahead." A swarm of players surged forward. Then an extremely chaotic scene unfolded. Many players didn't even have the chance to hit the wild boar. Those who charged forward were almost instantly gored by the wild boar, while the others could only stand by with their mouths agape, contributing nothing. Especially the ranged classes who could barely lock on. They randomly tossed skills, hardly landing any hits on the wild boar. "Which beast fired at my head?" "Improperly." Someone shouted. "Who threw that firecracker?" Another cried. "This won't do." Those in the back stop crowding, fall back, and let the ranged classes concentrate their fire. Those at the front can't break through. If you can't do it, fall back. Chaos reigned. A few rational voices tried to be heard, but were quickly swallowed by the press of bodies. Many dealt only a meager 10 or so points of damage to the wild boar, less than a single lifesteal from its basic attack. Inside, the village chief grew anxious. He had expected adventurers, but never such useless ones who couldn't even breach the gate. He kept trying to force his way out to let the players surround and slay Yanshu, but Yanshu clung to him relentlessly. The village chief saved 2 dash skills, seized the moment, charge followed by a double slash, and suddenly found himself behind the wild boar. He could plainly see the boar's black mane and the dense ranks of adventurers beyond. Opportunity. Yet at that moment the boar reversed and slammed him back, delivering him squarely before Yanshu. Seeing their chance, 20 or 30 players surged forward. Before they could savor the advance, a volley of fireballs descended from the sky, the 50-meter circle they carved enveloping the gate and all before it. A blinding white light washed the area. From above, it looked like a perfect circle drawn with the gate as its center, leaving the players within utterly clean swept. That single skill had slain well over 100 people. Fireballs still fell as the wild boar strode slowly back toward the entrance from the heart of the blaze. The charging crowd stood frozen in place. How was this supposed to be played? It felt as though Yanshu, having held back all along, suddenly grew impatient and waved his hand to swat a swarm of flies. From outside, falcons swept above the walls, picking off players attempting to climb. "I'm done. Can't beat this." "Now I understand why the village chief made a hidden class the reward," one voice muttered. "Exactly. This is literally an attempt to kill a BOSS, and the strongest one in the newbie village. Leveling is hard. I know my limits. You go on, good luck." That one skill shattered the resolve of many. They lost the courage to continue. Many left, though still more were on their way. Balaniawang saw the tide turning and stepped forward. "Everyone, we're here to complete the task. Do not give up halfway. Lubai's summon is indeed strong, but we have failed because we fought each on our own, never forming a coordinated attack. If you trust me and follow my command, enter the yard as instructed. Whoever kills Lubai there will receive the reward. It's down to luck." No one could have withstood that skill just now. Indeed, the disparity in power is too great. In the face of absolute strength, tactics seem meaningless. A player offered an observation. An area spell of that magnitude can't possibly have a short cooldown. Outside, Balaniawang continued organizing forces while the village chief's health had fallen to 20%. "Liubai, think carefully. Adventurers, and you have no great conflict. Do you truly intend to annihilate us?" Yanshu remained silent. The village chief was marked for death anyway. The mere audacity of taking items from his secret realm was punishable many times over. "Stop. I have a lead on a Yanshu Qiling. If you obtain it, your power will rise greatly." HM. This time, Yanshu showed a trace of surprise. The Yanshu Qiling had appeared only once in a prior era. When used, it could generate an appropriate piece of equipment tailored to the player's class, and that gear bore a remarkable trait: it could grow. With enough resources, cultivating it to artifact grade was no impossibility. "You are but a newbie village NPC. Why should I believe you?" "Because of my special status. As one of the fastest growing Xinyuan members among countless newbie villages, the Demon Lord spent great cost to send the Yanshu Qiling here, to accelerate my power, so the newbie village could serve as a stronghold and train Xinyuan reserves. The Qiling is hidden in a secret spot in this village." "Oh, then I'll escort you to meet him. Thank the Demon Lord for sending the Qiling on my behalf." Yanshu's mouth betrayed an involuntary smile at the unexpected boon. Having heard that she could not stop, even fools knew such priceless items were often carried by their possessor. The village chief, now twisted by corruption, had grown somewhat foolish. He had employed such a poor delaying ploy. Yanshu suddenly felt the wild boar's onslaught abate and guessed what had happened. It seemed players had organized a coordinated range barrage. Yanshu immediately pulled the boar back and decided to concentrate fire on the village chief himself. Outside, players cheered when the boar retreated. It's working, the summons can't hold. Hail the Bird King. Balan Nyawang, hearing the flattery, felt the thrill of command. He raised his hands to quiet the crowd. We have achieved an initial victory. Next, melee teams of 5 enter the yard. For fairness, I, Balan, will also send 2 of my people to participate. Yanshu barely noticed the few who crept in and continued hammering the village chief. The newcomers were bewildered, completely ignored should they rush to attack. Moreover, the village chief's odd behavior made him seem more like a member of the Xinyuan. Even if they killed Liu Bai, would they be deceived? The village chief's health had dipped to 5%. Liu Bai, do you truly think I cannot touch you? Prepare to taste the wrath of the Xinyuan. The village chief leapt high and hovered. From him, a smaller green-skinned creature burst forth. The original body swelled rapidly, and then with a thunderous explosion, shredded flesh and blood flew everywhere. The blast leveled houses and walls alike. It self-destructed. Yanshu emerged from behind the wild boar. Because the attack dealt indiscriminate damage, her 3 summons absorbed blows on her behalf. The fire elemental was left at a sliver of health, and the wild boar and falcon each lost nearly 30,000 HP. If the fire elemental had not been some distance from the epicenter, it would have been sent back to the pet space. As the dust settled, the whole combat ring lay exposed to every player's view. Yanshu looked out. The street was packed with people, a dense mass stretching beyond sight. The village chief had shrunk several-fold in stature, resembling a goblin warrior. Watching the stunned players, he roared, adventurers, click to kill Liu Bai at once. The main god's rules stand. The quest reward is genuine. If I die, everyone's tasks will fail. The sound immediately brought all the players back to their senses. It turned out that the village chief had changed so much that without the nickname floating above his head, he would be unrecognizable. The Ba Bird King saw that the health bars of Yanshu's 3 summoned creatures were significantly depleted, with the fire elemental's health bar showing no red at all. It was almost certain that a single hit would knock it out. Joy instantly surged. Brothers, the opportunity has come. The summoned creatures of the blank have very little health left. Let's go all out. Yanshu almost burst into laughter. This was a healing package delivered right to their doorstep. Just as the Ba Bird King was about to speak, Yanshu commanded the fire elemental to unleash a meteor shower towards the densest part of the crowd. This skill not only cleared an area of players, but also caused the fire elemental's health to visibly increase at an astonishing rate, bringing it up to 80 with just one move. The thick-blooded knight players within the fire circle became the main force of the healing package. The other 2 summoned creatures also rushed towards these players, directly absorbing all the damage and starting to execute quick kills. With the dual support of healing and lifesteal auras, the health of the wild boars and hunting falcons began to rise rapidly. If it weren't for the players' low health at this stage causing every hit to overflow with damage and affect the lifesteal amount, the wild boars and hunting falcons would have likely been at full health in no time. Seeing this scene, the village chief, whose face was originally a pale green, now turned even darker green, almost black. He had thought that one powerful move could create damage opportunities for all players, but little did he know it only facilitated the lifesteal of the blank's summoned creatures. Useless. All of you are useless. Is there not a single person with a cursed talent awakened? Quickly suppressed the healing effect. The Ba Bird King, with a grim expression, had thought an opportunity had presented itself only to see an immediate reversal. All players join the temporary team. Do not harm your own. At this moment, the Ba Bird King realized that most players were solo players. Even if they followed his commands, they would struggle to coordinate due to varying operation awareness. It was better to find a way to avoid friendly fire and blanket the area with firepower for a chance to succeed. Many players also reacted and joined the team. Although their output efficiency increased significantly, the damage dealt was still tragic. Many had just broken through single digits, and only a few fully equipped or exceptionally talented players could deal dozens of points of damage. Since the attack range of ranged professions was also limited at this stage, having hundreds of players attacking simultaneously was already a maximum. More players were still watching from the periphery. If melee professions were to advance and encircle them, a single area skill could wipe out this batch of players. No matter where the 3 summoned creatures attacked, white light flickered immediately, and each regular attack was lethal. This This is useless. Even knights can't withstand a single blow, and this is not how you farm a boss. Exactly, I feel that any one of these 3 summoned creatures could take on the final boss of a dungeon solo. Players who had climbed onto the surrounding rooftops were even more shocked by the scene from above. It was a complete display of players charging forward fearlessly, while the 3 summoned creatures slaughtered unilaterally, flooding everyone with a deep sense of helplessness. At this moment, Yanshu was crazily outputting damage against the village chief with the summoned creatures bearing the damage, while attacking other players to recover health, forming a perfect closed loop. Due to the high mobility of the hunting falcon, it was controlled by Yanshu to focus on fully equipped players. With the crowd so dense, those targeted had almost no chance to evade. They were directly killed in a single encounter. Soon the Balin Bird King was also targeted. After holding out for 2 to 3 seconds, he too was successfully sent back to the resurrection point. After the village chief released his ultimate move, he fell into a weakened state with greatly reduced defense. Every hit from Yanshu could deal over 10,000 damage, combined with the continuous damage from Touch of Pain. After more than 10 seconds, the village chief was killed. Watching the still excited players, Yanshu directly commanded the 3 summoned creatures to clear space. The village chief is dead. Do we continue fighting? At this moment, the corpse of the village chief lay at Yanshu's feet. The 3 imposing summoned creatures surrounded it. The densely packed players surrounded them, yet no one dared to advance, accompanied by Yanshu's faint smile. The image of an invincible player had deeply rooted itself in everyone's mind. This scene was captured by someone and later used by the game company for promotional advertisements. System announcement: congratulations to the player Lu Bai for killing the demonized novice village chief, earning rewards 100 free attribute points, 50 gold coins, 1000 game reputation, 1 military merit. System announcement: due to the death of novice village chief No. 7259, until a new village chief is elected, his corresponding functions will be handled by other NPCs. Players with village chief quests, please check the task change information yourself. As soon as the system message came out, it immediately caused a stir. So the true monster was the novice village chief. He was actually played by NPCs. Are you kidding? Is the village chief really that useless? It's only been a short while, and he was killed. Sai, the hidden profession is gone, and the system has already notified me that the quest has failed. I was still on the way. How could he be killed? Did someone kill Lu Bai and complete the quest? Lu Bai didn't even lose any summoned creatures. Originally, the village chief had severely injured his summoned creatures, but those who went to kill Lu Bai became the healing reservoir due to the lifesteal effect. Lu Bai truly deserves to die. If I had charged everyone to kill, what a great opportunity for job change. What a boss. While we're still killing monsters, he has even taken down an NPC. What is military merit? It feels like it will be very useful later. A large crowd hurried over only to find it was a wasted trip. They came away empty-handed. This left many feeling like they had been played. As expected, just as I guessed, so many people couldn't stop him. Lu Bai, you must have more than just SS talent. Ai Chigwa looked towards the direction of the novice village. Yen Yulin Foam also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had kept his head clear and didn't join the commotion. Otherwise, he would probably be at the resurrection point, slapping his thigh in regret. Yanshu put the certificate of courage into his inventory. Now he only needed the certificate of strength among the 5 major certificates, waiting for the last boss to respawn. The village chief dropped a pile of gold coins and about 10 pieces of equipment, along with 2 items radiating colorful light. Divine items. He first collected everything into his inventory. At this moment, players began to disperse one after another. Having failed the quest, they lost their reasons to oppose Yanshu. Yanshu examined the loot piece by piece. Double Weaving Fate Talisman can be used to unlock a second profession. Level restriction, level 10. It's confirmed this item does exist, and I thought of it the moment I received the quest. Due to the constraints of system rules, as long as this serves as a quest reward, it indicates that the rewards are indeed real regardless of who initiated the quest. Dual professions, something he had never even contemplated before. This must be the most valuable treasure within the secret realm. Yet it made perfect sense. Completing this world I've difficulty dungeon for the first time before level 10 was an extraordinary feat. Yanshu turned his gaze to the second item, Primordial Artifact Spirit Weapon. Upon activation, it generates a profession-specific weapon aligned with the user's class. Its level scales with the wielder's advancement and possesses innate tier progression. Even though Yanshu had steeled himself mentally, reading its description sent waves of exhilaration surging through him. This was truly monumental. With this artifact, he would never again fret over weaponry, and he held absolute confidence in nurturing it all the way to divine tier status. Just as he raised his hand to activate it, a sudden realization struck him, halting him mid-motion. What if he waited until after attaining both hidden professions? Would the artifact then forge a weapon uniquely attuned to both? He clenched his resolve. Wait, just a little longer. Among the remaining gear, only one piece shimmered faintly with violet light. The rest were ordinary silver tier equipment. It was astonishingly a platinum tier item. Netherworld Trousers, Platinum Tier, level 15. 3000 HP, 500 Constitution, 100 Spirit, 20 Movement Speed. Skill Nether Breath. Every 3 seconds deals damage equal to 50 of the wearer's spirit to all targets within a 10-meter radius. The embedded skill was exceptionally potent. His current spirit already approached 3000, and by level 15, with attribute scaling accelerating exponentially, he stood a real chance of surpassing 1000. Ordinary players would struggle even to close the distance before being overwhelmed. The final item was the myriad form spatial stone, increasing summon capacity by 1, restricted to summoners. In Yanshu's estimation, this artifact ranked just below divine tier relics. In his previous life, he had obtained only a single one. For a summoner, the number of summons equaled raw power, brutally simple, brutally decisive. Possessing the SS-Steer talent, symbiotic battle soul, each additional summon granted him a qualitative leap in strength. Without hesitation, Yanshu activated it. Ding summon count increased by 1. Next, he needed to acquire a summoning grimoire. Military merit, a reward exclusive to slaying abyssal fiends, granted automatic rank promotion upon accumulation. Military merit could be exchanged for rare items, skill scrolls, or equipment. Though the amount Yanshu earned seemed modest, its purchasing power already equaled 100 gold coins. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal realm, in a void of primordial darkness and chaos, resounded a low, furious voice brimming with wrath. Lu Baich. What is mine is not so easily taken. Ironically, the ones most elated were several assassins who had lingered at the rear, recording the entire sequence. Though ultimately obliterated by Yanshu in an instant, they had begun filming from outside the perimeter, capturing the wall's collapse, and most crucially, Yanshu's slaying of the village elder. We've struck gold. We hold footage of a top-tier player eliminating the village elder. Posting it on the forum for paid viewing will flood our coffers. At that moment, they had completely forgotten their own level loss. They rushed to the forum and posted immediately. Since all possessed recordings, bidding wars erupted, each undercutting the next, until one frustrated player finally released the video free of charge. The first to learn of Yanshu's slaying of the village elder were fellow newcomers from his own village. The system announcement had broadcast exclusively within that local region. Yet once the video spread, news exploded across the entire platform, igniting a wildfire of discussion across every corner of the forum. Unbelievable. He actually killed the village elder. That NPC was at least level 20. The village elder holds a hidden profession quest. I'm heading there now to trigger it. I'll report back if successful. I accused the elder of being an abyssal fiend and got instantly annihilated. Did I miss some prerequisite quest? Senior Lu, please enlighten us. Statistically, NPCs across different starter villages seem to vary in name and appearance. Beyond shared quests, could their individual questlines also differ? Save yourselves the trouble. Before scheming against the elder, honestly assess your own strength. Once the elder quest activates, you'll face the combined might of the entire village. Tell me, can you withstand that? Watching the footage, I can't help but feel Lu Bai's pet outshines him by far. Yes, summoners rely on their summons, but half the time he's just idling, contributing almost nothing. Exactly right, I sense the same. To Yanshu, the starter village now held negligible value. His priority was securing the final credential and swiftly journeying to the capital city to undergo hidden profession initiation. All foundational preparations were complete, only the final initiation remained. Yet the last boss had yet to appear. While waiting, he resolved to clear the dungeon leaderboards promised to various guilds. Without delay, Yanshu contacted Yanyu Qingfeng. Brother Qingfeng, I'm available now. Please dispatch a team from this village, I'll guide them through the hard and hell tier dungeons. Review the required materials first. As for easy and normal tiers, their difficulty was comparatively trivial, and he simply lacked time to waste on them. Indeed, teams had already cleared the easy tier, including one led by AI Chi Pu Tao of Jiue Guild and another by Yanyu Chengfeng's own squad, though both exceeded 40 minutes, falling far short of the SS tier benchmark. Yanshu compiled and sent a detailed list summoning skill scrolls, especially diverse varieties of summoning arts, as well as rare materials like enlightenment fruits and summon cultivation reagents. Yanyu Chengfeng replied almost instantly, Senior, I truly didn't intend to underbid. These items are utterly unheard of. Please don't torment us by listing divine tier artifacts. No worries, these are merely scarce in the current phase. They'll become accessible later. Consider it an advance request. Your large guild has far greater manpower than a lone cultivator like myself. The items Yanshu listed would begin appearing gradually as players departed the starter village and reached the capital. He lacked the time to monitor auction houses or scour bazaars constantly. Entrusting their collection to the guilds was the optimal solution. Understood. I'll send Lin Feng with 3 others to the dungeon entrance. Which classes do you require? Any class will suffice. The rest are merely gaining experience. Fine. When Yanshu arrived, Yanyu Lin Feng stood at the dungeon entrance with 3 companions. Strangely, the entrance was less crowded than on the first day. Many had attempted and abandoned it, deeming the challenge insurmountable, and moved on to other pursuits. As soon as Yanshu arrived, Yin Yulin Feng immediately stepped forward. Master Liubai, this is the person we prepared for the ranking. Thank you for your help. Yanshu glanced at the other three, a knight, a mage, and a priestess, a standard team configuration. Pull me into the group. Yin Yulin Feng dragged Yanshu into the team, and the others immediately began to speak in the team channel. Welcome, Master. Welcome, Master Liubai. Thank you, Brother Liubai, for taking us to clear the dungeon. Can you give me a friend slot? Yanshu smiled slightly at the three. No need for formalities, forget about the friend slot. If there's anything, let Yin Yulin Feng contact me. As soon as he said this, the girl in the team immediately pouted in grievance. To be honest, this girl looked pure and cute, and when she pouted, her charm was off the charts. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Yanshu. Yanshu pretended not to see and directly selected a hard-level dungeon. In the next moment, they entered the dungeon. Yin Yulin Feng and the others were all elites. Once inside, they waited for Yanshu's command without making any rash moves. Do not attack at all, just follow my lead. Yin Yulin Feng was taken aback. Everyone in the team had an A-level talent or above, and their equipment was all silver gear bought from Yanshu. They were top tier, even in this novice village, yet he asked them to hold back. The other three were also puzzled. Although Master Liubai was very strong, wouldn't having more people deal damage help clear the dungeon faster? Yanshu made no further explanations and simply ran ahead. Yin Yulin Feng spoke up, keep up, follow Master Liubai's lead. After all, their guild had paid for Master Liubai's assistance, and since he requested it, they could relax and let things flow. The one faster than Yanshu was the falcon. It flew ahead, and within seconds it had drawn the aggro of all the Barkskin Sentinels and Vine Elves. Is Master using the method he displayed during the live stream? No, he should be gathering monsters for an area attack. His fire elemental spirit has an area damage skill, Yin Yulin Feng said while running. Just as they thought the fire elemental spirit was about to unleash its area damage skill, the falcon did not stop and continued to draw the massive horde of monsters forward. Is he thinking there aren't enough monsters? Master Liubai wouldn't want to pull all the monsters in the dungeon together, would he? Brother Liubai is truly impressive, Yin Yulin Feng remarked. Keep up, don't fall behind. He wondered how much agility Liubai had added. He was running faster than this archer. In fact, if Yanshu had not deliberately slowed down to let the monsters move, they would have already been overwhelmed. Soon they arrived at the territory of the mushroom sprite. The group thought Yanshu would bend down to pick mushrooms, but surprisingly, he simply bypassed the bushes and continued forward. The others could only follow in confusion. Due to the mushroom sprite's characteristics, it was no longer suitable to pull forward. The falcon turned back directly after drawing the aggro. It gathered the three types of monsters together to the maximum extent. With a wave of its small hand, the fire elemental spirit summoned countless fireballs raining down on the monsters, creating a shower of sparks. A series of high damage numbers appeared. 8,415, 7,985, 8312. After unleashing the area damage skill, Yanshu couldn't be bothered to check the results. Our real man never looks back at explosions. He continued running forward. As long as they were in the dungeon, everyone in the team would gain experience. After this skill was unleashed, the mushroom sprite didn't even have a chance to use its skills, and all three types of monsters were cleared away. Even though they were psychologically prepared, the four were still shocked by this scene. This really is area clearing. Comparing people can be infuriating. I still don't have an area damage skill, yet the master's summon is already so much stronger than me. The mage in the team muttered while looking at the charred ground. The master has already run far ahead, keep up. Yin Yulin Feng felt a bit helpless, just a moment's distraction and Master Liubai's figure was almost out of sight. Was this really his maximum speed? When they caught up, they found Yanshu was already engaged in battle with the first boss. At this moment, Yanshu had changed his previous habit of fighting up close and was casually casting skills from a distance. With the addition of the fire elemental spirit, the efficiency was significantly higher than when he was alone with two summons, and the fire-type attacks were clearly effective against the dungeon's monsters. Before long, the Treant Guardian Elblin fell to the ground, and only 2 minutes had passed. Moving forward, Yanshu left the wild boar to deal with the giant python, while he went to pull the second boss Yulisai. At the same time, the falcon went to find the final boss Celas with the goal of drawing it toward the valley entrance. After consuming the enlightenment fruit, the falcon's intelligence had greatly increased. Now it didn't require Yanshu to exert much effort to operate it, as it could already handle some simple tasks on its own. At this point, the wild boar had also caught up. The four of Yin Yulin Feng watched as Yanshu led the second boss deeper, without uttering a word, silently following. Feeling like mere transparent observers was all they could do. The last time the two bosses were gathered together was because of the hell-level difficulty requiring fire from Yanshu. This time, it was purely for convenience. Once the two bosses were gathered with the presence of a healing aura, and a life-stealing aura they watched as Yanshu's summons exchanged health with the bosses. Strangely, their health remained above the safety line. There have been discussions on the forum about how the master summons are already comparable to dungeon bosses. Only by seeing it with my own eyes do I realize it's not just comparable, it has clearly surpassed it. Exactly, it feels like Master Lu Bai is single-handedly carrying the banner of summoners. In Tianqi, there are only two kinds of summoners. One is Liu Bai, and the other is every other summoner. Yanyu Linfeng did not join their discussion, but was lost in thought watching the damage numbers above the boss head. During the previous live stream of Lu Bai clearing the dungeon, he had been watching the entire time, and the output of the Wild Boar and Falcon summons had definitely not been this high. It could be said that Lu Bai had improved after acquiring new equipment from the dungeon, but the enhancements to the summons were exaggerated. It felt like their attributes had suddenly increased dramatically. From every battle video of Liu Bai, although he crushed his opponents, it seemed like his summons were getting stronger and stronger without limits, which made Yanyu Linfeng think of a phrase: the more they fought, the stronger they became. Could it be that with each target killed, the summons grow stronger? It was impossible. That was too overpowered, and the game wasn't even his family's creation. Yanyu Linfeng shook his head, dismissing this crazy thought. The first to fall was Boss 2. Yuli's, as the water element spirit, could not withstand the frenzied onslaught of the fire element spirit. With Selas' health dropping to 10, he immediately began to summon all the Valley assassins. The four of them looked at the densely packed assassins surrounding them, feeling quite nervous. This was mainly because they had been wiped out in this place too many times, leaving them with psychological shadows. Seeing that the numbers had gathered sufficiently, the fire element spirit and Yanshu each unleashed a meteor shower, enveloping all the assassins within. In just one encounter, they were all instantly killed. Quick, too fast, someone exclaimed. Brother Linfeng, the output from Boss Lu Bai is much faster than yours. The first fastest man has to give way. Yanyu Linfeng wore an expression of helplessness, unsure whether to cry or to laugh. Upon seeing Selas' health drop below 1, Yanshu immediately halted and left the team. You all quickly finished them off. Oh, okay. The few of them almost didn't react, throwing all their output skills at once. They successfully brought down Selas. The dungeon settlement page popped up. Death count 0. Completion time 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Dungeon rating SSS. This rating could be said to have shattered Yanshu's own record. The leaderboard for the difficult dungeon completion immediately changed to the four of them from Yanyu Linfeng. Boss, you've become second on the leaderboard. It's fine. Before leaving the novice village, they'll do it again. Let's go this time. Choose hell difficulty. The changes in the leaderboard for the difficult dungeon quickly drew the attention of many people. Wait, how did the first place change hands? Yanyu Pavilion is impressive, breaking Boss Lu Bai's record with only 4 people and by such a large margin. Truly a veteran guild. Their strength is not to be underestimated. It can't be that fast. They must have found a more clever method. Wasn't it Boss Lu Bai who helped them clear it? I have a brother in their novice village who saw them entering the dungeon together. Case solved, I said. Only Boss Lu Bai could surpass himself. Truly shameless, resorting to tricks. Boss Liu Bai, please take me on a run as well. I have plenty of money, and I can afford Yanyu Pavilion's prices. Yanyu Chengfeng looked at these comments without any anger. Boss Lu Bai truly is someone with principles, actually withdrawing from the team in the end. Long before agreeing to the transaction, Yanyu Chengfeng had already thought that someone would definitely guess it was Boss Lu Bai helping them clear it. However, he didn't care. After all, their guild only needed the promotional platform of the leaderboard. At this stage, aside from Liu Bai, there was no one else who could achieve an SSS rating, let alone in both the difficult and hell difficulties. The members of their guild wouldn't delay leaving the novice village just to rank on the leaderboard and remain stuck in the novice village. That would definitely be counterproductive. Investing a bit to keep the guild name at the top of the leaderboard is undoubtedly a lucrative business. In the hell-level dungeon, Yanshu was operating through the dungeon in the same way. Suddenly, the communicator flashed. Yanshu opened it to see a message from the president of the Jiue Guild, Meng Qingyu. I want him to. Yanshu was bewildered and immediately threw 3 question marks back. But the other party retracted this message and sent a new one. Our guild also wants to be on the leaderboard. Yanshu immediately forwarded the materials list he had sent to Yanyu Chengfeng. The other side quickly replied. All right. Meng Qingyu was also in a dungeon at the time, frustrated and covering her forehead. It's over. My president's image is completely ruined. Not wanting Boss Lu Bai to hear her voice, she sent it in text form. Unexpectedly, during the battle, she didn't pay close attention to the message and pressed send with a shaky hand. She had originally hoped that Lu Bai hadn't seen it, but upon seeing the content of the other's reply, she knew her face was doomed. Meng Qingyu thought for a moment and sent a message to AI Chi Putao. I've secured Boss Lu Bai to help clear the dungeon. On Yanshu's side, aside from the hell-level dungeon weakening character attributes and slowing down movement speed, there was no other impact. They continued their path of instant kills. They ultimately completed the Hell-level dungeon in 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Yanshu's solo record was still pushed to second place. The changes in the Hell leaderboard once again sparked discussions among players. It's confirmed it was definitely Boss Lu Bai helping them clear it. Exactly the times for the difficult and Hell levels are not much different, clearly indicative of Lu Bai's handiwork. Wait, Boss Lu Bai is already 10 levels higher. He hasn't gained any experience grinding in the novice village, so why isn't he leaving? In my speculation, the novice village must have better rewards. Lu Bai is waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps he's received some hidden quest again. At this moment, Yanshu received another message from Meng Qingyu. Boss, do you have any dungeon runs left today? Meng Qingyu was now I have 2 runs left, both for you. Alright, I've already sent someone to wait at your dungeon entrance. The team leader is Ai Chi Baoyuo. Yanshu suddenly felt puzzled this time. It was actually not Ai Chi Putao leading the team. Boss Liu Bai, can I make one small request? Sure, the customer is king. In the end, just stay in our team and don't withdraw. Also, can you be a few seconds faster than Yanyu Pavilion? Yanshu smiled slightly. This woman was quite clever. Given the current situation, being open about it and stating that she was helping clear it was indeed better. Moreover, due to these 2 dungeon runs, her summons had stacked additional attributes, increasing her output further. Being faster than Yanyu Pavilion was a must. However, since the other party made this request, she still had to take advantage of it. Sure, but it will cost more. Just as Yanshu joined Ai Chi Baoyuo's team at the entrance, a server-wide announcement rang out. System announcement: congratulations to player Ai Chi Putao for being the first player in the game to leave the novice village and head to the main city. Rewards: 60 free attribute points, 2 skill books for the current profession, 1 piece of silver-grade equipment, and 300 game reputation. System announcement: congratulations to player Ai Chi Putao for being the first player in the game to leave the novice village and head to the main city. Rewards: 60 free attribute points, 2 skill books for the current profession, 1 piece of silver-grade equipment, and 300 game reputation. A series of 3 game announcements instantly made the players excited. This game is really hard to level up. Finally, someone has left the village. Wow, this girl is impressive, surpassing a crowd of older players to be the first to leave the village. Truly amazing. I've heard that in reality, she's an absolute beauty, stacking various buffs to the max. At this moment, Li Xiang sent a message. Xiao Yinzi, a little girl has stolen your spotlight. Are you upset? Not upset. Just listen to me. The game level isn't that important. If you don't improve your strength in the novice village, it might be harder to manage in the main city. Alright, I'm almost at level 10, but I haven't cleared the dungeon yet. Should we run the dungeon one more time before heading out? That's fine. Just do the easy and normal modes. You won't pass the other 2 difficulties anyway, so there's no need to waste time. With his own strategy, Li Xiang should now be among the top players in terms of equipment and skills. Bringing a few people along for the first 2 stages shouldn't be a problem. In Yanshu's memory, the first person to leave the village in his past life also loved to eat grapes. She must have acquired a group attack skill early on. With the S-level talent backing her, it would be normal for her to reach level 10 first if she focused on leveling up. The grape lover likely wanted to reach the main city quickly to gather game information and resources in advance, accumulating an advantage to lay the foundation for creating a game guild. This line of thinking isn't wrong, but ordinary players lack her extraordinary talent. If they rush to level up, they might struggle once they reach the main city. Tianqi is different from other games. Every 10 levels is a significant barrier and monsters' attributes increase dramatically. If one doesn't accumulate enough by the time they reach the main city, they will find grinding monsters very difficult. In the last life, many players after reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village didn't even have their equipment assembled. They couldn't sustain themselves with just the potions for grinding. He only needed to defeat the last boss to obtain the token of strength. He couldn't rush this, as it was a crucial item for his hidden profession, so he could only wait patiently. Why aren't we entering the dungeon? Yanshu couldn't help but ask when he saw the team still. He noticed 4 girls in the team looking at him with guilt. Lu Bai, we know that the first person to leave the village should actually be you. That's right, you're a trustworthy person. If it weren't for your promise to take us through the dungeon for records, the system rewards wouldn't go to Sister Grape. Yanshu saw their expressions and realized they weren't pretending. He couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, no, I wouldn't care about such system rewards. Let's choose the hard dungeon first. Upon hearing this, the girls looked even more upset. Throughout the next dungeon, Yanshu experienced it amid their astonished voices. The final dungeon records were similar to what Yanshu had anticipated. Yu's 2 records were 20 seconds and 25 seconds faster than Yanyu guess. This immediately pushed Yanyu Gu to the second position. Yanyu Linfeng looked at these dungeon records, and his previous speculation resurfaced in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Once Yu's 2 dungeon records were released, the Qin dynasty and Ba Lin couldn't sit still. After all, they were both established guilds of similar strength. While the two of them had long-term advertisements up, their guild had been unusually quiet, which would only weaken their presence in players' minds. The president of the Qin dynasty, Wang Qi, had been trying to contact Liu Bai, but was unable to reach him. He posted in the forum, but received no response. Now he was curious how Yan Yu and Jiyu managed to connect with Liu Bai. He could understand Jiyu. After all, the guild was composed of beautiful girls and men, while they understood. But what was up with Yan Yu? It couldn't be just because of the guild name being too subdued, right? He even contacted members from the same novice village as Liu Bai, specifically asking if there had been any conflicts, given the example of Balin. However, the replies were all the same. They hadn't done anything to offend Liu Bai. This was strange, or could it be that their guild name was too cliched? Unable to comprehend. Balin, fully aware that contacting Yanshu was futile, began hiring internet trolls to spread negativity in the forum, shaming such a big guild for hiring people to boost records. When the dungeon leaderboard loses its intended motivational effect, does it even matter whose name is on the board? Exaggerated dungeon completion times detailing the secret transactions between the two major guilds and Liu Bai. Various posts emerged, with some specifically aimed at devaluing the leaderboard, while others focused on smearing the two major guilds. Some even crafted a dramatic love story between Meng Qingyu and Yin Shu for added flair. Even Yin Shu couldn't help but applaud. Balin's trolls must be professional female writers. This content could be directly copied onto a novel website to make money. Then interesting things started to happen. Yin Yu Chengfeng and Meng Qingyu personally took to the field to respond. Yin Yu Chengfeng, no way, doesn't that mean some people still don't have Liu Bai's friend request? Meng Qingyu, no way, is it really so cheap to enter the dungeon that someone still won't pay? This wave immediately caused Balin's president, Balin Songqiong, to break down. On the spot, he logged off and started smashing things. This was a villa in the suburbs, and hearing the commotion, the younger brothers rushed in. Seeing their boss so furious, they dared not even breathe, standing there with their heads down. Have you found out anything about Liu Bai's real identity? Boss, no news yet. The few of them lowered their heads, even more not daring to meet their boss gaze. Useless. Get a high-ranking executive from the game company here. Do I have to teach you such a simple thing? But the game company says they don't have player information either. As soon as he finished speaking, several expensive bottles were smashed in front of them. Get lost. All of you get lost. After venting, Balin Songqiong's face darkened. Liu Bai, huh? No one dares to disrespect me, Liu Songqiong. You'd better not let me find out your real identity. If Yin Shu knew Balin Songqiong's reaction at this moment, he would definitely think this guy was out of his mind for not contacting those two guilds, and instead blaming himself. After logging in, Balin Songqiong immediately contacted Balin Yao Wang. Withdraw those trolls. Don't waste money on useless things. Invest more to find Liu Bai in real life. Also hurry up and level up. As the vice president, how can you command respect if your level doesn't keep up? President, I suspect Liu Bai has been staying in the novice village. There must be some special quest clues. That's not the point. Until you figure out his real identity, don't provoke him again. Or when will you reach level 10? Okay. Just when Yin Shu was about to grind level 10 monsters to stack attributes, Yin Yu Linfeng suddenly messaged him. Big shot, you're incredible. A boss appeared in the level 7 monster zone out of nowhere, and it's actually level 12. Okay, thanks. Closing the communicator, Yin Shu couldn't help but feel excited. Once this boss was defeated, it would be time for him to leave the novice village. Yin Shu hurried straight toward the level 7 monster zone. This final field boss was peculiar. It could respawn in any corner of the novice village's wilderness. If it were not slain within 2 hours, the boss would vanish and would only reappear in another area a day later. It also possessed an unusual escape ability. Should it successfully flee, it would not return for another full day. The report from Yin Yu Linfeng should not be delayed. The time I had left ought to be sufficient. As for losing the boss to other players, that possibility never entered my mind. Many players were racing in that direction. Hurry up, I heard someone already started the boss. With so many people, will we even get a scrap? You're overthinking. That's a level 12 boss. It's not going down anytime soon. Hard to say. Most players are level 9 now. If everyone focuses their fire, the chance is still good. It's not like a dungeon where only one party fights. At that moment, Yin Shu ran past those players, the distance between them widening rapidly. Holy, that one looks like a summoner. How can he move so fast? Liu Bai. It's really him. He isn't heading to farm the boss too, is he? Of course. Who doesn't know Liu Bai's favorite thing is snatching first kills? If he's going him out. I'm not going either, no point being a background extra. Yin Shu arrived at the spot. A sizable crowd had already gathered, with many more still on their way. Wilderness Bandit, level 12. HP, MP, Strength, Agility, Skills. The Wilderness Bandit stood nearly 3 meters tall, a black cloth bound over its head. A filthy sack drooped across its hunched back, and its long, thin hands each gripped a crescent-shaped blade. The boss was an assassin type, the epitome of high agility and brutal burst damage. It was currently rampaging through the crowd, slaughtering mercilessly. Fragile players were being one-shotted on contact. Nobody could withstand it. 1,758. 15. 27. 16. 34. Players' hits rarely surpassed 50, nothing more than a tickle against a wilderness bandit whose health exceeded 1,000,000. What's with this boss? It seems to single out the squishy ones. And it's so fast. I've wasted so many shots. Yanshu summoned 3 minions and plunged into the fray. The crowd was so dense that he was shoved to the edge. With no alternative, he ordered his boar to batter a path through the mass. Having switched to peace mode, he did not harm the other players, merely pushed them aside. Damn, whose summon is that? The man was about to swear, but upon seeing it was Yanshu, he shut his mouth and retreated. The commotion instantly drew attention. Before long, the whole battlefield knew that Lu Bai had arrived. Yanshu moved into the inner circle and suddenly spotted a cluster of Balan's players, yet their head, unsurprisingly, was Balan Niawang. Ugh, why is that nauseating lot everywhere? Yanshu fell silent, though he was not afraid. The sight of them left him uneasy. Across the field, Balan Niawang had noticed Yanshu as well. A flash of venom passed through his eyes. He ordered his men to cease their attacks and had the priest heal the boss. 514,368,462. That maneuver stunned not only Yanshu but the other players as well. Seizing the opportunity, 5 knights from Balan's squad stepped forward and taunted the wilderness bandit. As the bandit struck, each of the 5 saw 300 appear above their heads. Yanshu arched an eyebrow. Balan's crew had apparently discovered a damage-sharing technique. Remarkable luck, the boss was momentarily held. Friends, I am Balan Niawang. Putting aside the village mission last time, in principle, where Lu Bai appears, our Balan people should step back. But now we cannot leave because the first kill credited to the great Lu Bai, the Baiyin Jumo, was snatched from our hands. At this remark, the surrounding players pricked up their ears. Many players had already appraised their own strength and realized they could not seize the boss. They withdrew to a safe distance and settled in to watch. I admit my skill is inferior and that a boss snatched from me I must accept, but this time I will stand up and reason with the great Lu Bai. You are already level 10 and do not return to the main city. Killing bosses yields little experience for you now, and you have already received a multitude of system rewards. By all rights, the equipment this boss drops should not interest you. Are you, for the sake of a personal habit, going to hoard all the novice village's resources to yourself? Balan Niawang finished and swept his gaze across the crowd. Seeing their temper stirred, he added, "Do you all think I make sense? Liu Bai at level 10 refuses to leave the village, killed the village chief, prevented many friends from accepting quests, slaughtered thousands of players, and with all the various field bosses. These actions amount to an attempt to monopolize the novice village's resources. I imagine for many of you this is the first time seeing a field boss. Too bad you can only look, because the true boss of this novice village, the great Lu Bai, has arrived." Balan Niawang's words whipped the crowd into a fervor. Lu Bai is too overbearing. Level 10 and still clinging to the novice village's resources. Indeed, he shows no sign of being a true expert. Because of Lu Bai's presence, this novice village's overall strength will likely be diminished. Liu Bai, Great One, surrender this boss. Exactly. A level 12 field boss's rewards probably aren't as generous as a dungeon boss's. Everyone who loves grapes has already gone to the main city. Why haven't you? Are you deliberately leaving it for her? Yanshu found the spectacle ludicrous and could not help but chuckle. As Vice Guild leader, Balan Niawang truly had some talent. If nothing else, his ability to inflame the masses was impressive. He had gripped those bystander players' sentiments tightly. Just as some resent wealth in the real world, so too did some harbor similar feelings in the game. This maneuver was clearly an attempt to claim the moral high ground and pit himself against all other players. Too bad, Yanshu was not taken in. Yanshu stepped forward with a smile and even applauded Balan Niawang. "Well done, Bird King. Powerful rhetoric, truly excellent." Then his face went cold. "However, this boss I have already claimed." Yanshu's eyes fixed on Balan Niawang with deadly intent. "Who supports this? Who opposes?" Once the words left Yanshu's lips, the 3 summoned beings began to stir restlessly. The crowd was also momentarily stunned, their surging blood finally settling down. If one were to say who was the most terrifying here, it would undoubtedly be this person and their 3 pets. The wild rogue, under their full power output, would likely not last 2 minutes. At this moment, the expression of the tyrant Bird King became exceptionally vivid. After speaking for so long, he inadvertently ignited the anger of the opponent. Now that Yanshu had flipped the table, the most awkward one was undoubtedly him, the leader, who stood there feeling utterly uncomfortable. Many players present had been killed by Yanshu before, and they recalled the terror of those 3 summoned beings, causing them to take a few steps back. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Yanshu spoke up directly. If everyone is going to reason, then I shall also speak reason. Next, I will directly switch to normal outdoor battle mode. If anyone attacks me first, and their name turns red, then I apologize, but I can only retaliate. As for the BOSS, everyone can attack together. I never intended to clear the field after all outdoor bosses are meant to be contested. If someone manages to snatch the boss from my hands, then I have nothing to say. However, if someone causes trouble such as healing the boss or applying debuffs, I will regard them as a minor monster summoned by the boss, and will have to eliminate them together. After finishing his speech, Yanshu directly commanded the summoned beings to charge forward. The several priests of Tyrant were caught off guard and were instantly killed on the spot. Under the siege of the summoned beings, the wild rogue's head was hit with numerous high damage numbers: 9,856, 7,845, 8,265. Watching the boss's health bar drop at a visibly rapid pace, the surrounding players felt the immense gap once again. With such damage, I doubt anyone can snatch it away. With scores of 10s compared to nearly 10,000, such a huge gap will likely mean we can't even kill it ourselves. Now that I think about it, I overestimated myself, actually thinking I could make the great Lu Bai yield the boss. The Tyrant Bird King glanced at Yanshu, his gaze shifting between his own camp. His expression darkened to the point of almost dripping blood, then recalling the words of Tyrant Song Cheong, his tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed. Let's go. In the next moment, he led his people away. Snatching the boss from Lu Bai's hands was something he felt he could not accomplish. Many players remaining chose to stay outside and watch. Some were intently staring at the rapidly dropping health bar of the BOSS, hoping to unleash their highest damage skill at the last moment, just to see if luck would favor them for the final blow. Though they wouldn't contribute much in damage or gain much experience, the system's first kill reward was very real. As the wild rogue's health dropped to 5, it suddenly trembled and transformed into dozens of clones fleeing in different directions. Yanshu glanced at them and commanded the falcon to pursue the leftmost one. A strike from the sky landed on the wild rogue's head, dealing a critical damage of 15,970. This killed it. The boss's health was already low, and after using this escape skill, it became even weaker, easily being dispatched by the falcon's skill. With the main body dead, the other clones shattered into fragments, slowly dissipating in the air. How did Lu Bai discover the boss's true form? They all look exactly the same. It must be some special skill. Let's go, it's pointless now. The surrounding players, seeing that the boss had vanished, had no choice but to leave. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for killing the boss wild rogue and receiving rewards: free attribute points 60, a unsealed skill book 3, gold 100, game reputation 500. A wave of system notifications. The players at this moment felt they had grown accustomed to seeing Yanshu's name appear on the announcement screen. Another first kill of a boss. What a relief. I feel uneasy if I don't hear Lu Bai's announcement at least once a day. I thought they were some formidable character, turns out they are just an outdoor boss in the novice village. To think there is a boss in the novice village, how many secrets does this tiny place hold? Yanshu picked up the items dropped by the boss. Suddenly the system's prompt sounded: ding, congratulations, you have obtained the item token of strength. Yanshu casually played with the 5 tokens in hand. Oh, finally the collection of novice village tokens was complete, and it was time for him to leave the novice village. The equipment dropped by the wild rogue was all above level 10. In addition to 4 pieces of silver gear, there was also a piece of gold gear, which was the weapon in his hand. Crescent dual blades, gold, grade level 12. Limited profession assassin. Constitution 200. Strength 300. Agility 500. Movement speed 20. Skill tier: normal attacks have a 50 chance to inflict bleeding on the target, dealing 30 of their agility in damage per second for a duration of 1 minute. The dual daggers are considered a small elite item for assassins, but they can only be used after players reach level 10 and change their profession in the main city. Once people start leaving the novice village, they should be able to sell it for a good price at the auction house. Yanshu allocated all the attribute points awarded by the system. In the novice village, his and his summoned beings' attributes had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Lu Bai level 10. Health 66,087. Mana 38,314. Constitution 4,820. Strength 6,380. Intelligence 4,653. Agility 1808. Spirit 3,784. Talent: symbiotic battle soul, SSS grade. Skills: mental shock, summon wild boar, summon falcon, summon fire elemental sprite, iron wall, guardian skill, replication, guardian light, agility, healing aura, touch of pain, life steal aura. Wild boar level 10. Health 53,000. Health 43,048. Mana 540. Constitution 2,717. Strength 5,228. Intelligence 55. Agility 2,569. Spirit 969. Skill Eagle Strike. Fire Elemental Sprite level 10. Health 21,036. Mana 70,580. Constitution 2,697. Strength 5. Intelligence 8,817. Agility 400. Spirit 100. Skills Meteor Fire Rain Fire Element Absorption. With the current attributes, defeating a level 30 boss would pose no problem at all. The most important thing now is to head to the main city to change to a hidden profession. After preparing for so long in the novice village, it is now time to harvest. Noticing that it was almost midnight, Yanshu waited for the dungeon attempts to refresh. Spending half an hour, he re-cleared the 4 difficulties and returned to the top of the leaderboard. The reputation points gained from the third and first daily quests differed by 100 points, which accumulated over time becomes quite a considerable number. Afterward, Yanshu arrived at the central square of the novice village where a teleportation array shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Yanshu reviewed everything once more, finding no omissions, and stepped directly into the teleportation array. Ding, player level has reached level 10, meeting the teleportation conditions. Please choose the main city you wish to go to. Silver Moon City, Falling Star City, Blazing Sun City. Looking at the 3 main cities before him, Yanshu decisively chose Falling Star City. There are a total of 3 main cities in the game, all belonging to the Tianqi Empire. The Imperial City is much smaller in area compared to the 3 major cities. Interestingly, the Imperial City is not open to players unless they receive special quests providing them with a rare opportunity to enter. Though the gaming resources in the 3 major cities are basically the same, only the surrounding monsters, dungeons, and NPCs differ. However, Falling Star City has a rather unique summoner NPC, whom he planned to approach as the target mentor for his second hidden profession, making it the best choice for his upcoming operations. In the next moment, Yanshu found himself in a large plaza. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive statue in the center of the square. A sturdy man wielded a sharp blade severing the head of a demon dragon, symbolizing the first lord of Falling Star City, who led his clan to victory over the demon dragon and established the city in the Falling Star region. Surrounding him were various architectural structures with several wide and intersecting roads symmetrically dividing them. As far as the eye could see, the houses stretched towards towering walls that appeared small in the distance. In the Tianqi Empire, before the player guilds became established, the 3 major cities almost served all players their vast area, needing no further explanation. Yanshu looked around. It was the same as before. However, due to the lack of a large influx of players, the streets felt a bit desolate with only a few patrolling soldiers and sparse crowds. They were all NPC characters. One of the warrior mentors in light armor was taken aback upon seeing Yanshu and quickly tore off the paper stuck to his face as he stood up. Adventurer, do you need to change your profession? Yanshu couldn't help but find the scene amusing, but then thought that these mentors' leisurely days were numbered as countless players waiting to change their professions lined up behind him. Excuse me, is the summoner profession mentor here? Yanshu scanned the area but did not spot the intended person. I'll go call her from upstairs, please wait a moment. As he watched the warrior mentor run upstairs, the other mentors curiously sized up Yanshu. Liubai, you are the first adventurer to come here for a job change. It seems your talent is indeed impressive. Are you interested in abandoning the darkness for the light and changing your profession to a mage? This is a treatment reserved for the top 10. No, what's so good about being a mage? I'd rather change to an archer. Shooting arrows is way more fun. A cold female voice interjected. Enough of you lot, can't you take a loss? Yanshu turned to the newcomer, a woman in her 30s with a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face, walking with a sway that exuded a mature allure. It was the familiar. Come with me. The two went to the job change room. Shaylin directly extended her hand. Hand it over, I can sense the presence of several significant certificates on you. Seeing Yanshu's astonished expression, Shaylin added, otherwise do you think those guys would shamelessly steal people? Being a mentor indeed requires extraordinary strength, Yanshu thought to himself, and promptly took out all 5 major certificates. You actually have 5. At this point, it was Shaylin's turn to be surprised. She had only sensed the presence of certificates and did not expect there to be so many. Mentor, may I ask what professions I can choose from? I initially thought no one would meet this requirement, but unexpectedly the first adventurer that arrives gives me such a great surprise. Shaylin appeared to be in a good mood, her lips curling slightly, her demeanor changing as she seemed much brighter. In her hand, she held an ancient-looking scroll that had appeared from nowhere. Take this, lucky little guy. Yanshu eagerly accepted it. Divine level hidden profession master of all spirits, job change scroll. Limited initial profession summoner. It turned out to be a divine level hidden profession. Although he knew that hidden professions could vary in strength, he had never heard of the term divine level. When did hidden professions start to have levels? However, in this game, any profession with the word divine level attached is undoubtedly extraordinary. Use it directly. Ding, congratulations, you have changed to the divine level hidden profession master of all spirits. Yanshu hurriedly checked the profession introduction. Master of all spirits divine level possesses the ability to make all living beings submit. Profession characteristic skill endless summon passive increases the number of summoned creatures by 1, and for each 10 levels the summoner advances the number of summoned creatures increases by 1. Is this what's called endless? Although powerful, it hardly deserves the term endless. I mean, can summoned creatures continue to summon more? And it's the type with no upper limit. Yanshu frowned, patiently continuing to read on. Spirit worship active when used on living beings, there's a chance to convert them into summoned creatures. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate, cooldown time 1 minute. Observing these two simple profession introductions, Yanshu stood there in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. What an incredible profession, simply defying the odds. First of all, the skill Endless Summon can increase many summoning slots, putting it far beyond that of ordinary summoners. Although according to the current description, it does not have much to do with endless. However, based on his experience of living again, there are no exaggerated skill names in the game Tianchi. This skill is certainly waiting for him to explore, and it definitely lives up to these two words. As for spirit worship, it is simply a supplement to the first skill. In his memory, the types of summoned creatures available to summoners were less than 20, and among them, there were some rare ones like his fire elemental sprite. Without this skill, even if he had so many slots later on, he would face the awkward situation of having no summoned creatures to use. With this skill, he could challenge some formidable bosses, directly exhausting them with a strategy of using virtue to conquer and then converting them into summoned creatures. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Combined with his SSS talent, a legion of bosses was just around the corner. Lubai? Shaylin's voice came, pulling Yanshu's thoughts back to reality. For this profession, I do not have any related profession skills to teach you. You can only comprehend them through unsealed skill books. This was something Yanshu understood as well. Generally, the stronger the hidden profession, the fewer its profession skills, and the harder it is to comprehend, requiring more skill books. Although unsealed skills can generate corresponding profession skills, the fewer skills there are in the profession skill library, the higher the chance of generating duplicate skills. However, since he mainly relied on summoned creatures for output, having equipment with additional skills and the common skills of his initial profession was already sufficient. I hope this profession can regain its glory in your hands. After saying this, Shaylin waved her hand, clearly signaling for him to leave. But at that moment, Yanshu had no intention of leaving. Shaylin held an important clue about a hidden profession. After all, he possessed a divine level item like Destiny Weaving Talisman. Just having a hidden profession was not enough to satisfy his appetite. Do you have any further questions? Saline observed that Yanshu showed no intention of leaving, and her impatience quickly surfaced. I wish to learn about the legendary summoner Shayla. Upon seeing the fate-weaving talisman, Saline's crimson lips parted in genuine astonishment. You've actually acquired this divine-tier artifact, one long vanished from the world. Saline was truly stunned. That this adventurer had already gathered all 5 sacred credentials exceeded her expectations. Yet he possessed this too. How do you even know of Shayla? Saline composed herself, her eyes narrowing as she studied Yanshu. Logically, an adventurer of his rank should never have encountered such knowledge. I've read several biographies about him. Yanshu lied with flawless composure, then added inwardly, not only do I know Shayla, I know you are his granddaughter. Greedy boy, you truly believe you're worthy of his legacy. Shayla never took a single disciple. Even I, when I sought to become his apprentice, was dismissed for possessing merely ordinary talent. Because I possess supreme talent. At that, Saline suddenly broke into a radiant smile. So, you're a fortunate youth blessed with an S-tier aptitude. Since your resolve is so unwavering, I'll write you a letter of recommendation as reward for winning my wager. But remember, whether you earn his recognition rests entirely upon your own merit. Saline seated herself at her desk, and within moments handed Yanshu the completed letter. Wish you luck. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention that Old Master appears and vanishes like mist. I only know he's currently in Luoshing City, where precisely he resides is for you to discover. Thank you. Yanshu departed the Adventurers Guild Hall. Behind him, faint murmurs of discontent rose among the vocational mentors. I heard the first adventurer to arrive in Silvermoon City was a mage. She didn't choose Luoshing City, cost me dearly in bets. What baffles me most is how warriors and rangers lag behind summoners in leveling speed. It's utterly absurd. His next objective, securing a second vocation. This question had occupied Yanshu since the moment he entered the game. Which hidden vocation should he pursue? Given his innate affinity, it would inevitably be one that amplifies the number of summoned entities. Once he submitted 4 credentials, he'd first examine the 3 hidden vocations offered by his mentor. If none proved suitable, he'd seek out Shayla himself, tempt fate. In his past life, a summoner, through unknown conditions, triggered a quest and obtained Celine's letter of introduction. Yet upon finding Shayla, he failed the trial and forfeited an extraordinary opportunity. Shayla stood among the 2 greatest summoner NPCs in the entire game world. His methodology for cultivating summoned beings was unparalleled, though he commanded only 4, each a paragon of power capable of solo combat against high-tier demons. He pursued an elite cultivation path. When all 4 fought together, they could hold off a demon sovereign for a significant duration, an almost inconceivable feat. To inherit his vocation would shatter all limits on his summoning capacity. Among players and NPCs alike, a long-standing debate persisted for a summoner: is quantity or quality of summoned beings more vital? Now, however, he held the fate-weaving talisman. Yanshu thought only this: children choose one path. I claim all. He refused to believe even an SS steer aptitude could fail Shayla's trial. With that, Yanshu withdrew the divination crystal from his pack and activated it. Legendary summoner Shayla. To ensure precision, he narrowed the query. Who knew? Some player might whimsically adopt the name Shayla. Such a misfire could deliver coordinates to a beginner's village, a disastrous joke. Instantly, the crystal faded and a coordinate emerged: 5,215, 6,284. Yanshu unfolded his map and cross-referenced the location. This is the Beast Arena. In his past life, the Beast Arena had been immensely popular, especially among summoners. Many delighted in pitting their summoned beasts against one another, organizing matches, setting wagers. Within its walls, adventurers could register their summons, challenging either rival players' creatures or arena-bred wild beasts. Victory yielded points redeemable for rare items to nurture summoned beings and hone the summoner's command precision. That Shayla dwelled in the Beast Arena struck Yanshu as akin to an NBA legend attending a primary school basketball match, purely for amusement. Without delay, Yanshu sprinted toward the arena. Should this master relocate again, he might not find him for weeks. The moment he entered the arena's electric atmosphere enveloped him. Circular tiers brimmed with 200 or 300 NPCs, roaring encouragement for the beasts locked in combat below. In the pit stood an obsidian bear with azure eyes and a twin-headed demon wolf. They grappled fiercely, fangs and claws tearing into each other. Yanshu scanned the stands, and there in the upper left corner sat a gray-robed elder, unremarkable in appearance, indistinguishable from any other NPC, yet radiating a profound, still serenity that drew Yanshu's gaze instantly. It's him. Yanshu had once witnessed his power in his past life, an impression seared into memory. As Yanshu approached, Shayla spoke without turning. Adventurer, why did you use a divination crystal to seek me? Yanshu's heart skipped. Locating a divine tier NPC strained even the crystal's limits. This is a letter of introduction from mentor Celine. At Celine's name, Shayla's curiosity stirred. He accepted the letter and perused it carefully. Then he studied Yanshu anew, yet Yanshu remained unflinching. Bound by system law, no NPC, no matter how formidable, could perceive player data, not aptitudes, not attributes. You must know, I despise summoners who rely solely on numbers. So tell me, why should I entrust my legacy to you? What if I told you I can amplify the number of summoned beings, without compromising their quality? Yanshu met his gaze steady and unyielding. Shayla's lips curled into a grin, crinkling the deep lines across his face. I pondered the very same notion in my youth. Very well, I offer you one chance. Send forth your strongest summoned being. Let it endure for 1 full minute beneath the assault of both beasts. If it remains standing after 60 seconds, I shall bestow my vocation upon you. Agreed. Hearing those words, Yanshu's confidence crystallized. Those 2 arena beasts, though imposing in stature, were merely ordinary level 40 monsters, selected solely for their dramatic appearance. The second hidden vocation, secured. I accept. Good. With a wave of his hand, Shayla silenced the 2 beasts in the arena, causing them to retreat to the side. Yanshu directly summoned the wild boar at the edge of the arena. The NPC audience at the scene was initially puzzled when they saw the 2 monsters that were fighting suddenly quiet down, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, seeing Yanshu's wild boar, they burst into laughter. If I'm not mistaken, this wild boar should be a beginner skill of a summoner. That's right, it is. My son is also a summoner, and wild boars are usually the first to be eliminated. To challenge the blue-eyed black bear and the 2-headed demon wolf with such a summoning creature, this adventurer must be out of his mind. He must have received some task and had a strong person set this up for him, but he is too reckless. Go, 2-headed demon wolf. Tear that pig apart. Shayla looked at Yanshu's wild boar and couldn't help but chuckle. The reason was simple. This wild boar was also the first summoning creature he had eliminated back then. However, it was strange that this wild boar was significantly larger than usual. If it weren't for Shaelin's reputation, he would have been too lazy to care, truly thinking that his inheritance could be obtained so easily. The attributes of summoned creatures are also protected by system regulations, just like players. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Shea could not see through it. Shea nodded to the arena administrator. The administrator immediately bowed, revealing an excited expression in his eyes. In the next moment, the two beasts suddenly regained their ferocity and pounced toward the wild boar from either side. Under Yanshu's command, the wild boar remained motionless. Just as the two-headed demon wolf leaped high in front of it, the wild boar suddenly charged recklessly into the blue-eyed black bear. A massive damage value exploded. The additional acceleration effect of the skill perfectly allowed the wild boar to evade the attack of the two-headed demon wolf. What's happening? Is this the damage a level 10 wild boar can cause? Am I seeing things? I thought the size of this wild boar seemed a bit abnormal, and it truly surprised everyone. At this moment, the audience erupted in astonishment, with many standing up. Shea, who was originally playing with his beard, was also taken aback by this scene. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip and pulled a strand of hair wrapped around his fingers, wincing in pain. At this moment, Shea's expression became serious as he stared intently at the wild boar, filled with confusion. What is up with this kid's wild boar? It's only level 10. Even if I trained it, it wouldn't output such damage at level 20. This is truly bizarre. The wild boar in the arena was unyielding, directly taking the attacks of the two-headed demon wolf and tightly entangling the blue-eyed black bear. In just a few moments, it had slain the blue-eyed black bear. Moments later, the two-headed demon wolf followed suit. With the defeat of the two beasts, the wild boar's performance completely ignited the arena. A large number of people stood on their chairs, waving their hands and cheering. So strong. I actually felt the power of greatness from a mere level 10 summoned beast. You have to know it's only level 10. If it continues to improve, one can only imagine how high it will reach in the future. I seem to have already seen the future where this wild boar will tear through the arena. I think its master is the real genius, capable of cultivating a novice summoning creature to such a powerful level. Who knows, his other summoned creatures may be even more impressive. This is probably just the beginning. With adventurers joining the arena in the future, it should become even livelier. As Yanshu just stored the wild boar, he noticed Shea had suddenly appeared beside him. Then it seemed as if a beast's claw swept through the void in front of him, and a portal appeared before his eyes. Shea grasped Yanshu's shoulder with his left hand and stepped into the doorway. In the next moment, the two arrived in a simple courtyard. As soon as Yanshu steadied himself, Shea eagerly shook his shoulder. "Kid, tell me, what is your talent?" Seeing Yanshu remain unresponsive, Shea immediately widened his eyes. "As your master, you actually want to hide this from me? Are you afraid I'll harm you?" Yanshu merely replied calmly, "My wild boar one, please fulfill your promise." What does it matter how powerful a god-level expert is? My goal is not only to cultivate summoning creatures to god level, but also to reach the point of slaying gods. At the same time, he didn't want to establish too many ties with these NPCs. Shea was taken aback. After all, he was a god-level expert. If he showed any willingness to accept disciples, many would be grateful. "You actually behave like this." Yanshu didn't care what the other party thought in his heart, and continued, "You, a dignified god-level expert, would also act unreasonably." Shea's face turned red with anger. He suddenly felt an impulse to crush Yanshu, but these adventurers could infinitely respawn, making it meaningless to kill them. It would only make him seem petty. All right. Come in front of me, use your life path weaving talisman, and I will promote you." Yanshu stepped closer and used the life path weaving talisman. "Ding, congratulations, you have successfully unlocked dual professions. The number of available promotions is now 1. In the next moment, Shea's hand was placed directly on Yanshu's forehead. Instantly, a faint coolness spread through his body. "Congratulations, you have successfully promoted to the god-level hidden profession Spirit Bestower." Indeed, it is god-level. Yanshu hurriedly opened the profession interface. Spirit Bestower, god-level profession characteristic skill, ignites spirit active, borrow divine power to awaken the intelligence of summoned creatures, granting them self-awareness. Cooldown time 7 days. Unbind, passive summoned creatures can act independently of the summoner, ignoring distance between both parties. Strong. So strong. At this moment, Yanshu finally understood why Shea's summoned creatures were so absurdly powerful. At first glance, these two profession skills seemed ordinary, but what they represented was definitely not simple. First, the Ignite Spirit skill appears to have the same effect as the Enlightenment Fruit, both increasing the intelligence of summoned creatures. However, the effects of the two are worlds apart. Even if the Enlightenment Fruit is used to the maximum of 10, reaching the limit at best, it would only implant artificial intelligence into the brain of the summoned creature, and it would be of a lower level, focusing more on auxiliary effects. However, to awaken intelligence means possessing self-awareness. This is true life and the ability to think independently. After using this skill, summoned creatures no longer require the summoner's distraction to control them. They can accumulate experience on their own, learn combat techniques, and make judgments based on specific situations during battle. Coupled with the second skill, Unbind, it would be impossible for me to be a lazy summoner. Generally speaking, the higher the summoner's mental power, the greater the control range of the summoned creatures. For example, in the Novice Dungeon, my control over summoned creatures already covered 1/3 of the entire dungeon. Now this skill has infinitely extended that control distance. In the future, my summoned creatures can go out to grind monsters on their own. Lying down, I can still earn experience points. It's simply outrageous. At this moment, a sudden system prompt interrupted Yanshu's thoughts. Ding! As the only player in Tianqi who has unlocked dual professions, the system rewards you with a chance to draw for a dual profession compatibility skill. Would you like to use it? Yanshu was taken aback. Such a benefit exists. Use it. In the next moment, a virtual roulette appeared before Yanshu, spinning continuously. As the pointer gradually came to a stop, it finally pointed to an extremely small area. If one did not look closely, Yanshu would have thought this position was the dividing line between two areas. The odds were so low that it was almost impossible to hit it. Congratulations, you have obtained the profession skill guidance. Guidance active. You can check the advancement conditions of your summoned creatures. Upon meeting the advancement requirements, using the skill will allow your summoned creature to level up. Cooldown time none. Advancement for summoned creatures. Yanshu suddenly felt a sense of having wasted his previous life. As a summoner, he actually didn't know that summoned creatures could advance. The strength of summoned creatures is generally determined by the rarity of the skill books. Later, they can be cultivated through various items to increase attributes or comprehend skills, which is a consensus among all summoners. Now it's actually telling him that summoned creatures can advance. Yanshu immediately checked the panel for his summoned creature. With this skill, the Wild Boar's attribute panel now had an advancement button. Wild Boar level 10. Advancement path: Wild Boar initial stage, Crimson-Eyed Pig King intermediate stage, next stage not unlocked, next stage not unlocked, next stage not unlocked. Current advancement requirements: 1. Wild Boar reaches level 30. Not achieved. 2. Strength attribute reaches 1000, total attributes reach 4000. Not achieved. 3. A pair of Boss Mountain Wild Boar King tusks. Not achieved. 4. Boiling Blood Crystal 100. PS upon advancing to the Crimson-Eyed Pig King, all attributes will receive a 30 boost, and the skill will increase by 1. 30 attribute boost. With the current attributes of his Wild Boar being so monstrous, a 30 increase is roughly equivalent to raising it by 1/3. Moreover, as the Wild Boar's base attributes stack, the total attributes after the boost will also rise. The increase in the number of skills is similarly astonishing. Yanshu believed the Wild Boar could at least comprehend 2 skills on its own. If every advancement allows for skill comprehension, the final skills could potentially reach a maximum of 10. Having advanced just once and already achieving such a significant improvement, it is hard to imagine how high the Wild Boar will reach upon completing its final advancement. The key point is that he has more than just this one summoned creature. When the time comes to summon a group of creatures, each one will be a divine existence capable of overwhelming opponents just with their presence. This is what true divine skill looks like. The first 3 conditions for the Wild Boar are relatively easy to achieve, but the Boiling Blood Crystal can only be obtained through purchases. This item can only be found by opening secret treasure chests, making it impossible to rush. The other 3 summoned creatures have similar conditions for advancement. The first 2 conditions are all about levels and attributes. For other summoners, meeting the attribute requirements is certainly the hardest part, as aside from leveling up to obtain free attribute points, they can only acquire items to increase summoned creature attributes through purchases or exchanges. These items are generally priceless and in high demand. However, for Yanshu, they have instead become the easiest conditions to fulfill. Shea looked at Yanshu's shocked expression, thinking he was astonished by the profession of Spirit Weaver, and felt a bit proud. So what do you think? Isn't it much stronger than that so-called Lord of all Spirits you have? This is what a true God-level profession looks like. Yanshu replied nonchalantly, it's average. Although this profession is indeed powerful, he really couldn't get used to the way the other party belittled and praised himself. At the same time, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If the next operation succeeds, not only could he take the opportunity to undermine the other party, but he would also reap enormous benefits. Average. Shea once again felt the urge to kill. Then he thought the other party was just putting on an act. This is a God-level hidden profession. The Spirit Weaver is strong, but it relies too much on summoned creatures. It seems that the summoner himself hasn't received any enhancement. As soon as Yanshu said this, Shea flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What do you know? The skills of this profession are all aimed at cultivating truly powerful summoned creatures. The autonomy of summoned creatures is what matters most. With the accumulation of combat experience, enhancement of combat awareness, and formation of battle-style summon creatures will also comprehend skills that suit them. The skills of the summoner itself are completely unimportant. If one focuses excessively on the strength of the summoner, they are completely going down the wrong path. Hey, he's getting anxious, he's getting anxious. Yanshu smirked inwardly. Oh, indeed, as long as the dispute over genres arises, these top-tier powerhouses become unstable. Shaya has an old rival, another god-level summoner in Tianchi, Jars. His style is completely different from Shaya's. He believes that summoned creatures are merely appendages of the summoner and should not be overly relied upon. Thus, Jar's summoned creatures are mostly of the support type, and when necessary he will attach the power of the summoned creatures to himself through methods similar to sacrifices. Therefore, Jars possesses considerable personal strength. The two look down on each other, each believing the other has taken the wrong path. In fact, they represent the two main schools of summoners in Tianchi, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Yanshu's words undoubtedly negate Shaya's beliefs, causing minimal damage but carrying a strong insult. Watching Shaya falter, Yanshu continued to press the advantage. Don't be anxious, I'm not denying the benefits that come from the strength of summoned creatures. I just feel that relying on the autonomy of summoned creatures to accumulate combat experience and enhance awareness is too slow. Look at my wild boar, it has no combat awareness, but is still quite strong. So I'm confident that I can clear the Summoner Trial Tower in Falling Star City at level 30. After hearing Yanshu's words, Shaya laughed in anger. This is completely self-defeating. Arrogant. If you can clear it, then haven't I wasted my efforts? If he had known that the Summoner Trial Tower in Falling Star City was entirely designed by himself. The tower has a total of 10 levels, and the difficulty difference between each layer is immense. The final level is guarded by the avatar of his summoned creature, the Frost Witch. Although this avatar has only 50 of the original strength, it is not something a level 30 summoner can contend with. Does he really think that just because his talent has reached SS level, he can get carried away? At this moment, Shaya has completely lost the initial desire to take Yanshu as an apprentice and is utterly disgusted. Master Shaya, how about we make a bet? If I can clear it, will you give me 2 pieces of primordial spirit artifacts? Hell, wishful thinking, do you really think? What? 2 pieces of primordial spirit artifacts? Do you think this is like street cabbage? Shaya was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized, almost cursing. Yanshu looked at Shaya's expression of blowing his beard and glaring deliberately pretended to be puzzled. As a god-level powerhouse, do you really not have even 2 pieces of Yuan Chu Chi Ling? Mainly because of his 4 summoned creatures, which are simply gold-consuming beasts. Growing to this level has consumed an immeasurable amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he even owes quite a few favors to other powerhouses, demonstrating how expensive the profession of a spirit giver is. You. At the sight of Shaya showing signs of wanting to flip the table, Yanshu hurriedly spoke up, so you also believe I can pass the test, right? Shaya seemed to have thought of something, and instead smiled faintly. All right. Since you have this confidence, I will give you this opportunity, but the condition will change. Upon hearing this, Yanshu felt greatly relieved. Since the conditions meant he would have to wager something of his own, it indicated that Shaya intended to gamble with him in the form of a task. With the existence of systematic rules, he would also be able to punish himself through those rules. Sure, then at that time I will choose one of your summoned creatures to recognize me as its master. This was Yanshu's true intention, directly targeting the summoned creature that had torn through the void to bring him here. The only space-type summoned creature in Tianchi, Starry Beast. Shaya squinted slightly, staring into Yanshu's eyes, and finally nodded slowly. Good. Ding, god-level summoner Sha, Ya has issued you the task: pass the Summoner Trial Tower. Task content: please pass the Summoner Trial Tower in Falling Star City before reaching level 30, including level 30. Task reward: choose any one of Sha Ya's summoned creatures. Task failure penalty: permanent reduction of 99 in character and summoned creature attributes. Do you accept the task? After reading the task description, Yanshu secretly mocked himself. It seems I've really angered the other party. This task penalty is so severe, they clearly want to cripple me. Shaya looked at Yanshu's expression and immediately sneered. What? Are you afraid to accept? Fortune favors the bold kid. You should know the value of my summoned creatures. Any one of them far exceeds 2 pieces of Yuan Chu Chi Ling. I accept. Ding successfully accepted the task: past the Summoner Trial Tower. Good, you've got courage. I won't keep you any longer now. I hope you don't disappoint me, ha. Another portal appeared before Yanshu. Just as he was about to step inside, he felt a massive beast leg kick him, pushing him through the door. In the next moment, Yanshu found himself in the central square of Falling Star City. All right. This is how you treat your future master. I hold grudges. Yanshu looked at the sky with a cold smile. Now that he had an official task, the Starry Beast couldn't run away. This trip had been a significant gain for him. 2 hidden professions successfully acquired, and he had scammed a task. At this moment, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, accompanied by the protest of his stomach. Sigh, I still need to eat properly to stave off hunger. This won't do. His body couldn't handle it, especially since there was still some time left before the game impacted reality. Yanshu logged off and was just about to call Li Xiang when he received a message from the other party first. Yanshu, I found the house completely according to your requirements. You can move in with just your luggage. But won't the rent of several $100,000 a year be too expensive? Not expensive at all. I'll pack my bags right now and move over. Yanshu directly packed his important items, leaving the rest for the 3 roommates in the dorm to handle. With 1 suitcase sorted, he walked straight out. As he was about to leave, Yanshu thought for a moment and said to the 3 in the dorm, if you start playing this game and encounter any difficulties, you can contact me. Having said that, he ignored the drowsy 3 and left directly. He wouldn't forcefully shove things onto them. It was all up to them now, as he had already tried to persuade them. Half an hour later, the 2 met at the entrance of the community. So how's the environment? Is it decent? Li Xiang asked proudly. It's fine. Yanshu nodded. The location was quite suitable, quiet but not too remote, meeting his needs well. Li Xiang's agent friend was already waiting at the entrance of the community and welcomed them with joy. After all, sealing this deal earned him a significant commission. Next, the 3 of them viewed the house. Yanshu was quite satisfied with the size and layout of the rooms and directly signed a 3-year contract. Afterward, Yanshu treated the 2 to a meal. During this time, Li Xiang was not stingy in ordering dishes, as he knew Yanshu's financial strength as the #1 person in Tianqi. Due to the presence of others, the 2 refrained from discussing matters in the game. By the time Yanshu arranged for a chef to come cook, it was already afternoon. Yanshu called his parents to report his recent situation, still concealing the game's details, as he was still seen as a college student in their eyes. At the same time, Yanshu planned to bring his parents over once the game began to impact reality. For now, it was more convenient to manage things alone. He then repaid all the online loans he had taken earlier. Regardless of whether the platform was legitimate or not, Yanshu did not like the feeling of being in debt. At the time, he only thought about enhancing his strength and didn't think much about making money. He hadn't expected to no longer worry about money so soon. The regret was that when Li Xiang proposed living together, his parents strongly opposed it, and it could only be discussed later. With everything arranged, Yanshu logged back into the game. Now that he had completed the transition for both professions, he no longer needed the Yuan Chu Chi Ling. He took it out and clicked to use it. Ding, you have used the God level item. Yuan Chu Chi Ling weapon exclusive growth equipment is being generated. Reading profession information. Generating equipment skills. After a moment, the Chi Ling disappeared and a staff appeared in Yanshu's hand. Spirit Conduit Staff, Silver level 10. Exclusive for player reserve, cannot be dropped. Physique 50, Intelligence 50, Spirit 150. Trait, can devour staves of the same grade. Experience needed to upgrade to the next quality 01000. Skill Wild Call increases summon creature attack power by 10. Currently only at silver level, the attached attributes are similar to other silver level equipment, but Yanshu believes that as the grade increases, both attributes and skills will follow suit. In fact, it only had 1 attached skill. He had originally envisioned an equipment that fit both professions. If it had 2 skills corresponding to the professions from the start, that would have been fantastic. It now seems he was too greedy. However, since he was following the summoning route, the Wild Call skill also met the requirements for both professions. Yanshu immediately fed the remaining 2 silver staffs from his bag as materials. He wanted to test how much experience each piece of equipment could add. With the disappearance of the 2 feeding staffs, the experience required for the Spirit Control staff became 21,000. Indeed, this piece of equipment adds a bit of experience. Upgrading to the golden level requires 1,000 silver level staffs, which is simply an endless pit. However, in order to evolve into the ultimate artifact, I can only brace myself for it. The golden level staff in my hand possesses a crucial skill, Life Drain Aura, which cannot be exchanged yet. I will keep it for later use. Next, I have 7 unsealed skill books in my backpack. I have kept them until now, waiting to use them after changing jobs. At this moment, in addition to the basic summoner common skills, there is also a chance to unlock 2 hidden job exclusive skills. However, due to the fact that both hidden jobs are God level, there are very few skills in the skill pool, making the chance of unlocking corresponding skills exceedingly slim. Using the 7 books in bulk, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding, skill duplicate usage failed. Ding, skill duplicate usage failed. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the skill Soul Revival. Ding, skill duplicate usage failed. Ding, skill duplicate usage failed. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the skill Shared Vision. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired the skill Star Shift. 3 skills. This probability made Yanshu furrow his brow. The success rate was less than half, indicating that there were not many skills left in the skill pool. Soul Revival allows summoned creatures to be quickly revived once after death, with all summoned creatures sharing the usage count. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Shared vision allows the vision of summoned creatures to be directly shared with the summoner. Star Shift ensures that the loot from the targets killed by summoned creatures will automatically transfer to the summoned creature's backpack. All three skills are decent. Soul Revival is a common skill for summoners, but it is not very useful for me. The most practical one is the skill Shared Vision. I have never heard of this skill in my previous life. It should be a Spirit Granter job skill. When used in conjunction with Binding, it essentially allows my summoned creatures to act as my eyes, making long-distance control of summoned creatures more convenient. In a sense, I can take over the bodies of my summoned creatures, making them my avatars. One day I can share the vision of the falcon and try to feel the sensation of soaring in the sky. And Star Shift is an auxiliary skill belonging to the Master of All Spirits profession. At first I thought it was some powerful damage skill given its impressive name. Upon opening the skill description, the effect turned out to be this truly unexpected. However, it indeed solves a significant problem. After all, my summoned creatures will have to go out and mix on their own in the future. I can't possibly hire a group of people to follow and carry things around. This time, using the skill books serves as a probe into the current profession skill pool, and the result was as Yanshu expected. There aren't many skills I can activate. There are only about a dozen common skills, and each of the 2 hidden jobs probably has around 5 skills. Yanshu did not choose to advance further in the summoner profession, so he couldn't learn related skills from the profession mentor. There are a few skills, but with some additional special skills in the future, it should be enough. Yanshu no longer felt troubled. After all, having more skills isn't necessarily better. A practicality is the priority. Now it's time to try the skill Spirit Awakening. Since the cooldown time is 7 days, Yanshu first thought of the falcon. The reason is simple: it is fast and highly mobile. Summoning the falcon, Yanshu used the skill on it. In the next moment, the falcon was enveloped in a soft beam of light, which gradually shrank until it seemed to be pulled into its body and finally disappeared. After the skill ended, the feeling the falcon gave Yanshu was completely different, especially its exceptionally lively eyes. "Can you understand me?" Yanshu asked tentatively. The falcon immediately nodded and then affectionately flew onto Yanshu's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Yanshu was overjoyed. "This is amazing. A group of faithful subordinates is just around the corner. From now on, I will call you Little Black. Remember to work hard. Your master's experience points, your advancement materials, and attribute points all depend on you to earn." Yanshu stroked the falcon, looking serious. The falcon nodded in a seemingly understanding manner, surprisingly displaying a human-like expression. "Go on, earn some contribution points on your own." Yanshu ordered the falcon to fly directly towards the city gate, where the level 10 monster area lay. At this moment, the experience suppression had been lifted, and I could start stacking attribute points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since Little Black the falcon is my summoned creature, it can move freely in major NPC gathering points without causing hostility except in certain special areas. Before long, the system prompt bar began to refresh with messages. "Ding, you killed a hyena and gained 500 experience points. The falcon gained 1 free attribute point." "Ding, you killed a hyena and gained 500 experience points. The falcon gained 1 free attribute point." Done. The path of the lazy summoner has officially begun, although the experience points from ordinary monsters are a bit low. I wonder how players will feel when they discover that the experience points from monsters of the same level in the main city are still lower than those from the novice dungeon. After arranging the falcon, I need to start planning to acquire something that concerns whether the free attribute points of my summoned creatures can be maximized. That would be the well-known auxiliary artifact from my previous life, Mole's Hourglass. This item by name seems to possess time-related functions. However, its actual effect is to increase the experience points required for leveling up, and correspondingly, the free attribute points gained with each level will also increase. The user can set the multiplier for the experience points required for level up to a maximum of 10 times, which means each level up will yield an additional 100 free attribute points. Its original owner was the top expert of the Radiant Guild, Jisheng Zintu. This person is also one of the 3 S-level talent holders. At this level, gaining experience points through leveling up is never a challenge, so after obtaining Mole's Hourglass early on, Jisheng Zintu's strength grew rapidly, as if he had been given wings. However, this person has a flaw. Although usually taciturn, he enjoys drinking and loves to boast about his harvest after drinking, which is how the method of acquiring this artifact was revealed. Later, when the news spread, Jisheng Zintu boldly admitted and publicly revealed the acquisition method. Since there was only one of these items, it didn't matter. This item is the key to the victory of the Shea bet, as long as I increase the experience points for leveling up. Since summoned creatures cannot be at a higher level than the summoner, the attribute points gained with each level will accumulate to a terrifying value, making challenges extremely easy. Thinking of this, Yanshu hurried towards the Lord's Mansion. The trigger point for this quest is at the Lord's Mansion. Ji Shengzhentu received a clue and informed the Lord, thus receiving the entire quest chain. Now I still remember some key quest nodes. Completing the quest should not be a problem. As soon as Yanshu arrived outside the Lord's mansion, he was instantly stunned. At this moment, a person was walking out of the Lord's mansion with 4 large characters shining brightly above his head. Ji Shengzhentu. What the heck, I have been surpassed. Yanshu came back to his senses, looking at Ji Shang with a sense of helplessness in his heart. He clearly remembered that although Ji Shang claimed to have obtained this item early on, it had been nearly a month since the game had launched. Could it be that his series of actions like live streaming and dungeon runs after his rebirth stirred the wings of a butterfly? Yanshu steadied himself, no longer dwelling on this matter. After all, this special artifact was something he absolutely had to obtain. When Ji Shang emerged, he also looked a bit surprised upon seeing Yanshu. Lu Bai, what a coincidence. Are you here to take on a quest too? Just browsing around hoping to get lucky. Do you have any quest leads you can share? Sorry, I found the only one and have already taken it. You might want to look for more. Ji Shang appeared to be a young man in his 20s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, giving off an honest vibe. At that moment, accompanied by a polite smile, he made a rather pleasant impression. Yanshu would not be deceived by his appearance. Although this person did not seem malicious, he was as cunning as his ID suggested. Since there are no quests, I'll check out other places, Yanshu said, turning to leave. Hey, wait. Can you add me as a friend? Our boss is very interested in you, but we haven't been able to contact you. Hearing this, Yanshu suddenly felt like laughing. Ooh, fate is truly marvelous. The guild he wished to join the most in his past life was indeed Yaoshu. By a stroke of luck, he had once run into Ji Shang, and he had asked for a friend request in the same manner, but unfortunately he had been ignored as a mere nobody. Sure, I'd be happy to. Yanshu took the initiative. The two exchanged a few more words, each with their own thoughts, yet smiling as they waved goodbye. Yanshu carefully recalled the method to obtain the artifact. In his past life, after Ji Shang accepted a quest, he first completed dozens of task chains, then obtained a secret realm key. After defeating the guardian of the secret realm, he used the token and the key to successfully enter the realm, ultimately finding MMORPG's hourglass. The current situation was indeed a bit tricky. This item could not simply be obtained by defeating the opponent, as the key to enter the secret realm required completing a task chain first. Moreover, the entrance to the secret realm and its guardian would only appear after the task was completed. What a headache. Yanshu rubbed his temples, recalling his experience in the novice village's secret realm, when suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. He could imitate the village chief. However, the guardian was not a particularly strong boss for someone with S-level talent. It was merely a small test that wouldn't take long. The safest approach would be to have his wild boar play the role of the guardian. Feasible, let's do it. Ji Shang, don't blame me. After all, treasures belong to those who are capable. Yanshu reviewed the plan in his mind, found no flaws, and immediately set his plan into action. First, he arrived at a small remote shop in the southern part of Falling Star City. The shop was shabby, lacking even a sign outside, but in his past life, it was a treasure trove for many players where all sorts of peculiar items could be purchased, albeit at somewhat inflated prices. Upon entering the shop, Yanshu found the place cluttered with various items strewn all over the floor, leaving no space to stand. Boss, I'm here for business. Seeing that there was no one in the shop, Yanshu shouted loudly. As soon as he did, someone crawled out from under the counter. What's wrong with you, adventurer? Dare to shout in my shop? The boss was a short, white-haired dwarf named Carl. Standing about 1 meter tall, he was currently staring at Yanshu with his small green bean-like eyes. No more chit-chat, a big deal has come in. A world-splitting cone, a bottle of advanced invisibility potion, and a transformation pill. Carl squinted his eyes, making them appear even smaller. You, an adventurer, actually know about these items. Impressive. The world-splitting cone costs 200 gold coins, the advanced invisibility potion costs 500 gold coins, and the transformation pill costs 100 gold coins, totaling 21500 gold coins. Come back tomorrow at this time to collect your items. The total is incorrect. The extra 500 is a handling fee. If you want the items, take them or leave them, no discounts. Alright, I'll come back tomorrow at this time. Yanshu didn't dwell on it too much, mainly because he understood the dwarf's temperament. He always added a little extra to the bill when selling items. Although he had anticipated the cost of the 3 items, he was still shocked by the price of the world-splitting cone. He had never used this item before, mainly due to its high cost and somewhat impractical nature. Generally speaking, secret realms needed some treasure maps or special tasks to be opened. During this time, the items obtained in the secret realm would also be acquired simultaneously, making the use of the world-splitting cone unnecessary. Furthermore, once a secret realm was opened, there was a time limit. If one did not enter within the specified time, the secret realm would disappear, wasting the opportunity. The most important point was that the items within the secret realm could vary in quality, Some people would cash in all the items they took out, which would not even compare to the price of the world-splitting cone. Thus, trying to carry it around to steal others' chances often proved futile. After all, even if one managed to hold back the Secret Realm's opener successfully entering did not guarantee a return on investment. During the following time, Yanshu threw the skill books he no longer needed into the auction house. He then anonymously posted some purchase requests. Now that a small number of people had entered the main city, he could start focusing on the items he needed. After that, Yanshu took his summoned creatures to the wild to start hunting monsters. At this time, the Falcon was in the northern part of Falling Star City, with its attribute points continuously rising. He himself brought along the wild boar and the fire elemental spirit to the east, as he could not afford to slack off. Before the cooldown of the spirit awakening skill was over, both summoned creatures needed to start grinding for free attribute points. He could not fall behind too much. Upon reaching the main city, the mechanics for wild monsters had changed slightly. In addition to some fixed BOSSES, if too many ordinary monsters were killed, bosses of the same type would also respawn. His goal was to obtain as many first kills of various bosses as possible, as most of the unsealed skill books came from the rewards of first kills from the boss system. Ahead were some level 10 flower spirits whose attributes were similar to those of ordinary monsters in the novice village. Flower spirit level 10. Health 6,851. Constitution 142. Attack 354. Skill Vine Whip. At this moment, ordinary monsters encountering the two summoned creatures would be swiftly defeated, becoming mere walking attribute points. At this moment, Yanshu directly took out the table and chairs he had just purchased in the city. He began sipping tea while sorting out the tasks he needed to accomplish. The taste is quite good. Although he could not appreciate tea, the food and beverages produced by the system were always of excellent flavor. The primary task at hand is to acquire MMORPG's Hourglass of Time, which would multiply his experience points for upgrades by 10 times. This way, the experience required for summoning items to level up would also increase proportionately. Next, with 2 vacant slots for summons, he needed to fill them quickly. Since there were no suitable skill books at this stage, he decided to capture 2 creatures, treating it as an experiment to test new skill effects. Then, while stacking attributes, he aimed to quickly raise his level to 20 and complete the first run of the level 20 dungeon. During this time, he would eliminate all encountered BOSSES, then complete the advancement of his summons and fulfill the bet with Shaya. Looking at the 2 summoned creatures battling monsters, Yanshu couldn't help but sigh, wishing the cooldown time for the Chi Ling skill was shorter. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something, and Yanshu slapped his forehead. How could he forget about his talents? Since he found the skill cooldown time too long, he could simply summon a helper. Next, Yanshu entered the forum and posted a message. Anyone with a talent to reduce skill cooldowns, please contact me. Attached talent description. Oh, generous rewards, first come first served. Due to Yanshu's immense popularity, this post was immediately pinned to the front page. Many responded, but most were just here to join the fun. Master Yan, I can give you foot massages, and I'm quite skilled at it. As long as you take me along for leveling up, your feet will be taken care of from now on. Master, do you have any other requirements? Just let me know. From the analysis of this post, it seems Master Yin must have acquired some powerful skill and urgently needs to refresh the cooldown. Yanshu did not pay much attention and switched back to the game. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the system messages from the Falcon had abruptly stopped. The last kill message was already a minute ago. Given the current monster spawn rate, it's impossible for them to have completely cleared out. Something must have happened. Just as Yanshu was about to use vision sharing to check, a server-wide announcement sounded. System announcement: congratulations to the player Lu Bai for defeating the boss Hyena King, earning rewards, free attribute points 50, A unsealed skill books 2, gold 50, a game reputation 500. No way, Lu Bai just took a break for 2 days, and now he's at it again. It seems there are no hyenas in the novice village. Did Lu Bai go to the main city? I just saw Lu Bai in Falling Star City, but he seemed to be heading towards the eastern area with flower demons. Good news, Lu Bai is no longer wreaking havoc in the novice village. Bad news, Lu Bai has started farming bosses in the main city. This is ridiculous. Brothers, I recorded everything. At first I thought it was 2 bosses fighting each other, but the truth is revealed. Lu Bai's summon is actually farming monsters on its own. And it's even farming bosses. This person's message, once sent in Falling Star City's channel, was immediately followed by a flurry of exclamation marks. Can someone tell me, is there a way to delete my character and start over in this game? Same here, I feel like the summoner profession is summoning me. There is a way. Find the hidden profession related to the summoner. Good luck, bro. Yanshu was currently examining the loot that appeared in his bag. 5 pieces of ordinary silver equipment along with 6 pieces of bronze gear. The ordinary boss at level 10 really doesn't drop anything good. Yanshu thought for a moment and decided to put all the equipment up for auction, including a silver-grade staff. Currently, the prices of equipment are quite high, so he didn't need to have the spirit manipulation staff devour anything yet. Later, when the prices drop a bit, he would buy in bulk to maximize his experience. Then he used both unsealed skill books, and as expected, he did not gain any new skills. I should save up more next time and get some items that temporarily increase luck. Collecting skills for hidden professions is quite a headache. Many people directly use unsealed skill books as soon as they get them, so they never circulate in the market. At this point, Yanshu noticed that players were gradually arriving in his farming area, so he put away the table and chairs. In a day or two, a large influx of players will enter the main city. Suddenly, Yanshu froze. Right, where's Li Xiong? By all accounts, with his talent, he should have left the novice village by now. Thinking of this, Yanshu sent a voice message. Didn't I tell you to contact me when you get to Falling Star City? Are you still in the novice village? After a moment, the other side replied, I've already reached the main city. Yanshu frowned, immediately understanding. Which main city did you go to? Silver Moon City. What's the reason? I met my true love, and will come back to meet you later. Yanshu was both amused and exasperated. He was so smitten he forgot to contact him. After thinking it over, he decided not to say much. He had already sent the information about the hidden profession Sword Saint to him yesterday when he went online. How to play later would depend on him. After all, it's a game, and the goal is to have fun. Moreover, in this lifetime, he planned to fight against the game's arrival without relying on anyone. System announcement: all players please prepare to log off within 5 minutes. The game version will be updated, and the update time is 12 hours. During this time, the game cannot be logged in, but the forum can be used normally. After the update, players can go to the official website to check the update content. System announcement: all players please prepare to log off within 5 minutes. The game version will be updated, and the update time is 12 hours. During this time, the game cannot be logged in, but the forum can be used normally. After the update, players can go to the official website to check the update content. After 5 consecutive system announcements, a 5-minute countdown appeared before everyone's view. No. How can I survive without the game for 12 hours? It's worse than killing me. After the game update, it's likely that many new features will be added, especially since it's the first time. Lubai is done. The system is probably fixing the bugs that appeared on him. What the person above said is quite possible. After all, one important role of game updates is to adjust balance. Looking at these comments, Yanshu felt a bit speechless. There are still people who remain unconvinced this is definitely not a bug, and even if the version updates 100 times, it won't have any effect. He had not experienced this update in his past life since he joined the game relatively late. However, according to past practice, some activities would usually be launched. At this moment, Yanshu suddenly recalled something. In his impression, every game update would gradually affect the real world. So could this update be the beginning of the impact on reality? Coincidentally, with the game update, Yanshu managed to get a decent sleep, marking the first time since his rebirth that he did not spend the night in the game world. In his dream, Yanshu found himself surrounded by enemies, watching as his summoned creatures perished one after another before him. It was only when the enemy's blade plunged toward his chest that he jolted awake. The sunlight outside the window had already cast itself upon the blankets, and as he watched the tiny dust particles dance in the light, Yanshu's heart gradually calmed. It seems the reality invasion by the game has left a significant psychological shadow on me, but since rebirth is already a reality, I can prevent all of this. Looking at his phone, it was already 10 a.m. There was still over an hour before the game servers opened. Yanshu quickly freshened up, then resolved his breakfast with the supplies from the fridge while sending a message to the chef asking him to come over in the afternoon. He then went into the room and put on his helmet. Although the game could not be logged into at this moment, the official website and forums had already posted the content of the game update. Yanshu briefly skimmed through it, and the content was roughly as follows: 1. Based on players' attributes and equipment, a comprehensive evaluation would yield a combat power value, opening the combat power leaderboard. 2. The game wealth leaderboard is opened. 3. The mount system is opened, and mount pet eggs can be obtained through monster drops and other means with specifics to be explored by players. 4. The guild system is opened, and special boss monsters have a chance to drop guild establishment orders. These features were just added in this update. When I entered the game in my past life, players were generally around level 30, and I hadn't paid much attention to the content of past game updates, so I always thought these features would automatically unlock when players reached an average level. The discussions in the forum were mostly related to this update. The guild system is open. Balin Tianxia is issuing hero invitations, welcoming all-powerful game experts to join and dominate the Tianqi world. The combat power leaderboard is now open, and the betting for the rankings officially begins. Lock in your bets. The era of walking on 2 legs has ended. Speculations about the mount system. Are you still worried about training grounds being monopolized, boss being controlled, or dungeons being blocked? If you're a brother, come to the Misty Rain Pavilion, and let's eliminate the game's cancer. Disappointment: the bug on Lu Bai was not fixed. Yanshu looked at these posts, curiously clicked into the betting thread, and saw that 95 of people had voted him as the top, instantly losing interest in placing a bet. There's no profit here. What a disappointment. He was already aware of the new features that had been opened. Mounts are actually a big pitfall. Good mounts can enhance a character's attributes, strengthen skills, and move at incredible speeds, coming and going like the wind. However, poor mounts are the complete opposite. They not only move slowly, but also come with strange negative buffs. Thus, for a long time to come, based on quality comparisons, many players will likely obtain very subpar mounts. He knew of a mount that was of decent quality, and its additional states were quite suitable for his laid-back summoner style. However, he would have to wait until level 30 to obtain it, so there was no rush. After browsing for a while, the time was almost up, so Yanshu went to the login page to wait. As the countdown to enter the game ended, he found himself in the wild, ready to grind monsters. Ding, you have entered the game combat power leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name and character class information? Ding, you have entered the game wealth leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name and character class information? 2 system notifications rang out in succession. Yanshu thought for a moment and decided to hide his class. After all, he was already conspicuous enough, and revealing his dual hidden class would only attract hatred without any benefits. As for his name, there was no need to hide it. Everyone could basically guess it. Yanshu opened the combat power leaderboard and indeed found himself in the first position. 1. Lu by level 10 of class hidden. Total combat power 460000. 2. AI Chi Pu Tao level 10 of class elemental mage. Total combat power 70000. 3. Jishang Xin 2 level 10 class shadow assassin. Total combat power 69000. 4. Hidden level 10 U class hidden. Total combat power 66000. 5. Hun Shinshi Yao Z level 10 class holy shield knight. Total combat power 5300. 6. Yin Yu Chung Feng level 10 O class berserker. Total combat power 48800. 7. Jiao Chuan Yin Xiao Shi level 10 class priest. Total combat power 47500. 8. Ba Lin Song Xiong level 10 class arbiter. Total combat power 46000. 9. Yen Yu Lin Feng level 10 class ranger. Total combat power 36000. 10. Xiang Che Tian D level 10 class warrior. Total combat power 3000. Other than himself and Li Xiang, the other names in the top 10 were all familiar from his past life. The current combat power leaderboard felt like it was ranked based on early talent strengths. Also among the hidden classes on the list, only he and Jishang Xin 2 were present. The others probably hadn't found the path to transitioning to hidden classes yet. Otherwise, later on, this leaderboard would essentially be dominated by hidden classes. His cliff-like lead over AI Chi Pu Tao was also expected. Moreover, this was while the system had intentionally lowered the scoring coefficient for summoning creatures during evaluation. Otherwise, if the character's own attributes were added in along with the full bonuses from all summoned creatures, the summoner's combat power would be much higher than other classes with the same level and equipment. What was surprising was that AI Chi Pu Tao, an ordinary mage who had advanced to a class, actually had higher combat power than Jishang Xin 2, who already had a hidden class. This woman was truly impressive. Opening the wealth leaderboard, he remained in first place with over 7.2 million gold coins, while the second place only had over 100, maintaining a similar cliff-like lead. How does Lu Bai have so much money? The gap is just too large. The top 100 combined don't even have as much as him. He earned that from a paid live stream. If you have that capability, you could too. 666. Oh, no wonder everyone says live streaming makes money the fastest. Yanshu, did you see? I actually made it into the combat power leaderboard. Isn't that awesome? Now my girlfriend is totally in awe of me. Yanshu opened the message and thought as expected. Given Li Xiang's personality, he would definitely not be able to resist showing off. Oh, why don't you look a little higher up to see who the first place is? That kind of freak should be listed separately. There's no point in looking. Now everyone is discussing who Xiang Che Tian D is. If I successfully transition to a hidden class, that would be quite something. Yanshu glanced at it. It took a long time to find a mention of Li Xiang, which was quickly drowned out by the countless rolling messages. Is this what you call everyone is discussing? Instead, there is more information about myself. Lu Bai is really impressive, leading by so much it feels like I've entered the next version of the game. I listened to a friend's nonsense saying that with such a big game, there must be hidden experts telling me not to worry about other aspects, and I lost hundreds of gold coins for nothing. Lu Bai's dominating path has begun. Upon receiving the hidden class mission, the grape-loving character was first startled by the leaderboard, then smiled with relief at the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so vast, but isn't that what makes it challenging? Just then Ba Lin Song Xiong logged in, and upon seeing the battle power of Yanshu on the leaderboard, he immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? Looking at his own battle power, he muttered, It looks a bit like... Wait, there's an extra point. The blank battle power is actually 10 times mine. Ba Lin Songqiong was instantly thrown off balance, causing him to enter a state of irritation whenever he encountered anything related to the number 10 in the following days. The others on the leaderboard, upon seeing this, also displayed expressions as if they had seen a ghost, but quickly adjusted their mindset and were filled with fighting spirit. Of course, this did not include Li Xiang. Yanshu, forgetting to check his email before logging out, opened it now. Goodness, there were over 10,000 messages. After a brief glance at the titles, most were showcasing their talents, with some overly self-important individuals seeking friend requests, others asking for game strategies, and some even requesting personal reviews. Yanshu was speechless and directly used the system's filtering feature. He screened the talent links attached to the emails and extracted those that could reduce skill cooldowns. Only 5 individuals met his criteria. After further comparison, he finally selected one girl. Her name was Dark Snow, possessing an A-rank talent called Double Happiness. When used on a target unit, it can reset all their skill cooldowns. The talent skill cooldown time was 1 hour. Yanshu promised her 1,000 gold coins for the skill and also covered the teleportation costs between main cities, prompting the girl to rush over from Silvermoon City. Half an hour later, Yanshu looked at this girl with skin whiter than snow and directly said, "You're not black at all." At that moment, Dark Snow gazed at Yanshu lounging under the shade of a tree with tea, then glanced at the 2 summoned creatures not far away, feeling her perception was being overturned. "Are you really leveling up like this, Great One?" "No, mainly I want to give my summoned creatures a chance to train. Also, lying down is good for the back." "Listen to this, is this even human? No wonder so many people on the forum are fixated on you blank." Thinking about the difficult path she had to take to reach level 10, she felt a sense of imbalance. Calm down, calm down. This is the big spender." Dark Snow took a deep breath and spoke again. "Great One, can I use my skill on you now?" "Sure." Yanshu straightened his body. The next moment, a wonderful sensation filled his entire being, as if all accumulated fatigue had been swept away. "Ding, Dark Snow has used the talent skill Double Happiness on you. All skill cooldowns have been refreshed." At this moment, he checked the skill Qi Ling, which was now available for use again. A divine skill indeed, very pleasant. Now he could awaken the wild boar's intelligence. Yanshu immediately used the skill on the wild boar. Not far away, the wild boar suddenly stopped. The same skill light faded, and its eyes became more spirited. "All right, you can move freely for now. Come back in an hour to help me refresh again." "Great One." Yanshu then noticed that Dark Snow's expression seemed a bit strange. The system prompt says that due to the divine skill refresh time, my talent will not be usable again for 7 days. Why don't you go back for now? Here are 3,000 gold coins. Come find me again in 7 days. Yanshu was also at a loss. It seemed the A-rank talent's limit was indeed there, and he couldn't push it too hard. After Dark Snow left, Yanshu did not contact anyone else. Firstly, the awakening of the wild boar's intelligence was already enough to deal with the upcoming plan. Secondly, the effects of others' talent skills weren't as good. Either they only shortened the cooldown by a percentage, or they would overdraw the skills, prolonging the cooldown time afterwards, which was not as worry-free as Double Happiness. Looking at the time, it was almost time to find Carl to collect the items. Although the game was updated and players couldn't log in, the activities of NPCs were not affected. The items he needed should have been prepared. In Carl's shop, Yanshu received 3 items, and the system confirmed the transaction was completed, deducting 2 gold coins. World-breaking cone can temporarily break spatial barriers. Super invisible potion allows the user to enter an invisible state, making it undetectable by those with lower spiritual power. Additional effect: movement speed 100, duration 10 minutes. Transformation pill can transform into any target the user has defeated. Duration 30 minutes. All of them are consumables. He had never fought so extravagantly in his life. However, spending 2,000 for an artifact was worth it. At this moment, Carl looked at Yanshu, his small eyes darting around. "Blank Adventurer, you are one of the few wealthy summoners I've seen. I have an item that is perfect for you, and it only costs 10 million gold coins." "What is it?" Yanshu's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what could possibly be so expensive? Carl took out a rusty ring and showed it to Yanshu. Spirit Control Ring, polluted state, level 30. Intelligence, 500, spiritual power, 1200, agility 200. Skill, weaken mark, reduces the target's attack power by 10 when the summoned creature deals damage to it. Description: this seemingly ordinary ring once possessed the glory of an artifact. Yanshu was taken aback upon seeing the ring, but turned out to be part of the same set as his staff. How could this be? His staff was automatically generated by the primordial weapon spirit according to his class. Or could it be that all divine equipment for summoners are part of the spirit control set? A good item, even though it's in a polluted state, there should be a way to purify it later. He absolutely had to get this ring, but not now. No need. You dare to sell a level 30 ring for 10 million. Are you insane for money? This is the ultimate artifact for summoners, it's just in the wrong state. Otherwise you'd be unable to buy it even if you had the money. How about this, take it for 7 million, consider it as making a friend. Yanshu sneered. Are you saying that because I have 8 million in my bag your asking price is 8 million? Carl laughed awkwardly. Regardless, the artifact is real. Farewell. Yanshu said no more, turned and left. Although he really wanted it, this money would be useful later, and he couldn't splurge it here. He would find a way to obtain that ring later. Next, he needed to send a falcon to the target location to wait. Given the complexity of that quest chain, it would take him more than a day to complete, not to mention the planning involved. However, he still couldn't be careless. After he completed the task, he would immediately rush to the secret location, leaving him with little time. Next, it would depend on the performance of the wild boar after awakening its intelligence. In the northern part of Falling Star City, the level 13 monster zone. To grasp the situation of the secret realm, at the first moment, the falcon Little Black had stopped farming monsters and was now circling in the sky. The eagle's enhanced vision, unlocked by its intelligence, was now put to good use. Yanshu only had a rough idea of the location, specifics still required patience. Wild boars and fire elementals were nearby, tirelessly farming attribute points. With the summoned creature independently farming monsters, its efficiency was several times that of ordinary solo players due to its exceptionally high attributes. Thus his experience points were already over half. No way, with an S-level talent, how can this guy be so slow? After waiting so long, Yanshu began to doubt whether he had remembered the location incorrectly. Just then he suddenly felt a sense of intuition and looked up towards the falcon. Finally appeared. He quickly stowed the chairs and tea set into his backpack and rushed towards the destination with his 2 summoned creatures. At this moment, Jishang Xian 2 was likely hurrying towards this place as well. With his hidden profession as a shadow assassin, he could reach the target location in just a few minutes, so Yanshu had to hurry. The secret realm refreshed in a small valley. Without the falcon's aerial perspective, it would be hard to discover. An oval-shaped spatial portal emitted a faint rainbow-colored glow, standing upright in the center of the valley. On the grassy ground ahead, a massive python lay coiled, lazily basking in the sun. Its black scales under the sunlight surprisingly displayed a vibrant array of colors. What a satisfying snake for the client. Black Rock, giant python, guardian of the secret realm, level 15 health. Attack power. Skills. The giant python noticed Yanshu approaching with the wild boar and immediately raised its head. It spoke, strange adventurer, this secret realm does not belong to. Before it could finish speaking, it was abruptly interrupted by a charge from the wild boar. 20,562. Upon seeing the damage dealt, Yanshu immediately deduced that its health was roughly around 7,000. The secret realm trialists are special monsters, significantly stronger than ordinary wild monsters, yet still not on par with bosses of the same level. It wouldn't last more than a few rounds against his subordinates. At that moment, the falcon also joined the battle. Under the siege of Yanshu and his 3 pets, the Black Rock giant python fell to the ground in just 20 seconds. It was only due to controlling the output to allow the wild boar to finish it off, otherwise the giant python wouldn't have lasted that long. Yanshu picked up the dropped items. Guardian's token, proof of a treasure hunter's strength, a pass to enter the treasure secret realm. With the items in hand. Next, Yanshu took out a transformation pill and gave it to the wild boar. The wild boar's form shifted and instantly transformed into an identical Black Rock giant python. The most ridiculous part was that even the name was the same. As expected, you get what you pay for. Yanshu looked at the effect, very satisfied, then spoke to the wild boar. Your next task is to hold off the approaching individuals. Be sure to mimic the giant python's attack patterns and do not use skills to avoid revealing any flaws. The giant snake before him nodded in understanding. Yanshu didn't have time to worry too much, directly putting away the falcon and fire elemental, then approached the spatial portal. Using world-breaking cone. In the next moment, the spatial portal trembled and opened a gap tall enough for a person to enter. Yanshu quickly dove in, and indeed, with the Guardian's token on him, he faced no obstruction. As Yanshu entered the gap in the spatial portal, slowly closed again. The scenery before him changed, and once he stabilized himself, he found himself in a dense forest. Damn, what luck encountering such a complex environment. The terrain in the treasure secret realm was not fixed. If luck was on his side, he might enter and find a plain scattered with treasure chests. If misfortune struck, he would encounter these complicated terrains. There was no choice but to split up and search. Yanshu pulled out Little Black, instructing it to explore the skies while he searched the ground. In such an environment, even the trees could be places where treasure chests were hidden. If spotted, he would have it drop down directly. After arranging the division of labor, Yanshu headed towards a treasure chest ahead. Upon opening it, he found only 2 pieces of ordinary equipment, 1 silver grade and 1 bronze grade. Yanshu initially considered taking both, but after some thought he decided to only take the silver grade. If he took both, the empty treasure chest would immediately vanish. He then continued to explore forward. At this time, Jishang Xin2 was already approaching the valley. Fast, way too fast. Jishang Xin2 had already fully adapted to this speed. He loved the sensation of sprinting at full throttle, especially with this passive trait wandering that came with his hidden profession. When out of combat and in a state of movement, his speed would increase progressively, ultimately reaching an extremely high value. Moreover, this value increased with his agility attribute, making it incredibly powerful. As Jishang Xin2 dashed into the valley, the first thing he noticed was not the spatial portal, but rather the giant python digging into the soil with its head. Why does this snake look strange? Can snakes dig holes? Jishang Xin2 glanced at the information. Black Rock, giant python guardian of the secret realm. He immediately felt relieved. Oh, perhaps the snakes in the apocalypse world were different. He probably overthought it. However, the ground looked a bit uneven with some charred traces. Did it create these itself? This wasn't his first time entering a secret realm. After all, his hidden profession was obtained within one. The last guardian of the secret realm was completely serene, while this giant python gave him the impression of having hyperactivity, exuding an odd aura. At that moment, the giant python also noticed Jishang Xin2 raised its head, flicked its tongue, and took on a provocative stance. Oh, quite the presence. Jishang Xin2 looked disdainfully and charged forward, gripping his dagger. This so-called guardian of the secret realm was merely slightly stronger than an ordinary monster and posed no threat to him. In the next moment, the dagger struck precisely at its vulnerable spot. Jishang Xin2 smiled confidently. As a skilled player, this level of accuracy was 423. The damage that popped up left Jishang Xin2 stunned in place. What kind of scraping damage was this? How high must the giant python's constitution be? This was still after the boost from his S-level talent. Without the talent, this strike would certainly not break its defense. Then there was only one possibility: this beast's constitution was over double his own strength. Shocked, Jishang Xin2 instead became excited. This task was extraordinary. He had already lost a clone during the task chain, and now encountered such a remarkably strong guardian. Such a high level of task difficulty was simply unattainable for players at this stage. As is well known, the higher the task difficulty, the richer the rewards. So in the realm behind the giant python, besides task items, there was likely an incredible reward, perhaps even artifacts. This was a jackpot. A plan flashed through his mind as his thoughts raced, yet his body never paused. He instantly darted backward. At that very moment, the giant serpent's head slammed into the spot he had just occupied, sending up a plume of dust. Watching the serpent's sluggish movements, Jishang Tuxin grew even more certain of his hypothesis. This creature was nothing but a brute force tank. Though his own damage output was modest, he could wear it down entirely through superior agility and evasive footwork. You clumsy snake. What a waste of such magnificent scales. At these words, the serpent seemed to bristle with fury, twisting forward like a colossal maggot coiling to strike. Whoa, did some game studio intern design you? You've nailed iridescent black, but even your basic locomotion defies all serpentine logic. Jishang Tuxin burst into laughter, his whole body trembling with mirth. Come on, let me show you. This is not how a snake moves. Watch my serpentine sidestep. As he wove fluidly around the beast, his dagger sliced across its hide, leaving gashes of crimson in its wake. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Yanshu had already located his 17th treasure chest, 5 of which had been dislodged from treetops by Xiaohe. Fortuitously, one chest contained the art of perception, a rare skill scroll. Yet Yanshu felt no joy. That doesn't make sense. A secret realm usually holds only about 20 chests, and yet I've opened so many, still no sign of the artifact. Though this realm was labyrinthine, its total area was modest. He had already scoured 2/3 of it without spotting the legendary relic, his impatience mounting. After all, his wild boar companion possessed extraordinary constitution, so high in fact that no player at this stage could hope to pierce its defenses. Yet Jishang Tuxin was an SS-Rank awakened talent. His exact ability unknown, but in Yanshu's memory his offensive power was formidable, amplified further by 3 autonomous clones whose strikes were equally devastating. Even the wild boar might fall. Jishang Tuxin was after all among the elite of the celestial awakening. Crack! A treasure chest plummeted from above, landing squarely before Yanshu. Hey, Xiaohe, you trying to assassinate your master? He pried it open. Inside lay a necklace. Both a quest item. Deliver it to the Lord of Luoxing City for unforeseen rewards. Should I take it and complete the quest myself? Yanshu paused, then gently closed the lid. Given the Lord of Luoxing City's rigid, unbending integrity, appearing before him bearing a quest item without an active assignment might trigger unpredictable complications. Better to stay focused and secure MMOR's hourglass first. Outside the secret realm, Ji Shangtuxin had regained his composure. No more games. You truly are hopeless, more pig than serpent. Since when do snakes charge prey head first? With that he sealed his hands in a mystic gesture, and two perfect clones materialized beside him. It ends now. Thank you for amusing me. The three figures surged toward the serpent. Meanwhile the beast shook its massive head, crimson eyes blazing with incandescent wrath, as if a fateful decision had crystallized within its primal mind. It lowered its skull, assuming a bizarre coiled posture, then shot forward at blinding speed straight at Ji Shangtuxin. What? Stark terror flooded Ji Shangtuxin's face. A single thought exploded in his mind. I underestimated it. I didn't dodge. Then came the impact, brutal, overwhelming. Memories surged. The frail boy he'd once been knocked breathless on the basketball court. No, this collision was tenfold more violent. 6,524. His health bar vanished in an instant. In the next breath, his consciousness flickered into his left clone. Very well, so you do run deep. Now truly enraged, Ji Shangtuxin realized another clone had been shattered. Unlike ordinary assassin techniques, his clones demanded painstaking reconstruction, rare materials, immense cost, just to match his own combat prowess. Had he not received 3 at the outset, he would have lacked both resources and time to craft even a single one. What stung most was being outwitted by a monster, feigning stupidity to lure him into complacency. It wasn't merely an insult to his intellect, it was a desecration of his very name. From that moment, Ji Shangtuxin held nothing back. Flanking the serpent from left and right, he and his remaining clone launched relentless assaults. Judging by earlier damage readings, the serpent's strength was staggering, yet it couldn't land a single blow. What use was raw power when evasion rendered it utterly futile? Ji Shangtuxin danced like a butterfly through blossoms, dagger-flashing strikes landing with lethal precision. 456. 403. 472. Watching the serpent's health dwindle, Ji Shangtuxin suddenly stiffened. Something was wrong. That can't be right. With such colossal constitution and strength, its HP should exceed 1 million, not barely 100,000. No matter, kill it first. As his dagger plunged home for the final strike, he already envisioned the serpent's colossal form crashing lifelessly to the earth. In the next heartbeat, the serpent vanished. His dagger struck empty air. Stunned, Ji Shangtuxin staggered off balance. Where the beast had stood now lay only a token, an insignia-like artifact. He picked it up. It bore the inscription Guardian's token. The path was winding, but the prize is mine. Still, why do I feel strangely unsatisfied? Surely I defeated it. After all, the drop appeared. Without hesitation, Ji Shangtuxin strode toward the spatial gate. At last, the moment of reward. His pulse quickened with quiet exhilaration. Hundreds of meters away, Yanshu dispelled his invisibility and stepped into view, smiling as he gazed upon MMOR's hourglass nestled safely in his inventory. Everything went smoothly. At least I feared the wild boar wouldn't hold. What puzzled him was the wild boar's oddly slow HP decline at first, only accelerating sharply after he secured the artifact. Must be that Ji Shangtuxin sensed something later on. He couldn't possibly have been holding back intentionally from the start, could he? Yanshu withdrew MMOR's hourglass and activated it. A prompt shimmered into existence before him, a slider bar labeled 1 at one end and 10 at the other. Select experience compression multiplier. Why hesitate? He dragged the slider to its maximum. Instantly, his accumulated experience points began plummeting. Ding. Experience recalibration successful. Required XP for next level increased tenfold. Bonus free attribute points per level increased by 100. Previous levels unaffected. Perfect. From now on, every level gained, by himself or his summons, would grant a terrifying surge of customizable attributes. He wondered, what expression must Ji Shangtuxin be wearing right now? The bronze gear is acceptable, it should serve as an appetizer. Ji Shangxin put the equipment into his backpack and walked toward the next treasure chest. This secret realm's terrain probably conceals many treasure chests, and he must thoroughly search without missing any. At this moment, Yanshu had returned to Falling Star City. The issue of compressing upgrade experience points had been resolved, and it was time to replenish his 2 summons. Originally, his plan was to simultaneously acquire skill books and use skills to subdue the boss. After all, it was still unknown whether the skill Universal Worship would result in different changes when capturing monsters as summons, such as adjustments in skills or attributes. Later, Yanshu pondered that the divine hidden class Master of Universals seemed to have details he had overlooked. It couldn't possibly be at its current strength. Yanshu carefully examined the skills of the Master of Universals. Endless summoning passive increases the number of summons by 1, and for every 10 levels the summoner gains the number of summons increases by 1. This skill, while formidable, would allow his summons to reach dozens later on. However, there still seemed to be a significant gap from the term endless. In the game Tianchi, even though some skill names seem exaggerated, most are fairly aligned with the effects of the skills. Could there be something he overlooked? Yanshu observed the wild boar digging in the ground and began to contemplate. Are you preparing to burrow down to give birth? Suddenly, Yanshu had a flash of inspiration and smacked his forehead. How foolish. My past gaming experience led me to a misunderstanding. If my summons can summon underlings, wouldn't they still be my summons? Typically, a summoner's regular summons fall into a few categories. For instance, the wild boar serves as a semi-tank physical damage dealer corresponding to the warrior class. The hunting falcon can barely be considered an assassin type. Fire elemental sprites correspond to the mage class. Of course, there are also tank type and support healing summons corresponding to knights and priests respectively. Even rare archer type summons exist, but there are none that correspond to the summoner class. This issue had once sparked heated discussions within the summoner community in his past life. Ultimately, everyone reached a consensus: if such summons truly existed, the resulting stacking would severely disrupt the game's balance, effectively allowing a single summoner to form an army, rendering all other classes obsolete. Indeed, such summons did not exist in the game. However, this type of boss did exist, and he could directly capture it using the skill Universal Worship. I just don't know if this type of boss retains its inherent summoning skills after becoming my summon. I'll have to test it out. The first target is the level 15 Wilderness Wolf King. This BOSS, in his memory, summons ordinary wild wolves. However, he first needed to eliminate a certain number of normal monsters for the boss to appear. Without hesitation, Yanshu excitedly rushed to the destination. Theoretically, allowing the hunting falcon and wild boar to act freely could also spawn them. However, wanting to see results quickly, Yanshu decided to bring the fire elemental sprite along, as it possessed area attack skills. At this moment in the secret realm, Jishangshin had already opened the 7th treasure chest. This shouldn't be right. Why does it feel like just ordinary items? Jishangshin looked at the spoils in his backpack, filled with questions. 3 pieces of bronze gear, 2 bundles of recovery potions, and 2 exquisite pieces of leather. The gear and recovery potions are one thing, but leather is a crafting material for the life profession of tailoring. Jishangshin had no interest in learning a life profession if this item was unwanted by anyone at present and just took up space, feeling quite pointless. For ordinary players, these items would likely evoke no feelings of disappointment. However, before the top players on the leaderboard, they clearly fell short. Could it be that all the good items are concentrated at the end? But according to the minimap, he had already searched through half of it. With this thought, Jishangshin couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon he found the quest item Oath in a treasure chest under a tree ahead. This eased Jishangshin's expression considerably. However, as the remaining treasure chests were opened one by one, the feeling in Jishangshin's heart grew stronger. It was as if a voice in his mind told him that these were all there was. Impossible. For such a high difficulty quest, how could there be so little reward? The quest description made it clear that the rewards for the entire quest chain were mostly concentrated within the secret realm. After submitting the quest item, he would only receive some experience points and gold. Even the city lord subtly indicated that this secret realm was not simple and might yield unexpected gains. No, there must still be places I haven't paid attention to. At this moment, Jishangshin suddenly reacted as he looked at the towering trees around him. Indeed, there were still the trees he had not checked. According to his past experiences in the secret realm he had opened in the novice village, treasure chests could appear in any corner. Today, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he would find the real quest rewards. With this thought, Jishangshin swiftly climbed up the tree with his agile skills. Half an hour later, Jishangshin sat dejectedly under a tree, surrounded by patches of grass that still showed signs of having been disturbed. At this moment, Jishangshin's gaze fell upon the countdown timer in front of him, his eyes already losing focus. The time in the secret realm was about to run out, and he had only managed to collect a pile of garbage. Ever since he accepted this quest, he hadn't rested for a moment, even losing 2 precious clones only to end up with such a result. Jishangshin thought hard, but could not identify where the problem lay. After all, the game had just started, and he was unaware of items like the boundary piercer or the transformation pill. As the time hit 0, Jishangshin returned to the small valley. Suddenly, he grabbed a small handful of scorched earth from the ground in front of him. There are no fire-type monsters nearby, and the secret realm guardian didn't use any fire-type skills during the battle. Whose battle traces are these? Suddenly, an image appeared in Jishangshin's mind. The figure that had waved goodbye to him outside the city lord's mansion. In a blank space, Yanshu was browsing the forum, trying to find some different information. He wanted to know if the game updates had begun to affect reality. He had not discovered any anomalies, but with such a large player base someone might have found something special. The wild boar and hunting falcon were running around continuously attracting monsters. They were dragging nearly 100 wild wolves toward the fire elemental sprite. The latter unleashed an area attack skill, instantly obliterating the clustered wild wolves, leaving behind a pile of wolf carcasses that the system gradually refreshed and made disappear. At this moment, a post suddenly caught Yanshu's attention. After the game update, a large-scale power outage suddenly occurred in City H, causing many players to be unable to log in. Inside the comments section, there were numerous remarks from people. This whole situation infuriates me. I was eagerly awaiting to enter the game, but as soon as I put on the headset, everything went black. I thought the device was broken. It is indeed strange. This isn't a remote area. Shouldn't the electricity company have issued a power outage notice? I have a friend who works at the electricity company. They were completely baffled and couldn't find any reason for it. The phones were ringing off the hook at that time. Fortunately, the power was restored in half an hour, otherwise it would have caused significant chaos. Do you think this is related to the game? After all, such situations have never occurred before. You're overthinking it. If it were related to the game, the power outage would have affected everyone. What's going on in H City? Yanshu's gaze suddenly sharpened as he read these messages. H City was the first place to fall after the game arrived. Countless monsters appeared out of nowhere, causing immense chaos. Players realized that although they had gained the powers from the game, they were not yet familiar with them and could not organize any effective resistance. Could it be that subtle changes are already occurring in H City? Is this power outage a precursor? At that moment, a wolf's howl abruptly interrupted Yanshu's thoughts. Never mind that, let's deal with the boss first. Wild Wolf King, level 15. Health 1570000. Mana 160000. Strength 784. Agility 985. Spirit 845. Skills: Frenzy Blood, Rage Summon Wolf Pack. With the detection skill, it truly felt different. Encountering monsters higher than his level didn't leave him in the dark. The Wild Wolf King's main attributes are quite balanced, but the non-primary attributes like Constitution and Intelligence weren't detected. Frenzy is a typical enhancement skill that sacrifices defense for a temporary boost in attack and agility. The remaining two skills are summoning types. Blood Rage is an active aura skill that effectively applies frenzy to the summoned wild wolves, eliminating the side effects. Yanshu waved his hand directly surrounding the Wild Wolf King and starting to pound. 17840, 18422, 22411. The Wild Wolf King's health dropped rapidly, soon reaching 50. At this moment, the Wolf King howled, and nearly 50 wild wolves appeared around. As the wild wolves charged forward to protect their king, the fire element spirit unleashed a meteor shower. Instantly, most were cleared, and the remaining few were taken down one by the hawk. Yanshu looked at the damage dealt by the wild wolves and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The strength of these wild wolves is just like that of ordinary monsters. I wonder if they benefit from the Wolf King's attributes. Now the Wolf King was being pinned down, covered in blood, showing none of the majesty it had at the start. Stop! Xiaohei, hold it down. At this moment, the hawk was nearly the same size as the Wolf King, and under the pressure of strength, its claws pressed the Wolf King's head firmly to the ground. Yanshu stepped forward and directly used all spirits bowed down on it. A blue beam shot out from the tip of the staff and entered the Wolf King's eyes. The Wolf King immediately stopped struggling. However, merely 2 seconds later, its gaze returned to clarity. Ding's skill determination failed. Not satisfied. Keep hitting it. In the next moment, a wild boar's tusk directly jabbed into the Wolf King's rear. Its eyes immediately turned blood red, and 2 clear tears slowly flowed out. This was too brutal, causing over 3,000 damage. Yanshu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly spoke. Take it slow, don't kill it all at once. If it accidentally dies, it would take a long time for ordinary wild wolves to respawn the Wolf King. The cooldown for all spirits bowed down was over. Yanshu walked forward again and threw out the skill. Ding's skill determination failed. No way, such a low probability. Xiaohei hit it twice on the forehead, control the strength. The hawk pecked down, and the wild wolf's head instantly split open. At this moment, the wild wolf's health was only at 3. After that, it would be difficult to use physical attacks, as his unarmed damage was quite high. Yanshu directly pulled out a stool and sat in front of the wild wolf. As soon as the skill's cooldown ended, he immediately threw it out. After several consecutive failures in skill determination, Yanshu began to doubt whether this success rate was designed similarly to some game company forming its own unique system. With the final skill cast, a different sound finally came through. Ding skill determination successful, obtained summon Wild Wolf King. Meanwhile, a corresponding skill icon appeared in Yanshu's skill bar. Ding, the summoned creature's level is higher than the summoner's, automatically reduced to level 10A, and the summoned creature's attributes have been regenerated. Yanshu immediately checked its attributes. Wild Wolf King level 10. Health 120000. Mana 20000. Stamina 254. Strength 451. Intelligence 64. Agility 638. Spirit 541. Skills Frenzy Blood, Rage Summon Wolf Pack. As expected, all attributes were reduced to varying degrees after being regenerated, especially health, which dropped by more than 90. However, it was still the highest among the few summons. Yanshu could understand that transitioning from a wild boss to a summon would inevitably lead to system adjustments and changes in attributes. He directly opened the skill introduction. Frenzy sacrifices 10 of current health to enter a frenzy state. Defense decreases by 20, while strength and agility increase by 20, lasting for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Blood Rage empowers the summoned creature, increasing its strength by 30, lasting for 50 seconds. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Summon Wolf Pack summons 50 Wild Wolves to participate in battle. The attributes of Wild Wolves: base value Wolf King's Spirit Power 30. For every 100 points of Wolf King's Spirit Power, the number of Wild Wolves increases by 1. Skill cooldown time is 0. 5 hours. The first two skills were within Yanshu's expectations. But the skill Summon Wolf Pack shocked Yanshu as it was described in just 2 sentences. This is incredible. No wonder there have never been such summons before. If the Wolf King's Spirit Power stacks, it would be outrageous. Not only would the attributes of Wild Wolves become stronger, but their numbers would also reach an astonishing level. Yanshu seemed to envision a scene of Wild Wolves flooding everywhere. A tactic of overwhelming numbers. Moreover, as the Wolf King's Spirit Power accumulates, his own Spirit Power would rise correspondingly. At that time, skills that enhance damage with Spirit Power would also become significantly more potent. Although he was a laid-back summoner, having high skill damage wasn't a bad thing. It's like a nuclear bomb. It can be left unused, but it must exist. Yanshu directly summoned the Wolf King's minions and used the detection skill to check their information. Currently, their attributes were quite ordinary, all within normal ranges. But to Yanshu's delight, these Wild Wolves also possess skills. Charge Bite 1 is a speed skill, and the other is a damage skill. They all enjoyed attribute bonuses. Now that the plan for summoning type boss was completely feasible, let's continue. Although the Wild Wolf King's summoned creature attributes were decent, the quantity was still insufficient. In his memory, there was a particularly annoying wild boss whose summons could truly be described as overwhelming. Moreover, its summons had a rather troublesome characteristic: they were small in size. A level 20 wild boss, the purple-winged queen bee. Yanshu carefully recalled the information in his mind. In the game Tianqi, there are quite a few bosses that can summon skills. However, among the bosses, the summoners, those who follow the summoning route, are not many, perhaps only 4 or 5 in total. Most bosses, based on their attributes and skill analysis, are not summoning types at all. They call upon a few minions in a desperate counterattack at the moment of death. The main combat power of these types of bosses does not come from the summoned creatures. Their summoned creatures also do not receive attribute bonuses. Even if successfully tamed, regardless of how attributes are optimized, the skill characteristics will not change. This is not my target. Among the few summoning bosses, the purple-winged queen bee is the most unique. Firstly, it spawns automatically in the wild, and according to its settings, the swarm of bee monsters around it are all its offspring. Secondly, it does not have any offensive skills itself. All its skills mainly serve to enhance its summoned creatures, adding various statuses to its bee swarm. Most importantly, the summoned creatures of other summoning bosses are generally limited in number, with dozens being considered a lot. In contrast, this creature can summon hundreds or even thousands of minions, and its summoning skills have relatively short cooldowns, making it extremely troublesome. In terms of the number of players killed, this level 20 boss can easily rank in the top 10. I remember many guilds were fixated on it at the time, but the swarm tactics were ineffective, and they were directly slaughtered, losing their armor and fleeing. The next target is to deal with it, but this thing can fly, making it hard to capture. The purple-winged queen bee is not like a wild wolf. If the situation goes awry, and too many of its subordinates are killed, it has a high chance of choosing to escape. Should I just let Xiaohei catch it? That doesn't seem safe either, as there are a few elite guards nearby that usually serve as shields at critical moments. If one strike misses, it will activate its skills and immediately flee, making it hard to catch. Yanshu recalled whether there were any items that could trap it, allowing him to slowly release skills. But many options were dismissed by Yanshu. Either the duration was too short, or there were distance limitations making it difficult. After much thought, Yanshu decided to use the old method. Hire someone. I am currently the richest player in the game. As long as the money is right, I can easily have players from the entire server work for me. After all, the talents of Tianqi players are diverse and far more functional than game items. Moreover, they offer excellent value for money. For example, 2 items in Carl's shop cost over 10,000 gold coins, and they can only trap a boss for a few minutes. With so much gold, I can afford to hire 2 players to alternate casting skills, and even have 2 more just to massage my feet. Without hesitation, Yanshu immediately went to post a recruitment notice. Recruiting helpers priority for those with talents that can trap enemies, strong skill effects preferred. Travel expenses reimbursed, first come first served. The great master Lu Bai is recruiting again. Oh, I envy those with enemy trapping talents. Does the master need foot massagers? I can max out my strength. My grip is exceptionally strong. What could escape from the master's control that requires such talents? It must be some special BOSS, but isn't the master able to kill bosses in an instant? In Xiyang City on the eastern plains, a team of 5 is hunting monsters. President, let's switch to a different monster. This digger beast is just too ugly. At this moment, a petite girl is drawing a bow and shooting arrows. Her form, accentuated by her tight leather armor and her standard shooting posture, makes her appear exceptionally graceful. This creature is experienced, and its attributes are not high, making it a rare monster for this level. I called you and Chao Chi to deal with its potential escape. At this moment, a middle-aged knight speaks, his upright figure paired with broad, sweeping movements, giving him an aura distinctly different from ordinary people. Xiaoyao, stop talking and focus. Our skills keep overlapping, wasting effort. Chao Chi is a mage, and his expression remains expressionless as he speaks. Qin Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at him and kept silent. At that moment, the communicator rang, and the knight opened it, suddenly seeming to remember something, looking up at Chao Chi, and then turning to glance at Qin Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you don't need to stay with the team anymore. Just send your talent to Lu Bai and take a trip to Falling Star City. The girl was taken aback. Why? Lu Bai posted a recruitment notice for those with enemy trapping talents. You should go meet him in person. No, let Chao Chi go. Besides, isn't the task of interacting with Lu Bai assigned to you? Xiaoyao shook her head vigorously. The middle-aged knight is Zhijian Qinsha, the president of the Yaoshi Guild. Zhangshang Xian too seems quite strange. Whenever Lu Bai is mentioned, the topic changes. I wonder if someone offended him. I heard that Lu Bai has a bit of a quirky temperament. You girls might be easier to talk to. Oh, come on, that guy doesn't even want to go to the invitation from the GUA Guild. He might be interested in women. Letting Chao Chi go is just right. Chao Chi still wore that indifferent expression, showing no reaction. Zhijian Qinsha glanced at Chao Chi, realizing that if he were to go, it would likely backfire. Reluctantly, he spoke. Xiaoyao, obey orders. Oh, Chao Chi can't even squeeze out a word in half a day with strangers. Do you think he's suitable? You also have another task: find an opportunity to record his battle video, so that those old men can compare and analyze the changes in his attributes and talents. All right, President, but I don't even have the travel expenses to Falling Star City. Here, take this. It's a loan from me, and remember to pay it back after Lu Bai reimburses you. This is the guild's money. TCH stingy. At this moment, Yanshu was browsing emails. He had seen about 10 people with such talents, almost all of which were the lowest level class talents. Talents of this level are fine for limiting ordinary monsters, but it's still too difficult to trap a boss. Moreover, the effects diminish significantly above level 10. Suddenly, Yanshu's gaze fixed to S-class. Qin Xiaoyao with the S-class control talent Binding Feather. Binding Feather shoots an arrow at the target, restraining its actions and rendering it unable to move. Binding time minutes, target's agility value 100. Cooldown time 1 minute. Killing the bound target can refresh the skill cooldown. Amazing, this talent allows the binding time to increase with the target's agility value, and its power becomes more apparent later on. Against certain BOSSES, it might even allow for infinite binding. This is undoubtedly a divine skill, a true nemesis for assassins. If a high agility assassin is hit, they would surely cry. But why haven't I heard of such a person in my past life? A low-key master among lone players. Yanshu didn't think much and directly replied to the email, "It's her." When Qin Xiaoyao arrived, Yanshu was purchasing tea leaves at the system store. Lu Bai, what are you doing? Qin Xiaoyao hurried over according to the coordinates given by the other party. She witnessed a peculiar scene. Oh, it's a beauty that makes it even stranger. With such looks, she shouldn't be without any fame. Qin Xiaoyao thought to herself as she gazed at Yanshu's fair face. In the video it wasn't obvious, but seeing her face to face, she's not bad looking. She must have adjusted her appearance. As the other party arrived, Yanshu wasted no time and immediately led the way. Let's go, the place we need to go is a bit far away. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao silently followed and activated the video recording function. Seeing that the other party kept pace, Yanshu gradually increased her speed until the distance between them began to widen, at which point she adjusted her pace. Qin Xiaoyao watched all of this with surprise on her face. Liu Bai, your movement speed seems to be even faster than mine. That indicates my agility is higher than yours. Fine, let's pretend I didn't ask. Not long after leaving Luoxing City, Qin Xiaoyao noticed Yanshu's hawk leading the way, swiftly taking down every monster they encountered. When did his hawk appear? I didn't even notice him using a summoning skill, and its damage is too high. Even after leaving the novice village, it can still one-shot monsters of the same level. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyao almost couldn't hold back, but forced herself to suppress it. Steady, now I possess inscrayed talent, and am considered a top-tier expert. I must maintain my aloof persona. However, as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, Qin Xiaoyao's astonishment grew. Level 12 monsters were dispatched in an instant. Level 15 monsters were also one-shotted. Level 17 monsters were similarly taken down in a heartbeat. Throughout the journey, Yanshu showed no hesitation, merely keeping her head down while occasionally checking the direction. It seemed as if all of this had nothing to do with her. Qin Xiaoyao felt a shiver as she looked at the bright red names of those monsters. This was a system notification to players. The redder the monster's name, the greater the disparity in strength compared to the player. Although Qin Xiaoyao possessed inscrayed talent, her attacking methods were not outstanding. She was not much different from an ordinary archer, and in the system's judgment, she would clearly be defeated by these monsters. At this moment, the monster's name had turned dark red. Qin Xiaoyao could no longer hold back and spoke up. Liu Bai, where are we headed? These monsters seem a bit dangerous. We're almost there. Oh right, you don't need to be shy. Feel free to talk more. I've noticed you've been quiet the whole way. This is a game. Oh, I won't do anything to you. Qin Xiaoyao's expression turned dark as she heard this. Am I shy? Am I afraid of what you might do to me? She wanted to retort, but ended up closing her mouth. Seeing the other party silent, Yanshu assumed she was right and started to find a topic. How's your accuracy with the bow? Make sure you don't miss the target later. If I can't shoot straight, I won't charge anything. The two fell silent again. Fortunately, Yanshu had already stopped moving. Qin Xiaoyao looked ahead and saw that the monsters here were actually some fist-sized wasps. Tiger-striped poison wasp, level 20. Health, mana, attack, skills. This level 20 monster was probably the smallest in size she had seen so far. No wonder he asked about her accuracy. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyao drew her bow and shot an arrow in one motion, hitting the moving tiger-striped poison wasp. The tiger-striped poison wasp froze and fell to the ground. The confinement effect took hold. Completing this series of actions, Qin Xiaoyao proudly lifted her chin. Yanshu watched this and immediately gave a thumbs up with her right hand. Good shooting. By the way, let me invite you to join my team. Just touch a monster and you'll gain some experience. Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback. This was a level 20 monster. The experience bonus for being 10 levels apart would be significant. How generous of him to share experience with a mere tool. She instantly had a better impression of Yanshu. If only she knew that Yanshu would prefer to have no experience, making it easier to stack attributes. What kind of expression would she have? The hawk flew straight ahead, performed a graceful flip, and returned drawing over 100 wasps behind it. Qin Xiaoyao was stunned. Is he trying to gather monsters? Does gathering monsters only work in a straight line? This is a level 20 monster. According to the rule that level 10 is a threshold, can level 20 monsters really be farmed like this? Before Qin Xiaoyao could regain her senses, Yanshu summoned a fire elemental sprite and unleashed a meteor fire rain. In an instant, a large area of bright red damage numbers erupted. 45,621, 44,765, 46,412. In the next moment, the system notifications in Qin Xiaoyao's message panel began to scroll furiously. Your team has killed a tiger-striped poison wasp. You gain 14,221 experience points. Your team has killed a tiger-striped poison wasp. You gain 14,221 experience points. Qin Xiaoyao was stunned. She could visibly see her experience points rising. Suddenly, she recalled an hour ago when the guild leader led a team to farm monsters, and she was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Her guild's elite team was still trying to adapt to the strength of the monsters around the main city, using various strategies to minimize potion consumption even when fighting ordinary monsters. Look at Liu Bai. He's farming level 20 monsters and one-shotting them. What's even more outrageous is that he didn't lift a finger the entire time. He just watched his summoned creatures perform. He could have just sat down with tea and watched the show. Are we even playing the same game? Many people assumed Liu Bai was strong because he had awakened an early super-enhanced talent. After leaving the novice village, the gap between him and everyone else would only narrow. In reality, it was the complete opposite. Oh right, tea. Qin Xiaoyao suddenly realized that this person must be drinking tea out of boredom while farming monsters. At first, she even thought there might be some special enhancement effect with the tea leaves. Sure enough, I can't keep up with the thinking of a true expert. Hey, don't just stand there, we need to keep going. Yanshu noticed Qin Xiaoyao standing dazedly in place and promptly reminded her. At the same time, she thought, not fond of talking, loves to space out, definitely has social anxiety. It's normal not to know her from my past life. Qin Xiaoyao's face flushed as she hurried to catch up. The next few rounds of operations were similar, and she gradually recovered from her shock. Watching her experience points rise steadily, she began to feel excited. This trip was worth it. Just these experience points alone are a huge gain. However, so far it seemed like she hadn't been of any use. Could it be that he knew in advance and wanted to use this method to level her up? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao looked at Yanshu's expression, which began to seem strange. Yanshu halted before the massive beehive ahead. The critical moment had arrived. The tiger-striped poison wasps here had a completely different aggro mechanism than those on the outskirts. If one was provoked, all would swarm. At that moment, dozens of tiger-striped poison wasps hovered in the air, rapidly vibrating their wings, producing a menacing buzzing sound. Yanshu's lips curled into a slight smile. Qin Xiaoyao, come a bit closer. The main event is about to begin. Qin Xiaoyao was taken aback, but obediently took a step closer. In a moment, it'll destroy the beehive inside. There is a BOSS, the purple-winged bee king. Your task is to keep a close eye on it and ensure the binding skill does not break. By the way, its agility should be quite high, and there are a few elite guards nearby. I will create opportunities for you, just manage it well yourself. Qin Xiaoyao originally wanted to say it was unnecessary, she could find opportunities herself. But seeing Yanshu's serious expression, she nodded lightly. The fire element spirit unleashed its area attack skill, and countless fireballs rained down on the beehive, instantly igniting it. The next moment, a swarm of striped poison bees burst out from the hive. Qin Xiaoyao felt a chill run down her spine, her fear of dense crowds kicked in. At this moment, the wild boar was also summoned by Yanshu and rushed directly towards the beehive, which was 2 stories high. The immense impact force directly penetrated the beehive. The hunting falcon was not idle, either, continuously attacking the hive. As Qin Xiaoyao watched the swarm of striped poison bees with terror, she didn't even notice when a wolf king appeared beside her. With a long howl, over 50 wild wolves appeared around, and under the influence of the wolf king's skill bloodthirst, they all donned a halo of red light. At this moment, most of the aggro from the striped poison bees was drawn by the other 3 summoned creatures. The wild wolves charged towards the beehive without much obstruction. However, since the Wolf King's attributes had not yet stacked, its minions were quite fragile, almost committing suicide by charging at the beehive. Once targeted by the poison bees, it would result in instant death. Seeing the effect achieved, Yanshu immediately recalled the Wolf King. Its attributes were still insufficient, and after using its skills, the task would be considered complete. At this moment, the wild boar and the hunting falcon's health began to drop at a visible rate, and this was still under the effects of the healing aura and lifesteal aura. Otherwise, it would have been even more dangerous. The main issue was that there were too many striped poison bees, and they had flying capabilities, making their angles of attack quite broad. Yanshu saw that the timing was right. Most of the poison bees had already been exposed, and he unleashed the meteor fire rain he had prepared. 47,621. 47,765. 46332. Massive damage numbers erupted in the arena. The replicated skill dealt damage consistent with the summoned creature's skills, and the bonuses remained unchanged. Otherwise, if it were calculated based on Yanshu's own intelligence, the damage would likely be halved. This single skill almost covered most of the poison bees. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao noticed her experience points increasing significantly. At this rate, after 2 more waves, I might level up. Attention, the purple-winged bee king has appeared. As the beehive was destroyed, a poison bee the size of a wash basin flew out, surrounded by 4 slightly smaller guard poison bees. Its wings were purple, its body was a mix of yellow and black stripes, shimmering with the metallic luster characteristic of armored insects, making it quite eye-catching amidst the 4 elite poison bees. Purple-winged bee king, level 20. Health 5100, magic 1500, agility 1021, spirit 3514, skills summon poison bees, loyal guard, escape united against the enemy beehive. Yanshu scanned the information and became instantly intrigued. In his past life, he had never challenged the Bee King, only hearing about some of its characteristics. Now it seemed that aside from its high health and spirit, having 5 skills was a unique trait among level 20 bosses. If successfully tamed, retaining those skills would be a tremendous gain. At this moment, most of the ordinary poison bees had suffered heavy casualties, and a few summoned creatures were diligently picking off enemies. Now that the density of the bee swarm had decreased with the benefit of healing and lifesteal auras, their health was generally in a healthy state. In the next moment, the hunting falcon accelerated straight towards the Bee King. It was incredibly cunning. Upon sensing an enemy approaching, it immediately retreated, and the 4 guardian poison bees closed in tightly, shielding it behind them. One of the guardians was directly engaged by the hunting falcon, while Yanshu seized the opportunity to cast mental shock and touch of pain on another. This guardian poison bee suffered heavy damage, momentarily faltering, and after falling a short distance, it hovered in the air. At this moment, a gap appeared in the Bee King's protective circle. Seeing that the purple-winged Bee King was about to use a skill to summon guards again, Yanshu hurriedly called out, "Xiaoyao, now is the time." As soon as he spoke, Qin Zaiweo's arrow feathers flew out, accurately striking the abdomen of the Bee King. A golden net immediately appeared on the Bee King's body, binding its 6 legs and wings tightly. Having lost its ability to fly the next moment, the Bee King crashed heavily to the ground. At this time, the Bee King shimmered with blue light. Yanshu's gaze sharpened. This must be the release of its life-saving skill escape. However, as the Bee King activated its skill, the golden net became thicker instead. Could this creature's skill effect temporarily increase agility? This really is self-binding. Yanshu rushed forward, and the wild boar and hunting falcon also retreated to his side. Seeing the Bee King captured, the remaining poison bees immediately surrounded them. At this moment, the fire element skill had finished cooling down perfectly, ensnaring all the poison bees inside. Another wave of massive damage numbers floated up. The few guardian poison bees also collapsed directly after enduring 3 seconds. With 1 person and 3 pets, the pressure was greatly reduced, and they directly focused fire on the Bee King. 13,040. 12,422. 15,411. Although it had reached level 20 due to it being a summoner-type BOSS, the Bee King's defense was not much stronger than the Wolf King's. At this moment, Yanshu, under Qin Zaiweo's astonished gaze, pulled out his staff and kept smashing it on the boss's head. Don't just watch, you help too. The boss is in the skill casting phase. To summon minions, receiving attacks will interrupt the skill cast. Oh, okay. Qin Xiaoyao joined the attack. 253. 214. This really is all about participation. Qin Xiaoyao looked at her damage output, helplessly glancing at Yanshu. After realizing the other party had no reaction, she continued to attack. It didn't matter whether the damage was high, what Yanshu needed was the frequency of attacks. With Qin Zaiweo's participation, the boss's skill casting was almost pressed down low, and there was no difference from being interrupted. When Yanshu saw that the replicated meteor fire rain skill had cooled down, he immediately stopped. Not attacking anymore. Let it summon. Yanshu was worried about the success rate of the all spirits worship skill. If it failed continuously for dozens of attempts, and this creature kept using skills, wouldn't that drive him crazy? Compared to the Queen Bee's 5 million health points, its mana is significantly lesser. By exhausting it a bit, it will facilitate future operations. When it runs out of mana, it won't be able to cast skills or move. Even if I throw it on the back of a wild boar and carry it along the way, I can slowly use skills to subdue it. With no attacks to interrupt, the Queen Bee successfully casts its skills. Suddenly, over 100 ordinary poison bees appeared around. Accompanying them were fireballs raining down. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Your team has killed a striped poison bee. You have gained 14221 experience points. Your team has killed a striped poison bee. You have gained 14221 experience points. The system notifications began to scroll in the message bars of the two. Continue. With the previous experience, Yanshu and the fire element spirit did not attack again. Qin Xiaoyao and the 2 summoned creatures were just enough to prevent it from casting skills. At this moment, Yanshu also used a universal worship. The system notification determined failure. The fire element's skill cooldown was over, and Yanshu spoke again. Stop. After that, the same scene played out again. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss for words. Someone was actually using a boss to summon monsters for experience farming. Are these players and Liu Bai really playing the same game? Liu Bai's first experience using a boss was during the last live stream when they refreshed the Novice Village dungeon. Then the second boss acted as a pump and also as an air conditioner. Now the Queen Bee felt like it was being raised in captivity, treated as an experience-generating machine. Qin Xiaoyao could already guess the expressions of those in the guild when they saw this video. Thinking of this, even she felt a bit excited. Continue. Xiaoyao, remember to replenish the binding arrow feathers. Stop. Liu Bai, at this rate the boss's health seems to be running low. Do you have a healing skill to restore the boss's health? Qin Xiaoyao didn't even notice that her address for Liu Bai had changed. Why should we heal it? Yanshu immediately reacted after speaking, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This girl must think that the purpose of calling her over was to trap the boss and safely farm experience. But it's not surprising that she would think this way. The current operation certainly gives off that impression. With regard to her own skills, Yanshu couldn't be bothered to explain. Just follow my arrangements, you don't need to worry about anything else. Okay. Qin Xiaoyao nodded obediently. If they were to fail here, seeing Qin Zaiweo's performance would likely drop jaws. At this point, the boss's mana was nearly depleted. At most, there could be another 2 waves. It seems this summoning skill consumes quite a bit. Each cast uses nearly 20,000 mana. If it becomes my summoned creature, I can add some intelligence later to replenish its mana. Continue. Qin Zaiweo's body glowed, and she directly leveled up to level 11. Great. I didn't expect to level up so quickly. Congratulations. Thank you, Liu Bai, congrats too. After Qin Xiaoyao finished speaking, she was dumbfounded. How come she leveled up, but Lu Bai showed no reaction? Isn't the experience required for everyone to level up the same? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. This person is surrounded by so many mysteries, she wanted to unravel them one by one. As the last skill was released, the mana of the purple-winged bee king was completely exhausted. Its body trembled as it attempted to unleash something, but ultimately released nothing, having been completely drained. Moreover, it now only had about 100,000 health left. Yanshu approached and replenished a few times before stopping. At this point, it was under 1, which should be the highest success rate for skills. Yanshu used the skill again. Ding, skill determination failed. Now I have to wait another minute. Yanshu directly pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the boss. Qin Xiaoyao looked at this scene with astonishment. A thought popped into her mind. What a way to enjoy! It would be great if I could always follow him to farm monsters. Since this boss only has so little health left, since we aren't keeping it for experience farming, why not just kill it? When the 6th universal worship was used, the system's prompt that Yanshu had been waiting for finally rang. Ding, skill determination successful, obtained summon creature purple-winged bee king. An icon of a poison bee generated in the skill bar. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao suddenly realized that the boss was gone and her eyes widened. What happened? Did it get killed? But there was no system announcement. Xiaoyao, let's go, your task is complete. Yanshu was in a great mood, but with others present, he couldn't check it in detail on the spot. Of course, mainly worried that he wouldn't be able to maintain his expression. On the way back, it was still the hunting falcon leading the way. However, Yanshu's speed remained quite fast. He wanted to get back quickly to study the new summon in detail. This was tough for Qin Xiaoyao, who had to exert all her strength just to barely keep up. As soon as they reached Falling Star City, Yanshu transferred 3,000 gold to Qin Xiaoyao. You've worked hard. The round-trip fare is 1,000 gold, and the rest is your reward for this time. Lu Bai, didn't we agree on using the skill for 1,500? You gave me an extra 500. Oh, having you help me attack the boss wasn't included in our agreement, so consider it compensation for you. No, you helped me level up, so how can I ask for money for just a few hits? Yanshu chuckled, thinking that he would rather give you all the experience to conveniently stack the attribute points to the limit. It's fine, I'm not short on money. Goodbye, let's cooperate again if we have the chance. After finishing, Yanshu turned and left without a hint of nostalgia. A beautiful woman can't compare to the sweetness of the queen bee. Right now, finding a quiet place to examine the skill effects is the top priority. Qin Xiaoyao watched Yanshu walk away like this and stomped her foot in anger. But thinking that they might be in the same guild in the future, she immediately put on a smiling expression. With sufficient data for analysis, Lu Bai's strength would be recognized, and the guild would likely find a way to recruit him. Qin Xiaoyao believed that if Lu Bai knew about her guild's background, he would undoubtedly choose to join. Yanshu sat down at a tea house and immediately checked the attributes of the purple-winged bee king. Purple-winged bee king, level 10 health, 320 mana, 4 stamina, 412 strength, 52 intelligence, 325 agility, 451 spirit, 956 skills, summon poison, be loyal, guardian, retreat. In battle, united against the enemy beehive. At this moment, the purple-winged bee king transformed into a summoned creature, its attributes regenerated, but still significantly lowered. However, what delighted Yanshu was that all 5 skills were retained. Could it be that all wild bosses subdued by skills can retain their skills? He would know after trying a few more times later. What Yanshu was more curious about now was the specific effects of the skills, especially the 5th skill, Beehive. Summon 200 striped poison bees to participate in battle. The attributes of the poison bees: base value 10 of the spiritual power of the purple-winged bee king. For every 100 points of spiritual power gained by the purple-winged bee king, the number of striped poison bees increases by 10. Skill casting time 5 seconds, mana cost 100, cooldown time 1 minute. Incredible. Truly incredible. Looking at the skill description, Yanshu couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly. The attribute bonuses of the summoned creatures are still enhanced by spiritual power, just like the Wolf King. Although it is only 10, the large number of striped poison bees offsets that. Starting with 200, and with the current spiritual power of the Bee King at 956 points, an additional 90 bees can be summoned. With a single summoning skill, 290 bees can be summoned. Moreover, its skill cooldown time is only a short minute. Later on, relying solely on this skill can overwhelm enemies. The summoning skills of the Wild Wolf King and the Purple-Winged Bee King are limited by the total number of summons enhanced by spiritual power. For instance, if 90 out of the 290 striped poison bees die in battle, using the skill again will only restore those 90. However, Yanshu believes that with the accumulation of spiritual power, simply reaching level 20 will definitely allow the Purple-Winged Bee King's summons to reach an astonishing number. Considering the current tenfold difficulty in leveling up, accumulating free attribute points each level may lead to breaking the 10,000 mark. However, the downside is the large mana consumption and the need to supplement some intelligence points, but these won't be an issue later on. Summon 4 striped poison bees as guards to participate in battle. Poison bee guards have no active attack capabilities and can shield the purple-winged bee king from attacks. When the bee king is targeted by specific skills, they will prioritize absorbing the skill effects and damage. The attributes of the poison bee guards: base value 30 of the spiritual power of the purple-winged bee king. Skill casting time 3 seconds, mana cost 0. 50000. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Yanshu looked at this skill and immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, Qin Ziaweo's confinement feather arrow is not a targeted skill. Its accuracy completely depends on her skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly just now. Aside from blocking specific skills, the loyal guard skill seems to be lacking in other aspects. From these two skills, the difference between the purple-winged bee king and the wild wolf king becomes clear. The wolf king's summon creatures have high attribute bonuses and instant cast skills. The bee king's summons are more numerous, but have lower attribute bonuses, and their skills require casting time. After actively releasing the dodge skill, the user's agility is multiplied by 10, lasting 1 minute, costing 0 mana with a 10-minute cooldown. The shared enmity skill designates a target for all striped poison bees to attack, increasing the swarm's movement speed by 20 and attack power by 20. Mana cost 5000. Cooldown time 30 seconds. How the effect of this escape skill is exactly what I guessed. When the bee king was hit by the confinement arrow, it was trapped even more. Now it seems it purely encountered a skill counter. As for shared enmity, it has remarkable effects when focusing fire on a target, but what Yanshu values more is the additional effects provided to the swarm. If the swarm is given a designated attack target once the purple-winged bee king is granted intelligence, it should also be achievable. Next, Yanshu opened the final skill, Hive. Hive skill grants a giant hive upon successful casting. Inside the hive, the cooldown time of the summon poison bee skill for the purple-winged bee king is 0, while recovering 2 mana per second. Skill casting time 1 hour, during which no other skills can be used. Mana cost none. Cooldown time 1 day. Impressive. This is definitely a production base for striped poison bees. Although the skill casting and cooldown times are relatively long, such a powerful effect can completely overshadow these flaws. As long as a safe location is chosen and the hive is properly placed in advance, an endless supply of striped poison bees can be sent to the battlefield. Moreover, with a 2 mana recovery effect per second, the hive also serves as a supply station, and it is of the infinite energy type. A true weapon for defending a city. This wave is simply a huge profit. Next, Yanshu checked the advancement conditions and effects for the Wolf King and Bee King. The first two conditions are reaching level 30 and meeting primary attribute requirements. The third condition is to kill 2 different level 30 bosses to obtain essential materials from them. The fourth condition still requires 100 rare materials each. The Wolf King needs moon stones, while the Bee King requires radiant sand. After advancing to the Howling Moon Wolf King, the Wild Wolf King's attributes will receive a 30 enhancement and skills will be upgraded by 1. The Bee King's enhancement is somewhat different. In addition to a 20 increase in attributes, its summoned creatures will gain the skill Venomous Stinger. Venomous Stinger applies a poisoning effect to the target, dealing 300 fixed true damage per second for 30 seconds, and the skill cannot be dispelled. Cooldown time 1 minute. The poisoning effect can stack. Outrageous. Seeing the effect of this skill, Yanshu's heart raced. This is truly a god-slaying technique. If the striped poison bees are given the chance, even gods wouldn't withstand it. Ignoring defensive true damage and able to stack once the number of bees increases, a massive amount of damage can be inflicted in just a short minute. When facing tough targets, the future task of each striped poison bee will simply be to sting once. The main task from now on is to level up and advance. Yanshu sent the wild boar and hunting falcon out to level up and accumulate attribute points. Now Falling Star City is bustling. To avoid being recognized by passers-by and reduce entanglements, Yanshu directly bought a mask from the system shop and put it on. Next, he was headed to a special leveling point while also unlocking a hidden treasure chest. At this time, in the headquarters of the Radiant Guild, in a 100 square meter room on the top floor, a group of people was watching Yanshu's monster farming video. Everyone pay close attention. After this comparison, try to lock down his talent information. Besides some internal research staff, there were also core members of the guild like Zhiji Qinsha and Qin Xiaoyao. The video started from when Yanshu and Qin Xiaoyao left the city and continued until they completed their quest and returned to Falling Star City. Next came the endless discussions. The subsequent data organization and analysis were not participated in by Zhiji Qinsha and a few others. They had no need to waste their leveling time on such meticulous tasks. He had more important matters at hand, namely heading to Falling Star City to look for Lu Bai. This was also the decision made by the guild's leadership after Qin Zaiweo's interactions following the recent resolution. They decided to absorb him into the guild. This would also mean that the information from the Yanshu guild and the game secrets discovered by the guild would be partially disclosed to Liu Bai to fully demonstrate their sincerity. In the game, Yanshu had already reached the destination, the Demon Cave. This was a special leveling area consisting of 7 layers encompassing monsters from level 10 to level 25. The advantage was the dense monster population and quick respawns. However, the monsters' attributes were about 30 higher than those of the same level, while the experience gained from defeating them was the same as that from monsters outside. Thus, those who came here to level up were extremely confident in their abilities. Upon entering the cave, just as Yanshu had anticipated, there were no players in sight. Since they had to pass through a level 15 area, no players had explored this place yet. What caught his eye was a group of hideously large rats. Their bodies were covered in mottled, crusted blood with yellowish fangs and a pair of crimson eyes. Corrupted Giant Rat Level 10. Health 8,451. Constitution 215. Attack 412. Skill Multiple Claw Strike. This was the only monster on the first layer, but it included both level 10 and level 11 rats. Yanshu summoned 2 minions, and the Wolf King and Bee Queen continued to summon. They immediately occupied half of the vertical space in the cave. Charge forward. At present, neither the ordinary Wolf King nor the Tabby Venom Bee could instantly kill the monsters. However, they could easily overwhelm them with numbers. Basically, a few or even 10 could simultaneously take down a single target. Although they could not achieve instant kills, the speed of defeat was still quite fast. Ding, you have killed a corrupted giant rat, gaining 500 experience points. The Wilderness Wolf King receives 1 free attribute point. Ding, you have killed a corrupted giant rat, gaining 500 experience points. The Purple Wing Bee Queen receives 1 free attribute point. The free attribute points gained by the 2 summoned creatures were all directly added to mental strength by Yanshu. Since he decided to let these 2 follow the summoning route, he would continuously stack mental strength. The tunnels in the demon cave occasionally had forks, and Yanshu consistently chose the left path. Eventually, he stopped in a massive chamber. This was the convergence point of the first layer of the cave, and also the place with the densest monster population. Yanshu then issued a command for the 2 summoned creatures to attack freely and began searching in this area. However, after surveying nearly the entire area, he still did not find that hidden treasure chest. No way could it require some special triggering condition. Yanshu muttered to himself. Treasure chests in the game were unique. Once discovered and opened, they would disappear. Therefore, even if the items inside were not of great value, they were still rare special items. Moreover, not every location had the presence of treasure chests. Deliberately searching for them was a fruitless effort. He seemed to recall that in his past life he had heard someone mention a treasure chest in this place, which contained a special skill book for summoners. Corpse Explosion. The summoned creature explodes upon death, dealing true damage to nearby enemies. At that time, after successfully taming the Bee Queen, he had already thought of this skill. If the ordinary venom bees it summoned also had this skill effect, it would be even more overpowered. Endless drones tracking and self-destructing was an exciting thought. Nothing on the ground. Could it be above? Yanshu looked up, seeing sharp stalactites at the cave ceiling. There was no place to put a treasure chest at all. The only possibility lay within the hollows in the stone walls. Although overall monsters and terrain could be seen clearly in the cave, some areas remained quite dark. It seems I wasn't prepared enough. Oh, I need to go back and buy some lighting supplies. At that moment, the communicator suddenly rang. Yanshu opened it to find a message from Qin Xiaoyao. Our guild leader wishes to meet you in person. To show sincerity, he will come to Falling Star City and bring along something of your interest. Yanshu scrolled down, stunned to see it was blood crystal and wind spirit grass. These were items he had added to the material list for the Yanyu Pavilion and GU after learning of the leveling requirements for the summoned creatures. They were indeed the evolution materials for the wild boar and hunting hawk. Interesting, it seems Zhuji Qinsha has quite a bit of energy. Yanshu's yearning for Yaoshe in his past life stemmed mainly from the fact that this guild style was entirely different from others. First of all, the guild members were very low-key, but exceptionally strong. A third of the power rankings in the later stages were comprised of their guild members. Moreover, their recruitment methods differed from other guilds, first making real-life contact before absorbing members into the guild. Furthermore, Yaoshe was also recognized as the guild with the strongest cohesion. Their members never initiated trouble, but if provoked, the entire guild would become vengeful wolves, always keeping the opponent in mind. After the game descended into reality, it was also the guild with the best reputation, serving as the main force against monsters and abyssal powers. He remembered that the most special aspect was that Yaoshe seemed to have connections with most guilds, but did not participate in their disputes, maintaining a neutral stance at all times. Now that Zhuji Qinsha had come knocking, it seemed they wanted to recruit him. Even if he disagreed, developing another major client was still excellent. Especially since they brought gifts, there was even less reason to refuse. Tell your guild leader tomorrow morning at 10, let's meet at the tavern beside the central teleportation array in Falling Star City. Since they are here, they must first grind some monsters. I also need to go offline to fill my stomach. As for the treasure chest in the cave, by the time it was discovered in my past life, everyone was generally already at level 30. Therefore, Yanshu was not worried. He still had plenty of time to search. It was unlikely that someone would intercept him during this period while he returned to the city. The next day at 10 in the morning, Yanshu was already waiting on the second floor of the tavern in advance. Zhiji Qinsha almost arrived right on time at the private room. Lu Bai, it's an honor to meet you. Upon seeing the other party, Yanshu noted that he still looked just as he remembered, with a strong physique, standing upright. However, this was also his first close contact, and that calm demeanor stood out even more. Please have a seat. Just as Zhiji Qinsha took his seat, a sudden system announcement startled both of them. System announcement: congratulations to player Aichi Pu Tao for killing the boss Flower Fairy Princess, receiving rewards 50 free attribute points, 2 unsealed skill books, 50 gold, 500 game reputation. System announcement: congratulations to player Aichi Pu Tao for killing the boss Flower Fairy Princess, receiving rewards 50 free attribute points, 2 unsealed skill books, 50 gold, 500 game reputation. Upon hearing the system notification, player Aichi Pu Tao has claimed the first kill on the boss. Yanshu instantly regained his composure. He merely offered a faint, tranquil smile and slid a cup of tea across the table toward Zhiji Qinsha. Brother Lu Bai, you seem remarkably unperturbed. Someone has finally snatched the boss's first kill right before your eyes. Zhiji Qinsha accepted the teacup, took a slow sip, and spoke with a sigh of quiet relief. Ha, brother, you flatter me. This game isn't run by me. How could I possibly monopolize all its resources? The notion of claiming every boss's first kill had never clouded Yanshu's judgment. He'd known from the outset that such exclusivity was utterly unrealistic. After all, the 3 major capital cities sprawled across vast territories, and countless players possessed both extraordinary fortune and formidable strength. First kill rewards were merely one path among many to enhance one's power, worth striving for yet never worth obsession. Lu Bai, brother, I've never been one for beating around the bush. Today's visit is system announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai on slaying the boss Giant-Toothed Rat King. Rewards granted: 50 free attribute points, 2 unsealed skill scrolls, 50 gold coins, 500 game reputation. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai on slaying the boss Bloodthirsty Spotted Ox. Rewards granted: 50 free attribute points, 2 unsealed skill scrolls, 50 gold coins, 500 game reputation. Zhiji Qinsha's words were abruptly cut short. His eyes widened in stunned silence as he stared dumbfounded at Yanshu. So this is what you meant by the game isn't run by you. How could 2 boss first kills happen consecutively? Zhiji Qinsha was genuinely astounded. He'd seen the viral video of Lai Shun soloing a boss, but had dismissed it then as mere exaggeration among players. Lu Bai must be remotely controlling his summons from some hidden vantage point. After all, the precedent of clearing the beginner village dungeon alone had already proven his extraordinary mental fortitude, widely acknowledged by all. Finding a high ground perch with unobstructed sightlines would allow flawless command, or even setting his summons to autonomous combat mode would suffice. His summon's raw offensive power alone could overwhelm bosses of equivalent level. And here sat Lu Bai, calm, unruffled, sipping tea across the table, effectively confirming the long-suspected truth: his summons possessed independent sentience. Even more astonishing was the fact that 2 distinct bosses fell simultaneously, proof that his summons had split forces, located and eliminated both bosses with effortless efficiency. Qin Xiaoyao had parted ways with him barely a day prior, yet this pace defied belief. Outside, chaos erupted. What just happened? A minute ago, everyone cheered someone else breaking through for the first kill. That slap came fast. Where are those who just declared Lu Bai incapable? Poor Aichi Pu Tao, 3 minutes of sympathy. He finally made it onto the spotlight, only to become Lu Bai's stepping stone. You're missing the crux entirely: 2 bosses slain simultaneously. And not just any bosses, 2 geographically separate ones. Do you grasp the implication? It means Lu Bai struck them down at the same time. Lu Bai's summons have left the base to hunt bosses independently, and now they've claimed 2. How long before 3? As his summon count grows, the future becomes unimaginable. Brothers, I'm pooling funds to relocate. From now on, all resources in Luoxing City belong to Lu Bai. Starting over elsewhere is the only wise path. Tell me, could it be possible that Lu Bai is infinitely wealthy, making relocation and boss hunting elsewhere just as effortless? Qin Fei watched the torrent of player chatter and felt his gut twist with bitter regret. He shouldn't have listened to Yang Lishu and chosen Luoxing City. That foolish woman insisted she loved stars, and found the city's name poetically charming. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, assuming all three capitals offered roughly equal resources differing only in flavor and character. He should have heeded Wang Qi's advice and gone to Qiang City instead. Now it was too late. Relocating his entire guild was logistically impossible. The sheer cost of intercity teleportation alone was astronomical. Darling, why the sudden gloom? Yang Leshu noticed Qin Fei had stopped grinding and approached with concern. Seeing her genuine expression, Qin Fei drew a deep breath and suppressed his frustration. Let's continue. Let's grind until we find a boss. Silver Moon City, Southern Jungle Training Ground. Aichi Putao had just allocated his newly awarded free attribute points. Staring at the two sudden system announcements, he suddenly found his hard-won spoils tasteless. From the beginner village onward, this man had always outshone him. Even the first boss kill in the capital city had slipped through his fingers, claimed by Lu Bai. This time he'd finally seized the first kill, only to receive two thunderous invisible slaps across the face moments later. Aichi Putao felt his composure shatter completely. Lu Bai, are you my destined nemesis? Why must you be so insufferable? Without glancing at his party members' expressions, he turned and rushed back to the city. What's wrong with Sister Putao? I've never seen her like this. Sigh, let's go comfort her. Such a fiercely proud person. Having her confidence repeatedly shaken, it would break anyone's spirit. In the tavern, Zhiji Chunsha paused, gathered himself, and let out a wry chuckle, finally speaking again after a long silence. Brother Lu Bai, what masterful technique. Clearly I've fallen behind. I'd never imagined the game could be played this way. Now I half suspect it is your family's enterprise. Yanshu could only shake his head with bemused helplessness. This turn of events had been pure coincidence, not design. Two of his summons had independently encountered bosses, and struck them down in perfect synchrony. What could he possibly say now? Perhaps thank his summons for granting him this moment of effortless grandeur. Brother, let's resume our earlier discussion. This method, summon-based grinding, is simply how practitioners of my lineage train. Nothing extraordinary about it. Zhiji Chunsha fell speechless, then resigned himself with a quiet sigh. Even top-tier masters, it seemed, couldn't resist the occasional flourish. Brother Lu Bai, I'll speak plainly. I'm here to invite you to join our guild. What are your thoughts? The cascade of system alerts had eroded his confidence, but having come this far, he resolved to maintain sincerity and poise. After all, perhaps Lu Bai's stance had shifted. Perhaps against all odds, he might now consider joining a guild. Brother, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of joining any guild. Yanshu responded with a courteous, apologetic smile. His reply likely aligned precisely with Zhiji Chencha's expectations. Now came the intriguing part. How would his counterpart respond? Even Yanshu himself felt a flicker of curiosity. What offer exactly would the legendary Yaoshi guild present? Brother Lu Bai, don't rush to decline. Our terms differ markedly from other guilds. What I reveal next may well reshape your perspective. Oh, I'm all ears. The game is not simple. At this moment, Zhiji Chunsha wore a serious expression and spoke these words word by word. Yanshu burst into laughter, putting on a completely amused expression. Of course, I knew the true meaning behind the other person's words, but I still had to act accordingly. Brother, I thought you might have some unique insights. Players of the all-day Chi-Chi game know that this game is not simple after all. It is the first truly holographic virtual online game. Zhiji Chunsha fixed his gaze on Yanshu, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. After watching for a while, and seeing that Yanshu's expression didn't seem to be fake, he finally continued, the true background of our guild comes from above. Zhiji Chunsha pointed upward. In fact, this game was noticed when it first appeared. After several rounds of testing, no adverse effects on the human body were found. At that time, the game had not yet launched, and the testers were trapped in the initial valley. But then we made an astonishing discovery. As the duration of the game increased, the cellular activity of the human body also improved. At this point, Yanshu had already put away his smile, revealing an expression of surprise. Of course, half of it was feigned. Zhiji Chunsha was quite satisfied with the effect of his words and continued to elaborate. That kind of activity is not just about restoring youth. It feels more like the human cells are undergoing some kind of endurance training. It feels as if the container is being expanded to hold more water. As soon as these words came out, waves surged in Yanshu's heart. In my conjecture, the anomalies of the game should have been discovered long ago. After all, how could such a large-scale market investment occur without safety testing? But what shocked me was Zhiji Chunsha's last sentence. To expand the container to hold more water. To put it simply, this means that from the moment one enters the game, the human body is already undergoing pre-training, preparing for the character attributes and skills feedback to the player. Although Yanshu appeared calm on the surface, his hand, holding the cup, trembled slightly. This behavior did not escape Zhiji Chunsha's notice. So, is it a matter of the game company's equipment unintentionally connecting to the game, or did the game find its way to them? It remains unknown. Thus, is there a possibility? Zhiji Qinsha paused here, looking at the NPCs moving on the street below. This is fundamentally a real world. As soon as his words fell, the shock in Yanshu's eyes could no longer be concealed. I always thought everyone was unaware of the truth about the game, but it seems that someone has guessed it long ago. Next, Zhiji Qinsha seemed to think of something terrifying, his voice trembling slightly. Then, based on the above discoveries and conjectures, let us be bolder. Since the game has found its way to their company's equipment, will the game helmet as a connector between the two worlds one day bring the two worlds closer together until they ultimately connect? Yanshu's pupils constricted, desperately suppressing all emotions. Zhiji Qinsha, your story is too absurd. The game world is real and will merge with reality. Do you want to promote this on the forum and see how many people believe it? Zhiji Qinsha smiled faintly, easing the atmosphere. Don't be nervous, my friend. I'm sharing this with you. Aside from the confirmed changes in the human body, the rest is just conjecture. However, it also illustrates the special nature of this game. At this point, Zhiji Qinsha smiled faintly, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Talking about these things is also to show you the true strength of our guild. We have a dedicated research team that continuously conducts analysis and research every day. Moreover, our purpose for entering the game differs from that of other guilds in terms of entertainment. We aim to further explore the mysteries of this game to cope with potential uncertainties in the future. As the first player in the game, your understanding of it far exceeds that of all players. If you could join us and cooperate on some data testing regarding the game when necessary, that would be great. In return, you will receive support from our technical team and preferential access to the resources of the game guild. This is undoubtedly a win-win situation. After saying this, Zhiji Qinsha smiled at Yanshu. Having shown such sincerity and said everything that needed to be said, he didn't believe that Lu Bai would continue to hold out. Yanshu did not speak, merely taking a gentle sip of tea. Just now, he had almost been drawn into the conversation. Even if the Yaoshi Guild had an official background, it was still impossible to obtain enough game information. As for the reality of the game world and the merging of the two worlds, these were still merely the other party's conjectures. To be honest, such conjectures tend to emerge in many players' minds after they have experienced the game. Never underestimate human imagination, especially in cases where the game provides such a realistic experience. Zhiji Qinsha, I've thought about it, and still insist on my initial thoughts. Thank you for sharing so much with me. At this moment, Zhiji Qinsha was left dumbfounded. He actually failed. The thoughts of the first player in the game are too difficult to grasp. You have to know that I prepared a lot before coming here, first reaching out to two guilds he had previous interactions with to gather information. Then, after careful consideration, I devised this line of reasoning. The idea at that time was that since Lu Bai did not accept recruitment from other guilds, it indicated that ordinary things could not attract him. Well, let's think bigger and bind the safety of the game to that of the real world. If I were in such a situation, even I wouldn't be able to refuse. You have to know that for someone of his age, a passionate heart is easily stirred. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Yanshu continued. As for what was just said, I can guarantee that I won't tell anyone. Consider it as you showing me your rich imagination, brother. At this point, Zhiji Qinsha was left without options. Since the other party had said this much, he was obviously resolute. So since that's the case, then I won't force it. However, the doors of Yaoshi will always be open for you. This is what you need, and it can be considered a welcoming gift for you, my friend. Yanshu clicked agree on the trading interface. Ding, you have received 3 fever blood crystals and 2 wind spirit herbs. At this stage, collecting these items is no easy feat. Thank you, brother. I won't take your items for free. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me directly. I guarantee fair prices. Zhiji Qinsha was slightly touched by the first half of the sentence, but the second half made his face twitch. All right. Although I am very confident in our guild's strength, it still pales in comparison to the great Lu Bai. I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance. Pleasant cooperation. The two parties added each other as friends. Watching, Yanshu send over the materials needed. Zhiji Qinsha seemed to have realized that this guy did not join any guild, probably intending to do business with everyone. But I wonder where his confidence comes from. For example, things like dungeon leaderboard rankings are not a concern for our guild. At this moment, Yanshu listened to Zhiji Qinsha's purely polite words and did not think much of it. He added, when your guild is officially established, you can contact me for a 10 discount. After saying that, without caring about Zhiji Qinsha's puzzled expression, he bid farewell and left. Next, I need to prepare some items and continue looking for that hidden treasure chest. Zhiji Qinsha lifted the teacup, gazed at it thoughtfully, then inhaled its fragrance. Truth be told, he was an avid tea drinker in reality, but this was his first time truly savoring tea within the game. Leaving aside all else, the flavor was genuinely exquisite, its lingering aroma clinging to lips and palate long after each sip. He could not help but marvel at the game's astonishing realism. If even the five senses were so flawlessly simulated, what then truly distinguished this world from reality? He promptly approached an NPC innkeeper to inquire about the price of tea, and fell silent upon learning that a single pot cost 100 gold coins. Privately, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief that Yanshu had paid just moments earlier. Stripped of guild funds, he himself possessed barely a few dozen coins, perhaps the most destitute guild leader in the entire game. Yanshu's financial strength was formidable, but only in the real world. Their current plan to mass purchase in-game currency faced persistent resistance from several members who argued that the currency was artificially inflated and that the guild's funding shortfall would only ease once formal guild structures were established within the game. Since I'm already here, I might as well ask Jishang Shinto what's been going on lately. The man rarely lived with the others and hadn't logged off in what felt like ages. Zheji Qinsha activated his comlink and dialed. Meanwhile, on the other end, Jishang Shinto stared fixedly at Yanshu's retreating back. He's even wearing a mask. Clearly, he's done something deeply shameful. Last time he'd lost even his undergarments during that hidden quest. Afterward, Jishang Shinto meticulously reviewed every step of that quest. First, the Dungeon Guardian, a colossal serpent whose mannerisms resembled those of a pig, exuding absurdity at every turn. Its attack power was preposterously high, merely brushing against it had cost him an entire avatar. And just as victory seemed imminent, the beast vanished without a trace. Moreover, the dungeon's remaining loot was nothing but worthless rubble, utterly disproportionate to the quest's staggering difficulty. Finally, the scorched earth outside the dungeon, the battle's aftermath, bore unmistakable signs of deliberate erasure. That serpent's earlier burrowing behavior had clearly aimed to obliterate those very traces. All evidence converged upon a single irrefutable truth: he had been robbed, not by chance, but by design. Within this game, only one person possessed such capability: Lu Bai. No one else could possibly pull it off. As a top-tier player bearing an SSS-Rank talent, he held that conviction unshakably. And when he recalled Lu Bai's visit to the city lord's mansion, his summoned creature a wild boar, and his fire elemental familiar wielding pyrokinetic abilities, the pieces snapped into place. It was clear Lu Bai had slain the dungeon guardian first, then somehow manipulated the boar into impersonating it, while slipping inside the dungeon unseen to claim all its true treasures. The moment this realization struck, Jishang Shinto nearly choked on 3 liters of bitter blood. The humiliation cut too deep, so he buried it entirely, even evading his own guildmates' questions about Lu Bai with vague dismissive replies. When Qin Xiaoyao informed him that the guild leader had met Lu Bai, Jishang Shinto knew his chance had arrived. To let this pass would fester into a spiritual knot, one that would choke his progress forever. He would repay deceit with deceit. After all, he wielded the hidden class of Shadow Assassin, his invisibility skill unmatched across the entire realm of Tianqi. Wasn't stealing back what was stolen the simplest of tasks? For now, he would simply shadow Lu Bai. Surely an opening would present itself. Jishang Shinto understood well masters of this caliber prioritized hunting for rare opportunities within the game. And Lu Bai, whose summoning companions handled the tedious grinding, would devote immense time precisely to such pursuits. Just then his comm link vibrated, an incoming voice call from the guild leader. He declined it instantly and fired off a text message instead. Guild leader, what is it? Voice chat isn't convenient right now. Nothing urgent. I'm already here, thought we'd meet up and catch up on how you're doing. Maybe next time. I'm busy. Zheji Qinsha frowned at the reply, paused, then composed another message. Fine. Drop by the guild hall after you log off. Oh, and do try to get along well with Lu Bai. Build rapport. Jishang Shinto nearly shattered upon reading those words. He muttered inwardly, get along. Absolutely. If he returns what he stole first. At that very moment, Yanshu emerged from the general store. Jishang Shinto immediately silenced his comm link and began tailing him from afar. His elite stealth ability, Shadow Body, must be reserved for critical moments. For now, he relied on standard tracking skills. He knew Yanshu possessed extraordinary mental acuity and dared not close the distance too soon. To be discovered prematurely would be mortifying. Next, Yanshu recalled his hunting falcon and summoned it anew, preparing for what lay ahead. Then, leaving Luoxing City behind, he headed straight for the Demonfall Caverns. Jishang Shinto initially resolved to maintain a safe distance, just enough to stay on his trail. But scarcely had they exited the city when Yanshu's speed left him stunned. What the? This is a summoner. Utterly unnatural. Under Yanshu's sudden acceleration, Jishang Shinto nearly lost him. Until spotting Yanshu moving in a perfectly straight line, he gritted his teeth, pushed his own speed to the limit, and finally caught sight of that distant back again, exhaling in quiet relief. As they ventured deeper, Jishang Shinto grew increasingly certain, this is guaranteed. Why else would anyone risk crossing a 15-level zone unless something extraordinary awaited? What astonished him most was that beyond the falcon scouting ahead, Yanshu had now summoned a new companion, a pack of wolves circling him, constantly swarming and dispatching monsters along the path. No way his summons can summon. That's downright cheating. Unaware of the latest developments, Jishang Shinto hadn't watched the video Qin Xiaoyao had sent back. Witnessing this, Jishang Shinto, who had always believed his own class supreme, felt for the first time a faint, unsettling pang of envy. A cave entrance. There's no doubt he's found something valuable. Suppressing his excitement, Jishang Shinto waited several seconds after Yanshu disappeared before slipping inside. Yanshu continued advancing using the same method, sending wolves and poison bees ahead to obliterate everything in their path, leaving behind abundant combat traces that conveniently guided Jishang Shinto's pursuit. Eventually, Yanshu reached the vast stone cavern and issued a command for unrestricted assault, unleashing his wolf and bee hordes upon the denizens within. All kills were credited to the Wolf King and Bee Queen respectively, steadily increasing their accumulated free attribute points. The cavern echoed with chaotic roars of monster combat, yet above it all rose the distinct, relentless thrumming of tiger-striped poison bee wings. What does that sound buzz like? Drones. Jishang Shinto cautiously poked half his head out, only to recoil in shock. What in the world was this? Within the vast, hollow, monstrous creatures teemed in dense clusters. On one side, grotesquely deformed giant rats, on the other dozens of wild wolves, and scattered throughout, hundreds of fist-sized venomous wasps. Their collective droning wing beats filled the air. All were locked in savage, chaotic combat. Wolves swarmed each giant rat in packs of 3 or 4, while swarms of over a dozen wasps descended en masse, blanketing their prey completely. Though the wolves' brutal struggle with the giant rats was gory, it remained within the bounds of grim familiarity. Yet the wasps' assault sent Jishang Shinto's scalp crawling with dread. A dozen wasps surged forward, wings thrumming, then struck as one, jaws snapping, stingers lashing, eliciting shrill, agonized squeals from the rats and the sickening fibrous crunch of torn muscle. The spectacle broke sweat across Jishang Shinto's brow, his calf trembled involuntarily. Fearless before heaven and earth, he recoiled instinctively from such venomous vermin, especially ones the size of fists swarming in overwhelming numbers. Are these wasps his summoned beasts? Then what hope is there? A sudden visceral urge to flee seized him, the first time he'd ever contemplated retreat. Yet when his gaze followed Yanshu's line of sight, he saw a hunting falcon circling the cavern wall. Its massive beak clutched a luminous pearl, casting radiant light into the shadowed recesses of the stone. Then, a flash of unfamiliar hue. The falcon, having darted forward, wheeled back sharply. Bathed in the pearl's glow, an ancient, ornate treasure chest emerged into view before them both. Intricate patterns spiraled across its surface, studded with iridescent pearls and gemstones, an artifact unmistakably beyond the mundane. At the sight of its form, Yanshu froze, startled. This was no ordinary chest. Its contents would yield either rare, unique abilities or bizarre artifacts imbued with extraordinary functions. Even the divination pearl belonged to this class. We've struck gold, Jishang Shinto thought. Besides the corpse explosion skill manual, there must be other treasures inside. Xiaohei, knock it down. From the corner, Jishang Shinto's eyes blazed with avarice. Now this is a true treasure chest. Look at its opulent craftsmanship. How could those shabby wooden boxes in the secret realm compare? Its contents would surely command immense value. Jishang Shinto glanced once more at the wasps swarming the giant rats and clenched his teeth. I'll risk it. Fortune favors the bold. Today is the day I rise triumphant. He unleashed his ultimate long-reserved technique, Phantom Shadow Body. While active, the user enters a spectral state. Movement speed increases by 300, damage reduction rises by 90, all attacks deal double true damage and leave no visible trace. Upon taking damage, the user randomly teleports 5 meters away and instantly re-enters invisibility. Upon activation, all traces of presence vanish, undetectable to any being below divine rank. Duration 60 seconds. Cooldown 1 full day. Originally reserved for slaying elite foes, this ability was now deployed, not for battle, but for stealthy theft. A wry self-mocking smile flickered across Jishang Shinto's face, then vanished, dismissed as irrelevant. Lube, I provoked this first. I'm merely returning blow for blow. With the skill activated, Jishang Shinto's confidence soared. Though only 60 seconds long, his accelerated speed would let him sweep every item from the chest the instant it opened. Out of the corner of his eye, Yanshu's lips curved faintly, almost imperceptibly. How intriguing. This furtive silhouette has truly vanished from perception. So even those who trail me here possess formidable talent. Still, no matter how supreme the concealment, injury forces manifestation. Let's see if your intellect boosted by nearly 10,000 points can withstand this. His thoughts raced. The spell was already poised, ready to launch. At that moment, the falcon tugged the chest free and dropped it. Boom. The chest struck the ground, kicking up a plume of dust. Yanshu stepped forward, feigning delight, and began the lock-opening sequence. Witnessing this, Ji Shangtuxin surged forward at blinding speed, adrenaline surging, every cell vibrating, screaming. Closer, closer still. In his mind's eye, he already saw Yanshu staring dumbfounded at an empty chest. Exhilaration. Then, Yanshu abruptly stepped backward, interrupting the lock sequence. Instantly, a meteor shower erupted from his position. Almost simultaneously, a fire elemental coalesced beside him and unleashed the same devastating spell. Before Ji Shangtuxin could react, he felt himself colliding with searing, incandescent orbs. It felt like sprinting through torrential rain, his own velocity only increasing the number of impacts. 1,674. 1,571. Teleport. 1,478. 1,652. His second manifestation revealed him. Then he dissolved into blinding white light, that triumphant grin still frozen upon his face. At the Luoxing City resurrection point, Ji Shangtuxin stared at his level, reduced to 10. He glanced at his SSS-Rank innate talent and hidden profession. A storm of emotions churned within him. Bewilderment, helplessness, shame, self-reproach, but above all, burning fury. He had been utterly crushed before Lu Bai. Was the gap between them truly so vast? Had it not been for the teleportation triggered by his protective skill, those fireballs alone would have erased him in a single strike. No, his strength cannot possibly reach divine rank. He's simply overly cautious, resorting to area-clearing spells at critical moments. It was merely ill fortune on my part. That thought dispelled much of his despair. He opened his comms interface and sent Yanshu a message. Stay vigilant. I will shadow you without respite. Since his face had already been seen, he chose candor over subterfuge. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he'd at least unsettle him. Inside the cavern, Yanshu sighed inwardly. So the fellow had discovered his earlier maneuver and now pursued him for retribution. Yet if you cannot guard what you claim, it was never truly yours. Why cling to it? Brother, what is this about? We shared a friendly meeting with your guild master just this morning, yet now you do this. Ji Shangtuxin scoffed. You stole my quest reward. This isn't over. Just wait until I get my chance. I don't know what you mean. If you seek sparring, I welcome it any time. But let me offer fair counsel. Leveling in this world is arduous. Don't squander your progress. Yanshu closed the comm channel and muttered under his breath, what your reward? It never entered your inventory. How could it be yours? Did my investment of 200,000 gold count for nothing? He rubbed his palms together, gazing at the chest before him. The decisive moment had arrived. If one phrase captured his mood, opening a treasure chest is like lifting a bride's veil. Each time a new, irresistible wonder awaits. The lock reading finished, revealing the items within the treasure chest before Yanshu. First was the anticipated skill book, Corpse Explosion. Yanshu immediately chose to use it. Corpse Explosion special skill causes summoned creatures to explode upon death, dealing 20 of total attribute points as true damage to nearby enemies. Currently, the skill level is 1, requires 3 skill enhancement stones to upgrade to the next level. Goodness. Now when the summoned creatures of the Wolf King and Bee Queen are killed, they can also deal damage. One could say the value has been maximized. If the damage from the tiger-striped venomous bees is akin to a grenade, then the higher attribute main pets are like missiles. Their explosive power upon self-detonation is undoubtedly tremendous. However, it remains to be seen whether the skill Soul Revival will still take effect after using the summoned creature's self-explosion skill. I'll experiment with it shortly. As this is a special skill, the skill enhancement stones awarded from the earlier Novice Village dungeon will finally be useful. Yanshu took them out. Dingyu used 3 skill enhancement stones. Corpse Explosion upgraded to level 2. Dingyu used 6 skill enhancement stones. Corpse Explosion upgraded to level 3. Dingyu used 12 skill enhancement stones. Corpse Explosion upgraded to level 4. The damage of the skill has now significantly increased. Corpse Explosion special skill causes summoned creatures to explode upon death, dealing 50 of total attribute points as true damage to nearby enemies. Currently, the skill level is 4, requires 24 skill enhancement stones to upgrade to the next level. At this point, upgrading to level 5 already requires 24 stones, which is an incredibly exaggerated consumption. There is still 1 enhancement stone left in the bag, and more need to be collected. The next item is a talisman-like object. Skill Reset Talisman special item allows one to reset any skill, refreshing the skill cooldown time. After use, it automatically recharges for repeated use with the recharge time, depending on the reset skill's cooldown. To think it was this item, Yanshu had only heard of it in his past life. Generally speaking, skill reset talismans are held by core members of guilds and can refresh powerful skills like forbidden spells when necessary. If the timing is executed well, it can often turn the tide of battle. Luck is truly on my side. It's as if a pillow came just when I needed to rest. Now I can refresh the skill Spirit Awakening to grant intelligence to the purple-winged bee queen. Ding, you used the skill Reset Talisman. The cooldown time of Spirit Awakening has been reset. It was successfully used, and now the skill Reset Talisman has turned gray with a progress bar indicating it is recharging for 2 days. In the next moment, Yanshu used the Spirit Awakening skill on the purple-winged bee queen. However, as the glow of the skill faded, the bee queen remained suspended in midair, seemingly unchanged. Yanshu was taken aback and uncertainly issued a command: have all the tiger-striped venomous bees form a square formation. As soon as he finished speaking, all the tiger-striped venomous bees flew up and arranged themselves neatly in front of Yanshu. Before long, a perfectly aligned aerial formation was successfully formed. You startled me. At least give some reaction. I thought the god-level skill had failed. After the intelligence of the purple-winged bee queen was awakened, I only need to give a general command, and it can precisely direct its minions to complete tasks. From now on, I won't need to worry about it too much. Yanshu turned to the last item. Demon Summoning Order can be used on the first floor of the Demon Abyss to summon a hidden boss. There's actually a boss in this place. In my past life, I had only heard that there was a hidden treasure chest on the first floor containing the summoner's skill corpse explosion. Other information was unknown. It is likely that the person who opened the treasure chest chose to hide some of the information. You must know that in all players' impressions, the monster respawn point of the Demon Abyss does not contain a boss. No matter how many ordinary monsters are killed, it is useless. It seems that this special item is needed to trigger it. Since it is a boss on the first floor according to the rules in the Apocalypse, its level is probably only 12 levels higher than ordinary monsters. It can be easily crushed. By the way, let's test the power of the corpse explosion skill. Use. As the Demon Summoning Order disappeared from Yanshu's hand, the entire stone cave began to tremble slightly, and the giant rats that appeared on the ground started to panic and scurry towards several passages. In the next moment, the ground suddenly bulged and the earth cracked open. A grotesque, massive head emerged with a pair of yellowed giant teeth bared from its long, thin mouth. Then came its hunchbacked body with sharp claws hanging from its drooping limbs. This is the first time I've seen such a large rat in my life. It's truly ugly and disgusting. Fallen Abyss Demon Rat Unique Hidden BOSS Level 15. Health 4. 7 million. Magic 250,000. Agility 1,221. Strength 2,114. Spirit 2,514. Skills Poison Fang Phantom Strike Decaying Breath Rat Infestation. Yanshu cast a detection spell and was immediately taken aback. First, the 3 main attributes are already comparable to a level 20 boss. The first 2 skills are relatively ordinary, while Decaying Breath is a group curse skill. Targets within its skill range will be afflicted with poison, continuously losing health, while their defense attack speed and movement speed will all decrease, which is quite troublesome. Surprisingly, the fourth skill, Rat Infestation, can summon the entire rat swarm of the first floor of the Demon Abyss to participate in the battle. Although detection spells can only see skill description, specific data is not visible. However, since the description used the word massive, the quantity is definitely beyond imagination, likely surpassing the number of summons from the purple-winged bee queen. Unfortunately, the summoned creatures are from the first floor, and their growth potential is not strong. To think it's a boss that can summon minions, even if it has summoning slots left, it's not allowed to live. In its next life, let its mother give birth to something prettier. It's too ugly, it's nauseating. Yanshu immediately issued an attack command to the 4 summoned creatures present. The Hawk and Fire Elemental Spirit remain the main forces. 15,040. 16,422. 15,421. The high damage burst out instantly, causing the demon rat to squeak in distress. Though the sound was not loud, it was sharp and piercing, making Yanshu involuntarily recall the sound of nails scraping against blackboard, feeling a pang of discomfort. The damage dealt by the Wolf King and Bee Queen's minions was a bit lacking. Even though they had cleared thousands of giant rats in the cave, focusing all points on spirit, the bonuses from both summoned creatures were not high and their power was yet to be displayed. 561, 423, 648, 235, 324, 289. The damage caused by the tiger-striped venomous bees was noticeably lower than that of the wild wolves due to their fewer attribute bonuses. However, due to their sheer numbers, they still created significant trouble for the boss. Especially on that huge head, dozens of venomous bees were densely packed, obstructing the boss's vision, causing many attacks to miss and have no actual effect. The wild wolves and venomous bees, having low health, were instantly killed. Yet their bodies flashed with a faint green light and stood up again, continuing to attack the boss. Upon being killed a second time, the bodies of the wild wolves and venomous bees rapidly swelled. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of explosions, white real damage numbers erupted from the boss's head. 1,551, 895, 1,325, 858. The true damage ignores defenses, and although the corpse explosions level is only 3, the damage dealt is already considerable. The effect of the soul revival took effect, prioritizing its resurrection over the corpse explosion. In no time, the boss's health was reduced to 60. At this moment, the abyssal rat demon suddenly stood upright. With arms spread wide, the next moment its body began to spin rapidly in place. A group attack skill, Phantom Frenzy. Many wild wolves and poisonous bees were caught off guard and were instantly killed twice, ultimately forced to contribute as bombs. After 15 seconds, the summoned creature's deaths exceeded 1/3. But with the summoning skills of the Wolf King and Bee King used, their numbers were replenished. Uncertain if it was due to the effect of the language art, Yanshu noticed a feeling of disgust emanating from the boss's glowing ink-like eyes. Suddenly, green smoke wafted from the BOSS, enveloping the entire stone chamber. The disgusting method of skill release made Yanshu instinctively cover his nose. Once the effect of decay breath was activated, the attack efficiency of the summoned creatures sharply declined. 10,040, 9,422, 10,421. The output of the three main forces dropped by more than 30, while the damage caused by the wild wolves and poisonous bees barely broke 100. The attack had decreased to a point where they could no longer penetrate defenses. Even the damage caused by the corpse explosion was significantly reduced. However, relying on their numerical advantage, the boss's health bar continued to drop at a visibly rapid pace. After another 2 rounds of bombardment, the boss's health had reached 30. Come on, let me see just how many rat swarms there are. As soon as Yanshu finished speaking, the boss slashed with its claws and several portals appeared around. In the next moment, a swarm of rats poured out, almost filling the entire ground. Disgusting. There's hardly any place to step. Yanshu unleashed a meteor shower, instantly clearing an area. As the skill effect faded, looking at the rats surrounding him again, Yanshu felt overwhelmed and immediately commanded the fire element sprite to cast a skill. At this point, the portals finally closed. The previous 2 area attack skills conservatively killed nearly 1,000 rats. No wonder it's a hidden boss. Just this one skill is not something an ordinary team can withstand. The hidden boss in the novice village has an anti-magic field, while the abyssal rat demon can summon a massive number of rat swarms. It seems that every hidden boss has its own troublesome aspects. Once the skill concluded, some remaining rats surrounded again, but they were much sparser than before. Yanshu then began to move, continuously picking off the surrounding rats. This move from the boss had nearly wiped out the ordinary wild wolves. However, the poisonous bees, due to their flying ability, were not significantly affected and immediately joined the effort to clear the rats. Unfortunately, killing the rats summoned by the Rat Plague skill did not yield experience points or attribute points like the Bee King did. Otherwise, Yanshu would have wanted to trap them and farm a few more waves. As the remaining rats were cleared away, the boss had no other prominent means left, and its health reached 0, falling to the ground. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the only hidden BOSS fallen abyssal rat demon and receiving the rewards 200 free attribute points, 4 unsealed skill books, 200 gold coins, and 1,000 game reputation. System announcement: congratulations to player Lu Bai for defeating the only hidden BOSS fallen abyssal rat demon and receiving the rewards 200 free attribute points, 4 unsealed skill books, 200 gold coins, and 1,000 game reputation. Regarding Yanshu's announcement, everyone was already accustomed to it. However, upon a closer look, it turned out to be a hidden BOSS, which immediately stirred excitement. What the heck, here we go again. The only hidden boss is gone after being killed, and it fell into Lu Bai's hands again. Lu Bai, please show mercy. These creatures are practically protected species now. Killing one means one less. I'd be willing to pay to see them in captivity. Exactly. Everyone has seen what the boss looks like, and now it's gone. I strongly suggest that Lu Bai records precious footage before defeating hidden boss. In Silvermoon City, the Overlord Bird King couldn't help but curse upon seeing the system message. Why can't this damn system have a message filtering feature? Block all messages about Lu Bai for me. It's just trash to the extreme. Ding detected: the player using uncivilized language will be punished with a 10-hour mute. The Overlord Bird King was taken aback, wanting to say something, but finding himself unable to make a sound. Internally, he cursed even more vigorously. Damn system. You don't care when players hurl insults at each other, so it's just not allowed to insult you, right? It's truly the worst. The rewards for the hidden boss should be extremely generous. Since there's one in Falling Star City, there must be one here as well. He instructed his brothers to keep a close watch and additionally posted on the forum offering a reward for any relevant information from casual players. After seeing the system announcement, Yanshu immediately made arrangements in the guild management group. Other guilds were also taking action at this time. In fact, all guilds had a speculation that since the system update, even defeating ordinary bosses had a chance to drop the guild building order. Thus, the chance of looting from a hidden boss would only be higher. If any guild got lucky and obtained the guild building order, the subsequent development would lead them far ahead of other guilds, potentially creating a gap. According to the official website's introduction, after using the guild building order, the guild would truly gain recognition from the system with its own news channel, guild residents, various battle buffs, and so on. One could say the functions are rich and comprehensive. This would facilitate the absorption of capable casual players, and the residents would also bring considerable income. If developed well, the residents could continuously expand, theoretically rivaling the main city by the end. However, in his past life, no guild was able to reach such a level before the game descended, still having a significant gap compared to the main city. In the cave, Yanshu allocated the attribute points. He walked towards the fallen BOSS, ready for the long-awaited looting phase. Since the summoned creatures took it upon themselves to kill the BOSS, the dropped items had all been transferred to his backpack through spatial shifting. Though it was convenient, missing the traditional looting phase diminished the thrill significantly. Yanshu examined the dropped items, most of which were gold coins and equipment. Suddenly, an item with a unique design caught his attention. His heart skipped a beat. Oh, here comes the opportunity to make money. This is an ancient token intricately entwined with twin dragons inscribed with 3 shimmering characters. Establishment Order. The Establishment Order can be submitted to the envoys of the 3 main city guilds to officially form a guild. A brief introduction conceals a significance that is anything but simple. After the system update, it is said that defeating a boss grants a chance to obtain the Establishment Order. However, the so-called chance can be quite misleading, as I am all too aware. In my previous life, only 2 tokens appeared by the time I entered the game. This was amidst the efforts of various guilds tirelessly hunting BOSS, which reflects just how low the drop rate is. Initially, I had envisioned that once all 5 of my summoned creatures awakened their intelligence, splitting into 5 teams to continuously defeat wild bosses would surely yield at least 1 token. Now it seems that hidden bosses significantly increase the drop rate. Although I currently rank first on the wealth leaderboard, having more game currency is better before that plan is executed. This establishment order has arrived just in time. I collected over 10 pieces of equipment dropped by the BOSS, including 5 golden items, with the rest being silver gear and some miscellaneous materials. Additionally, there are 3 skill books, one of which contains a special skill for mages called Fire Dragon Strike. This skill creates a straight-line fire shockwave upon use, a formidable direct penetration burst damage skill. In my past life, it had a great reputation. Selling all these equipment and skill books, I estimate I could obtain nearly 1,000 game coins. After all, most players have left the novice village now, and the avenues for earning game currency have increased. I listed the establishment order and these items on the auction house. The starting bid for the establishment order is set at 1,000 gold coins, while the other equipment items are priced between a few thousand to 10,000, depending on the current market value. The auction lasts for 7 days. This way, all major guilds will have ample time to prepare. For the time being, I only need to create momentum. Once the establishment order was listed, it was immediately noticed by the game merchants lurking around the auction house, spreading the news far and wide. Brothers, come quickly to the auction house. Guess what I found? It's actually the establishment order. What the heck, which big shot dropped the establishment order just to sell it? That's so short-sighted. If I obtained the establishment order, I would be the first player to establish a guild in Tianqi. As long as it's well managed, surpassing the 5 major guilds wouldn't be hard. After all, the influx of players is vast, and there are countless game experts. Isn't the establishment order supposed to be dropped only by bosses? Could it be the loot from a hidden boss defeated by Liu Bai? There's a strong possibility, especially since the system just announced it and the establishment order was listed immediately after. Liu Bai is already at the top of the wealth leaderboard. Does he really need money? If the number 1 player in the game establishes a guild, he will certainly attract countless followers. I urge Liu Bai to establish a guild. I will definitely be the first to join. Several major guilds received this news and immediately convened an emergency meeting. The first establishment order is of extraordinary significance. Calling it a strategic item would not be an exaggeration. Whichever guild acquires this establishment order will undoubtedly stand out among the several guilds and create a greater distance. How high do you think the price of this establishment order will be? In the guild management group, Yanshu was the first to speak, presenting the key question. President, I believe the highest price will depend entirely on the total amount of gold coins in players' hands. Go on. Currently, the only 5 guilds capable of contending for this token are us. Each guild's gold reserves are likely similar with the remaining funds held by casual players. From our guild's perspective, each member averages about 20 gold coins. Ordinary players, due to various factors, will likely have to reduce that number, estimating around 15 gold coins each. Yin Yu Chung Feng nodded and said currently the total funds we can gather from our guild members is around 1.5 million. The other 4 guilds are probably similar. The key now is still to gather the funds from casual players. Currently, an estimated 30 of Tianqi players remain in the novice village. These people can be disregarded. Excluding those who are not financially constrained in reality, and those with long-term plans, this portion of people should also be excluded. Adding to the competition from the other 4 guilds, I estimate that the total amount of gold that can be procured will be around 2 million, and that is in an ideal scenario. In the final stages of the auction, some guilds that feel hopeless will also throw out their gold to recoup losses, so the final gold will likely be gathered in the hands of 2 to 3 guilds. In summary, I believe the first establishment order will likely reach around 10 million gold coins. While Yinyu Pavilion was busily analyzing and discussing, the other guilds were also engaging in the same topics. Qin Dynasty Guild Qin Group Commercial Building in the real-world 17th floor conference room. Unlike the online discussions in Yinyu Pavilion, Qin Fei believed this was the biggest issue the guild faced since the game's launch and should be taken seriously, even requiring the members attending to wear formal attire. Thanks to everyone being gathered together to play the game, otherwise it would be challenging to assemble in a short time. Since Qin Fei decided to showcase his skills in the game, he gathered all the core members of the guild. The 15th to 17th floors of the building were remodeled, concentrating the management's core members' daily activities within those floors. Alright, next we will discuss how to secure the first establishment order in Tianqi. Wang Qi, as the visible president, spoke first. After scanning the room and seeing no objections, he continued, "First, I'll briefly analyze the approximate price of this establishment order." At that moment, Qin Fei interrupted, saying, "President Wang Qi, I believe we should emphasize the significance of this establishment order to fully capture everyone's attention, which will help mobilize everyone's enthusiasm during the later fundraising phase." Wang Qi nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. However, for the sake of money, he forcibly held it in, feigning an appearance of listening attentively. The members below were left dumbfounded, some with expressions of exasperation. In the abyss of demons, Yinyu carefully organized all the items. He decided to leave the purple wing be king here. For a period of time, this will be your base, allowing your little brothers to keep the rats at bay. After speaking, the purple wing be king remained expressionless. Yinyu sighed and said, "Forget it, expecting insects to show expressions is too much to ask. Oh, as long as you understand, it's fine." He then left the abyss of demons. The monsters on the second layer remained dense now, at levels 13 to 14. Due to the rules of attribute stacking for summoned creatures, one must still defeat monsters of the same level to maximize the attribute points gained. As the queen bee's mental strength increases, the number and power of the tiger-striped venom bees will exponentially rise, and it will not be long before they completely occupy the first layer of the fallen demon cave. The enhancement of the queen bee's strength will play a crucial role in the upcoming plan. Meanwhile, I will take the wild wolf to another location to grind monsters and stack attribute points. Brother Qiong, are we really not going to engage in real-world industries any longer? This Alornothing approach is truly reckless. The king of the dominant birds appeared quite rational, continuously advising Ba Lin Song Qiong. "Enough, stop talking and just do as I say." But what, eh? Do you know why you are merely a vice president while I can be the president? Vision. Perspective. Which of these can you match me? If we secure this guild establishment decree, will you ever need to lead people in collecting protection fees again? We won't lack for money to spend. A flicker of anger flashed in the king of the dominant bird's eyes. Yet in the end, he replied with 2 words, "Fine." Though he superficially agreed, the king of the dominant birds contemplated and still decided to keep something back. Mainly because since entering this game, anything related to Liu Bai has never brought any benefits to his guild. Anyone with a normal mindset can see that this guild establishment decree belongs to Liu Bai, and betting everything on it could easily lead to a total loss. At that time, you will go from Brother Qiong to poor Qiong, and that would truly be a great joke. As all the guilds began their preparations, Yanshu resumed the monotonous routine of sipping tea and browsing forums. Meanwhile, the Wild Wolf King and the Fire Elemental Spirit tirelessly ground monsters not far away. Who will ultimately acquire this guild establishment decree? An analysis based on the economic strength of major guilds. Exclusive revelation on why Liu Bai doesn't establish his own guild. Brothers, someone just contacted me to buy gold coins. Do you think we should sell now or wait? A giant wild boar has appeared in Falling Star City, dominating the level 10 leveling area in the west, suspected to be Liu Bai's summoned creature. Ba Lin Tian Xia is infinitely buying game currency with fair prices and no deception. Why do I feel that some guilds are still watching and that I need to step up my game? Yanshu's eyes narrowed as a cunning smile appeared. He immediately posted a thread, title explaining the first guild establishment and what you don't know about it. Content: I am Lu Bai, and as everyone speculates, I am indeed the owner of the first guild establishment decree. When I went to find the guild envoy with the decree, I received some insider information which can be summarized in the following 3 points. 1. The guild residences available for selection in the apocalypse are limited, and the first guild has many options. As for the subsequent guilds, they have no choice but to pick from what others leave behind. 2. The first guild's residents will receive system rewards starting at level 2, which will save a huge amount of upgrading resources. 3. All members of the first guild will receive blessings from the gods of the apocalypse with a 30 experience bonus lasting for 1 month. Once Yanshu's post was released, a large influx of players immediately surged in. Is it true that the first guild offers so many benefits? With Lu Bai's reputation, he can't possibly be lying with his eyes wide open. With the post from the boss out, every guild is bound to fight tooth and nail for it. Let's just watch and wait for the establishment of the first official guild in Apocalypse. Lu Bai, I am a grade talent and reserve a spot as a member of the first official guild in Apocalypse. I am straightforward, I am here for that 30 experience bonus. The thread's popularity continued to rise and soon caught the attention of various guilds. Lu Bai's move is indeed ruthless, but based on my understanding of him, this information should be true, a definite open conspiracy. Yin Yucheng Feng chuckled bitterly, but had no other way but to prepare as best as he could. This dog truly is insidious. Brother Cheong, we cannot be fooled. According to the original plan, we have already dwindled our real-world businesses, and we cannot afford to increase the stakes further. Once the arrow is loose, there is no turning back. Little bird, we are all people with grand ambitions. We cannot hesitate. After learning this information, Ba Lin Songqiong became even more excited. If they secured this guild establishment decree, they would truly be far ahead. In reality, Qin Fei directly went to see his father Qin Hong, the true controller of the Qin family group. After a tough round of persuasion, he finally secured 1 billion Longhua coins. Looking at the money that had arrived, Qin Fei's confidence soared to the extreme. The guild establishment decree is as good as mine. Unlike other guilds, Jiu's situation was different. The guild was basically dictated by Meng Qin Yu and Ai Chi Pu Tao. The two were well aware of their guild's financial strength, which was clearly inferior to that of several others. After discussing, they reached a conclusion to obtain this first guild establishment decree. The key lies with Yanshu. Specifically, it concerns his nearly 20 million game coins. Other guilds will surely have thought of this money, but based on past experiences, real-world currency cannot sway him. How can we convince him? After Ai Chi Pu Tao finished speaking, he noticed Meng Qin Yu sizing him up. Grape, how about you sacrifice yourself? Get lost. You're not lacking either. As the president, shouldn't you lead by example? They teased each other, but they knew they wouldn't adopt this method, for it would go against the very purpose of establishing a guild. Lu Bai seems to only be interested in one thing: the rare and peculiar materials in the game. Why not start from this angle? That could work, but I feel that other guilds would think of this too, especially Yin Yuge and Yao Shi, who have interacted with him before. Yao Shi isn't a concern if they haven't made any moves yet. As for Yin Yuge, if they can't defeat them, they will accept it. They just can't let the guild establishment decree fall into the hands of the Qin dynasty and Ba Lin. Seeing that Yanshu's influence had nearly played out, he began preparing to edit another post. Just then Meng Qin Yu and Yin Yucheng Feng suddenly sent messages at the same time. Yanshu, puzzled, opened the messages and was directly amused. Just as he had guessed, someone was indeed eyeing his money. Both of them expressed the same idea, whether it was possible to exchange materials for gold coins. Concerning the rare materials they couldn't provide right now, they could apply for a debt and promise to double it later. Sai, even if you hadn't come to me, I would have reminded you proactively. Yanshu said nothing and simply published the post content, reminding the two to check it out. When harvesting wool, one must certainly shear all the fat sheep together. Meng Qingyu and Yin Yu Chengfeng, both intrigued by the reminder from Yanshu, immediately switched to the forum page, only to be left dumbfounded. On the first page of the forum, a post was rapidly gaining clicks. I, the author, am offering loan services to all guilds. Shameless, truly shameless, lacking any demeanor of a top player in the game. Yin Yu Chengfeng laughed and scolded while giving a thumbs up. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to post such things without a shred of psychological burden. It's no wonder he's at the top of the wealth rankings. Meng Qingyu also wore a helpless expression, but was still curious enough to click in. Currently offering loan services to all guilds. The quantity of game currency is limited, first come first served, with repayment only accepted in game currency or rare materials. The specific interest rates are as follows. This guy was well prepared. Meng Qingyu thought as she looked at the detailed loan terms in amazement. The loans from Yanshu were required to be repaid within a month. Meng Qingyu roughly estimated in her heart that if she borrowed 10,000 gold coins, she would have to repay him 15,000 gold coins at the end of the term. It was definitely high-interest lending. Moreover, there was a list of materials for collateral that was clearly pre-prepared with each type meticulously marked with the corresponding deduction amounts. To prevent borrowers from defaulting, a contract was listed below to be notarized by the system. Once generated, it would exist as a task in the game interface, reminding players every day. If the loan is overdue, the penalties would be quite severe. Firstly, the character would no longer gain any experience points, and any game currency earned during this period would be prioritized for debt repayment. After another month, if the debt is still not settled, the system will evaluate the character's equipment and items for recovery, ultimately converting them into game currency to be returned to Yanshu. If there are no valuable items on hand, then unfortunately any profits generated by this character in the future will be used to pay off the debt. Additionally, Yanshu, in order to prevent mass borrowing followed by immediate default, would conduct a simple review of the borrower's qualifications, with each person's borrowing limit, in principle, not exceeding 50,000 gold coins. In short, Yanshu only lends to those he deems capable, including the leaders and high-ranking members of various guilds. In the game Tianqi, each person can only create one character and cannot delete or restart. If one dares to default, their game character would essentially be ruined. At the end of the post, Yanshu added a statement: if the loan is not repaid, I will have to come personally to collect. The guild leader is the primary responsible party, followed by the high-ranking members. With these restrictions in place, Yanshu did not believe anyone would dare to default. The post was once again boosted to the top by the players. Impressive, truly impressive, lending to various guilds to buy their own things. What a strategy from Lu Bai. This operation reminds me of my house that I'm still paying off the mortgage for. Is this what they call capital? I bow to the great ones. No, Lu Bai is truly kind-hearted. After all, it's voluntary. Ba Lin Songqiong learned of this news and first cursed Yanshu fiercely. However, this first command to establish a guild must be secured at all costs, so he gathered all the management personnel of Ba Lin Yao Wang in the main city for a meeting. The goal was singular: to distribute tasks and raise funds. I won't waste words. I will go to Lu Bai for a loan, and everyone sign the agreement. Let's go for the maximum limit of 50,000. As soon as Ba Lin Songqiong's words fell, numerous dissenting voices erupted from below. Guild leader, it's not that I'm not considering the guild, but repaying 75,000 in total after the due date is truly beyond my capacity. Yeah, as someone who lends at high interest in reality, now you want me to borrow high interest loans. How will my brothers see me if they find out? The system's penalties are too exaggerated, otherwise I wouldn't just want to borrow 50,000. I'd happily borrow all the gold coins he has on hand. Seeing the expressions on a few people's faces, Ba Lin Songqiong's gaze turned unfriendly. Although he expected some people to oppose him, he did not expect so many. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Ba Lin Songqiong continued: brothers, your actions show a lack of trust in the guild and in me, Ba Lin Songqiong. Asking you to step forward is merely to fully utilize the quota given by Lu Bai. You are contributing to the guild, and when it comes to repayment, it will undoubtedly be the guild helping you. We who are here to mix value righteousness. Do you think I would intentionally put you in a difficult position? Without waiting for the crowd to respond, Ba Lin Songqiong continued: everyone should be clear that among several guilds, our relationship with Lu Bai is undoubtedly the worst. Since he has set no thresholds and every guild can borrow from him, we cannot let such a good opportunity slip by. This guy's true goal is to treat all guilds as sheep to be slaughtered. Since that's the case, let him see our true courage. If he dares to lend, then I will dare to take. As Ba Lin Songqiong finished his speech, there was an awkward silence in the room. No matter how eloquently he spoke, the risk still rested with everyone, and at that moment, all had concerns. Seeing no one stepping up, Ba Lin Yao Wang let out a helpless sigh. Ultimately, it still fell to him to take the lead, especially since he was the vice president of Ba Lin, and in reality, he was a brother trained by Lu Songqiong. Qionggu, I have no objections. Though my relationship with Lu Bai is the most strained for the development of the guild, I am willing to seek a loan from Lu Bai. As soon as Ba Lin Yao Wang spoke, everyone present was taken aback. Ba Lin Songqiong's expression turned to one of appreciation, and he began to applaud. Good. If everyone thinks like Niao Wang, how can our Ba Lin not thrive? With Ba Lin Yao Wang leading the way one by one, others began to step forward, agreeing to seek loans from Yanshu. After the news spread out, Yanshu did not continue to pay attention. After all, there were still 7 days until the auction ends, and there would always be those who couldn't hold back, so let the bullets fly for a while. No one knew better than Yanshu how difficult it was to collect the game currency from the players at this stage. Next, he took the Wolf King and Fire Element to continuously grind monsters and stack attribute points. The other 3 summons were also freely operating, with the progress of the Bee King being the fastest. This fellow directly made a beehive in the first layer of the demon pit, producing tirelessly at every moment, replenishing the depleted tiger's striped poison bees, and the free attribute points kept rising without pause. Yanshu had been at the leveling point for half a day when the first person to approach him was unexpectedly Qin Fei. This fellow had somehow gotten wind of his location and came to visit in person. "Hello, Master Lu Bai." As soon as Qin Fei saw Yanshu, a warm smile broke across his face. "Qin Feng Palang, I have long admired your name." Yanshu replied with a smile. Despite his inner disdain, a business was business, and he had to maintain the proper demeanor. "You've heard of me." Qin Fei was delighted, feeling a sense of pride. After all, he was in front of the top player in the game. At this moment, Yanshu was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that this guy might be a bit dim-witted. He was merely being polite, yet how could he take it so seriously? "I've watched your live stream." Qin Fei awkwardly chuckled, deciding not to waste any more time. "Master Lu Bai, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here for your game currency." "Oh, how much are you planning to borrow?" "Not borrow, buy. I am willing to offer 1 billion Longwa coins for the gold coins you have." "Not for sale." Qin Feng Palang, you can read right. I've made it very clear on the forum that this money is only for borrowing. Qin Fei looked astonished. After all, this was 1 billion, and he doubted that this fellow had ever seen so much money. Originally, he had come in person to give face, but was unexpectedly turned down. "Add another 500 million. Qin Fei stared intensely at Yanshu, directly laying down his trump card. He knew very well that if he could get the money from Lu Bai, there would be no need to find random players to buy it. Securing the guild establishment order would be almost guaranteed. Did Wang Qi suggest coming to me for a cash purchase? No, but what does that have to do with anything? I believe I still have this little power. Please leave. If you need to borrow money, next time there's no need to come in person, or just follow the method outlined in the post, mention the guild, and I will send the electronic agreement." After saying this, Yanshu ignored him and focused his attention on the teacup in his hand. "Still not leaving? Then I won't invite you for tea. I haven't prepared any for others." "All right. I hope Master Lu Bai's business flourishes." A glint of malice flashed in Qin Fei's eyes as he turned to leave. The first thing he did after logging off was to find Yang Lishu. "Didn't you directly confirm with Yanshu that he is Lu Bai? Why do I feel like there's a resemblance between the two?" "Darling, you're overthinking it. Given his character, if he had become the top player in the game, he would have come to find me right away. Besides, according to the norm, Lu Bai should have adjusted his appearance, making it so that they only have a slight resemblance. They are definitely not the same person." Neither of them probably expected that someone would actually find themselves too handsome and adjust their appearance downwards. Not long after Qin Fei left, Yan Yu and Meng Qingyu appeared, as if they had coordinated, both approaching Yanshu. Before borrowing money, they both briefly chatted with Yanshu, during which they brought up a point. Why not keep guilds like Ba Lin, which had poor relations with Yanshu, out of the loop? To this, Yanshu simply replied nonchalantly, "Who said that having a guild establishment order guarantees establishing a guild?" As soon as these words were spoken, both sides immediately responded. 1. 2 million. 1. 5 million. Yanshu looked over the list of loan amounts they had prepared and found that most were well-known management personnel from his past life, so he promptly sent the electronic contracts one by one. In reality, Yanshu was quite aware of their thoughts. The money would be put away untouched, and if they couldn't get the guild establishment order, they would just pay it back with interest. These two amounts were likely the maximum values they could bear within their capabilities. Breaking the pot and sinking the boat didn't really fit their styles. Just as he finished dealing with the two families, Yanshu received another email notification. He had set up keyword filters for incoming messages, prioritizing the names of the 5 major guilds to ensure he wouldn't miss any major deals. Upon seeing the email title, Yanshu smiled slightly. As expected, Ba Lin will definitely come, and it's a big deal. The email indicated that Ba Lin wanted to borrow 3 million. To facilitate communication, Yanshu accepted Ba Lin Songqiong's friend request. Ba Lin Songqiong did not say much, maintaining a businesslike demeanor. He directly sent over the list of loan personnel. There were too many names for Yanshu to remember, so he had to look them up online, finding that most of the IDs matched, so he didn't dwell on it. In any case, if the money wasn't paid back by the due date, he would certainly go after Ba Lin Songqiong first. At that time, he would have the fastest player Xiao He act as a debt collector, keeping a close watch on Ba Lin's players. After finishing Ba Lin's business, Yanshu was left with only a few million gold coins. At this time, the auction house had already seen the price of the guild establishment order slowly rising to 1.2 million gold coins. Yanshu understood that this was just the beginning. All factions were in a testing phase, and the real drama would come later. He checked the time. The cooldown for the skill of Qi He Shui should be over soon. Yanshu sent another message to the other party agreeing to meet in Falling Star City, then scrolled through his emails to find another player who could refresh the skill cooldown and added them as a friend. A level 11 mage with grade talent overdraft. After using the talent skill, it can immediately refresh the target skill cooldown, but will then double the cooldown time. This time, Yanshu intended to awaken the intelligence of the remaining 2 summoned creatures. His 5 summoned creatures should all be dispatched to seize the foundation. Then he would continue to increase the number of summoned creatures, and once Falling Star City was sufficiently occupied, he would develop towards the other 2 main cities. Currently, both the experience for leveling up and the materials needed for the advancement of summoned creatures were astronomical figures. There was no way around using this method. When Yanshu returned to Falling Star City, Qihei Shui was already waiting at the teleportation point. Seeing Yanshu, he came directly to meet him. "Big shot, your timing is perfect. My skill just finished cooling down when you messaged me." "Haha, not bad." Yanshu secretly added in his heart, "I won't tell you, I set an alarm. Shall I begin?" A similar sensation washed over him. Yanshu looked at the skill Qi Ling, and the cooldown had been reset. He immediately chose to use it on the fire elemental sprite. After the skill was released, the fire elemental sprite felt completely different. The flames swirling around it became much more vibrant. "Master Lu Bai." A cheerful male voice came through. Yanshu turned to see the eagerly awaited Ji Hui Ping A. "Haha, finally met the true deity. I almost didn't recognize you with the mask on." Ji Hui Ping A looked to be around 17 or 18, like a boy who had just graduated from high school. At this moment, Qihei Shui completed his task and bid farewell to Yanshu. "So much time has passed, I thought I was eliminated. Who would have thought I'd be so lucky?" Ji Hui Ping A's face was filled with excitement, his joy evident. "Let's get started. Your talent skill can be used directly on me." Received. After Yanshu used the awakening skill on the Wild Wolf King, all summoned creatures successfully gained intelligence. Now it was time to send all the summoned creatures out. The top priority was to level up while continuously accumulating free attribute points. Yanshu's idea was to let the summoned creatures radiate outward from Falling Star City. Stack each level of attribute points to the extreme. Now, except for the purple-winged bee king and the demon abyss, the 4 summoned creatures were dispatched to the 4 directions of Falling Star City. Just as Yanshu sent the Wild Wolf King back to its original direction, an email notification suddenly chimed. Yanshu opened it to find the sender was clearly marked as the Qin Dynasty, Qin Fengpolo. The loan information has arrived. At this moment, Qin Fei also realized. High-interest loans were just high-interest loans. As long as he could secure the guild establishment order, there would be a continuous influx of game currency once the guild base was successfully constructed. By then, this so-called high-interest loan would just be a drop in the bucket. As soon as Yanshu's friend request arrived, Qin Fei eagerly clicked to accept. He then sent over the loan amount and personnel list. Upon seeing that Yanshu wanted to borrow 4 million, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You're given an opportunity, yet you don't cherish it." He immediately replied, "Only 3 million is left now." Qin Fei was taken aback by this message. He thought Yanshu was deliberately making things difficult for him. He hurriedly clicked on the wealth leaderboard to check. Indeed, Yanshu's gold had dwindled to just over 3 million. At once he regretted it deeply. Seeing that the other party hadn't replied, Yanshu directly followed up, "Are you repaying the loan?" Qin Fei suddenly recalled the meaningful gaze Wang Qi gave him when he agreed to seek a loan from Yanshu. He instantly understood. That scoundrel. He had anticipated that other guilds would act first, and didn't remind me at all. What a lack of responsibility for a guild leader. If it weren't for his decent management skills, he would have wanted to kick him out by now. Qin Fei gritted his teeth and ultimately replied with a simple lend. If he didn't act quickly, he might not have even this little money left. By then he would probably be slapping his thighs in frustration. "Can you reveal which guild is borrowing the most, Lord Lu Bai?" "Sorry, that's client privacy and cannot be disclosed. But it's basically just a few guilds you'd expect." Qin Fei's face stiffened. What the hell is client privacy? To put it bluntly, it was just that his attitude wasn't very good the first time he saw Yanshu. Now that he was also a client, he had to withhold even this little bit of information. Realizing he couldn't get any useful information from Yanshu, Qin Fei quickly collected his thoughts and made other arrangements. Currently, apart from the top elite members of his guild, many had stopped leveling up. The next few days would only involve one task: continuously promoting publishing gold acquisition information and seeking individual players to buy game currency. At this moment, 2 or 3 small guilds suddenly came knocking at Yanshu's door. To this, Yanshu simply replied, "Come earlier next time," and ignored them further. The guild leaders saw that the earlier 3 million was gone and suddenly felt immense regret. But there was no way around it. After all, persuading the guild management team took some time. Yanshu looked at the over 1,000 gold left in his backpack and felt incredibly pleased. If this business deal succeeded, his gold would exceed 10 million in the near future. By then, that plan would be almost certain. When he obtained the Yuan Chu Chi Ling in the novice village, he had already planned out the equipment he wanted to change to a fully upgradable set. Since he was going to play, he might as well aim big. It was only natural for a distinguished reborn person to possess a set of divine equipment. Especially after learning that the contaminated ring from Carl was part of the same set as his staff, he became even more resolute in his decision. The divine equipment was already incredibly powerful. He couldn't imagine how outrageous the attributes would be if he gathered a complete set. The crucial item was the Yuan Chu Qi Ling. Based on his experience obtaining it from the novice village, it usually required very special tasks or defeating certain key characters to acquire. In his recollection, there were no relevant acquisition channels. The only thing he could think of was the most special type among all treasure chests in Tianqi, the Greed Chest. The Greed Chest, also known as the Wishing Chest, allowed players to make wishes by inputting the items they wanted to obtain and then depositing game currency into it. The more gold coins deposited, the higher the chance of obtaining the wished item. Additionally, the Greed Chest had another characteristic. The amount of money deposited would determine the potential returns, and this leverage was linked to the average level of players at that stage. The lower the level of the Greed Chest, the greater the leverage. Moreover, the chest could only be opened in event dungeons. This meant that players could only deposit as much money as they had at the time. In his past life, it seemed that this fellow named Jishang Xian survived until the end and achieved victory. After investing over 1,000 gold, he obtained a legendary level dagger. At that time, this event caused quite a stir. Later, when others tried to replicate it, they didn't achieve such large returns. Because as the level of the Greed Chest increased, the returns for the same amount of gold decreased significantly. It's important to note that above legendary level are mythical level equipment, commonly referred to as divine artifacts. Yanshu didn't believe it, or preparing over 10 million gold was hundreds of times more than what Jishang Xian had at that time. If he still couldn't get the Yuan Chu Qi Ling he wanted, then there was only one possibility: a bug had occurred. Furthermore, the Greed Chest could only be obtained during major game events. The first large-scale event organized by the officials would be held after the first player reached level 20, coinciding with the game version update. At that time, the event champion would receive a level 20 Greed Chest. If the score was high, there would likely be additional rewards. During this time, Yanshu had thought it through. While equipping all upgradable gear did indeed have significant drawbacks, it wasn't without solutions. Although upgrading gear required a large number of same-quality equipment to devour, he could completely obtain standardized equipment from the NPCs of the Imperial Army. These types of equipment had single attributes and identical skills, which many players later regarded as extremely lackluster. However, they were abundant and could meet his needs perfectly. Moreover, as the quality of the equipment improved, the number required for devouring would definitely decrease. It was unreasonable to expect to upgrade to mythical level by consuming 100 pieces of the same legendary equipment. That simply wasn't practical. Because as far as he knew, while legendary equipment wasn't as rare as mythical equipment by the late game, the total number of such items among all players would probably only be a few thousand. How could he possibly acquire all of them to use as fodder? All summoned creatures have been dispatched to grind monsters and accumulate attribute points. Yanshu suddenly realized that he seemed to have nothing urgent to do, so he could only lie back and relax. Some simple errand quests in Falling Star City yield rewards too meager for him to care about. The original intention of such quests is to help players familiarize themselves with the main city's terrain and the functions of related NPCs. He had already become thoroughly familiar with these things and saw no need to revisit them. As for the hidden quests that could be useful to him, he was currently unable to accept them due to level and various restrictions. So if he could lie back, then why not? He had already been reborn. Shouldn't he enjoy it? Now he could go listen to some tunes at the famous theater from his past life. In his past life, he had worked hard for several years until he was killed when the game descended. In reality, there were still many experiences he had yet to encounter. Though Tianqi is a game from a certain perspective, it can be regarded as another world. The only difference from the real world is the direction of development. Reality follows a technological path, while the game develops itself along a magical route, yet there are still many commonalities. For instance, there are various entertainment venues which also exist in Tianqi. In the western part of Falling Star City, there are mostly taverns and theaters. At this moment, amidst the bustling streets, a person wrapped tightly in clothing was mingling in the crowd, yet their peripheral gaze was constantly fixated on Yanshu until he entered a theater. The expression beneath the mask of this person immediately revealed disdain. I never expected that the top player in the game would actually come to such a place. This guy must be feeling too repressed in reality. However, it seems that some industries are also prohibited in the game, so he can't indulge in any fleshy dishes. What is he doing? Zhejiang Shinto decided not to think too much. In his view, every action of Liu Bai had a special purpose. Perhaps there was a hidden quest involved. To avoid being detected by Yanshu, Zhejiang Shinto directly disabled his stealth mode and blended into the crowd. He had fully absorbed the lessons from his previous failures. To this end, he had sought advice from some advanced NPCs and learned the truth regarding mental energy perception. Mental energy is not an omniscient perspective, it simply provides a vague sense of the characters that are invisible around him. As long as he grasped the right measure, Liu Bai would never be able to detect him from the crowd behind. Seeing that Yanshu was taking too long to come out, Zhejiang Shinto walked in directly. As soon as he entered, he was stopped by an NPC in the store. "Hello, customer. Our rule here is to pay before entering." Zhejiang Shinto was taken aback. "Is this a buffet, eh?" Seeing the puzzled expression of the NPC waiter, Zhejiang Shinto directly asked, "How much?" 1,000 gold coins. "What? 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone?" He had recently spent a lot of resources to restore a clone. Now he only had a little over 1,000 gold coins left. But thinking that Liu Bai had been in this place for a long time, he might have received some special task. Zhejiang Shinto had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay the fee. Under the lead of the NPC waiter, he arrived at the inner hall. He was immediately stunned by the person on stage. There was such a beautiful NPC, her swaying waist and enchanting singing voice were simply astounding. As he looked up, her big eyes and delicate nose, every smile and frown seemed perfectly natural. At that moment, Zhejiang Shinto felt a sense of value for the ticket. Then he saw Yanshu sitting in the front row looking quite at ease. Damn, he really knows how to enjoy himself. Zhejiang Shinto sat in the back row, initially glancing over to see Yanshu's reactions. But at some point he became immersed in the fluctuating melodies and actually fell asleep. "This customer, we are about to close." Zhejiang Shinto was startled and looked up to see that Yanshu had already disappeared. Ridiculous, he had actually fallen asleep in the game. It seemed he was truly exhausted. After exiting, Zhejiang Shinto wandered around nearby, and upon finding no trace of Yanshu, he directly chose to log off. Meanwhile, Yanshu was heading to the library in Falling Star City. Just a moment ago, Yanshu had inadvertently made a huge discovery. The enchanting woman singing on stage, Ling Qian, was actually a humanoid boss. After casting the detection spell, he noticed a line of green text in her information. Target can be captured using the skill Universal Worship. However, the other information still resembled that of a normal NPC. This greatly piqued Yanshu's curiosity. After all, there were indeed some humanoid summons available to summoners. But these humanoid summons are quite different from NPC characters. Generally speaking, summonable creatures that can be captured are humanoid, but are not actual people. However, the prompt indicating that this person could be captured meant only one possibility. This was a powerful boss with a humanoid form. She was lurking in Falling Star City and definitely had unspeakable secrets. From Yanshu's experience, such powerful beings must surely be linked to a large-scale quest behind them. And now, lacking absolute confidence, it was not suitable to act rashly. Especially as the boss's dance combined with her singing had a significant enchanting effect. Some NPCs on site had already shown embarrassing behavior, so Yanshu exited halfway through. The only surprising thing was that he discovered a tightly wrapped player in the back whose shouts clashed with the atmosphere created by the boss's song. Yanshu had visited the library several times in his previous life. Here, according to some game rules, valuable information would be automatically extracted after consulting materials, and this information often becomes key to triggering quests. There are many legends about the Tianqi world or its geographical and national conditions. Generally speaking, this is helpful for capturing some large epic quests later on. Yanshu planned to try his luck here. Meanwhile, in the level 11 monster zone of Falling Star City, Qin Fei was leading a group of elite players from the Qin dynasty to besiege a boss. After finishing his communication with Yanshu, Qin Fei received a message from a guild member saying they were lucky to have found a wild boss. He immediately rushed over without delay. "Everyone, let's give it our all. The chance to get on TV is here." Qin Fei was visibly excited under the oppressive pressure of Liu Bai. Being able to obtain the first kill of a boss in Falling Star City was indeed something worth bragging about. It would indirectly prove the strength of his Qin dynasty guild. As the boss's health gradually dwindled, Qin Fei's complexion grew increasingly flushed. This wave should be stable. For this boss, he had gathered 200 to 300 capable hands to push through directly. Closer. Closer to the kill line. Just then a sudden eagle cry echoed from the sky. Qin Fei looked up in confusion only to see a black meteor rapidly descending, which then struck directly on top of the boss's head. A massive amount of damage exploded forth, causing the boss to crash to the ground. The black meteor turned out to be a gigantic eagle, which spread its wings and quickly flew away after defeating the boss. The movements were fluid without any hesitation. System announcement: congratulations to player Liu Bai for defeating the boss Honey Badger King and receiving rewards: Freedom Attribute Points 60, A Unsealed Skill Book 3, Gold 100, Game Reputation 600. The series of 3 system announcements promptly brought everyone back to their senses. Did we just get our boss stolen? All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the crowd had not even reacted before the boss was gone. Qin Fei gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Lu Bai. Others also began to react, and soon the crowd was filled with anger. This is outrageous. Even if he is the #1 player in the game, he shouldn't be stealing bosses. Damn it, this is the first time someone has stolen a boss from our Qin dynasty. Qin Shao, even if the other party is Lu Bai, this behavior cannot be tolerated. We must get our revenge. Yes, we must seek an explanation. Qin Fei's face darkened, feeling as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He had just sought cooperation and lent out game currency only for them to steal the boss right after. How could someone do such a shameless thing? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Fei's mind. It sounded easy to say, but it wouldn't be so simple to get that revenge. Should we directly confront them? Our small group wouldn't be enough to handle their summoned creatures. Should we expose this incident on the forum? Use public opinion to pressure them, tarnishing their reputation. But based on past experiences, this guy likely wouldn't care about such things. At that time, he would probably just pop out and say, "Oh, you hundreds of people got your boss stolen by my summoned creature." But isn't a wild boss meant to be stolen by others? Does the boss have your name on it? No. Qin Fei imagined that scene and immediately suppressed all his various thoughts. Let's not make a fuss about this, especially since Lu Bai himself has not shown up. It's already embarrassing enough to have his summoned creature steal the boss. He had thought about this possibility when he learned that Lu Bai was in Falling Star City, but he hadn't expected this day to come so quickly. For now, he could only quietly observe the situation. Lu Bai's summoned creature stealing the boss was likely just the beginning. More players would surely encounter the same issue. At that time, someone would step up to criticize Lu by pushing him to the opposing side of all players. If this continued, Lu Bai would eventually become a target for everyone in Falling Star City. During this time, the Qin Dynasty Guild only needed to slowly collect evidence, and then at the crucial moment step forward to stir the pot. That would be the most prudent approach. Did anyone record that just now? Qin Shao, I recorded it. After all, it was the first boss kill, so I recorded it too. In the library, Yanshu was leisurely adding the freedom attribute points. In the next 10 minutes, several different system prompts rang out. System announcement: congratulations to player Yin Yu Chung Feng for defeating the boss Grizzly Lord and receiving rewards: freedom attribute points 50, A unsealed skill book 2, gold 50, A game reputation 500. System announcement: congratulations to player Han Shin Shi Yao for defeating the boss Broken Fong and receiving rewards: freedom attribute points 50, A unsealed skill book 2, gold 50, game reputation 500. System announcement: congratulations to player AI Chi Pu Tao for defeating the boss Desert Tyrant and receiving rewards: freedom attribute points 60, A unsealed skill book 3, gold 100, game reputation 600. What a great day today. Why are so many bosses appearing all at once? Bro, a good day is for the top players on the leaderboard. It has nothing to do with us. Doesn't the system only announce first kills? Once the heat of this period passes, it won't be so lively anymore. Can Lu Bai endure this? A single boss first kill is completely insufficient. We need more. Yanshu looked at the system announcements, also smiling faintly. It seems we still need to speed up and find ways to increase the number of summoned creatures. After that, once the attributes of the Bee Queen have been sufficiently raised, I'll leave the demon pit and guard a region. I'll let Xiao He move quickly into a patrolling state, searching for bosses to defeat. Currently, due to the limited number of summoned creatures, we can't expand the battlefield to the other 2 main cities. But with the spiritual power of the Wild Wolves and the Bee Queen increasing significantly, the number of subordinates needed in Falling Star City won't require so many summoned creatures. At that time, I will make a trip to send 2 summoned creatures to the other main cities. Yanshu spent an afternoon in the library and felt he had gained quite a bit. The information he obtained, combined with his memories from his previous life, corroborated each other, leading to the discovery of some new insights. For example, the alluring humanoid boss in the theater. If it is an abyssal infiltrator within the human ranks combined with its enchanting abilities, it is highly likely to be a succubus and not one of low level. Putting aside its appearance, if he could successfully tame it as a summoned creature, it would compensate for his lack of control-type summoned creatures. Among the known summoned creatures, few are proficient in control. Most only possess short-term skills primarily used to interrupt target ultimate moves during damage dealing. As a rare and unique existence among abyssal creatures, succubi have developed almost endless methods of control. In his previous life, a few ordinary succubi caused considerable trouble for the human faction. Several high-ranking members of guilds fell under their charm and directly became slaves to the other side. They committed acts of betrayal or self-harm at critical moments. The most outrageous thing was that someone, after being charmed, rewarded themselves to death. When he was in the theater, if it weren't for his spiritual power being far beyond the norm, he would have likely fallen asleep like that guy in the back row. Therefore, to deal with this BOSS, he must plan carefully and strategize. If he accidentally fell for its tricks, not only would his life be in danger, but he might also ruin his lifelong reputation. Just then a flash of light appeared on Yanshu, and he leveled up to level 11. This is my first time lying down to level up, and it feels pretty good. Most people were already at level 12, while those with outstanding abilities had reached level 13I, and some dedicated levelers had even reached level 14. At this moment, Yanshu ranked first on the strength leaderboard, yet his level was the lowest among them. However, as the average level increases, even if the experience needed to level up is 10 times that of others, the level gap between Yanshu and the others will gradually narrow, eventually surpassing them. The attribute points of the summoned creatures from the language technique stack higher, allowing them to swiftly eliminate monsters of the same level. As the number of summoned creatures increases and their skills advance, the efficiency of leveling up will only accelerate. Moreover, this is not even under the conditions of deliberately leveling up. At this moment, the attributes of each summoned creature have significantly improved compared to when they first emerged from the novice village. Xiaohei the wild boar and the fire elemental spirit have all surpassed 100 in health, with their primary attributes exceeding 15000. The mental attributes of the purple wing queen bee and the wild wolf king have also undergone substantial changes. Wild wolf king level 11. Health 120,000. Mana 20000. Stamina 274. Strength 451. Intelligence 64. Agility 638. Spirit 8731. Skills Berserk Blood Fury Summon Wolf Pack. Purple Wing Queen Bee level 11. Health 320000. Mana 4000. Stamina 412. Strength 52. Intelligence 325. Agility 451. Spirit 9956. Skills Summon Poison Bees Loyal Guardian Strategic Retreat United against the enemy bee nest. Now the Wild Wolf King's summoned creatures have reached 137. The Purple Wing Queen Bee is even more exaggerated, with the number of her summoned tabby poison bees reaching as high as 1190. This wave is essentially a snowball effect. The language technique was currently checking the attributes of each summoned creature when suddenly a series of system notifications appeared. System announcement: congratulations to the player Lu Bai for defeating the boss Camel Wolf, receiving rewards: free attribute points 50, a unsealed skill book 2, gold 50, a game reputation 500. System announcement: congratulations to the player Lu Bai for defeating the boss Wild Predator, receiving rewards: free attribute points 60, a unsealed skill book 3, gold 100, game reputation 600. I told you Lu Bai is a big shot. How could he only have killed one boss? This is not at all like his style. It's bad now, or it seems like all the bosses around Falling Star City have been taken by him. I was in the same novice village as Lu Bai. At that time, he occupied all the resources of the entire novice village. Now that he's in Falling Star City, I didn't expect the situation to be the same. As the discussions among the crowd grew, suddenly the entire area channel was spammed by dozens of people with the same message. Lu Bai shameless. As a gaming expert, he has no bottom line. At the last moment, he sent his summoned creatures to steal our Brotherhood's boss. Lu Bai shameless. As a gaming expert, he has no bottom line. At the last moment, he sent his summoned creatures to steal our Brotherhood's boss. Dozens of messages were sent out simultaneously, and almost everyone saw them. No way. Isn't Lu Bai always relying on his own strength to grind bosses? How could he steal other people's victories? I said even if his summoned creatures are strong, it's impossible for him to spawn bosses every day. It turns out he was stealing from others. I remembered that time when he simultaneously killed 2 bosses. Could it also have been stealing from others? It's possible. Those who were robbed at that time probably dared not speak out. Everyone hurried to check the forum. The Brotherhood has released the video of the wild boar stealing the boss. Big news. Big news. The first boss Lu Bai just killed was actually stolen as well. As the Qin dynasty was about to kill the BOSS, Lu Bai's eagle appeared and directly stole the boss. Now the people of the Qin dynasty have presented the evidence video. After this wave of traffic diversion, a large number of people flooded into the forum. When the crowd saw the video, they found that the boss was indeed stolen by the language technique's summoned creature, and most players immediately joined in the criticism of the language technique. I always thought Lu Bai was strong, and there was nothing to criticize about his character, but now it seems. This guy is truly a cancer in the game of Tianqi, monopolizing game resources wherever he goes, severely affecting the gaming experience of players. Everyone, I think we should unite. The players from the other 2 main cities are the same. Now that Lu Bai is in Falling Star City, he might head to Silver Moon City and Qiang City next. Yes, if everyone stands by and does nothing now, then being robbed of bosses will eventually fall on our heads. The forum was in an uproar. As for this matter, the language technique only glanced at it when the Brotherhood started spamming and then ignored it. After being reminded by Li Xiang the language technique, curiously checked the forum. Upon seeing it, the players' comments made the language technique laugh out loud. Some called for the game officials to intervene. Some rallied all players to resist. Others issued warnings stating they would find him in real life. It was simply a mixed bag. In response, the language technique also posted a message. It contained just a few sentences. Our outdoor boss is your wives. If you have the ability, go and take them back. You all can only talk big. It's not like your wives have really been stolen. With these words, he almost ignited the anger of most players. Especially under the instigation of some malicious individuals, many unaware players also joined in. The image of the language technique was crafted into that of an unserious player who only knew how to steal the victories of others and take shortcuts. After a day of fermentation, the actions of the language technique in the game had become known to everyone. Even those who had not yet entered the game in reality knew there was such a player in Tianqi. Li Xiang even personally called to remind him to avoid going out to prevent being recognized. In response, the language technique took it lightly. Because the nature of the game, Tianqi determines that even the officials cannot find out one's true identity. Did he really think that when he adjusted his appearance down by 20 it was because he thought he was too handsome? As for the only informed person, Li Xiang, if he encountered any problems, the language technique also had ways to ensure his safety. If such a situation truly arises, it would indicate that it was time to distance himself from Li Xiang, as he had already helped enough. Having been reborn, the language technique had thought things through. Many things only require one to act with a clear conscience. One's own strength is the most important. In recent times, due to several summoned creatures working hard to stack attribute points, the battle power of the language technique has been steadily rising. Although ordinary players were amazed at the speed of his power growth, since it was happening to Lu Bai, everyone was no longer surprised. Now, due to the outdoor boss situation, he stood almost in opposition to all players, a fact that the language technique had long foreseen. After all, the resources in the game are limited. To be honest, the strength of the players no longer caught the attention of the language technique. His goal was various high-level NPCs, such as the succubus Ling Qian. If there are truly brainless players being incited, he wouldn't mind helping them wake up. The players' discussions did not disturb Yanshu in the slightest. The 5 summoned creatures continued to follow the original plan, leveling up and farming points. Qin Xiao, after Lu Bai made that post, he has not said a word since, as if he was not affected at all. It's nothing. His reputation is already completely ruined. No matter how strong his personal power is, as long as he stands against all players, there will only be one outcome: death. Listening to his subordinates report, Qin Fei was unconcerned. When the boss of his Qin dynasty was robbed, he thought it would take a long time to have a chance to retaliate against his opponent, but he didn't expect that this guy's retribution would come so quickly. After all, individual strength is limited. Lu Bai is not joining any guild, and now being reviled by all players will only become increasingly difficult. This game world is vast, and with so many players there will always be various strange talents and encounters that can counter him. With this in mind, Qin Fei immediately contacted Wang Qi. You arrange for some people to keep an eye on players who counter the summoner's talent in the game and recruit them into the guild at a high salary. Wang Qi's reply came quickly. Qin Xiao, are we really going to go against Lu Bai? This person is too strong. I feel this approach might not be wise. I don't care what you think, you just need to follow my orders. I will personally contact Balin. Alright. And keep a close watch on the auction house. The guild establishment decree is of utmost importance now. How much gold have we acquired from the casual players? 6 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei frowned. This amount of money does not seem secure. Didn't I tell you to raise the purchase price? How come it's only this little? Qin Xiao, the price we offered is already the highest among several guilds, but strangely some players would rather sell to other guilds for a lower price. For example, Balin Tianxia. These people are using every means necessary to acquire gold, applying threats and inducements directly targeting the top 100 on the wealth list, using real-life searches as threats. Many players cannot withstand the intimidation and directly sold all their gold. These bastards haven't changed their ways at all. But are those players really that foolish? If finding them in reality was so easy, would Lu Bai still be able to flaunt around for so long? At this moment, Yanshu had just arrived at the city lord's mansion. The purpose of coming here was singular: to acquire the standardized military equipment. Generally speaking, standardized equipment can be obtained from 2 places. One is the Dawn City, established on the Abyss front. This is a fortress built by the human faction to resist the forces from the Abyss. In later stages, many players who consider themselves strong will go to this place to earn military merits, enhance their ranks, and exchange for corresponding equipment or skill books. The standardized equipment here is not only diverse in type, but also abundant in quality. The characteristic is that it can only be exchanged with military merits, and no other trading methods are accepted. The other place is the city lord's mansion in front of him. There is also standardized equipment here, but the level is lower with equipment ranging from level 10 to 50 and the highest quality only reaching platinum. The trading method here is also different from that of Dawn City. To purchase standardized equipment, here one needs to use both reputation points and game currency. After this period of accumulation, Yanshu's reputation points have reached 20500. These reputation points partly come from the first kill of a boss, and another part comes from the daily rewards generated by the speedrun leaderboard of the Novice Village dungeon. Currently, Yanshu's name still hangs at the top of the leaderboard for 4 difficulty levels, and that exaggerated completion time is something no one can surpass. Outside the city lord's mansion, Yanshu informed the guards of his purpose. After his announcement, he entered the mansion and met the steward of the city lord's mansion. "Adventurer, do you wish to purchase standardized equipment?" "Yes." The steward scrutinized Yanshu and opened the equipment page. It included all the standard equipment for common professions. Yanshu directly filtered for a level 10 silver staff for summoners. Anyway, his spirit manipulation staff only needs to devour staves of the same quality with no other requirements. The level of the spirit manipulation staff will also grow with the character, so feeding it trash will suffice. Summoner's Apprentice Staff, Silver level 10, Physique, 20 Intelligence, 20 Spirit 70. These attributes can be said to be the worst among known silver tier equipment. The individual values are even inferior to a bronze tier piece. It doesn't even have any additional skills. Most standardized equipment is considerably worse than ordinary equipment of the same tier, so aside from high-quality sets, very few people come to exchange them. Yanshu looked at the price. Reputation points 20 gold 20. Remaining stock 1000 pieces. The number was just enough to meet the advancement requirement. Yanshu entered a quantity of 998 pieces for purchase and clicked buy. In total, he spent 19960 reputation points and gold each. Now his reputation points were nearly depleted. He still had over 200 gold left. If it weren't for the items he had listed in the auction house, selling successfully every day during this period, he wouldn't even be able to afford this batch of equipment. Next came the crucial moment of enhancing the quality of the spirit manipulation staff. Yanshu directly selected the devouring function for the spirit manipulation staff in his inventory. Then 998 silver staves vanished in an instant. Ding, devouring successful. Spirit manipulation staff experience points are full, successfully advanced to golden tier. Spirit manipulation staff golden level 11 exclusive to player Lu by cannot be dropped. Physique, 200 intelligence, 200 spirit, 450 characteristics, can devour staves of the same tier. Experience points required for the next quality upgrade, 0900. Skills Wild Call increases the attack power of summoned creatures by 15. Energy Resonance summoned creatures' attacks will cause 10 splash damage in a 1010 range. This is actually a splash damage skill. This skill is quite crucial. Among his 5 summoned creatures, the most awkward ones are actually Xiao He and the Wild Boar. Neither of them has an area attack skill, and their efficiency in farming monsters is now far inferior to that of the fire element sprite. If this continues, the rate of accumulating attribute points will be vastly outpaced, which is not what Yanshu wants to see. The Wolf King and the Bee King are not a concern, after all they rely on their subordinates to earn. Although he had thought of this issue earlier, he had no good solutions, as comprehending new skills relies entirely on luck. Advancing currently does not meet the conditions. Now that the staff's quality has been enhanced, this issue has been resolved. Moreover, after the advancement, the damage added by Wild Call has increased from 10 to 15. From this, it can be inferred that as the staff continues to advance, the skill's effect will continue to improve. Suddenly, Yanshu seemed to think of something and directly shared vision with the Wolf King and the Bee King. What he saw next made Yanshu's heart skip a beat.